What is Da Tianjiao? Any technique, divine ability, or secret of the great Tao can be comprehended in an instant. What is the knife holder? Gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas, all heavenly beings can be severed with a single strike. I, Xuan, wield a single blade, invincible in this world. Chapter 1, Xuan. Nanzhou, the Great Tao Hall. Hall Master, we have news. The voice resonated like a great bell within the hall. The dozens of elders anxiously waiting within the hall suddenly stood up, and the white-haired hall master hurriedly approached the entrance to greet them. Is it Xuan? The newcomer nodded with excitement. Yes, it is Xuan. He is alive, in Nanshan. Excellent. I shall personally go to retrieve him. The hall master laughed heartily and soared on a cloud of law to arrive at a mountain peak 100 miles away. At this moment, many experts from the Great Tao Hall had gathered here. Amongst them, on a rock, sat a youth of about 16 or 17 years. His white garments were stained with blood. Upon seeing Xuan in person, the hall master's anxious heart finally settled, and the youth smiled back at him. The hall master quickly approached, carefully inspecting him, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Your cultivation, Xuan smiled. Being alive is good enough. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the hall master's eyes. Xuan had no cultivation left. He spoke in a deep voice. Who did this? Xuan's expression remained impassive. I do not know the specifics. A month prior, the Great Tao Hall held the spring examination, requiring all disciples to enter the mountains to hunt monsters. Naturally, Xuan, as the chief disciple of the hall, was no exception. However, shortly after entering the mountains, he was ambushed and besieged by a group of men in black. He expended all his cultivation to barely survive. After nursing his injuries for a month, he finally managed to exit the mountains. Let us return first. The hall master took Xuan back to the Great Tao Hall, promptly summoning the hall's foremost divine physician for examination. However, the physician only uttered 4 words, no hope of recovery. The hall master fixed his gaze on the physician. Is there not even a glimmer of hope? Xianxia's energy sea has shattered. The possibility of restoration is exceedingly slim. I fear in this lifetime. The physician did not complete his sentence, but everyone understood. The once chief disciple of the hall had been utterly reduced to a cripple. Xuan, you should rest. I will find a way to help you with your cultivation. The hall master assured Xuan before rising to leave. He ascended to the highest peak of the hall, followed by an elderly man, the grand elder of the Great Tao Hall, the hall master's most trusted aide, spread the news of Xuan's fall, especially to the 4 great clans. The hall master instructed, causing the grand elder in white behind him to startle. Hall master, do you suspect the 4 great clans? The hall master replied somberly. Investigate thoroughly. What if it is? The grand elder's expression grew grave. Although Xuan possesses extraordinary talent, losing him alone should not cause the Great Tao Hall in Nanzhou to decline. If we were to confront the 4 great clans, as the foremost power in Nanzhou, the hall boasted countless prodigies. Losing Xuan was regrettable, but it would not lead to ruin. The 4 great clans, however, were deeply entrenched in Nanzhou, occupying various significant positions within the Great Tao Hall. A single thread could unravel the entire fabric. The hall master, Xianxia, remarked coldly. Regardless of who it is, we must act without hesitation. The grand elder frowned. Could Xuan's origins involve the aristocracy? Xianxia shook his head. That is too narrow a perspective. The grand elder was astonished. The 4 great clans of Nanzhou could only be termed as great clans, whereas those regarded as aristocracies held extraordinary status throughout the mortal realm, with a legacy spanning at least a millennium. Could it be from the upper realm? The grand elder inquired tentatively. The hall master gazed at the sky. The one who brought him here was the red-draped umbrella bearer. The grand elder was utterly astounded. The umbrella bearer? The Dadao Jian possesses profound depth. The Dadao Jian in Nanzhou is merely a small branch, for the entirety of the Dadao Jian in the mortal realm consists solely of branches. The true main hall lies in the upper realm, entangled in immense complexities. The umbrella bearer of the Dadao Jian is known as the guardian of the path, but the Nanzhou branch is not worthy of such a title. In the mortal realm, only a few individuals at the main hall possess the right to wield the umbrella. The hall master was unaware of Xuan's specific origins, yet being personally escorted by the umbrella bearer was already sufficient. That woman in the red dress emanated such a powerful aura that even the hall master could not fathom. She had once proclaimed, if you do not heed this, the Dadao Jian in Nanzhou shall perish. Investigate further. If it truly involves the 4 great clans, what if we sever ties? The hall master clenched his fist. In recent years, the 4 great clans have become increasingly audacious. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly, fully aware that a tremendous storm was about to erupt in Nanzhou. After the visitors departed, Xuan immediately closed his eyes. Indeed, even the divine physician cannot detect the existence of this building. Within the explosive Qi Sea, there stood a towering black edifice, its summit obscured, yet boasted at least 9 floors. The Qi Sea exploded, and this object manifested. Is it a secret treasure? Xuan frowned. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators, upon reaching a certain level, or through fortuitous circumstances, indeed have the potential to awaken secret treasures. A secret treasure, by its very name, signifies a mysterious treasure hidden within the body. The Dadao Dian in Nanzhou possesses numerous prodigies with secret treasures, some even awakening the 9-star Great Secret Treasure. What, to awaken a building? He focused intently on that structure, and suddenly a formidable sucking force enveloped him, pulling him sharply. When Xuan regained consciousness, he found himself in an entirely new realm, accompanied by a resounding, magnificent dragon's roar that echoed in his ears. Xuan was jolted to his core as a colossal blood dragon coiled majestically in the sky. Indeed, it was a blood dragon, a 5-clawed blood dragon. Dragons are rarely seen in the mortal realm. It is said that in the vast, mysterious upper realm, dragons stand at the pinnacle of the food chain. With the Qi Sea's explosion, a building awakened, within which a dragon was imprisoned. Incredible! To Xuan's astonishment, the blood dragon exhaled, causing waves of blood energy to cascade from the heavens, enveloping Xuan entirely. Boom! In that instant, Xuan felt his vital energy surge uncontrollably, his power escalating at an unimaginable rate, yet soon he felt as though he might explode. His entire body throbbed with pain. The energy was overwhelming and unbearable. With a mental release, he departed from that place, gasping for air in the outside world, shocked to discover that he had transformed into a being of blood, with his clothes stained by foul impurities. Clenching his fist, he felt immensely powerful. Is this directly affecting my true self? Xuan was bewildered. The dragon's blood nourished him directly. He rose, exited the room, and smashed his fist into the air. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the void violently. Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer power of this punch. Certainly, it exceeded 10,000 Jin. Cultivation begins with vital energy. 9 levels of vital energy yield 9,000 Jin of strength, and breaking 10,000 Jin opens the body's secret realm. A rare feat indeed. This is overwhelmingly tyrannical, instantly breaking through the limit, entering the Qi blood secret realm. Xuan gasped in astonishment, genuinely awed. Truly, it is the dragon. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and proceeded to cleanse the impurities from his body. The following morning, he made his way to the Dadao Dian's training tower. The Dadao Dian houses 3 training towers, one brimming with spiritual energy for enhancing cultivation, one containing the enlightenment tablet, and one dedicated to forging the body, strengthening vital energy. Xuan entered the tower, designed for powerful vital energy. The training tower had 10 levels. Upon entering the first level, he encountered pressure far exceeding that of the outside world. However, the first level posed no challenge to him. He ascended directly to the second level, then the third, and ascended all the way to the 7th level without pause. Here, the pressure intensified considerably. As Xuan traversed this space, he was weighed down by the oppressive force, his vital energy surging wildly, echoing with a thunderous roar. Ultimately, he reached the innermost part of the 7th level, where a stone tablet stood, crimson in hue, towering above him, and remarkably sturdy. Boom! Xuan raised his fist and struck it down. The blood tablet shimmered, revealing glaring characters. 30,000 Jin. Vital energy 30,000 Jin. Vital energy reaching 10,000 Jin is already deemed a breakthrough. What sort of terror does 30,000 Jin signify? Yet, this does not seem to be my limit. Xuan's gaze flickered as he bore the immense pressure and ascended to the 8th level, advancing further to encounter another stone tablet. As his fist struck down, the tablet displayed 50,000 Jin. Xuan was astonished as he continued upward, reaching the 9th level. No disciples had ever ascended this level. He was the first. Yet upon reaching this point, he felt an overwhelming pressure, his bones and flesh trembling as if they might be utterly crushed. Absorb! Xuan concentrated, his spirit entering the building, and the dragon's blood immediately enveloped him, causing immense power to surge within him once again. Upon reaching his limit, he released his spirit, manifesting in the training tower's 9th level. with a pressure bore down upon him, colliding with the absorbed dragon's blood, aiding in its refinement. Strengthened by the pressure, 3 consecutive times, Xuan's vital energy surged wildly, his body covered in wounds. Upon reaching his limit, he withdrew from the 9th level, carrying his battered form back to his small courtyard. Along the way, he encountered many disciples and elders, greeting them with a smile, remaining discreet. The following day, he returned to the training tower, climbing once more to the 9th level to continue forging under pressure, absorbing the dragon's blood. Thus, he persisted for 7 consecutive days. Boom! On this day, at dusk, Xuan was drenched in blood, yet gritted his teeth to stand tall, then ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level and struck down with his fist. 90,000 gene of vital energy. Just the vital energy alone, 90,000 gene. Truly, a dragon, a creature that stands atop the food chain. Its blood essence is undeniably tyrannical, surpassing all significant tonics. As his strength grew, so too did Xuan's physical constitution. His potential surged exponentially. In merely 7 days, he underwent a transformative metamorphosis. The 10th level. The 9th level was already the limit for disciples. The 10th level, the pinnacle of this tower. It is said that very few elders have ever reached the 10th level. According to the records, a dragon's offspring is born with over 100,000 gene of vital energy, and even pureblood true dragons can reach 1 million. Born with 1 million gene of vital energy. I have absorbed dragon's blood, and I am only at 90,000 gene. Xuan clenched his fist, gazing upward. Chapter 2. 100,000 in vitality and blood. Even the elders of the 10th tier find it challenging. The pressure is undeniably immense. Tomorrow, we strive for victory. At this moment, having reached his limits, Xian turned away from the cultivation tower, burdened by exhaustion as he made his way back to his courtyard. Brother G. Along the way, the disciples he encountered greeted him courteously, to which Xian responded with a smile, maintaining his composure, neither arrogant nor servile. As was his custom, alas, what a pity! Brother G's talent is extraordinary, yet it has been squandered. One wonders who could be so ruthless. The Hall Master has been investigating, but it remains unclear what has been uncovered. As the disciples watched Xian walk away, they began to murmur among themselves. Having lost all his cultivation, with his chi shattered, his life seems to be irrevocably ruined. Brother G has been frequenting the Vitality and Blood Cultivation Tower these past few days, pushing himself to the brink. Could it be that he seeks the path of physical refinement? I sense he harbors such intentions, but the journey of physical refinement is fraught with difficulty, exponentially more challenging than ordinary cultivation. Moreover, the achievements in this realm are exceedingly limited. In our southern province, the most formidable cultivator of physical refinement has merely coalesced a law body, correct? The path of cultivation begins with vital energy, which then opens the chi, a process known as spiritual awakening, followed by the unlocking of profound mysteries, ultimately leading to the convergence of laws and the opening of the divine gate. The realm of physical refinement corresponds accordingly. Yet among the tens of billions of cultivators in southern province, the pinnacle of physical refinement has only reached the law body, a result of over a century of arduous effort. It is indeed arduous. The accomplishments are meager. Xian disregarded their discussions and strode forward. At that moment, a tall, slender disciple approached. Brother G, someone is looking for you. With a smile, Xian replied, very well. He followed the direction indicated by the disciple and soon beheld a modest mountain peak, upon which stood a woman clad in white. Xian's gaze flickered as he ascended the mountain, gradually approaching the figure in white. The woman had her back to him, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the wind tousling her hair and dress, she appeared ethereal, as though not of this world. At that moment, the woman turned, her gaze piercing as she regarded Xian, and then furrowed her brow. Truly rendered useless? The woman appeared youthful, her features akin to Xian's. Yet her exquisitely crafted visage was veiled in an air of frost, imparting an undeniable sense of detachment. Xuan nodded. Xianxia scrutinized Xian. Are you not? With sincerity, Xian replied, I am utterly distressed. Xianxia remarked, I did not perceive such despair. Xian offered a wry smile, and, at that moment, Xianxia shifted the topic. The Yi family intends to withdraw from the engagement. What are your thoughts? Xian looked at Xianxia, stating earnestly, I am now a useless person. Xianxia's gaze turned icy. So, you do not wish to burden me and intend to accept this? Xian fell silent. Xian coldly asserted, Xian, have you ceased to be a man? Xian felt helpless, despite having acquired the dragon blood. He truly had no assurance of how far he could progress. Xianxia, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, possessed unparalleled talent and an immeasurable future. She was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in southern state, and countless young talents sought her affection in secret. Ye Vingshan, Ingensit. Let her icy demeanor slip away as she glared at Xian, demanding, have you forgotten what you said when you kissed me that day? I was merely intoxicated. He replied. Xianxian ground her teeth in frustration. It matters not. Having kissed me, you must take responsibility. What do you take me, Xianxian, for? She advanced towards Xian, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. Xianxian, will not annul our engagement. I will only face widowhood. With that, she swiftly departed from the grand hall, reappearing within the confines of the Yi family estate. Inside, a slightly plump middle-aged man awaited anxiously. Upon seeing the girl return, he rushed to her side. Xianxian, have you come to a decision? Ye Vingshan nodded. With a sigh, Yi Sihai remarked, let this be considered a debt owed by your father. I cannot bear to watch you wed a worthless man. Moreover, we have received word from Central State. In a month, at most, representatives from the Central State Grand Hall will arrive, and you are already their chosen candidate. The Central State Grand Hall dwarfed that of Southern State in stature. Very well, I shall go, and I shall bring Xian with me, Xianxian declared. Yi Sihai was taken aback, exclaiming in urgency, did you not make yourself clear? Xianxian retorted, pray that Xian can muster his strength soon. Otherwise, he shall only inherit your vast fortune. Meanwhile, Xian had returned to his courtyard when the hall master entered with some medicinal herbs. In truth, the hall master had been sending rare medicines for days, all of which Xian had consumed without hesitation. The hall master inquired with concern, how do you feel? Xian's expression remained impassive. As usual, Lin Chushan offered comfort. Do not fret. I will find solution. There are many extraordinary items in this world. Surely, we can find something to restore your energy. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Chushan paused before adding, in no more than a month, representatives from Central State will arrive. Xian looked at the hall master. I wish to go, but given my current condition, do you truly believe they would take notice of me? The hall master regarded Xian deeply, and in that moment, Xian recalled something. Old Lin, did you not mention that my family background is quite remarkable? Could you assist me in making contact? Lin Chushan smiled wryly. If I could have contacted them, I would have done so already. It is simply a matter of lacking the means. You were barely a year old when you arrived. Surely, you do not have any memories? At that time, the figure clad in a red dress and holding an umbrella had left Xian with only a few vague instructions, providing no useful clues. Xuan sighed. It is all rather hazy. I vaguely remember that my family resided atop a high mountain, where a few thatched cottages stood, with a stream running at the entrance. And it seems there were even some green bamboos planted. I believe I had an elder sister. He shook his head, struggling to recall anything further. At such a tender age, what could one truly remember? You should rest for now. I will ponder further strategies. By the way, avoid the Bloodshed training tower. It is perilous for you without your cultivation. With that, Lin Chushan turned to leave. Xian consumed the elixirs he had left behind, each of which was no ordinary product. What if one of them proved effective? Moreover, ingesting these potions could also nourish the physical body. He settled into a meditative posture, quietly contemplating, yet there were no signs of recovery in his energy sea. He focused his mind and entered the building. The blood of the dragon flowed. It was no longer as rich as it once was. In truth, the five-clawed blood dragon in the sky had also become significantly more indistinct. This dragon was not a physical entity, but rather a condensation of blood essence. Once absorbed, could he attain a strength of 100,000? Xuan silently calculated, recognizing that a vitality of 100,000 was indeed a significant achievement, sufficient to contend with the transcendent realm. The realm of vitality, transcending the spirit awakening stage. To directly confront the transcendent realm was undeniably formidable. However, compared to his past cultivation methods, he had fallen short. A month prior, he had successfully condensed a seed of magical power. In the Great Hall of the Path, he was the youngest and the only disciple in the current era to have achieved the condensation of a magical power seed, surpassing the second individual by a full realm. With a night devoid of conversation, The following morning, Xian reappeared within the Vitality Cultivation Tower, standing resolutely at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Before him lay the 10th level. He then stepped forward, plunging into the 10th level. Boom! Instantly, an overwhelming force pressed down upon him, causing his body to tremble violently, with blood essence surging forth. Chapter 3. The Contest for Leadership. As Xian stepped into the realm, he felt as though he were about to be crushed. Blood essence erupted from his pores, enveloping him in a shroud of sanguine mist. What immense pressure! Gritting his teeth, Xian endured the agonizing pain and immersed himself in the building, absorbing the dragon's blood. Over the past decade, although Elder Lin had been quite attentive to him, Xian, orphaned and alone, had persevered fiercely. The tribulations he had faced far surpassed the limits of his age. He had encountered life and death since the age of 10, cultivating an indomitable spirit. Were it not for this resilience, he could not have secured the position of chief at the Southern Province's Great Hall at the mere age of 16, nor successfully condensed a seed of magical power. This ordeal was trivial in comparison. Boom, boom, boom. His body trembled violently under the crushing pressure, yet as he absorbed the dragon's blood, his flesh was nourished and restored. Amidst this cycle of destruction and revival, his physique gradually strengthened, and his vitality thickened. Xian advanced step by step. The further he progressed, the greater the pressure and suffering he endured, which of course spurred him on, allowing him to absorb the dragon blood more swiftly. The blood dragon continued to dissipate, its essence diminishing. Yet, the deeper he ventured into the cultivation of vitality, the more energy was required, making progress increasingly arduous. Xian's advancement slowed considerably compared to the beginning. Days turned into weeks, and after 20 days had passed, Xian fully absorbed the dragon's blood. As the last trace of blood essence was consumed, he successfully reached the limit of the 10th level. At that moment, his vitality surged immensely. Originally, he could only move forward with a bent posture, his bones and flesh on the verge of rupture. Now he stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his face devoid of any trace of pain. Suddenly, with a resounding force, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the testing stone, causing it to tremble violently. The bloodlight, dazzling and intense. 4 striking characters emerged. Vitality, 100,000. He had truly shattered the threshold of 100,000 strength, an achievement that was indeed rare. Xian exhaled deeply, his arduous training over the past days not in vain. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person, it is exceedingly difficult to enhance their vital energy. For someone like Xian, possessing a vitality of 100,000, it would typically take at least a decade or more, supplemented by a myriad of potent elixirs and treasures, along with the necessary cultivation. Under normal circumstances, achieving this through solitary physical training alone would take 2 decades. Regrettably, the dragon's blood had been nearly exhausted, making future cultivation a daunting challenge. Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to retract his focus, the building shook with a thunderous tremor. The vibration was immensely powerful, prompting him to look upward, where a staircase descended, culminating in a stone door. Xian's gaze flickered as he attempted to ascend to the 2nd floor, encountering no obstacles along the way. However, upon reaching the stone door, he felt an immense pressure. His eyes flashed, and with his vital energy surging, the sound of thunderous roars echoed as he braced against the door, unleashing a forceful surge of vitality. 100,000 vitality surged forth. The momentum was overwhelming, yet the door merely shuddered slightly. Xian was left in a state of shock and numbness. 100,000 strength, unable to budge a door? What lay beyond? Taking several deep breaths, he pushed again, and then again, exerting himself over a dozen times, nearly depleting his strength. The door only trembled. It was so heavy. Xian gasped for breath, and as his spirit dispersed, he found himself back in the external world, leaving the cultivation tower. The 2nd floor's door was exceedingly heavy, making it nearly impossible to push open in one go. Xian could only wait for his strength to recover before attempting again. Today, he had only spent 2 hours inside before emerging, returning directly to his courtyard. He washed away the blood and changed into clean garments, then retrieved a large assortment of elixirs. Lin Xuan was continually delivering various nourishing herbs daily. He consumed them all, with a vitality of 100,000. His bones and flesh, having undergone the baptism of dragon's blood, had completely transformed, and his endurance was beyond that of an ordinary person. Consuming these essences posed no threat of explosion. The essence spread throughout his body, rapidly restoring his strength. An hour later, Xian opened his eyes. Strength renewed. He was about to push the door once more when a voice called from outside. Senior Brother Ji, the Hall Master requests your presence. Xian was compelled to halt, opening the door to find a short, stout man standing outside. The man spoke. The Hall Master is waiting in the conference hall. What is the matter? Xuan inquired. The disciple shook his head. I do not know, but the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have also gone. It must be something significant. Xian nodded and made his way toward the conference hall. As he entered, he found the atmosphere oppressive. At the head seat sat the Lord of the Hall, Lin Xuan, flanked on either side by the 10 esteemed elders of the Great Dao Hall. The gravity of the situation was palpable. It was evidently not a matter of good fortune. In truth, Xian had anticipated this development long before. Over a month had passed since the news of his downfall had spread, and it was only natural that some would be unable to resist taking action. Chief Ji, how has your cultivation fared during these days? Xian remained silent, until the second elder from the left spoke up. Xuan replied, the esteemed divine physician has already stated that restoration is impossible. The second elder nodded and turned to Lin Xuan at the main seat. Lord, the envoy from Zhongzhou should have arrived by now. With Xian rendered incapacitated, he will undoubtedly have no opportunity in this upcoming examination for Zhongzhou. I further ponder. Regarding his position as chief disciple, Lin Xuan interjected bluntly. Are you suggesting that we dispose of Xian and elevate your grandson as chief? The second elder's gaze flickered. The position of chief disciple pertains to the dignity of our South Province, Great Dao Hall. Who ultimately occupies it should be determined by merit. Behind the second elder stood a man clad in black robes, his demeanor exuding arrogance, with a glint of malicious glee in his eyes as he regarded Xian. Guiwu, the second most powerful individual in the Dao Hall. The Chui family is one of the 4 prominent clans of the South Province. Second elder, you should abandon this notion at once. From the day Xian became chief, he shall forever remain so. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on the second elder. This is unchangeable. Moreover, how much has Xian contributed to our South Province? He has fought valiantly for us since the tender age of 10, bringing countless resources and honors to our land. Now that he has fallen upon hard times, shall we trample upon him? Those unaware would think our South Province Great Dao Hall comprised of treacherous and disloyal knaves. The second elder's expression darkened, recognizing the veiled criticism. Lord, I speak thus out of concern for the South Province and the Great Dao Hall. Your intentions are noted. Lin Xuan gestured dismissively. Our South Province Great Dao Hall has never adhered to the principle of replacing the old with the new. The second elder ground his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Chui Wu stepped forward. Lord, we have a precedent for replacing the chief when one falls in battle. Lin Xuan's expression turned icy. Chui Wu continued. In the Great Dao Hall, strength is revered above all. This was the very lesson you imparted on my first day here. To rise high and gain much, one must possess substantial strength. Before Lin Xuan could voice his opposition, Chui Wu turned to Xian. Xian, do you dare duel me? Impudent. Lin Xuan rebuked sternly. Lord, I believe Chui Wu speaks the truth. Strength is indeed paramount in the Great Dao Hall. The second elder immediately rose, joined by several elders from prominent families, signaling their allegiance. Lin Xuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. However, Xian merely smiled and shook his head, glancing at Chui Wu. Very well. If you desire the position of chief, I shall grant it to you. With that, he turned to leave, yet Chui Wu stepped forward. Xian, I do not seek your concession. I wish to seize it with my own hands. In the Great Dao Hall, a chief does not abdicate. They only fall in battle. Xian was momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze upon Chui Wu. Are you implying that your true intention is to take my life? But why? Chui Wu's expression was icy. I want all of Southern Province to know that I am the true leader. Xian waved his hand dismissively. You are not that foolish. Even if you desire to kill me, you would not choose to act during such a sensitive time. To claim the position of leader, there are but 2 motivations. First, wealth. Being the chief disciple comes with numerous privileges. However, Xian has relinquished that. He desires it not. Second, face. Chui Wu has always battled against him, yet has never emerged victorious. Resentment and hatred are surely brewing within him. Yet, Chui Wu is no fool. To act now would not only offend the Hall Master, but would also invite ridicule. for Xian is perceived as a useless being by outsiders. Is such a victory truly glorious? Chui Wu replied, enough of this nonsense. Let us fight. Xian stared intently at Chui Wu, then nodded. 3 days hence. On the platform of life and death. Chui Wu pressed further. No, today. Right here. The second elder interjected, Xian, if you're afraid to fight, you may publicly abdicate your position before the entire sect and leave the Great Dao Hall, never to return. Xian sneered. Leaving the Great Dao Hall meant certain death. How could one who seeks to kill him possibly leave him and escape? Moreover, what exactly does the Chui family desire? I refuse to agree to a life or death battle. Anyone who dares to harm Xian today shall not expect mercy from me. Lin Xuan was also waiting, eager to understand why the Chui family was so desperate for Xian's demise. Unfortunately, he did not receive the answer he sought. Hall Master, my duel with Xian is merely a contest for position among disciples. According to the rules of the Great Dao Hall, it is voluntary. Kui Wu rebated, his eyes gleaming with madness. Lin Xuan was about to elaborate, but Xian interjected, very well. No, Lin Xuan bellowed. Yet just before his voice fell, Chui Wu surged forward with astonishing speed, unleashing his full aura in a single, deadly punch aimed at Xian's head. A lethal strike, the kind meant to kill. The air roared, seeking death. The Hall Master's murderous intent surged, but the second elder quickly positioned himself in the center, pride evident in his gaze. He was exhilarated. However, this excitement was abruptly interrupted as blood and flesh erupted before him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The entire hall was stunned. Chui Wu's fist had struck, and it detonated. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. But before he could fully react, Xian's punch landed squarely on his skull. Boom! Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Following this, Xian casually flicked the headless corpse towards the feet of the second elder, stating calmly, in the contest for chief, Chui Wu has been defeated. Chapter 4. The second layer. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was rendered numb with shock. Had he awakened? Had his cultivation returned? No, it was not mere cultivation. Lin Xuan suddenly exclaimed, vitality. This is the true power of vitality. Vitality slays the profound. However, this stirred an even greater tumult. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the vitality and blood power be so extraordinarily potent? The realms of cultivation, first realm of vitality, second realm of spirit awakening, third realm of profound understanding, are separated by insurmountable chasms. Yet, Xian, the first realm, defies logic by vanquishing one of the third realm. It is utterly inconceivable. Wu Er, the second elder, stood frozen in place, eventually unleashing a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes turning blood red and his aura exuding a terrifying intent to kill. Kill! He bellowed, charging forth, only to be met by Lin Xuan's fist, which sent him crashing back, blood spewing from his mouth. The contest for the position of chief was instigated by you, and Chui Wu's demise was his own doing. Lin Xuan admonished the second elder. What do you intend to do? The second elder's expression twisted in fury. He had never anticipated that Xian's vitality would reach such a formidable level. Was this even human? In recent days, Xian had indeed been frequenting the vitality training tower, but each time he emerged bloodied. Who could have foreseen his terrifying prowess? Realizing that remaining here would not allow him to kill Xian, he let out a heavy snort and turned to leave the Grand Hall. Yet Lin Xuan blocked his path. Have I permitted you to leave? The second elder glared. At that moment, Xian spoke. Why? The second elder replied in a grave tone. You have triumphed, and you remain the chief. However, you have stirred up great trouble. Chui Wu has already been chosen by the Central Continent. So, the ones seeking to kill me hail from the Central Continent? Xian fixed his gaze on the second elder. Which one? The second elder's face darkened. You will find out. Shall I kill him? Xian noticed the murderous intent in his eyes and then turned to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's expression hardened. Then let it be so. The second elder's complexion changed drastically. Lin Xuan, do you truly disregard the dignity of the great clans? The 4 great clans are deeply entrenched in the southern continent. Intricately woven into the fabric of the Great Hall, where pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Non-étles, Lin Xuan aura surgi forte, radiating à danse clignante. Utterly unconcerned, my backing is from the Central Continent. The second elder shouted, simultaneously glancing at the elders present. Today, we shall rebel against him. The central continent will take charge. The gazes of several elders flickered. Whoever moves shall perish. With this command from Lin Xuan, the grand elder stepped forward, and the remaining elders followed suit. The second elder's faction weakened in resolve. With a swift motion, Lin Xuan struck down, and the second elder's head exploded on the spot, blood staining the grand hall. Subsequently, his gaze swept over the remaining elders, silently marking them. It is time for the reshuffling of this great hall. You have provoked individuals from the central continent. Once all matters here are settled, the hall master turned to Xian, his expression grave as he inquired. Xian shook his head. During past battles, he had encountered them, but recently, he had had no dealings with anyone from the central continent. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time, yet could not discern the reason. The assassins lurking in the mountains attempting to kill Xian left no trace. If they were not from the four great clans, could they possibly be from the central continent? Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the hall, and the crowd hurriedly exited, looking up to see the sky cloaked in a layer of crimson clouds in the distance. In that direction, the Chui family. Beneath the crimson clouds stood a man clad in white. Although he was quite distant, Xian felt as if their gazes were locked in mutual scrutiny. That look bore a hint of playful intrigue. The law manifestation. Xian furrowed his brow. By harnessing the seeds of magical energy, one could generate power within. Yet some extraordinary beings could also condense the law manifestation, resonating with the heavens and significantly amplifying their combat prowess. The murderous aura emanating from within those crimson clouds was indeed the law manifestation summoned from the seeds of magical energy, an anomaly from the central continent. Lin Xuan also gazed in that direction, his voice laden with gravity. The Nalan family of the central continent. The Nalan family, a prominent lineage among the mortal clans. Xian pondered for a long while and murmured, "The Nalan family? Have I ever offended them?" Lin Xuan fell silent, but soon his gaze solidified with determination. "So be it, the Nalan family. If it is war, then let it be war." Just then, a figure approached, casting a glance at Xian before heading off to the side, and Xian followed suit. One must behave properly within the great Dao Hall and refrain from wandering. The newcomer was none other than the maiden in white, Xianxia. Xian looked at the girl, and Xianxia said, "It's me." Xian nodded. "I understand. Was it because of the first beauty of the southern continent, Xianxia? Were the assassins lurking in the mountains also dispatched by the Nalan family?" Xian's expression darkened, and Xianxia's gaze turned threatening. "Do not act rashly. Nalan Jia has reached the gathering law realm, resonating with the heavens, and has summoned the law manifestation. He is formidable. Leave this to me," Xianxia declared. "Since this matter arose because of me, I shall also quell it." Xian questioned, "Can you manage it?" Xianxia looked at him. "For the sake of the men, I shall make it work." Xuan. Xianxia turned, adding, "No backing out of the engagement." Xuan smiled faintly. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, he turned his gaze once more toward the direction of the Chui family. Fixating on the area shrouded in crimson clouds, his expression gradually darkening. Do the great families bully others? He too had suffered under such oppression over the years. Yet, those who had bullied him had met unfortunate fates. In the ensuing days, the undercurrents in southern continents surged, as the Chui family's patriarch and grandson were annihilated, prompting the four great families to sense the looming threat. Subsequently, the great Dao Hall underwent a thorough cleansing from top to bottom. Those deserving of death were executed, while others were spared, significantly diminishing the influence of the four great families. By the evening of the fourth day, news erupted across the southern continent. Reaching the city of Nandu, where the great Dao Hall resided, a messenger from the central continent has entered the southern continent. The central continent's great Dao Hall is to conduct a grand examination, and anyone from the southern continent may participate, although, barring unforeseen circumstances, those eligible have already been predetermined. The candidates are a rarity among thousands, unless they are truly extraordinary. Yet, even this slim chance ignited a frenzy among many, as the benefits of entering the central continent's great Dao Hall were immense. First, one's own future. Second, fortune for the whole family. The city of Nandu became overcrowded. During this time, Xian remained within the courtyard, continuously stabilizing his vital energy his strength reaching a formidable 100,000, yet proving quite difficult to control. Moreover, he persistently pushed against the door on the second floor. This door was exceedingly heavy. Day after day, he endeavored countless times, and at dusk, a faint crack finally appeared. With the emergence of this gap, Xian pushed once more, and the door seemed to lose all resistance, effortlessly swinging open. The second floor. As he stepped inside, his expression was once again astounded. This place was even grander. Above, enormous crimson birds circled, their bodies seemingly ablaze with fierce flames. The sight of those flames was utterly terrifying. Could it be the immortal phoenix? Xian was profoundly shaken. The oppressive aura of those crimson birds was immense, surpassing even that of the five-clawed blood dragon on the first floor. They resembled the legendary immortal phoenixes. A total of 9. Chapter 5. Reopening the Qi Sea. Transforming vital energy into magic. 9 immortal phoenixes. Their pressure was even more tyrannical than that of the blood dragon. The five-clawed blood dragon was the essence of condensed blood energy, while these immortal phoenixes also appeared to be formed from blood energy. Yet each one surpassed the five-clawed blood dragon in vitality. The first floor absorbed dragon's blood energy to enhance the physical body, undergoing a metamorphosis, as if laying the foundation for him. Only when the vitality reached 100,000 could he push open the stone door to ascend to the second floor. With still the third and fourth floors above, Xian could hardly fathom it, but he was exhilarated. A blade? Xian scanned this realm, and his gaze fell upon a sword embedded in the ground. Approaching it, he discovered it to be a broad blade, its body resembling a door plank, appearing quite ordinary, devoid of the innate radiance of a divine weapon, with rust covering its surface. Nevertheless, an impulse surged within him, as if a voice echoed in his mind. Draw the sword. The voice repeated incessantly. Xian furrowed his brow, then stepped forward. In the next moment, his vitality erupted, and clasping the black hilt, he yanked it with a thunderous force. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the second floor trembled violently, and the 9 immortal phoenixes soared above, emitting piercing cries, as if in excitement, as if in fervor. With each successive draw of the sword, streams of flame cascaded down, transforming into currents that re-entered Xian's body. Immediately, his vitality surged once more, surpassing 100,000, continuing to escalate. No, it was not merely an increase in vitality. It felt as though spiritual energy was entering his being. Boom! Rumbled. Xian absorbed that fiery essence, which astonishingly coalesced within his shattered Dantian Qi Sea, forming a fire cloud, not dispersing, but gathering into a swirling vortex. A fiery cyclone, the immortal phoenix, renowned for its immortality, undergoes rebirth through flames. Could this not be considered my own rebirth? His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the surging power resumed its flow, causing the blade to tremble violently in his hands, slowly lifting from the ground. Thus, a full quarter of an hour passed. At last, the blade was drawn from the earth. This sword, with its pitch-black blade wide as a door plank, was already riddled with rust, devoid of sharpness, and was a broken blade. The blade was incomplete. However, it was dreadfully heavy. Xian drew the sword, attempting to lift it, only to discover that one hand was utterly insufficient. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he managed to hoist the blade slightly, yet found it impossible to wield, let alone hold it level. It was excessively heavy, unreasonably so. Xian gasped for breath, ultimately resigned to placing the sword down once more. As it sank back into the earth, the colossal sword, terrifyingly weighty, his spirit waned, and he found himself in the outside world. Upon opening his eyes, the astonishment within them was unmistakable. To whom did this sword belong? Merely drawing it required an extraordinary strength exceeding 100,000. What kind of formidable power would be necessary to wield such a blade? And to manipulate it with ease, what tremendous strength must one possess? Yet, a cyclone appeared. Shaking off his astonishment, Xian turned his focus inward. Within the shattered sea of Qi, the flame cyclone persisted. This cyclone spun around the building, as if the structure itself exerted a certain allure, drawing the flame cyclone into its rotation. Testing it, Xian immediately calmed his mind and began to cultivate, invoking the foremost technique of the Great Tao Hall, the Great Tao Guidance Technique. This technique was reserved solely for the chief disciple. As the technique activated, Strands of spiritual energy swiftly surged into Xian's body through his mouth and nose, subsequently merging with the cyclone. There was a way. Xian was elated. He could truly absorb it. Moreover, the cyclone was condensed from the immortal phoenix fire, which directly refined the absorbed spiritual energy into an exceptionally pure essence. Devoid of any impurities, it was a perfect match for the great Tao guidance technique. With a mere thought, he felt the flow of his cultivation power. Thunderous roars resounded as Xian rejoiced, hastening his practice. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, and spiritual energy from all directions rushed in like a torrent, continuously entering his body and merging into the flame cyclone, transforming into his own cultivation power. His cultivation revived at an unfathomable pace. Revelation of the Spirit, stages 1, 2, 3, 4. In just 1 hour, he reached the 4th stage of revelation. However, this was insufficient. Far from enough. A month prior, Xian had been at the Gathering Law Realm. The spiritual energy here was far too sparse. He needed to go to the Cultivation Tower. Xian rose and made his way directly to the Cultivation Tower for enhancement. As the chief of the Great Tao Hall, even though many knew of his incapacitation, until Lin Chushan spoke, none dared to strip Xian of his rights. The Cultivation Tower allowed ordinary disciples to utilize it once a month for a maximum of 1 hour, while outstanding disciples could use it once every half-month for up to 2 hours. And prodigious disciples could access it once every 3 days for a maximum of 3 hours. Yet, even this required a certain fee. But as chief, Xuan fast no restrictions. He could enter at any time, at his discretion. Upon entering the Cultivation Tower, Xian did not pause until he reached the 6th floor, where the spiritual energy was abundant, with a concentration 60 times that of the outside world. 60-fold spiritual energy concentration. Breathe in, seated cross-legged. He directly activated the Great Tao guiding technique, and a vortex of energy swiftly whirled upwards, drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence like a tumultuous river. In an instant, his cultivation soared once more, ascending through the 5th, 6th, and 7th realms, culminating at the peak of the opening spirit stage. Within half an hour, he reached the pinnacle. Xian sensed a formidable power reviving within him. Rising, he departed from the 6th level and ascended to the 7th level of the Cultivation Tower. The 7th level boasted a 70-fold increase. Yet this realm also imposed certain restrictions on cultivation. Previously, Xian could only ascend to the 6th level. Any further progression would encounter significant limitations. Otherwise, he would have directly reached the summit of this tower, where the concentration of spiritual energy was 100 times that of the outside world. Pressing on, he continued to absorb energy at an ever-accelerating pace. The vortex, growing in strength alongside Xian's cultivation, became increasingly harmonious with the Great Tao guiding technique. The absorption rate intensified. However, this time, it took over 2 hours for Xian to barely return to the profound understanding realm. Not quite. Xian focused intently during the opening spirit stage. I had not realized it, but upon reaching profound understanding, it became clear that the essence required for my breakthrough has multiplied several times. The energy needed for advancement has increased. The vortex spread around the tower like layers of fiery clouds. As I stepped into profound understanding and birthed profound power, its intensity rivaled that of magical energy. A month ago, Xian had already attained the gathering magic stage. Thus, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of magical energy. Now, he felt that the profound power he had generated could compare to that of his previous magical energy. An overall transcendence. Profound power comparable to ordinary magical energy. With a flicker of insight, Xian promptly exited the Cultivation Tower. At this moment, the morning sun gradually rose, casting its golden rays upon the world, heralding a new beginning. Boom! The sound of a bell resonated within the Great Tao Hall. The highly anticipated Central State Examination had commenced. Chapter 6. I await him. The Central State Examination was a grand affair, held within the Great Tao Hall. As the bell tolled, all the elders and disciples within the hall made their way towards the central plaza. Outside the Great Tao Hall, numerous cultivators entered with permission, eagerly awaiting the start of the examination. Xian was also present. Do not take risks. As Xian arrived, Xianxia appeared beside him. I will take you to Central State. Xian looked at the young woman and smiled. Do you want me to be your toy boy? Xianxia chuckled. She seldom smiled, and this playful grin was a rare sight. She then leaned closer to Xian and whispered, "I will support you." Having said that, the young woman turned to leave. Xian gazed at her departing figure, sensing an unusual power emanating from her. After achieving 100,000 in vitality, his spirit seemed to have strengthened significantly as well. His spiritual senses were extraordinarily acute. Originally, his spirit was innately robust, but after reaching 100,000 in vitality, it became even more formidable. He stared intently at Xianxia. That power was truly formidable. However, I am no longer filled with the vigor of 10,000 spirits. Xuan mused quietly. Having absorbed the immortal phoenix, my vitality has once again surged, and my cultivation has revived. Yet to outsiders, the shattered aura of the building envelopes Xian in a shroud of mystery, leaving onlookers bewildered. As time passed, the crowd swelled, with the 4 great clans arriving one after another, all positioned at the forefront, their presence exuding a chilling intensity. Lin Xuan, with a decisive stroke, left no room for reaction, directly stripping away numerous pivotal positions from the 4 clans. By the time the 4 clans realized what was happening, Lin Xuan was already in a reckless stance, as if he would obliterate the 4 clans before extinguishing the great palace. The 4 clans were infuriated. They understood that if they did not take action soon, they would simply be at the mercy of others. Today's grand examination in Zhongzhou is their opportunity. Should the descendants of the 4 clans be selected, their status would be instantly transformed, and even the palace master would hesitate to overstep. Simultaneously, their gazes subtly fixated on Xian, his position as the chief disciple. The chief disciple enjoys numerous privileges. Firstly, the chance to enter Zhongzhou, which serves as a significant backing. Secondly, securing the chief disciple position would allow them to navigate dealings with Lin Xuan. Xuan, the grand competition in Zhongzhou is about to commence. Do you possess the confidence as the chief? At this moment, a young disciple stepped forward. Xian glanced over and shook his head. The disciple scoffed. How can the esteemed chief be so lacking in resolve? If you have no confidence, you might as well relinquish your title. Just then, a second disciple emerged. The chief of the Dao Palace represents the honor of our southern state. I propose that before the grand examination in Zhongzhou begins, we hold a contest for the chief position once more. As his words fell, a third, 4th person, entangled with many disciples and elders from the 4 clans, stood forth, loudly echoing. The chief of the Dao Palace should be held by the capable. All eyes turned towards Xian. In the past, within this southern state, no matter how extraordinary one might be, they would still appear diminutive in Xian's presence. At 16, he had condensed the seed of magical power, unprecedented. Yet now, he had become the target of everyone's scorn. Chief Ji, please take the stage. Those individuals pressed forward, their expressions reveling in amusement, ready to tear the facade apart today. If Lin Xuan sought to suppress the 4 clans, they would make it clear to him that the foundation of the 4 clans is solid. Any attempt to disrupt it would be formidable. This southern state may very well exist without Lin Xuan, but it will certainly thrive with the 4 clans. He is no longer the chief. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, followed by a maiden clad in azure, stepping directly into the center of the square. Xianxia, her gaze fixed upon Xian. Last night, Xian and I clashed, and he has already been defeated. Henceforth, the chief of the Dao Palace shall be me. Xianxia. A frown spread across the crowd. Ignoring the bewildered Xian, Xianxia surveyed the assembly and raised her voice. Who among you desires this chief position? Come forth and battle me. Xianxia. The arena fell silent. At that moment, a man in black dashed forward. He was the 3rd of the Dao Palace, second only to Cui Wu, and had also stepped into the realm of profound understanding. Sister Yi, your talent is commendable. Yet your ranking in the Dao Hall lies beyond the 5th position. Is it truly worth it to stand out? The man gazed at Xianxia. If you desire to be the foremost, then come forth. Xianxia responded with simplicity and directness. The man's expression turned icy. Very well, since that is the case. I, Sun Cheng, shall not hold back. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, conjuring a tremendous tempest that surged toward Xianxia, his fist raised to strike. However, the moment that fist descended, the entire arena was engulfed in astonishment, not due to its strength, but because it was effortlessly halted. Before the fist stood a delicate jade-like hand, which firmly intercepted the blow. Next, Yi Qingshan's voice rang out lightly, and with a swift motion of her palm, Sun Cheng's body was sent hurtling backward with a resounding crash. His arm twisted grotesquely, blood gushing forth. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Yi Qingshan, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Southern Prefecture. Yet her combat prowess was acknowledged to be outside the top 5 in the Dao Hall. And yet, at this moment, she effortlessly repelled an opponent ranked 3rd. Such might? Even Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a smirk. What had awakened within this girl? Truly formidable. Indeed, extraordinarily formidable. Come forth. Yi Qingshan challenged from her position, while silence enveloped the spectators below. The expressions of the 4 great clans turned grim, overwhelmed by her strength, which exceeded all expectations. They had meticulously devised their plans, believing them infallible, yet they were disrupted by the emergence of Yi Qingshan. Since no one else is stepping up, I shall claim the title of the foremost, Yi Qingshan declared, casting aside a few words, at which point someone from the 4 clans finally stepped forward. In a flash, this individual moved with remarkable speed, eschewing any preamble, wielding a sword, and swiftly closed the distance to Yi Qingshan, launching a fierce slash. Yet, just as the sword descended, Yi Qingshan vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him. In that instant, the girl's gaze turned frigid, and a sword of vibrant green materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and the man, still facing away from Yi Qingshan, had his head severed in an instant. Blood splattered vividly. Yi Qingshan sheathed her sword and turned once more. Should anyone else wish to challenge, feel free to seek me out. I am more than willing to assert my dominance further. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The wind passed silently. The woman was undeniably powerful. And not merely a pretty face. When she engaged, she showed no hesitation. Yi Qingshan approached Ji Xian's side, saying nothing, merely standing there, which rendered the restless crowd silent. The 4 great clans, with no recourse, could only retreat from her radiance. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed as a vessel soared through the air, upon which stood 2 elderly figures, the envoys from Central Prefecture. Upon reaching the expanse above the Dao Hall, the vessel steadied, and the 2 elders descended from the heavens as if stepping down a staircase. Yi Qingshan then tugged at Ji Xian. Shall we take a stroll? Ji Xian now inquired, are you not going to take the exam? Even if you're guaranteed a place, there is a process to follow. Yi Qingshan shook her head and replied, I do not require it. My teacher has arranged everything for me. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Xiandao conceded, very well. The Zhongzhou Grand Examination would span several days, and he had time on his side. The duo departed side by side, towards a tranquil area. When Yi Qingshan suddenly turned to Ji Xiandao, saying, in the past, you were quite mischievous, often sneaking a hold of my hand. Ji Xiandao remarked, every time, you were extremely incensed and wished to strike me. Yi Qingshan paused, then extended her hand to grasp Ji Xuandao's, continuing to walk forward. The woman's initiative momentarily startled Ji Xiandao, but he soon smiled and reciprocated her grasp. A subtle blush appeared on his face, while the young woman wore a hint of a smile. They walked in silence for quite some time, until noon, when Yi Qingshan stated, I must return. My teacher is at home. Ji Xiandao nodded in agreement. Your teacher, is it the one from the Zhongzhou Dao Hall? After Yi Qingshan departed, Ji Xiandao turned towards the courtyard, only to be confronted by a piercing gaze that blocked his path. The individual was of modest height and ordinary appearance, yet bore an air of arrogance. Fixating on Ji Xiandao, he proclaimed, I am from the Nalan family, a retainer of young Master Jia. If you wish to converse, let him come himself. Ji Xiandao glanced at him and coolly replied, do you believe you are worthy? The newcomer scoffed, asserting that the Nalan family was a prestigious lineage of immeasurable depth and that Nalan Jia was one of the esteemed heirs, occupying a lofty position. However, before the laughter could fully dissipate, Ji Xiandao swiftly approached, delivering a resounding slap that sent the diminutive man flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Without waiting for a response, Ji Xiandao followed up, planting his foot on the man's chest, causing even more blood to flow. If he wishes to talk, let him come himself, understood? With a gaze that turned icy, Ji Xiandao scrutinized the small man beneath his foot until the anger in his eyes was replaced by fear. Finally, Ji Xiandao smiled. I shall await him. Chapter 7. The Great Heavy Blade. After dispatching the small man, Xiandao pondered for a moment before returning to the cultivation tower. For the grand examination of Zhongzhou would last a considerable time. Naturally, he wished to partake. Before that, he aimed to strengthen himself as much as possible. Zhongzhou was rife with prodigies. On the 7th floor of the cultivation tower, Xiandao immersed himself in practice for several hours, absorbing an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Yet, his cultivation remained at the first level of the profound realm. The energy required was far greater than he had anticipated. Xiandao could feel himself growing significantly stronger. His current mystic force was indeed comparable to magical power. However, he had yet to break through to the next realm. As evening approached, he exited the cultivation tower, making his way to the back mountain of the Dao Hall, where a thunder pool resided, harnessing the power of lightning to temper the body. While absorbing dragon blood, Xiandao had leveraged the pressure of the blood cultivation tower to crush his flesh, stimulating the absorption and refining of the dragon blood, albeit with great effort. Now, however, he ascended to the 10th level without needing to endure much pressure, a state that evidently could not continue to aid in his absorption of phoenix blood. The Thunder Pool, a venue for tempering the body with the might of thunder. Xian stepped directly into the arena, and instantly, tendrils of thunderous energy began to coalesce within the 10-meter wide pool. A deafening roar erupted as the thunder surged violently, transforming into whips of electricity that lashed against Xian's body with ferocious intensity, each strike leaving him battered and bloodied. The electric currents coursed through him, inducing a paralyzing tremor in his limbs. The agony he endured here was tenfold that of his experiences within the cultivation tower. His teeth ground together, his eyes tinged with crimson, and he felt as though he were on the brink of losing consciousness. With a flash of resolve, he absorbed the energy and ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he found that access was unrestricted. With a thunderous crash, the immortal phoenix flames descended. And, as Xian wielded his profound guiding technique, he discovered it truly could channel the energy. Waves of fiery blood essence entered his body, continuously burning through his flesh. Yet this scorching sensation also served as a profound nourishment. The essence of phoenix blood revitalized him. After an hour, Xian emerged from the thunder pool. Though in a disheveled state, he could sense a significant amplification of his vitality. The cyclone in his dantian became denser, swirling around the structure. With the absorption of phoenix blood, he cultivated both body and technique simultaneously. Returning to the courtyard, Xian cleansed himself of the remnants of his ordeal and, with renewed determination, ascended to the 2nd floor once more. This time, his purpose was not mere absorption. He understood that the growth of power must be approached with caution. Reckless pursuit could easily lead to madness, blinding one's mind with overwhelming strength. Thus, he chose a methodical and steady approach to ensure his safety. Reversing his guiding technique, a repulsive force emerged to block the influx of phoenix blood flames into his body, directing his focus towards the massive blade before him. Xian referred to it as the Great Heavy Blade. It was immensely weighty. Gripping the blade with both hands, he summoned his cultivation, now at the 1st level of profound understanding, surpassing the typical 1st level of magical power, channeling his vitality, which exceeded 100,000 units, in conjunction with his cultivation. He possessed the capacity to obliterate the average practitioner. As his vitality and cultivation converged, he attempted to draw the blade once more. Yet despite his face turning crimson from exertion, he could merely position the blade horizontally in front of him. To wield it? Utterly impractical. Moreover, maintaining this position lasted only a quarter of an hour. Simply holding the blade horizontally for that brief duration drained him entirely. His arms ached terribly, heavier than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, this practice of holding the blade would temper his vitality and cultivation, enabling him to master them more effectively. Thus, Xian took the time to rest, resuming the horizontal stance whenever fatigue set in, recuperating his strength before once again positioning the blade before him. The night passed, and he remained steadfast, continuously holding the blade, attuning himself to the flow of his vitality and the rhythm of his cultivation. Not a trace of detail escaped his scrutiny. He conducted a thorough self-examination. By afternoon, he was able to maintain the blade's position for an entire hour, having grown familiar with his own strength. He could wield it more efficiently, exerting 1 unit of force to yield the effect of 2. This was the essence of skill. At this moment, Xian had begun to grasp the surging power and cultivation he had acquired. He dispersed his spirit and departed from the second floor. Outside, he rose and walked into the courtyard, where the distant roar persisted. The fervor of the central state examination only intensified, with many striving desperately for success. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried. Turning around, he approached a tower dedicated to cultivation, the Enlightenment Tower. Having mastered his cultivation and the vitality of his blood, it was now time to refine his divine abilities. Divine abilities range from 1 to 9 tiers. Previously, Xian had practiced several divine abilities, all of which were the highest caliber in the southern state. However, now he felt as if he had been reborn. His foundation was reshaped, his vitality surged, and his profound cultivation could directly rival magical powers. Everything had transformed. His divine abilities required reformation as well. Curiously, Xian entered the Enlightenment Tower and, upon reaching the first floor, observed intricate patterns adorning the tower's walls. These designs emitted a faint glow, containing insights into cultivation and the principles of divine abilities. Naturally, Xian did not linger on the first level. He ascended directly to the 7th floor, the pinnacle of the Enlightenment Tower. Here, not only were there wall illustrations, but also several stone tablets, each inscribed with various designs, sword patterns, fist imprints, palm marks, and even shapes of mythical beasts, such as soaring birds and descending tigers, among others. At the deepest part, there stood a grand stone tablet, upon which a knife was etched. When Xian first visited this place, he found himself entranced by the knife, feeling an inexplicable connection. Yet, he had not gained anything from it. Now, as he gazed at the knife pattern once more, he studied every intricate detail without missing a single nuance. Gradually, he fell into a state of self-forgetfulness, where the surroundings seemed to vanish, leaving only the tablet and the knife pattern before him. Suddenly, the knife pattern flickered and transformed into an exceedingly blinding flash of blade light, slashing down with a thunderous force. This strike was as if it aimed to cleave heaven and earth asunder, a single stroke to sever the cosmos. The brilliance of the blade was overwhelmingly dazzling, causing Xian's body to tremble violently, and he stumbled backward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Opening his eyes, he was filled with astonishment. What a domineering strike, one that could sever heaven and earth. Xian looked again at the tablet, now dimmed considerably. He closed his eyes, recalling the earlier strike, every detail vividly etched in his mind, from the knife's emergence to its ascent and its descent, each nuance meticulously imprinted. I have attained it, a single stroke to sever heaven and earth. Xian's gaze brightened, yet that strike left an insatiable yearning within him. It felt incomplete, much like the guiding techniques I have mastered. The Southern State's teachings are also lacking. The Hall of Great Tao is vast, and the inheritance is stratified. The Central State boasts even more profound legacies. With a glint in his eye, Xian promptly exited the Enlightenment Tower, only to be met by a chilling gaze directed at him. He turned his head to see a woman clad in a black dress standing there. This woman exuded an aura of sharpness. As Xian gazed ahead, it was as if he had encountered a sword. In an instant, a figure clad in black approached with astonishing speed. Yet, Xian remained unperturbed. After all, this was the Hall of the Great Tao. The woman in black fixed her gaze upon him, and after a brief moment, she turned and departed. Xian furrowed his brow. At that moment, the black-clad woman paused, glanced back at Xian, and declared, "In 3 days, you and Xian'er shall accompany me to Zhongzhou." Xian regarded her, pondering her identity. The woman in black moved away, and only then did the hall master emerge. Approaching Xian, he remarked, "Being handsome has its advantages." Xian rolled his eyes in response, while Lin Chushan chuckled. "However, your vital energy is so formidable that even without your wife, you are qualified to enter Zhongzhou. With a vitality surpassing 100,000, it truly exceeded imagination." Lin Chushan speculated that Xian might have awakened some terrifying divine physique. "Who is she?" Xian inquired about the woman in black. Lin Chushan replied, "She is Yi Qingxian's teacher, a sword cultivator from the Hall of the Great Tao in Zhongzhou, Jiang Liuli. Quite powerful." Xian asked, "How does she compare to you?" Lin Chushan laughed unabashedly. "There's no way to compare with me." Xian observed him, and Lin Chushan added, "After all, she might not even need to draw her sword to defeat me." Chapter 8. Enlightenment of the Blade. In the following 3 days, Xian immersed himself wholly in his cultivation. Each day, he would visit this spirit-rich training tower, having ascended to the 10th level, where the density of spiritual energy was 100-fold that of the outside world. During moments of respite, he would ascend to the 2nd floor to absorb Phoenix blood, his vitality swelling as he continued to stimulate his energy in the thunder pool. As his power increased, he began honing his skills with the blade, relentlessly refining his technique. One night, the sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moon or stars. In the courtyard, Xian stood in quiet contemplation, his thoughts igniting a pitch-black broken blade that materialized in his hand. A great heavy blade. He could wield it from the 2nd floor. Gripping it with one hand, he felt a tremendous pressure on his arm, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to hold the blade aloft. Despite his efforts, his cultivation remained at the 1st level of the profound realm, but his vitality had grown significantly. Moreover, he wielded it with remarkable ease. At that moment, with the blade in hand, Xian closed his eyes, standing motionless as visions of a blade severing heaven and earth flickered through his mind. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, and after 3/4 of an hour, Xian's eyes flew open, and with a mighty swing, he cleaved the air before him. Boom! The weight of the blade compressed the air, causing a series of explosions, and infused with Xian's cultivation. It unleashed a blinding ray of light that surged forth, crushing the air in its wake. The thunderous roar echoed continuously. This isn't quite right. This strike still lacks something. Xian resumed his meditation, holding the blade horizontally before him. For this posture not only trained his vitality, but also fostered a deeper connection with the sword. In his mind, he continued to contemplate the essence of that strike. His comprehension was undoubtedly exceptional, the best in southern province. Lin Xuan had even remarked that should he venture to Zhongzhou, he would surely be regarded as a prodigy. Otherwise, one would be unable to attain the profound understanding of severing heaven and earth that even Lin Xuan could not comprehend. Immersed in concentration, Xian opened his eyes after an hour. The great heavy blade was swung once more, and this strike flowed with a grace far surpassing the first. Yet, Xian furrowed his brow and closed his eyes again. This time, he immersed himself for a prolonged period. As the sky brightened, he remained oblivious to the sounds from the outside world. It was not until close to noon that Xian suddenly opened his eyes, stepped forward, and raised the severing blade for a thunderous strike. With a resounding boom, the blade's light surged forth, carving a deep scar into the ground, while the courtyard wall ahead shattered with a deafening explosion, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. This strike exhibited tremendous speed and power, showcasing significant progress. A smile graced Xian's lips as he sensed a glimmer of understanding. If he pursued this feeling further, success would surely follow. Discovering that feeling was the first step, the most challenging one. Satisfied, he sheathed the great heavy blade and turned his gaze toward the emerging figures amidst the dust. Upon witnessing the collapsed courtyard wall, they were momentarily taken aback. Lin Xuan looked at Xian and quipped, "Have you overeaten?" Xian nodded in affirmation. Lin Xuan shook his head and said, "Enough of the banter. Let us proceed to the central square. Today marks the conclusion of the grand examination, and you must head to Zhongzhou." Understood. Xian nodded and followed Lin Xuan and the others directly to the central square. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man appeared ahead. Lin Xuan and Xian both turned to look, and Xian stepped forward, calling out, "Uncle Yi, Yi Sihai, shall we have a word?" Contrary to expectations of reprimand, Yi Sihai greeted Xian with a warm smile. Certainly, Xian followed Yi Sihai aside. Yi Sihai regarded the young man and said, "The engagement between you and Xianxia was initiated with my consent, but now I wish to annul it." Xian gazed at him, and Yi Sihai shook his head, continuing, "However, Xianxia's stubborn nature makes it impossible for me to alter her course. I confess to feeling a sense of shame. I admired your excellence, yet in your misfortune, I found myself wishing to see you falter. Nevertheless, I am a father." Yi Sihai looked intently at Xian and asked, "Can you understand?" Xian shook his head, but upon noticing Yi Sihai's bewilderment, he nodded, naturally. A father would not wish for his daughter to suffer. Yi Sihai spoke seriously. "For your sake, the Yi family has irrevocably offended the Nalan family. Although Xianxia has become a disciple of Jiang Liuli, the authority of a Nalan family cannot be underestimated. Her journey to the Zhongzhou Dedeo Hall will expose her to significant repercussions. The Nalan family will not engage in reason with you. They simply wish for your disappearance. In Zhongzhou, The Nalan family's influence runs deep, and they possess myriad means to eliminate you. I have heard whispers. Your vitality seems extraordinary. But how far can mere vitality carry you? Even at your peak, how can you contend with such a colossal force as a prominent family? Yi Sihai regarded Ji Xian intently, and Ji Xian replied, Indeed, prominent families are formidable. Yi Sihai inquired, Do you still wish to travel to Zhongzhou? Just as Ji Xian was about to speak, Yi Qingshan's voice echoed, Yi Sihai, it's quite chilly. Yi Sihai cast a glance at the girl in the white dress. His expression tinged with resignation, before turning back to Ji Xian. Think it over carefully, he said, then turned and departed. Yi Qingshan approached, her gaze fixed on Ji Xian. Do not heed him. Come with me. Ji Xian smiled at Yi Qingshan, who furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Ji Xian's smile remained. Yi Qingshan continued. 5 years ago, I encountered a horde of demons in the forest, and it was you who recklessly fought among them, sustaining grave injuries to carry me out. 3 years ago, while pursuing the Blood Butcher, I nearly fell victim to a counterattack, and it was you who took a sword from me. That sword was perilously close to my heart. I remember all that you have sacrificed for me over the years. 3 months ago, you kissed me and also said. Ji Xian stepped forward, grasping Yi Qingshan's hand, gazing into her star-like radiant eyes. Let us walk together. Their lips barely brushed. In a moment, Ji Xian turned away, leaving Yi Qingshan momentarily stunned. The next instant, a blush of embarrassment blossomed on her face as she chided. Ji Xian, you are taking advantage of me again. Ji Xian quickened his pace, and the two arrived at the central square, where the crowd had thinned considerably yet remained lively. Today marked the final day of the grand examination, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the chosen candidates had been largely determined. This time, the Hall of Great Tao selected only one individual, Yi Qingshan. Ji Xian was left with nothing. Initially, the likes of Cui Wu and Dao Hall's third had opportunities as well, but alas, one fell at Ji Xian's hands, and the other was publicly slain by Yi Qingshan. However, this time, Southern Province had a second contender, Nan Hu, hailing from the vast wilderness, possessed profound cultivation and immense vitality. Yi Qingshan indicated a man in black, not far away. The boundary of Southern Province stretches over 100,000 miles of desolation. The man was tall, standing nearly 2 meters, exuding a robust presence akin to a tiger, yet he seemed somewhat introverted, lingering in the shadows, silent. The teacher mentioned that a trace of barbaric blood flowed within him, which, if harnessed effectively, could elevate him to the divine gate realm. Ji Xian could not help but steal a few glances, and as he did, Nan Hu returned his gaze, initially wary, then offering a simple, hearty smile. Ji Xian responded with a smile of his own. At that moment, unrest stirred among the crowd as a procession approached with great fanfare. The 4 great clans. Lin Shushan had also made his way here, observing the 4 great clans with a solemn expression. It appears they are still unscathed. Ji Xian's attention was drawn to the center of the group, where the short man he had reprimanded on a previous occasion stood. He was now close to a slender man in a blue robe, who possessed an ethereal presence, exuding an air of authority with every gesture. Ye Vingshan remarked it. That man is Xianxia. Chapter 9. The Grand Slam of 9 Stars. Xianxia moved with purpose, heading directly toward Ji Xian, prompting Lin Shushan and the others to grow vigilant, their energies subtly coiling in readiness. However, Xianxia did not direct his gaze at Ji Xian, but instead smiled at Yi Qingshan. Xiener, today we shall depart together for Zhongzhou. Ye Vingshan coldly remarked it. We are not acquainted. Nalans maintained his smile, turning to the side to address Ji Xian. Is it because of him? If he were to disappear, will we not be quite familiar? Yi Qingshan's expression turned frosty at that moment. In Ji Xian's heart, a flicker of murderous intent ignited. It was them, the individuals behind Nalans, the assassins lurking in the forest, were indeed those very people. Ji Xian, is it? Nalans said with a hint of amusement. You struck my attendant? Just as Yi Qingshan was about to speak, Ji Xian interjected with a smirk. Which one is your attendant? A short man immediately stepped forward, his demeanor haughty. His voice icy, it is I. Before he could finish his words, Ji Xian's fist had already crashed down upon his skull, blood and flesh erupting forth with a violent tremor. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. Ji Xian withdrew his fist, his expression calm. What did he just say? Nalan's gaze fixated on Ji Xian, the air thick with malice. This boy possessed remarkable audacity. In truth, the whole crowd was taken aback by Ji Xian's boldness. Even Yi Qingshan was momentarily stunned. No one expected him to kill outright. Very well. Nalan's eyes glinted, his stride suddenly fierce, his aura imbued with a chilling menace. Yi Qingshan rushed forward, while Lin Chushan and others hastened to follow. However, Nalan's was unperturbed, backed by the powerful Nalan clan. His confidence was unmatched by anyone in Nanzhou. He had no doubt that none would dare to obstruct him. Moreover, there were the envoys from Nanzhou. Would those two allow him to face trouble in Nanzhou? Xuan, you truly possess immense courage, daring to kill a member of the Nalan clan. Your demise would be well-deserved. The members of the 4 great clans of Nanzhou were equally astonished. Witnessing Nalan's explosive fury, they hastily added fuel to the fire. Whoever dares to act against us is courting death. Nalan strode forward, his voice booming like thunder. Enraged, completely enraged. Oh, at that moment, a frigid voice echoed. As a woman in a black dress descended, standing aloft. What if I intervene? Elder Jiang, are you prepared to sever ties with my Nalan clan for the sake of such a worthless individual? Nalan's looked skyward. The glimmer of a sword flashed, and the black-clad woman landed beside Yi Qingshan, her gaze fixated on Nalan's. Not only will I sever ties, but I shall also take him to Zhongzhou. Nalan's countenance darkened ominously. Yet, he dared not act rashly. He managed to muster a smile. If Elder Jiang is willing, then so be it. However, Zhongzhou does not entertain the likes of the worthless. Jiang Liuli wore a stoic expression, turning to Ji Xian. Do you wish to leave in this manner? Or would you prefer to undergo an examination? Teacher, Yi Qingshan immediately interjected. There can be no examination. Jiang Liuli, however, disregarded this, her gaze fixed on Ji Xian. Ji Xian's heart quaked subtly. This teacher was indeed formidable. She seemed to have discerned something. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xian replied, very well. Let us proceed with the examination. He, too, did not wish to depart so simply. Ji Xian, beads of sweat forming on Yi Qingshan's brow. Yet Ji Xian merely smiled gently. Trust me. Having spoken, he strode directly to the center of the square, drawing the gaze of the entire assembly. Their eyes brimming with curiosity. The 4 great clans, the disciples of the Tao Temple, and the elders all focused intently on him. After all, it was the supreme divine physician who declared that Ji Xian's qi had been rendered useless. Many had witnessed the total loss of his cultivation. Even now, there was no trace of his former prowess. How could he dare? Yi Sihai, standing to the side, furrowed his brow as he regarded Ji Xian, who in turn cast a glance in his direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he extended his hand and placed it upon the testing stone tablet, which erupted with a thunderous boom, shattering into fragments. The crowd was once again taken aback, the testing elder's eyes flickering in confusion. Xuan frowned, then realized that he had unleashed too much power, causing the stone tablet to become overwhelmed. Should he request another? He looked toward the testing elder. With a flick of his sleeve, produced a second tablet. Ji Xian reached out once more, this time deliberately restraining himself. A trace of his cultivation and vital energy flowed from his palm into the tablet, which then trembled violently. In the next moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the dark stone tablet, expanding gradually until it transformed into 9 radiant stars. The once bustling venue fell into an astonished silence. A deathly hush enveloped the crowd, followed by a tempestuous uproar. Ji Xian has awakened. His talent, a perfect 9-star achievement. Wait, previously, senior brother Ji Xian had been assessed at 8 stars. The talent evaluation encompassed physical prowess, cultivation, and hidden potential. Ji Xian had been measured at 8 stars in the Tao Temple. Yet now, he had achieved a perfect 9 stars. Yi Sihai was momentarily stunned, then fixed a profound gaze upon Ji Xian. This fellow. Boom! Just as he looked on, the stone tablet beneath Ji Xian's palm shattered once more, disintegrating completely. This time, the crowd was no longer surprised, but fully comprehended the implications. This signified that Ji Xian's talent had surpassed the 9-star threshold, exceeding the limits of the stone tablet's evaluation. Yi Sihai's pupils constricted sharply, surpassing 9 stars. A monstrous prodigy. No, this lad is smiling at me. He is teaching me a lesson. Ha ha ha. Lin Chushan was also momentarily taken aback before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, realizing how thoroughly he had been deceived. Meanwhile, the 4 great clans were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions darkening to a terrifying degree, their teeth gritted in frustration. It was all a trap. a scheme devised by Lin Xuan and Xian to undermine the influence of the four great families. They were all mere victims in this plot. That rascal. Xianxia initially rejoiced, then ground her teeth, seething with anger as she glared at Xian, realizing he had deceived even her. On the other hand, Jiang Liuli remained remarkably composed. Though she could not discern the specifics, this young man exuded an unparalleled confidence. Indeed, she was correct. It now appears that there exists a possibility of divine talent. Beyond the 9 stars lies the realm of the divine. Yet, such actions are rather immature. How could one expose everything before others? Xian turned to the elder in charge of the assessment, who nodded numbly in acknowledgement. A 9-star talent is commendable even in the central continent. Moreover, it is not limited to just that. Xian retracted his hand and descended from the plaza, his gaze immediately finding Lin Xuan. Old man, I shall return to see you. Lin Xuan nodded with a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had nurtured Xian for over a decade. While he was wary of Xian's background, there was also a profound affection for him. He had cared for Xian since he was less than a year old. At this moment, the already grave-faced Nalan Jie looked on, but before he could speak, Xian's gaze met his, declaring, upon reaching the central continent, I shall slay you. Nalan Jie retorted, bold words. Is this a provocation? With a smirk, Xian, accompanied by Xianxia and Jiang Liuli, boarded the flying vessel. Jiang Liuli regarded Xian. You should not reveal all your strength before others. Xian smiled in response. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jiang. Jiang Liuli's gaze fixed on Xian. The clarity of his pupils sparkled with wisdom, stirring something within her. Did he possess hidden cards? In the future, he would call her teacher like Xianer. After leaving a few words, Jiang Liuli stepped aside. At that moment, the Southern Tiger approached, led by an envoy. Xian exchanged smiles with him, a silent greeting. Eventually, the members of the Nalan family boarded the ship one by one. The flying vessel shimmered and swiftly vanished from sight. Lin Xuan gazed at the departing vessel, his eyes slightly reddening. From the time Xian was less than a year old to now, at over 16, memories flashed before him like a slideshow. Brat, take good care of yourself, he murmured inwardly. The central continent is vast, abundant in opportunities and treasures, yet fraught with dangers as well. Suppressing his emotions, he turned his attention to the 4 major families, his expression darkening once more as he coldly commanded, clear the area. Chapter 10. Upon reaching the central continent, I shall slay you. As the crowd dispersed, the atmosphere within the great Dao Hall grew oppressive, with the 4 major families confronting Lin Xuan and the elders of the Dao Hall. Lord of the Lin Hall, the 4 families do not wish to overstep. I hope you refrain from being overly aggressive. If a confrontation arises, no one will emerge unscathed, the head of the Chui family stated solemnly. If today the Nalan family were in charge, would you not take advantage of the situation? Lin Xuan sneered. Would they relent if their positions were reversed? Moreover, regarding the assassination during the spring examination, though you did not participate, you surely aided the tyrants, did you not? The head of the Chui family narrowed his eyes. Let me inform you, the Nalan family will not relinquish their hold over us. I have an agreement with young Master Nalan, and as for Xian, once he reaches the central continent, his days will be numbered. Lin Xuan's lips curled as he was about to respond, when suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire great Dao Hall. This force was terrifying beyond measure. Everyone present trembled simultaneously, and the protective array of the great Dao Hall activated instinctively. Indeed, the protective formation's luminous waves have been subdued. Subsequently, Lin Xuan raised his gaze, and in the next moment his eyes flickered. She has finally arrived. In the skies above, a woman clad in a purple gown descended gracefully. Each step she took seemed to create a vortex in the heavens, as she wielded a purple umbrella. The umbrella bearer. The 4 great clans turned pale, for they were well aware of the significance surrounding the umbrella bearer. At that moment, the woman in purple gradually descended from the heavens, making her appearance within the grand hall. Lin Xuan observed her, his brow furrowing. This was not the woman in red from years past. A different person. The purple-clad woman slightly raised her umbrella, revealing an exquisite visage, and with a smile, she addressed Lin Xuan. Master Lin? Lin Xuan stepped forward. Indeed, though not the same individual from the past, her aura remained formidable and unfathomable, and moreover, she appeared far more amiable than the woman in red, whose gaze at once instilled a profound dread. The woman in purple beamed brightly, resembling an innocent young girl, her beauty striking, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Thank you, Master Lin, for your care of the young master over the years. This is a token of my appreciation. With a wave of her hand, a beam of golden light descended toward Lin Xuan. As it fell, everyone present was left in a state of shock, their eyes wide and their scalps tingling. A golden pearl, the size of fist, this was a divine source. The essence of divinity. After gathering the law, one could form a divine gate. And only then could one barely cultivate a divine source. Such a generous offering. The young master? The four great clans were taken aback. Could it be that the young master referred to as Xian? What stature did Xian hold that the umbrella bearer herself would come personally to bestow a divine source? Lin Xuan was also astonished for a considerable time. At this moment, the woman in purple continued with a smile. Master Lin, this item is perfectly suited for your cultivation. Any stronger, and it would be beyond your capacity. Once again, the crowd was astonished. Clearly, the divine source was not trivial. It indicated that Lin Xuan could only absorb this grade of divine source at present. Lin Xuan was once more taken aback. The protector from years past, the woman in red. He looked at the woman in purple and voiced his curiosity. She smiled. Sister in red has other matters to attend to, so I have come in her stead, and we are unworthy of being the young master as protectors. We are merely handmaidens. Lin Xuan's heart trembled anew. The umbrella bearer, merely a handmaiden? From the upper realm? He gazed at the woman in purple. His astonishment mingled with insatiable curiosity. Indescribable. Upon perceiving Lin Xuan's inquisitive gaze once more, the woman in purple smiled and began to ascend. Master Lin, today's events must remain confidential. With each step, she ascended into the skies, holding the purple umbrella, and to their astonishment, no one outside the grand hall seemed to notice her. She existed solely within the sight of those in the hall. And when she completely vanished, the grand hall's formation trembled violently, causing Lin Xuan, the grand elder, and others to shudder in unison. Blood spewed forth. At that moment, everyone from the four great clans erupted in chaos. How terrifying! The vessel soared through the clouds with remarkable speed. However, according to Xianxia, even at this velocity, it would take nearly 3 days to reach the Grand Hall of Zhongzhou Avenue. Xuan stood beside Xianxia. But Xianxia clearly harbored significant discontent regarding his concealed cultivation level, promptly settling into a meditative state. Disinclined to engage, Xian glanced at Xianxia, who met his gaze, confirming his suspicions. Xian nodded. The building had not lost its efficacy, though this woman was indeed astute. Subsequently, he too settled into a cross-legged position, recognizing that with 3 days ahead, he could devote this time to refining his cultivation. He practiced his swordsmanship. Nan, who cast a wary glance at Xian, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Hailing from the southern wilderness, he was accustomed to battling fierce beasts and possessed a keen sense of impending danger. Although he could not discern the depths of Xian's abilities, facing him felt akin to encountering an insurmountable foe in the mountains, exceedingly perilous. 2 days passed in succession. On the morning of the third day, Xian opened his eyes to find Xianxia still engaged in her cultivation. Rising, he approached the edge of the vessel. Over the past 3 days, he had wielded his sword on the second floor, cleaving through the air, and had discovered a profound sense of connection, leading to substantial progress. His vitality surged at an astonishing rate. He felt as though his blood essence had doubled in strength. At that moment, they had already entered the territory of Zhongzhou, though the Grand Hall of Zhongzhou Avenue still lay some distance away, situated in the eastern capital. Xian gazed out, observing the tumultuous sea of clouds. And in the distance, a vast expanse stretched before him, the sky seemingly limitless, igniting a surge of ambition within him. The sword he practiced with exuded immense power, capable of severing the heavens and the earth with a single stroke. The fervor in his heart resonated with the grandeur of the scene, stirring his blood. In this moment of clarity, Xian's thoughts flowed freely. A smile graced the youthful face, emanating a unique aura. Suddenly, Xianxia, clad in black, opened her eyes, staring incredulously at Xian, realizing that his heart was pure and untainted. At such a young age, achieving such clarity was exceedingly rare in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, I have arrived, Xian proclaimed into the vast sky, releasing his exuberance. His spirit soared with exhilaration. Turning around, he noticed that everyone behind him had awakened, gazing at him in astonishment. Xian offered an awkward smile, and then turned to face Xianxia, whose expression was icy. Xian retorted, "If you're unconvinced, why not challenge me?" Xianxia ground his teeth as the vessel gradually descended. A smirk tugged at the corner of Xia's mouth as he approached the edge of the vessel, peering forward to behold the outline of a city on the horizon. Eastern capital, the location of the Grand Hall, and my Nalan family possesses a grand estate there, he remarked, casting a knowing glance at Xian. There are many skilled practitioners. Xian narrowed his eyes, while Xianxia, filled with pride, mimicked Xian's earlier tone. "If you're unconvinced, come and hit me." The moment his words fell, before they had fully settled, Xian charged forward, seemingly anticipating this very provocation. As he surged ahead, his vital energy and cultivation blossomed, coalescing into immense strength. With a single punch, he struck down. Xianxia was evidently taken aback by Xian's directness. He truly took action. His gaze darkened as he unleashed his own cultivation, preparing to counter with a punch. However, at the moment of impact, his fist inexplicably detonated, blood and flesh bursting forth. There was no semblance of resistance. Xianxia was filled with horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. In that instant, he let out a thunderous roar, his formidable powers surging forth, yet that fist continued its relentless advance. He sought to block it, but could not withstand the overwhelming force. He wished to evade, yet the momentum of the fist was inescapable. This punch was boundless in its ferocity. Finally, this strike shattered all his defenses, landing brutally upon his chest, making him feel as if he had been struck by a colossal beast from the primordial era. Blood erupted profusely, yet his body did not fly backward. With a swift motion, Xian transformed his fist into a hand, gripping tightly around his throat. At this moment, the onlookers finally reacted, and the followers of the Nalan family erupted in frenzied shouts. "You seek death." Ignoring them, Xian fixed his gaze on Xianxia. The flying vessel gradually descended, landing before the eastern city gate. Xian coldly declared, "Upon reaching Xianxia, I will slay you." With a forceful grip, blood gushed forth. Chapter 11. Resonance of the Invincible. To kill a Nanzhou would undoubtedly invite trouble from Lin Xuan and leave a lingering threat to the Nanzhou de Dao Hall. Yet, upon arriving in Xianxia, Xian felt no fear. In any case, Xianxia would certainly target him. He had already made a move in the mountains, and now he posed a threat. If Xian did not act, Xianxia would undoubtedly find ways to eliminate him. Rather than wait, it was better to act with fervor. One kill at a time. With a swift motion, Xian severed Xianxia's head, blood gushing forth, the visage of shock and disbelief still etched upon that severed head. First, he could not believe Xian was so powerful. Second, he never imagined Xian would dare to kill outright. Yet, disbelief mattered not. As that head fell, so too did its vitality dissipate, losing its life before the eastern city gate. With a flick of his wrist, Xian sent the head and its headless body plummeting from the vessel. Stepping forward, he stood before the eastern city gate. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon him. Momentarily stunned, the followers of the Nalan family erupted in fury, and immediately, several terrifying auras surged forth, converging upon Xian with lethal intent. Xian remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon the eastern city, a vast expanse far greater than that of Nandu City. Here, the heavens and earth felt even more expansive. As his thoughts descended, he swept his fist, and the first attendant from the realm of law was sent flying by this single strike. As he soared through the air, his bones and flesh shattered in succession. Even as he attempted to summon the seeds of magical power, he could not protect his body from disintegration. Ultimately, he exploded in midair. The entire audience was left astounded, gazing at the blinding blood, their brows drenched in sweat. Remarkable, those aboard the vessel also turned to look, the towering figure of the southern tiger quietly lamenting. Indeed, it was as he sensed a great calamity. One punch, annihilating the realm of law. Meanwhile, the battle reignited. After a brief moment of shock, Xianxia charged forward with his sword, its brilliance flashing. Xian once again unleashed a massacre, sweeping his fists horizontally. Those he pursued could not withstand even a single blow. One punch, obliterating all. Annihilation. Total annihilation. The ground before the eastern capital was stained with blood. Limbs and severed arms scattered, a sight most harrowing. Xianxia stood beside Xian, having slaughtered all from the Nalan family before the eastern capital. This enmity would truly be unending. Xian smiled, looking at Xianxia. Will you not disregard everything? Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. Let's go. At that moment, the figure in the black dress, Jiang Liuli, descended from the vessel, casting a deep glance at Ji Xian, saying nothing more. However, this fellow truly had not revealed his trump cards. A keen mind indeed. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the three entered the eastern capital, where the streets were exceptionally wide and bustling with life, towering buildings dotting the landscape. The trio made their way deeper, heading toward the Great Dao Hall. Meanwhile, outside the city, a commotion erupted, and the two envoys commanding the vessel were equally alarmed, emitting roars. In the next moment, they rushed into the city. The situation was escalating. Those outside the city also entered, rapidly spreading the news, which stirred a tremendous uproar within the eastern capital, the streets descending into chaos. The Nalan family, one of the esteemed earthly clans, possessed profound heritage, with a lineage said to have surpassed 3,000 years. In this eastern capital, the influence of the Nalan family was truly formidable. Outside the city gate, the slaughter of the Nalan family's direct line, with 7 or 8 attendants killed, was an act of sheer audacity. Ji Xian, a newcomer from southern province, this lad had spirit. Alas, he would not live long. How could one oppose the Nalan family and survive? The rumors spread rapidly, prompting some to hasten to the Great Dao Hall, for the Nalan family would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuli had led Ji Xian and Xianxia to the entrance of the Great Dao Hall. The grandeur of this hall was unparalleled. The mountain gate was immensely imposing, with towering arches resembling peaks rising majestically. The steps before the entrance numbered 99, and at the base stood an extraordinarily grand statue. This statue, with arms crossed behind, gazed skyward, exuding an overwhelming presence. Even Ji Xian, upon glancing, felt his spirit suppressed. An aura of invincibility emanated from the statue, enough to instill awe in the heart. An unparalleled being among mortals. At that moment, Jiang Liuli also looked at the statue with admiration. Is he also a sword cultivator, master? Xianxia gazed ahead, her spirit shaken, even trembling slightly. She could not help but inquire. It is widely acknowledged that sword cultivators, whether in the mortal realm or the celestial domain, are renowned as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Jiang Liuli nodded. He is indeed a sword cultivator. Before Xianxia could utter another word, she continued, yet his greatest strength lies not in the sword. Xianxia furrowed her brow, and Jiang Liuli remarked, these matters are too distant for you. All you need to know is that his swordsmanship is formidable. Understanding just a single move will be sufficient for you to benefit for a lifetime. In truth, Jiang Liuli's knowledge of the invincible was limited. She regarded Xianxia. Recognizing her exceptional talent, her aptitude for swordsmanship was extraordinary, destined to become a great sword cultivator, surpassing even herself. Xianxia nodded and turned a glance at Ji Xian, but was stunned to find him gazing blankly at the statue, a unique aura emanating from him. Jiang Liuli also sensed it. As she looked over, her eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Ji Xian intensified, the essence that had surprised Xianxia and shocked Jiang Liuli, growing more profound. Resonance. Jiang Liuli clenched her fist. After all these years in the Central State's Great Dao Hall, the first resonance with an invincible being had been born. A resonator of the invincible in the mortal realm, an heir to the path of invincibility. However, as Ji Xian opened his eyes, the aura rapidly dissipated. Jiang Liuli inquired, did you gain anything? Ji Xian looked at her and nodded. With a glint in her eye, Jiang Liuli said to the Dao Hall. They ascended the steps. But at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind them as a multitude of figures descended from the skies, landing outside the Dao Hall. Halt! The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, fixed a cold, sword-like gaze upon Ji Xian. A tremendous pressure surged forth. Yet, in the preceding moment, a flash of sword light descended, shattering the pressure. Jiang Liuli stepped forward, declaring, he is my disciple, Nalan Xiong. Do you wish to fight? The burly man's eyes glinted with malice. Your disciple has slain my nephew. Jiang Liuli replied. So what if he is killed? Nalan Xiong's fist clenched tightly. Elder Jiang. According to the rules of the Dao Hall, he must face justice for his actions. Jiang Liuli's expression remained unyielding. You speak of rules to me? Do you not inquire whether I am one who adheres to such rules? The man retorted, one word, either fight or leave. The aura of sword energy surged from Jiang Liuli's black dress, and in that moment, Both Ji Xian and Yi Qingshan felt they had chosen the right teacher. How imposing. Let us go. Nailan Xiong ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes bloodshot, but ultimately, he turned and left without further ado. Yet, before departing, he cast a murderous glance at Ji Xian. Follow me. Zhang Liuli remained unfazed, leading her two disciples into the great Dao Hall, directly to a small courtyard beneath a mountain peak. What did you gain? She turned and fixed her gaze on Ji Xian. Chapter 12. Do not speak to me of reason. The invincible of the mortal realm does not derive their strength from swordsmanship alone, yet their swordplay is unparalleled. In the past, few could withstand his blade. The invincible beings of resonance are indeed rare. In the hall of the Great Avenue, they have never made an appearance. Zhang Liuli fixed her sharp gaze upon Ji Xian. Just as Ji Xian was about to speak, Zhang Liuli interjected, "Forget it. I should not press you. After all, I am your teacher." Ji Xian was about to nod in agreement when Zhang Liuli's gaze shifted slightly, and she continued, "Then, shouldn't you show some filial respect to your teacher?" Xuan. Zhang Liuli added, "As an invincible being in the mortal realm, I am naturally quite curious. Should I acquire some insights into the sword path, I would prosper immensely and no longer need to take on disciples." Ji Xian exchanged a glance with Yi Qingshan. Zhang Liuli maintained her focus on Ji Xian. "However, I could pursue both the sword path and disciples, achieving prosperity in both realms." Ji Xian regarded this suddenly transformed teacher and replied, "In truth, I have merely gained some realizations in my cultivation. There are no specific sword techniques to speak of." Realizations? Zhang Liuli scrutinized Ji Xian's eyes, which were as clear as water. Ji Xian stated, "Invincibility is a spirit of vitality." Zhang Liuli asked, "And then?" Ji Xian shook his head. "It's become dormant." Zhang Liuli carefully examined her disciple before saying, "Remember, today's matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone. Remember, anyone." Ji Xian felt a deep resonance with her words, wishing he had known that his teacher would refrain from speaking as well. "Go handle the relevant formalities," Zhang Liuli remarked succinctly before turning to leave, soaring directly towards the peak of the Great Avenue. Atop the peak of the Great Avenue stood several thatched cottages, where an elderly man was playing chess at a stone table in front of one such cottage. The old man, with white beard and hair, donned a simple cloth robe, appearing quite ordinary. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up with a gentle smile. "Elder Jiang, what brings you to my humble abode?" Zhang Liuli approached. "I have taken in 2 disciples." The old man's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, are they particularly gifted?" Zhang Liuli was indeed a unique presence within the hall of the Great Avenue. She was not originally one of its members, but hailed from the Sword Palace, one of the 4 great powers in the mortal realm, renowned for its unparalleled swordsmanship. Zhang Liuli had switched her allegiance to the hall of the Great Avenue due to certain circumstances. Yet she had never taken a disciple before and had often looked down upon the prodigies within the hall. Now, she had unexpectedly accepted 2. Quite extraordinary, Zhang Liuli continued. Moreover, they have slain members of the Nailan clan and even killed a direct descendant. The chess piece in the old man's hand hovered momentarily before being placed on the board, and he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "To protect them." Zhang Liuli's response was straightforward. "And the reason?" The old man calmed himself. "The female disciple is a swordsmanship prodigy. Over the years, she is the most remarkable one I have encountered, possessing immense potential." Zhang Liuli fixed her gaze upon the old man. He nodded and then asked, "What about the other one?" Zhang Liuli pondered for a moment before replying, "He has resonated with the invincible being." Clatter. The chess piece the old man had just lifted fell onto the board, and he turned to Zhang Liuli, his expression grave. "Is that truly the case?" Zhang Liuli affirmed. "I promised Ji Xian that I would not reveal this to anyone." The elder was momentarily taken aback. I'm not human? The Lord of the Hall is a deity." Zhang Liuli retorted with conviction. The Lord Yin Qingfeng smiled. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone, including any deities." Zhang Liuli nodded and turned to depart. Yin Qingfeng rose and gazed into the distance. An unparalleled resonator, indeed a little prodigy, after all these years, the first of its kind in Zhongzhou. As he pondered, a smile graced his lips, and soon, a figure descended upon the Dideo peak, transforming into a towering elder. This elder stood an impressive 2 meters tall, exuding a vigorous vitality, with hair of pure silver and an exceptionally resolute demeanor. His eyes sparkled with a myriad of lethal intent. Merely standing before him or catching a glimpse would induce tremors of fear. "Lord, did you summon me?" The elder regarded Yin Qingfeng with a frosty gaze and a chilling voice, yet dared not express a hint of disrespect. Such coldness was innate. Old Lei, we have a prodigy in our Dao Hall. Yin Qingfeng observed the silver-haired elder. Jiang Liuli claims to be a resonator of the unparalleled. Old Lei's expression shifted. The unparalleled resonator was unique to Zhongzhou. Furthermore, to resonate with such an existence, there were only two possibilities. First, a descendant of the bloodline. Second, a bearer of the path of invincibility. He possesses the qualifications of a chief disciple. Old Lei stated gravely. Indeed, Yin Qingfeng nodded, considering the timing. The upcoming human Dao Hall competition was on the horizon. Did Zhongzhou stand a chance this time? Old Lei contemplated. It is possible. Therefore, keep an eye on Xian. But do not be excessive. Without the trials of blood and fire, he is merely a greenhouse flower, of no use. Yin Qingfeng made the arrangements and added, I promised Jiang Liuli not to inform anyone or any deities. Old Lei cast a glance at the Lord. And Yin Qingfeng chuckled. You are a deity, yet you are also a little prodigy. Does this not constitute a breach of trust? Old Lei turned and strode away. You humans and your doctrines, do not speak to me. I do not understand them at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuli returned to the courtyard, where Xian and Yi Qingshan had just come back with their Dao Hall disciple tokens, each receiving 1,000 gold crystals. Gold crystals were the common currency in the human realm. 1,000 was neither too much nor too little. The key was that as disciples of Zhongzhou's Dao Hall, they could unconditionally receive 1,000 each month. Teacher, where have you been? Upon seeing Jiang Liuli's return, Yi Qingshan inquired with a smile. Jiang Liuli simply uttered one word. Playing. Yi Qingshan's smile froze, glancing at Xian, who remained silent, sensing that his teacher's demeanor was somewhat unusual. All right, let us prepare a meal, Jiang Liuli declared. I am hungry. Xian nodded. I shall handle it. I am quite skilled in the kitchen. Where's our kitchen? Jiang Liuli replied. You go build one. Xuan? He looked at his teacher and chuckled. Why not give me some money first? And I can casually buy some food? Jiang Liuli immediately retorted. I am quite poor. Moreover, as a disciple, you expect me to pay for your meals. Is that not a bit shameless? Have you not already received 1,000 gold crystals? That should suffice. Xuan remarked. Jiang Liuli responded. Go prepare, and bring me a portion as well. Is that fair? She gazed at the handsome disciple before her and imparted her first lesson. Remember, in this world, nothing is truly fair. I am strong. I am your teacher, and I can protect you. What I say is fairness. Furthermore, do not be so blunt. Reasoning with women is a perilous endeavor. Chapter 13, meaning, lunch was relatively harmonious. At least Jiang Liuli found satisfaction in her meal. One dish being personally prepared by Xian, as it was favored by Yi Qingshan. He had hastily constructed a simple stove. Jiang Liuli, uncharacteristically, complimented Xian. You are quite competent. Xian merely smiled in silence. Jiang Liuli continued, from now on, cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning the household chores will all fall to you. With that, she stood and departed, instructing, remember to cover the kitchen. Xian stared blankly at Yi Qingshan, who remained silent before bursting into laughter, something she rarely did but found hard to contain in this moment. Xuan muttered quietly, I think I want to withdraw from the sect. Jiang Liuli turned back. It's too late, and you all better prepare yourselves. A month from now, the Dao Hall will hold a competition for new disciples at Wanyao Mountain. Xian and Yi Qingshan lowered their heads to continue eating. After lunch, Xian gathered materials to construct a rudimentary kitchen, while Yi Qingshan was taken away by their teacher to practice swordplay. As evening approached, the two had yet to return, prompting Xian to step out of the courtyard, eager to familiarize himself with the Dao Hall. Xuan, a familiar voice called out, and Xian turned to see a tall man approaching. Xian, it's you. The man exclaimed. I live not far from you in the Qing Song cottage. And I have also taken an elder as my master, said Nanhu, his demeanor earnest. Xuan nodded, congratulations. Nanhu smiled broadly. At only 15, he was younger than Xian and rather introverted, not adept at conversation. Xian's good looks and genuine smile left a lasting impression on him, especially Xian's vitality. Shall we explore together? Xian offered. Nanhu nodded in agreement. Sure. The two walked forward, the Dao Hall sprawling before them, vastly larger than the one in Nanzhou, with training grounds that were astonishingly formidable. Moreover, the disciples they encountered were all formidable, with those at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm appearing almost everywhere, and many proficient in various laws. Xian, your vitality is truly awe-inspiring. I practiced the primordial body refinement technique, spending years battling great demons in the mountains. Yet my vitality pales in comparison to yours. Nanhu exclaimed, astonished as they walked. In fact, you are more formidable than some of the great fiends I have encountered. Nanhu's technique prioritized body refinement, but could also incorporate law practice, and his training was particularly brutal, resulting in his impressive physique. Yet, even at the Tongxian realm, his vitality was barely below 50,000. The pressure Xian exerted upon him was immense. It's merely luck. Xian smiled faintly as he scrutinized Nanhu, whose imposing physique was indeed formidable, pulsating with primal strength. The ancient barbarian tribes were renowned, their existence echoing through the ages, their physical forms achieving divine status. Some ancient texts passed down from the upper realms even chronicled that those of the barbarian bloodline could tear apart colossal dragons with their bare hands. Brother Xian, Nanhu proposed, within the Hall of the Great Tao, there exists a tower for the cultivation of vital energy. Shall we explore it together? Xian nodded in agreement, sharing the same inclination. The Hall of the Great Tao housed 3 towers dedicated to enlightenment, cultivation, and vital energy, a configuration mirrored here in the Central Continent's Hall. Upon their arrival, Xian was awestruck by the sight before him. The cultivation tower in the Central Continent soared to an impressive 33 stories high. In contrast, the pinnacle in the Southern Continent was a mere 10 stories. As Xian and Nanhu stepped inside, the pressure of the first level enveloped them, causing Xian's expression to shift. This pressure exceeded that of the Southern Continent. However, the first level was manageable, and the second and third levels were bearable too. By the fourth level, Nanhu found it increasingly difficult to move. He paused, stating, Brother Xian, you continue on. I have reached my limit and will refine my body here. With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, his blood energy surging forth, transforming him into an entity reminiscent of a furnace, enveloping him in a cocoon of vitality. The furnace of vital energy roared to life, igniting his essence, purifying it further while simultaneously fortifying his physique. Impressive. Xian nodded in admiration, recognizing the uniqueness of this method. He pressed onward, ascending to the 5th level, where he felt the pressure was akin to the 10th level in the Southern Continent. Intense indeed. Yet, his vital energy had significantly strengthened. The 10th level was no longer his limit, and he continued upward. The 6th, 7th, and 8th levels passed in a single breath. Upon reaching the 8th level, Xian felt his body slightly bend under the weight of the pressure. He began to circulate his vital energy to withstand the force pressing down upon him. Under this strain, his energy seemed to condense, the pressure enveloping him like a colossal millstone, grinding away impurities and leaving only the essence behind. Onward he pressed to the 9th level. Here, beads of sweat adorned Xian's brow, and even his bones and flesh trembled under the strain. Clearly, his physique forged in the Southern Continent was not yet robust enough. Otherwise, he would have withstood the 9th level's pressure effortlessly. The 9th level proved challenging, his bones quaking and creaking as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, he refrained from absorbing phoenix blood. In the Southern Continent, his foundation remained insufficient. Thus, he unleashed his inherent vital energy, continuously refining himself under the pressure. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed as Xian painstakingly advanced. Ultimately, he straightened his body, taking heavy steps as he boldly ascended to the 10th level. With a powerful step, he expelled a mouthful of blood, yet did not retreat. This very pressure was precisely what he needed to spur his growth. Breathe. With a surge of spirit, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where the essence of phoenix blood cascaded down, infusing his body with a fiery vitality that continuously expanded under pressure and stimulation. Thunderous roars echoed as he reached the limits of this place, and satisfied with his absorption, he turned his gaze towards the stone tablet at the far end. He raised his fist and struck it with force, causing the tablet to tremble violently, followed by a deafening boom. His vitality surged to 230,000. 230,000. Sweat and blood mingled on his body, yet a gratifying smile graced his lips. The pain was intertwined with joy. A full 230,000. Of course, this was not merely the result of a few hours of effort. It had begun in Southern Province, where he had initially surpassed 100,000. Subsequently refining his body in the thunder pool and absorbing phoenix blood, diligently wielding his sword each day. Even aboard the flying vessel, he sensed his vitality doubling. During these few hours of cultivation, he reinforced his physical foundation, and with the additional absorption of phoenix blood, he surpassed the speed of dragon blood refinement, ultimately achieving 230,000. Merely in terms of vitality, he could easily overpower any being at the threshold of the transcendent realm. After a brief respite, he descended to the 4th floor, where Nanhu had already opened his eyes but had not departed. "Brother Ji, what happened to you?" Nanhu exclaimed, taken aback by Ji Xian's disheveled and bloodied appearance. "It's nothing. It's normal to sustain some injuries while refining the body," Ji Xian replied, forcing a smile, revealing white teeth. Seemingly unfazed, "I always thought I was tenacious enough, running up mountains in the great wilderness, exhausting myself, colliding with demon bulls, and often fracture my bones. I never anticipated that you, Brother Ji, are even more relentless." Nanhu marveled sincerely. "So relentless. You look badly hurt. Don't emulate me." Ji Xian chuckled at his young admirer, knowing he had the phoenix blood to recover swiftly from any injury, unlike others. "How far did you progress?" "To the 10th floor. Nanhu replied, stunned. "That's ominous, truly ominous." The two exited the training tower and returned to the residential area. Upon reaching the courtyard, Nanhu pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Ji, can we consider ourselves friends?" "Naturally," Ji Xian responded with a smile. Nanhu beamed with an innocent grin. "Good. Then let us go together tomorrow." Ji Xian nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the courtyard, a day and night had passed, and neither Jiang Lioli nor Yi Qingshan had returned. Ji Xian muttered to himself, "Even if they were occupied, surely they wouldn't disregard me so completely?" Jiang Lioli had taken Yi Qingshan to practice swordsmanship, leaving him unattended. After washing off the blood and changing into clean attire, which was the standard uniform issued by the Hall of the Great Tao, signifying his association with them, he ventured out to procure some ingredients and daily necessities. After completing these tasks, Ji Xian stood in the courtyard, and with a mere thought, the enormous heavy sword from the 2nd floor soared into his hand. He grasped it with one hand, holding it horizontally before him, now able to steady the great blade without the slightest tremor. With the blade firmly grasped, he closed his eyes, savoring the moment. A single stroke could sever the heavens and the earth. The invincible path embodies an essence of spirit, a truth that resonates deeply. Akin to the force of this very strike, an embodiment of sheer vitality. This stroke, a manifestation of dominance, carries an overwhelming momentum. Once the blade is drawn, one must possess the unwavering resolve to cleave through all. In an instant, Ji Xian opened his eyes, and with a fierce sweep of his blade, a radiant arc of light surged forth, crashing down with thunderous might. The courtyard erupted with a resounding roar, yet the walls remained unscathed, protected by a barrier of shimmering energy that intercepted the blade's brilliance. However, this strike surpassed the power he wielded in Nanzhou tenfold, amplifying both speed and strength. Imbued with a distinct essence, an artistic intent, Ji Xian's eyes sparkled. This was the essence of comprehension. The strike flowed effortlessly from his heart, enveloping him in an unparalleled comfort, as if this very motion was destined to be. "Are you demolishing the place?" A voice rang out as Jiang Lioli entered with Yi Qingshan. Though the walls had held firm, the ground bore a deep gash. Jiang Lioli regarded Xuan, who remained unmoved, lost in that transcendent sensation, the blade feeling as if it had become an extension of himself. Ji Xian, Yi Qingshan began, but was silenced by Jiang Lioli, who mused inwardly. This lad has defied the heavens. It's possible that he truly is one of the inheritors of the invincible path. Chapter 14, Together as Three. With the obsidian heavy blade in hand, Ji Xian remained enraptured by that feeling as time slipped away unnoticed, second by second. He forgot everything, pursuing that sensation until a smile graced his face, as if he had pushed open a grand new door into an expansive realm. In that moment, his very aura transformed. This transformation did not escape Jiang Lioli, whose astonishment deepened in a sheer disbelief. This lad is becoming increasingly formidable. "Teacher, what is happening with Ji Xian?" Ye Vingshan inwired softly. "Essence," Jiang Lioli replied gravely. "He has grasped the essence." Ye Vingshan gasped in astonishment. The essence, a concept the teacher had just discussed. To touch the essence signifies a glimpse into the realm of swordsmanship. However, reaching this stage is no simple feat. It is an understanding that cannot be articulated. The essence transcends age, cultivation, and realm. Indeed, Many masters of various techniques have yet to touch upon it. Xian has touched it? How remarkable! At that moment, Xian opened his eyes, still holding the heavy blade, yet it felt lighter in his grasp. It was not that the blade itself had diminished in weight, but rather that he had connected with the essence, enhancing his affinity with the weapon, making it feel more intuitive. This blade, Jiang Liuli approached, focusing intently on the weapon Xian held, is extraordinary. With a smile, Xian replied, "It is my blade." Jiang Liuli observed for a moment, sensing its uniqueness, yet found nothing amiss within it. She nodded and said, "Let's prepare a meal." Xian sheathed his sword and entered the kitchen alongside Xianxia. Though Xianxia was typically taciturn, today she spoke at length. The teacher's demands are excessively stringent. I have practiced the sword-drawing technique countless times, feeling that my speed has doubled. Yet the teacher still claims it's utterly lacking. Xian regarded Xianxia and replied, "The teacher is a master of the sword. Her judgment is likely infallible. Nevertheless, a technique of this caliber should not prove too formidable for you, should it?" It was evident that Xianxia had awakened her potential, having already surpassed the typical thresholds by slaying a third opponent in Nanzhou. Moreover, someone like Jiang Liuli must possess an air of pride, as she would hardly pay attention to ordinary disciples, let alone invest herself in their instruction. Xianxia stated, "The teacher's sword-drawing technique is not merely of the first rank." Xian inquired, "What rank is it then?" Xianxia replied, "Nintrank." Xian observed her. "That does seem quite challenging." Xianxia nodded. The teacher refers to it as the celestial slaying sword-drawing technique. Xian lowered his head to prepare the meal. After half an hour, the dishes were arranged on the stone table in the courtyard. Jiang Liuli and Xianxia took their seats, and Xian remarked, "There is still one more dish. Allow me a moment." He returned to the kitchen, and when he came back, he was taken aback. The plates on the table gleamed enticingly. Xianxia sat in a daze beside him, while Jiang Liuli wielded her chopsticks, fixating on Xian and the food before him. Xian placed the dishes on the table and sat down, only to be astonished as Jiang Liuli swiftly devoured the contents of the plate in a matter of seconds. Xianxia managed to eat a few bites. Xian, holding his chopsticks and a bowl of rice, said, I haven't eaten yet." Jiang Liuli shot him a glance. "Are you attempting to reason with a woman again?" Xian paused for a moment before responding. "Am I worthy?" Jiang Liuli nodded and added, "I understand that your words are insincere. You must be feeling wronged. However, you will gradually grow accustomed to it." Xian remained silent. She then stood and, after taking a few steps, turned back to say, "Tomorrow, we continue sword practice." With that, she soared out of the courtyard. Once the teacher had departed, Xianxia looked at Xian and said, "I will assist you." She turned and entered the kitchen, soon emerging with a plate of food, placing it before Xian. He glanced at the dark dish and replied, "Actually, I'm already quite full." Xianxia nodded in understanding. "Thus, after we marry, it will be solely you in the kitchen." After saying this, she stepped aside, holding her sword in her left hand and grasping the hilt with her right, proceeding to draw and sheath the sword repeatedly. Xian swallowed his rice while observing Xianxia's movements, keenly capturing every detail without missing a beat. This was a testament to his formidable spirit and acute awareness, enabling him to perceive even the subtlest nuances. The celestial slaying sword-drawing technique, a 9th-rank divine ability, should serve well as a sword-drawing technique, shouldn't it? Xian was captivated. Subsequently, he set down his bowl and chopsticks and approached Xianxia. "Xianxia, I believe you're mistaken. The initial stance of this move feels off." In the courtyard, Xian received the sword from Xianxia, mirroring her actions. Yet he executed them at a painstakingly slow pace. Under the moonlight, the two engaged in a continuous exchange of ideas. With a swift motion, Xianxia drew her sword, and a blinding flash of light momentarily pierced the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard walls shimmered, effectively intercepting the radiant sword light. The speed was astonishing, akin to thunder and lightning. "Asmila graced Xuan's lips." Xianxia regarded him, and after a moment, remarked, "No wonder I chose you. Your comprehension is nothing short of extraordinary." This particular technique, which she had diligently practiced over 10,000 times under her teacher's guidance, had eluded her grasp. Yet Xian quickly discerned its essence and set himself on the right path. Indeed, while her swordplay held merit, it paled in comparison to Xian's mastery. He had truly grasped the quintessence of the sword-drawing technique. The two practiced until the late hours, eventually settling in the courtyard to gaze at the moon and stars above. The moon was large, yet the stars were sparse and their light dim. Xian, do you remember our first encounter? Ye Vincian inuited. Of course, he replied. It was a night much like this, with a sparse starry sky. You were rather fierce then, and I couldn't resist giving you a good thrashing. Xianxia turned her head to look at him, her gaze initially icy, but gradually softening. Truth be told, I felt there was a connection between us even then. Xian countered, I didn't feel much, except that you had quite a bit of padding back there, so I knew I wouldn't do any damage. Ye Yinxian, slightly annoyed, gradually stood up and said, You'd better run. Xian, taken aback, could only comply. That night, Xian found himself unable to return to the courtyard. Resigned, he made his way to the cultivation tower, where the regulations were somewhat more lenient compared to those in the southern province. Here, there was no focus on rankings. If one possessed the skill, they could utilize the resources freely. This indirectly indicated the wealth and abundance of the central province, unlike the southern province's cultivation tower, where resources were limited and precious, necessitating restrictions on disciples' usage. The central province had no such constraints. If one had the ability, they could claim it all. Upon arriving at the cultivation tower, Xian ascended to the 33rd floor, reaching the 11th level, where the spiritual energy was a staggering 110 times that of the outside world. He settled into a cross-legged position and began to channel the Great Tao guidance technique. An overwhelming influx of essence surged into his body, merging with the fiery vortex within. This continued until dawn broke, and with a thunderous resonance, Xian's aura expanded significantly. He felt a breakthrough approaching. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashed within them. He was nearing the threshold of breaking through to the second level of the Transcendence realm. Progressing to the next level was exceedingly challenging, even with the aid of the Great Tao guidance technique and the fiery vortex, had it been in the past. He could only imagine how long it would have taken. The amount of essence required was indeed astronomical. Rising, Xian exited the cultivation tower to find the world illuminated by daylight. At that moment, Nanhu approached from a distance. Brother Xian, he called out. I can't find you. Missy mentioned that you went missing last night. Xian replied, Yes, I just managed to return. Nanhu gazed at Xian and asked, Are you directionally challenged? In the vast wilderness, I could traverse hundreds, even thousands of miles and still find my way back. The environment there is far more treacherous, with dense forests that all look quite similar. Xian observed Nanhu, realizing that this fellow was indeed quite naive. Gulme, let us cultivate, he suggested. Very well, let us cultivate. Nanhu smiled, for he had come to the Great Tao Palace solely for the purpose of honing his strength. However, just as the two were about to head towards the Blood Chi cultivation tower, a group of individuals approached at an accelerated pace, blocking their path to the tower. Xuan, the leader, clad in black, inquired. The Nalan family? Xian also regarded the man before him. The black-clad figure declared, You cannot escape. Xuan replied, I have no intention of fleeing. The man narrowed his eyes and sneered, A life-and-death battle? Xian chuckled, You wish to fight me? The man scoffed. If you believe that I, Nalaning, can easily overpower you, I can send someone else. With that, a second individual stepped forward, smirking, I am at the second level. Nalan Shu. A third person crossed his arms and added, I can join as well, at the second level, Nalan Hong. Xian regarded his opponents, noting their disdainful smiles, as if they were gazing upon a doomed soul. He nodded, Very well. Which one? The opponent inquired. Xian turned around. All three of you at once. Chapter 15, 1 against 3. Within a valley of the Great Tao Palace, a spacious battle platform had been erected, beneath which stood a stone tablet inscribed with blood-red characters, Life and Death Arena. Within the Great Tao Palace, killing was prohibited unless conducted on the Life and Death Arena. At this moment, Xian approached the arena, followed by the members of the Nalan family, and news of the impending confrontation spread swiftly. Soon, a throng gathered outside the Life and Death Arena, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at Xian. A battle against the Nalan family? Or perhaps 1 against 3? This newcomer was no ordinary individual, having slain many from the Nalan family outside the eastern capital, even decapitating Nalan Jie. I have also heard that he showed no mercy to the Nalan family. Each of these 3 opponents is far superior to Nalan Jie. While he is formidable, is it wise for someone so new to the Central Plains to challenge 3 at once? Perhaps not. A lack of confidence would not lead one to gamble with their life. At this moment, Nanhu looked at Xian with concern. Brother Xian, Those three are incredibly strong. I sense that they are quite dangerous. I am aware of my limits. Xian replied with a light chuckle. To the platform. Nianing disdainfully swept his gaze over Xian and strode onto the life-and-death arena, followed by Shu and Hong. The three stood upon the platform. A formidable trio comprised of one at the third level and two at the second, their auras overwhelming. Xian stepped forward, and, at that moment, Hu followed suit with a determined expression. Yet, Xian remarked with a smile, "This matter does not concern you. Brother Xian, we are already friends. How can I turn my back on a friend's plight? Moreover, I know the circumstances. It was the Nalan family that acted unjustly first." Xian looked at Hu, finding this large fellow quite intriguing. "I have confidence in my abilities." Xian patted his shoulder, not allowing Hu to say much more, and in an instant, he appeared on the life and death platform in the valley. As he descended, Nalan surged forth, a dark sword materializing in his grasp, slicing downward with ferocity. The black sword light surged toward Xian's head. Yet, Xian did not flinch. He fixed his gaze upon the blade's radiance and retaliated with a powerful punch. Blood-red energy surging forth, shaking the very air. The thunderous sound echoed through the valley, reminiscent of a muffled thunderclap. The sword light ahead erupted violently under the force of his blow, scattering sword chi in all directions. Simultaneously, Xian propelled himself forward with incredible speed, creating a sonic boom, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Nalan. Nalan Ying's brow furrowed sharply as he swung his sword once more, his magical energy surging. With a swift thrust, he pierced flesh and drew blood, but his expression changed dramatically as he retreated with all his might, disregarding everything. However, it was too late. Xian's fist descended with force. "Madman!" Nalan cursed, but as his voice faded, Xian's fist struck down, and blood sprayed forth. With one lethal blow, he shattered Nalan Ying's skull. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. This man did not evade the sword strike, allowing it to pierce his shoulder. But then he retaliated with a punch that obliterated Nalan Ying's head. "How ruthless! You dare to kill!" On the arena, Zhu and Hong were momentarily startled, but their expressions quickly twisted into rage, with Hong charging forward. Xian also turned, yanking the sword from his shoulder and launching himself at Hong, whose magical energy roared as it surged forth, while Xian's blood surged, erupting like thunder. The two clashed with tremendous force, and in the next moment, Xian was sent staggering backward, blood gushing from his wounds. Opposite him, Hong also staggered back, blood spilling forth, bones cracking and screaming in agony. In his shock, the heavily injured Xian charged once more, and with a resounding crash, Hong was sent flying, bones shattering upon impact. The audience was stunned. Simultaneously, Xian pivoted again, and Zhu had arrived, but Xian's cultivation and vitality erupted, his fists raining down in a fierce assault. One punch, two punches, three punches. Zhu's fists were utterly destroyed, bones pulverized, his expression turning to one of horror as he was launched into the air. In the realm of combat, one could soar. Yet, come down. Xian roared, driving one foot firmly into the ground, propelling himself upward in a straight line. As Zhu ascended 5 meters, a hand grasped his foot fiercely, yanking him downward with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Zhu plummeted, crashing onto the arena, shaking it violently as his bones shattered. As the battle unfolded, Xian descended with a single footstep, and before Shu's pleas could escape his lips, all vitality was extinguished. The body lay mangled and bloodied, achieving a remarkable triple kill. It was a display of sheer brutality. Xuan exhaled deeply, his expression swiftly turning composed as he turned to exit the arena of life and death. Combat? He was well versed in the art. Having fought in the southern provinces since the tender age of 10, he had faced countless skirmishes and numerous brushes with death. He had endured having his arms shattered, yet still managed to turn the tides in adversity. "Let us go." Xian glanced at Hu, who was equally stunned. Upon being beckoned, he numbly nodded in agreement. His own fighting style was fierce and relentless. In the arena, one could not afford to hold back. Engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat, each encounter was drenched in blood. Yet, at this moment, he felt Xian's ferocity surpassed his own. Simple and brutal, a thunderous triple kill. Truly remarkable, my brother. Amidst this shock, As Xian stepped forward, his aura suddenly surged, and in that instant, he experienced a breakthrough. A resounding boom echoed as his presence continued to swell, leaving the onlookers in awe, utterly astonished as he transcended to the second level of the Tongxian realm. A practitioner of the second level, achieving a miraculous kill in the midst of adversity? Moreover, he had executed a triple kill. But prior to this, he had been at the first level of Tongxian. What a peculiar phenomenon. They had all assumed Xian was concealing his true capabilities, likely surpassing Nialing by several realms. Indeed, combat proved to be a powerful catalyst for growth. It invigorated the spirit, igniting the blood within. Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Having broken through to the second level of Tongxian was a momentous occasion. Furthermore, this battle had left him wounded, yet through it, he gleaned valuable insights. His vitality heightened, and the clash of physical strength against magical prowess had invigorated him immensely. Let us absorb the phoenix blood again. Nanhu, we must train. Xian reined in his aura and strode away, with Nanhu smiling and quickly following suit. He admired Xian's fervor, seeing him shine like a beacon. His grandfather used to say, "Only those who dare to fight will win." Xian dared to fight, and he too aspired to give it his all. However, that very afternoon, Xian, cradling Nanhu, rushed straight to the pill hall. "Elder, help. This child has exhausted himself in the refining process." Chapter 16. Do I deserve this? After the battle on the arena of life and death, where he achieved a remarkable triple kill in the face of adversity, Xian's name skyrocketed in prominence within the Central State Dao Hall. Many prodigious disciples had turned their gaze upon this newcomer, recognizing him as a formidable rival for the future. Engaging in battles under duress was not something just anyone could accomplish, especially one that involved reversing a significant realm and achieving a trio of kills. Inside the Dao Hall, discussions about that battle echoed throughout the premises. That young man is exceptionally clever. His combat experience is unparalleled. A disciple calmly analyzed. Do you consider Nialing and his companions to be weak? The Nialing family is a prestigious lineage. Although they may not be the principal faction in the Central Plains, their heritage is substantial and formidable. In this grand hall of the Great Tao, there is scarcely any who could vanquish them at the same realm. Taking a deep breath, the disciple continued. Throughout the entire battle, it was Xian who led the charge, relentlessly confronting them and compelling Nialing and his companions to engage in direct conflict. First, he eliminated Nialing, neutralizing the greatest threat, and then he executed a double kill. Nialing Shu and Nialing Hongdu were unable to unleash their divine abilities. They had no opportunity whatsoever. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the combat was straightforward and brutal, leaving no room for the Nialing trio to demonstrate their mystical powers. The Nialing family possesses a terrifying legacy and exquisite techniques. Had the three not underestimated their opponents and unleashed their mightiest abilities from the onset, the outcome could have been uncertain. His strength lies in his vitality. I believe his vitality may have reached 100,000, the disciple remarked, gazing intently. 100,000 vitality? That seems exaggerated, does it not? Our Dao Hall has its own body refinement practitioners, many of whom possess rare physiques suitable for such training. Yet only a handful have achieved that level. It is difficult to find many even within the mountain and water pavilion. Another disciple countered. 100,000 vitality is indeed an overstatement. The mountain and water pavilion comprises the elite of the Great Dao Hall, and those who gain entry are exceptionally rare talents. Prodigies. Each one is renowned throughout the Central Plains. Those at the profound realm find it challenging to reach 100,000 vitality. In truth, even reaching 30,000 is exceedingly rare. Surpassing 10,000 signifies entering the realm of vitality secrets, and 30,000 is already quite extraordinary. Of course, this remains speculative. Without entering the mountain and water pavilion and witnessing those individuals in combat, we cannot make definitive judgments. Another chimed in. Their prowess is undeniably remarkable. The vitality is indeed formidable. The white-clad disciple affirmed with conviction. At that moment, Jiang Liuli emerged from the training grounds alongside Xianxia. Jiang Liuli remarked this time, "Your performance was commendable. It seems you have discovered some semblance of mastery in the sword technique, and my guidance has proven beneficial." Xianxia replied, "Actually, it was Xian who taught me." Jiang Liuli, momentarily taken aback, withdrew her gaze and strode forward in silence, with Xianxia following suit. "Teacher, Your instruction is also quite remarkable, Yi Xian gently remarked. Jiang Liuli responded with a soft ahem. At that moment, snippets of conversation reached their ears. Jiang Liuli turned her gaze towards the speakers, who exchanged furtive glances before dispersing in a hurry. Upon returning to their small courtyard, they found Ji Xian already present. A day and night having passed since the battle. Since South Tiger had inflicted severe injuries upon himself, Ji Xian had not visited the training tower. However, his wounds had largely healed, aided by phoenix blood. Moreover, he had experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, further enhancing his vitality, which he had now thoroughly stabilized. Subsequently, he had been diligently contemplating the blade, seeking to comprehend the technique of severing heaven and earth, while simultaneously merging it with the sword technique of the heaven-slaying sword, refining his speed and angles of attack, thus augmenting their devastating potential. Naturally, this required gradual refinement. You have gained notoriety. Jiang Liuli and Ji Xian entered the courtyard, where Jiang Liuli gazed at Ji Xian, exclaiming, "What a spectacular sight to have slain 3 on the life and death platform." "Mediocre," Ji Xian replied with a smile. "The Nalan family is utterly furious. You have dealt a severe blow to the aristocracy. From this moment forth, you will face ceaseless troubles." Jiang Liuli fixed her gaze on Ji Xian, asking, "Aren't you afraid?" Ji Xian responded, "I'm a bit apprehensive now, but with my master by my side, I fear nothing." Jiang Liuli shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "You are the one who is killed. Your name is the one that has been invoked. What concern is it of mine?" Ji Xian replied, "But I am your disciple." Jiang Liuli scoffed, "You are at best a mere trinket." Xuan protested, "Why is my master so irate? Have I offended her in any way?" He glanced at Yi Xian, who was staring at him, then shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Liuli declared, "With less than a month until the newcomer grand competition, I shall begin taking Xian into seclusion for rigorous training, starting tomorrow." Ji Xian immediately interjected, "Take me along. I require guidance." Jiang Liuli glared at him, saying with irritation, "Am I even worthy of such a request?" Ji Xian was left bewildered. Yi Xian remained silent, observing with a calm demeanor. "The newcomer competition is also a trial. Remember, you must return with at least a first place." Jiang Liuli looked at Ji Xian and Yi Xian, adding, "First place brings great benefits. What you gain, I shall also receive. If you waste my time and hinder my earnings, I will not hesitate to break your legs." After a pause, she continued, "Moreover, if newcomers perform exceptionally well in the assessment, they will attract the attention of the Dao Hall. Who knows if a record is set? You might even be chosen by the Mountain and Water Pavilion. The Dao Hall's Mountain and Water Pavilion is also an elite sect. The rewards can be 10-fold that of ordinary disciples, and at times, even 100-fold. Xuan responded, "Excellent." Jiang Liuli added, "However, this cohort of newcomers is formidable. There are sword bodies and divine bodies, all at the law realm. They are exceptional talents, a rare assembly of prodigies. This year, there are particularly many geniuses." After speaking, Jiang Liuli's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, this cohort has produced an abundance of extraordinary individuals, as if numerous prodigies had awakened simultaneously. Is it a grand contest of the ages? She cast one last glance at Ji Xian, instructing, "Go prepare the meal." Ji Xian turned to leave, with Yi Xian following suit. Xuan inquired, "Have I angered the master?" Yi Xian promptly replied, "Not at all." Ji Xian, puzzled, remarked, "Why such intensity of anger? Her gaze towards me feels peculiar, as if she is holding back a desire to strike." Yi Xian remarked, "At times, you can indeed be quite infuriating." With that, she hastened into the kitchen. After dinner, as Jiang Liuli was about to depart, Ji Xian asked, "Master, why do you always leave at night?" Jiang Liuli curtly replied, "Because I wish to," and took flight. Ji Xian and Yi Xian resumed their training, where Yi Xian demonstrated her progress in the heavenly sword technique, showcasing significant improvement and enhanced power. Moreover, the energy within her surged more vigorously. Ji Xian had sensed this in Nanzhou, and now it was clearer, though the intensity of this energy sent a chill through him. "Ji Xian, how do you comprehend the intent?" "Sudendi, Ye Vingshan Inuit." Ji Xian replied, "It is the essence, vitality, and spirit." Yi Xian furrowed her brow and inquired, "Specifically?" Ji Xian pondered for a moment. "Use your brain." Yi Xian raised her sword, exclaiming, "Behold my blade." With a thunderous clash, she struck downwards, the brilliance of her sword illuminating the surroundings. Ji Xian, with a flicker of thought, wielded his blade in response, and the clash of sword and blade resonated throughout the courtyard. They battled fiercely through the night, both drenched in sweat. As dawn broke the following day, Xianxia called out, "Ji Xian, are you not a man? Put more strength into it." Ji Xian drew his blade with renewed vigor, his strikes becoming faster and heavier. Yet Xianxia, though holding her sword to withstand the onslaught, was still sent flying beneath the force of his blows. Her face flushed, her hair matted with sweat. Her eyes sparkled with determination, and then she closed them. Moments later, her eyes flew open, and with a resounding thrust, she unleashed a strike unlike any before. Instead of a single beam of light, countless sword lights erupted simultaneously. Chapter 17, A Battle of Dragons and Tigers. This stroke possessed an entirely different essence. A simple thrust birthed myriad sword lights, resembling a flurry of petals in the air, exuding an ethereal beauty. Yet as they descended, they unleashed a torrent of sharpness, stirring up clouds of dust. Remarkable. Ji Xian grinned. Have you attained enlightenment? Xianxia nodded, indeed. She then settled into a meditative posture, seeking to recapture that sensation for a full quarter of an hour before opening her eyes and declaring, "I have truly comprehended it." Ji Xian smiled, recognizing her extraordinary talent. At that moment, Jiang Liuli returned. However, before Ji Xian could inquire further, Jiang Liuli gestured, taking Xianxia away. Xianxia questioned, "Master, why not take Ji Xian with us?" Jiang Liuli replied, "Our paths diverge." Xianxia said nothing more as they soon arrived at a vast clearing where a colossal black stone sword stood embedded in the ground, a site designated for their training. Jiang Liuli looked at Xianxia. "Continue honing your sword of heaven's severance." Xianxia nodded, drawing her sword and unleashing a cascade of light akin to falling blossoms. Jiang Liuli, astonished, remarked, "Have you truly grasped it? It seems my choice of location was fortuitous." Xianxia responded shyly, "Ji Xian taught me throughout the night." Zhang Liuli interjected, "Ah." Xianxia corrected herself, "Master, we merely engaged in combat through the night, a mere stroke of luck." Jiang Liuli paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Pray tell, how did this battle unfold?" Xianxia hesitated before responding. Jiang Liuli chuckled, "That lad possesses a vigorous vitality. Indeed, he is formidable." Xianxia's cheeks flushed kurimson. Yet Jiang Liuli, with a serious demeanor, admonished, "Does a cultivator concern themselves with such matters? Your heart is not steadfast enough. Continue your practice." In the days that followed, Xianxia immersed herself in her training at this site, her understanding of the sword path advancing by leaps and bounds. Jiang Liuli's guidance was strategic, fortifying her cultivation as her swordsmanship flourished. Once her cultivation strengthened, the focus shifted toward refining her heart. The state of one's heart is of utmost importance. As Ji Xian's heart became increasingly clear, it heralded significant benefits for his future. His rapid progress and profound comprehension, including the swift mastery of the celestial sword technique, were intrinsically linked to his state of mind. A single thought could lead to the enlightenment of myriad ideas. Furthermore, the energy awakening within Xianxia's body was extraordinary. Despite several examinations by Jiang Liuli, its specifics remained elusive. However, she sensed its formidable nature, closely associated with the sword, albeit fraught with peril, necessitating a robust mental fortitude for mastery. Meanwhile, Ji Xian did not indulge in idleness. With Nanhu's injuries yet to heal, he ventured alone to the cultivation tower. There, he consolidated his cultivation and invigorated his vital energy, also seeking enlightenment at the Dao Tower, progressively enhancing his prowess day by day. After a span of over 20 days, Ji Xian found himself on the 15th level of the Vitality Cultivation Tower, where the oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming, yet he had reached his limit. With a thunderous crash, his fist struck down, unleashing a surge of vitality that caused the stone tablet to tremble, manifesting a crimson vortex that spun for an extended period, recording 300,000 units of vitality. Such immense strength. Furthermore, he practiced his blade techniques in this intense environment, where the challenge of wielding a heavy sword was significantly heightened, yet the results were remarkable. The celestial sword technique harmonized beautifully with the Earth Sunder blade under this pressure, as he executed the technique, delivering a strike that cleaved the heavens and the earth. The confluence of these two formidable powers was not merely additive. Their combined might was exponentially greater. In truth, The pressure within the Vitality Cultivation Tower played a pivotal role in refining his agility and control over his vital energy. After completing his training, Xian ascended to the Cultivation Tower, reaching the 15th level once more. Although he had yet to break through, his current second level of mystical understanding was incomparably stronger than it had been 20 days prior. A lingering regret remained, however, as he had not yet uncovered the legacy of the Grand Tao Guidance Technique. In Southern State, he was the sole individual capable of cultivating this technique, albeit in a fragmented form. The Central State held a more complete lineage, and acquiring it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation speed to new heights. Moreover, the Earth Thunder Blade technique was also incomplete. Both legacies were intricate and confidential, not easily attainable. Perhaps a visit to the Mountain Water Pavilion was necessary. Remarkably, the Nayland family had refrained from causing trouble during these days, allowing Xian to discreetly gather information about various families and gain a clearer understanding of the Tao Palace's power structure. He also frequented the Library Pavilion, which housed tens of thousands of volumes, where he could immerse himself in insights on cultivation and deepen his comprehension of the Tao Palace. Indeed, the Mountain Water Pavilion was an elite establishment, where disciples received legacies far surpassing those of ordinary students, enjoying resources and benefits tenfold, even 100-fold, compared to their peers. Such advantages were plentiful. With the upcoming newcomer competition, he needed to exert himself. If possible, breaching the Mountain Water Pavilion directly would expedite his path to strength. Xian's gaze flickered. Indeed, this was no easy feat. He had come to understand the current crop of newcomers, and it was evident that many prodigies existed among them. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, and Xian turned sharply to see a massive beam of sword light soaring towards the heavens. The blinding crimson radiance pierced the sky, creating a colossal vortex above. Within this whirlpool, a cacophony of sounds erupted, revealing various manifestations of Tao light. Beneath the brilliance of the Tao light, the rhythmic beating of drums could be discerned. The sword body transcended the confines of the law, resonating with the universe. Soon, a chorus of shouts erupted, drawing forth extraordinary phenomena of the Tao. The drums thundered. Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, that sword body was formidable, now condensed with seeds of magical power, and it was no ordinary seed. This was a prodigy, a genius capable of thriving in adversity. It was rumored that this sword body was initially destined for the Sword Palace, but was lured here by the promise of substantial rewards from an elder of the Tao Hall. Upon entry, it received treatment several times greater than that of ordinary disciples. Xian gazed enviously at the mentor of his prodigy, and he clenched his fists, realizing the need for caution. One must not be careless or succumb to arrogance. 2 days passed, and by midday on the second day, the Tao Hall erupted once more with resounding energy, the sun above shining with blinding brilliance. Beneath this great sun, a colossal shadow of the Tao materialized, standing majestically and surveying the world below. The heavens bore witness to yet another manifestation of the Tao. The divine body had also condensed its seeds of magical power. The news spread rapidly, creating even greater waves of excitement. With the breakthrough of the sword body, the sun deity also achieved a breakthrough, successfully gathering its seeds of magical power, resonating with the cosmos. Those who could resonate with the universe and evoke extraordinary phenomena of the Tao were all super prodigies. Another one. It seemed that this new generation was being taken very seriously, with many achieving breakthroughs at this pivotal moment. A fierce competition was surely on the horizon. Chapter 18. The Bounty of the Great Wilderness. Xian stepped out of the courtyard, gazing towards that direction. A sword body, a sun deity. Securing first place in this cohort would not be a simple matter. As Jiang Liuli had said, this batch was particularly abundant in prodigies. Moreover, these were merely the ones in plain sight. Who could tell how many more lay hidden? Many preferred to remain low-key. He collected his thoughts and resumed his cultivation, only sheathing his heavy sword by evening when an elder approached. Xian, your family has come to see you. They are waiting outside the reception hall. A smile broke across Xian's face. Old Lin? He hurried towards that direction and soon spotted Lin Chushan standing there. Xian grinned and quickened his pace. Lin Chushan, of course, noticed the young man, his face alight with joy, and with a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow. Xian met the attack with his own fist, and their punches collided. The air erupted with a thunderous roar. Excellent. Lin Chushan nodded. yet his heart was filled with profound astonishment. In just about a month, his progress had been astounding. "Old Lin, have you ascended to divinity?" Xuan exclaimed, equally shocked. Lin Xuan's aura had transformed significantly, exuding a formidable pressure. He had encountered the Divine Gate realm in the Central State's Great Hall, and the oppressive energy was somewhat reminiscent of Old Lin's. The Divine Gate, as the name suggests, is the threshold to divinity, a mark of eligibility for godhood. Yet in the mortal realm, it is referred to as a deity. Old Lin chuckled, "It's merely luck." He recalled the words of the girl in the purple dress, knowing that certain matters required discretion. Xianxia's family did not wish for him to leverage this situation. They aimed to temper the young man. "You've truly excelled." Xian expressed his genuine happiness. He contemplated that with his newfound strength, perhaps he could procure some treasures or even divine herb from the Xianxia pavilion to assist Old Lin. "It's been over a decade. Suddenly, I feel a bit unsettled without your incessant pestering," Lin Xuan self-deprecatingly remarked. Xian beamed with joy. He genuinely missed Old Lin, having followed him since he was less than a year old, treating him as his sole family. Such affection was beyond words. "I brought you some specialties from the southern province. All your favorites," Lin Xuan said, handing Xian a burlap sack. Upon opening it, Xian chuckled. "You truly understand me." With a flick of his mind, he stored the sack of food and drink in the first floor of the building, using it as a storage space. "I have temporarily settled in Eastern Capital. I've heard that the new competition at the Central State's Great Hall is approaching. I want to see you compete before I leave," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Great. Then I shall work even harder, so as not to bring shame upon you," Xuan replied. Lin Xuan cautioned, "Effort is essential, but this competition is different. I have heard some rumors, and I witnessed that terrifying anomaly before. Those who can attract such phenomena are certainly not ordinary. Their combat prowess will be immensely formidable, and their talents should not be underestimated." He understood that the anomalies of the Central State were far beyond those of the Southern Province, but he never anticipated the level of genius present. As they walked toward the Great Hall, Lin Xuan inquired, "I heard you killed that Xianxia upon arriving in the Central State, and even defeated 3 on the life and death platform?" Xuan nodded. "It was better to do it in the Southern Province, to avoid troubling you. Be cautious. The Nalan family is a prominent lineage in the mortal realm and should not be taken lightly." "Have they troubled you these days?" Lin Xuan asked. Xian shook his head. "Then you must be even more vigilant." Lin Xuan warned sternly. "The calmer the waters, the more one must avoid underestimating the enemy. Those great families will not let this go easily." Xian was well aware of this, stating, "Ultimately, I cannot evade it. Since I have acted, I will see it through to the end. Rest assured, I have not yet had my fill of life, and I promise to care for you in your old age. As long as you are here, I cannot leave," he added, looking at the concerned Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan glared at the young man, yet he felt deeply moved. He understood that such a notion was utterly unrealistic. He had no such qualifications. The identity of Xian was formidable, and the thought of him providing for Lin Xuan in his old age was mere fantasy. "Old Lin, I speak sincerely." Upon arriving outside the Great Avenue Hall, Xian gazed at Lin Xuan and vowed, "No matter where my path leads, I shall return to care for you in your old age or bring you along with me. Of course, in the future, I may achieve great feats and traverse further afield for an extended period. Thus, I implore you to live long and await my return." Lin Xuan smiled, turning to face the setting sun as he walked away, waving goodbye to Xian over his shoulder. With a youthful grin, Xian turned back towards the Great Avenue Hall and made his way to the living quarters, where he encountered Nanhu, who was approaching. Nanhu's injuries had nearly healed. A few days prior, Xian had visited him and discovered that he had already resumed his training. At this moment, Nanhu exuded a significantly more formidable presence. "Brother Xian," Nanhu greeted, carrying a cloth bag in his hand. He approached Xian with a friendly smile, saying, "I have been recuperating and training alongside my master these past few days, which is why I have not seen you." Xian replied with a smile. "Back to sparring again?" Nanhu scratched his head. "I cannot truly compare with you. That time nearly left me crippled. However, the benefits I gained were substantial, as my primal blood has been activated to a greater extent. Therefore, I shall continue to strive." Xian nodded, understanding that Nanhu could not compete with him. After all, he was rooted in dragon blood, a foundation of unparalleled strength. His physical vitality and self-healing abilities surpassed those of the average person. Furthermore, He could absorb phoenix blood, rendering him impervious to even the gravest of injuries. What realm have you reached? Xian inquired, looking at Nan Hu. My master has found me a place of fortune, guiding me in my training and providing me with resources. My vitality has significantly improved, reaching 70,000 pounds. My cultivation has ascended to the 9th level of the profound realm, and I am close to condensing the seed of magical power, Nan Hu replied, beaming with joy. Xian expressed his envy. Look at the teacher you have. Ever since Jiang Liuli departed with Xianxia, I have been left as an orphan, and I have only reached the 2nd level of the profound realm. It's been over 20 days since I last received a visit. At that moment, Nan Hu lifted the cloth bag in his hand. Brother Xian, my grandfather came to see me and brought some local specialties from the great wilderness. You should take some home to taste. Xian nodded. Very well. He then retrieved some specialties of his own. My grandfather visited as well, and he brought plenty of my favorite treats, which he remembered quite well. Excellent, Nan Hu exclaimed, joyfully opening the bag to reveal wild fruits, jerky, and large flatbreads. He grinned and immediately tore off a piece of flatbread, exclaiming, delicious. Observing Nan Hu's innocent delight, Xian felt a sense of warmth. He then opened his own bag, but upon doing so, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly a local specialty? He asked Nan Hu, who replied, indeed, they are specialties from the great wilderness. Xian sighed. Look at your grandfather. He brought real specialties, unlike my old man, who claims to have brought some, but is miserly. It's not anything extraordinary. Brother Xian, make do with it. However, these fruits and such have delightful flavors that I have enjoyed since childhood. Nan Hu said earnestly. Xian regarded him. Are you certain there isn't an ounce of pretension in your words? Half a bag is filled with precious herbs. In Nanzhou, even spiritual herbs are considered exceptional. In the realm of Zhongzhou Avenue, few disciples of the Hall of the Great Tao have acquired the precious elixirs. A mere half bag of these treasures? Indeed, South Tiger may appear impoverished, yet his backyard spans a staggering 100,000 miles. It is implausible that he truly lacks wealth. Within it lies a divine herb, albeit an unfinished product, for the miraculous flora of the great wilderness is exceedingly rare. Thus, dear Xian, please do not take offense, South Tiger added. Xian turned to leave, overwhelmed by the thought. Were I to possess such a lineage, why would I toil? I would simply recline and relish the inheritance of my family's fortune. Is that not more enticing? 2 days later, as dusk fell, news spread swiftly. The grand competition for newcomers would commence at dawn, summoning all aspirants to the mountain of 10,000 beasts. This mountain, established by the Hall of the Great Tao, houses a training ground, teeming with formidable beasts and various challenges set forth by the hall. Indeed, the opportunities for fortune are plentiful. As the news circulated, the entire Hall of the Great Tao buzzed with excitement, with all newcomers engaged in a final sprint. Consequently, Jiang Liuli returned with Xianxia, and upon their arrival at the courtyard, they beheld Xian, lost in thought on the threshold. Ye Vingshan remarqued, Xuan, how are you still at the 2nd level of the transcendental realm? I have already advanced to the threshold of the gathering law. Xian looked at Jiang Liuli. No one has taught me. Jiang Liuli responded, you're my teacher. Xian was taken aback. Xianxia added, indeed, you have not received any resources either. I have consumed quite a bit of spiritual medicine and some precious elixirs recently, hence my rapid progress. Xian nodded, yes. I can only nibble on wild fruits at home. He opened the cloth bag in his hand, pulling out 1, 2, 3 precious elixirs along with a half-divine herb, and devoured them as if they were mere carrots. Crunch! The 2 women exclaimed, I will end you. That night, Xian indulged in a feast, his manner of consumption leaving Xianxia in shock, while Jiang Liuli wore an expression of astonishment. After all, those precious elixirs, and even the essence of a half-divine herb, were vast in quantity. A typical practitioner, even at the pinnacle of the gathering law, often struggled to absorb them directly. For one at the transcendental realm, consuming such quantities could lead to explosive consequences. Yet Xian continued to consume them, appearing utterly unfazed, with his aura simultaneously swelling in strength. He truly absorbed them all. On the following day, or rather, just past midnight, the courtyard resonated with a thunderous energy as Xian rose, taking a step forward, his cultivation soaring to the 3rd level of the transcendental realm. As the energy from his breakthrough stabilized, the sound of booming bells echoed, signaling the commencement of the hall's great bell. The sound was magnificent, deafening. Let us depart. At this moment, Jiang Liuli and Yi Qingshan set forth. Xuan, while stabilizing his aura, followed curiously, asking, "Is it not tomorrow?" Jiang Liuli replied, "We set off tonight." Soon, they arrived at the central square of the Hall of the Great Tao, where hundreds of new disciples had gathered, all prodigies from various regions. Several formidable elders stood before them. After a quarter of an hour, one elder proclaimed loudly, "We shall depart immediately, heading straight for the mountain of 10,000 beasts." Chapter 19, The Undertaker. It has begun. The ensuing events depend solely on your capabilities. I have but two stipulations. First, return alive. Second, I demand victory, Jiang Liuli emphasized, casting an additional glance at Xian. Initially hesitant to speak further, she added, "If you fail to secure first place, I shall have to break your legs." Xuan. With that, a troop of over 500 individuals commenced their swift march, bursting forth from the Great Hall and exiting the eastern capital, advancing along the forested path beyond the city. "Quickly, keep up," the elder urged as they proceeded, announcing loudly, "Once we enter the mountain of 10,000 beasts, you will have 3 days. As long as you navigate to the designated locations, you will pass. Those who fail to do so will face two fates. First, death. Second, expulsion from the Great Hall." It was commonplace for casualties to occur within the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Every year bore witness to such tragedies. Those who are afraid may withdraw at once. The elder stated, "I of the Great Hall will ensure your safe return." After a brief pause, he observed that no one from the advancing party chose to retreat and nodded approvingly. "Excellent. True strength is forged through blood and fire. Delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are unworthy of entering the Great Hall." He chuckled and continued, "The rankings of the competition will be determined by the number of spirit beast pills you collect. This time, the hall has prepared various rewards for you, including rare elixirs. So, my children, charge forth." As he spoke, they arrived at a valley, and before them loomed the ominous darkness of the mountain of 10,000 beasts, its forests resembling a gaping maw ready to devour all. A disquieting aura wafted from within, accompanied by the intermittent, fearsome roars of beasts. "I shall await your return on the morning of the 3rd day." The elder stepped forward, distributing maps to each participant, clearly marking their exit points. "Located 500 miles away. Begin." With a grand gesture, he signaled, and the disciples hurriedly plunged into the forest, some disciples of the spirit realm soaring into the sky. 500 miles would require little time for them, yet slaying the beast would demand considerable effort. "Give it your all," Lin Chushan, having followed the commotion through the night, shouted from a distance towards Xian. Xian, upon hearing the voice, waved back, then ventured into the woods alongside Yi Qingshan, while Nan, who also bid farewell to his master and joined Xian. Xian inquired, "Shall we go together?" Nan, who smiled, "Absolutely." Thus, the trio delved into the forest, racing forward. It was at this moment that Yi Qingshan suddenly warned, "Be cautious. There are unseen presences locking onto us." Nan, who remarked, "Miss Yi, your perception is sharp. I have sensed it as well. Those beings harbor ill intentions." With that, they turned their gazes towards Xian and Nan, who said, "Brother Xian, we are now friends." Xian smiled in response. Indeed, the ominous presence had made itself known even before they entered the mountain. For he too was on guard, aware that a significant portion of the Nalan family would likely take action at this juncture. They swiftly delved deeper, evading the throngs. And half an hour later, they found themselves beside a tranquil lake. Xian suggested, "Let us pause here for a moment. Dawn is approaching, and at that time, we shall exert ourselves with utmost vigor." The two nodded and took their seats by the lake. Nan, who closed his eyes, and soon his vitality surged forth, transforming into a furnace that forged his body. Streams of celestial essence converged towards him, melding with the furnace and subsequently coursing into his being. The savage body refinement technique not only honed the physique, but also augmented his cultivation. Xian noticed that his furnace had grown significantly more robust compared to a month prior. Yi Qingshan, on the other hand, positioned her sword horizontally before her, closing her eyes as well. Her blade morphed into a dark sword. Though its form appeared commonplace, Xian sensed an aura of danger emanating from it. At this moment, Yi Qingshan was attuning herself to the sword, establishing a connection with it. As Xian sat nearby, a gentle breeze rustled through Nanhu's hair, prompting him to suddenly open his eyes, coldly declaring, "Someone approaches, a murderous intent." Xian turned to observe as Nanhu sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "We cannot escape." Foes surround us from all directions. Brother G, prepare yourself. With that, he plunged into the lake, vanishing without a trace, his presence dissipating entirely, leaving the surface calm once more. Xianxia opened her eyes, glancing at Xian, who urged, "Conceal yourself." Nan, who hails from the southern wilderness. He thrives in the jungle, and if he claims second place, none dare to assert they are first. She nodded, leaping gracefully to a nearby large tree, its dense canopy cloaking her figure, while her aura vanished without a trace. Both possessed methods to obscure their presence. As for Xian, he remained seated, his essence having long since dissipated, rendering him undetectable. However, their whereabouts had been exposed, and adversaries converged from all sides, leaving no room for evasion. Soon, footsteps echoed, and 3 figures emerged from the woods, approaching the lake, flanked by 4 more on either side. A total of 7 individuals encircled the water's edge, led by a man clad in a purple robe, whose demeanor was effeminate. He coldly inquired, "Will you die by your own hand, or shall we take your life?" Xian regarded the effeminate man, stating, "Among you 7, for possess the 2nd level of cultivation, 2 at the 3rd, and you yourself are at the 4th level. Yet, you all possess ordinary physiques, and cannot prevail against me." The effeminate man's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Xian's keen perception to discern their levels of cultivation so clearly. His expression darkened as he flipped his palm and drew forth a curved blade. "You truly overestimate yourself," he retorted. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Xian had already materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch. The effeminate man's countenance shifted as he raised his blade in defense. Yet at the moment of contact, the weapon shattered with a resounding crack, and Xian's fist struck fiercely against his chest. However, upon impact, Xian felt an extraordinary hardness. This man was clad in inner armor. The effeminate man, enduring excruciating pain, let out a tremendous roar as his curved blade swung downwards. Yet, it had barely descended 3 inches when Xian's fist surged with renewed vigor, amplifying its force. With a resounding crack, the effeminate man's eyes widened in disbelief as his chest caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward. Gushing blood erupted from his mouth as he fell to the ground, the earth shattering beneath him, his gaze filled with incredulity. This was not merely a force of 100,000. It must be at least 200,000. With one final spurt of blood, his eyes, once wide with life, began to dim. One strike, and he was no more. Simultaneously, the remaining 6 assailants charged forth. Some brandished swords, others wielded knives, while a few hefted massive axes, their terrifying auras radiating through the night. Amidst the darkness, the glint of blades and the shimmer of steel erupted in a dazzling yet perilous display. Xuan, like a dragon in flight, had honed his agility while in Nanzhou. With a few swift movements, he evaded the onslaught, advancing toward the blade-wielding giant. Just as the man attempted to retreat, Xian's fingers plunged into his throat with lethal precision. With a single jab, he sealed the man's fate. Drawing upon his strength and speed, Xian unleashed a frenzied assault, determined that none of those who sought his life would escape. Blood sprayed forth as 3 more fell, leaving the remaining 2 in a state of panic, turning to flee. Xian unleashed a powerful punch from a distance, sending one crashing to the ground, and pursued the other. Just then, danger struck anew. A whoosh pierced the air, and, simultaneously, an arrow shot forth, sharp and blinding. A luminous arrow aimed directly at his brow. In a split second, Xian arched his body, the arrow narrowly grazing his skin, before he spun and surged forward once more, only to find 3 arrows converging upon him. From the 3rd tree on his left, he dispatched the archer, shattering 1 arrow while deftly dodging 2 others. He charged ahead again, and atop the tree, Xianxia had locked on her target. With a sudden leap, she propelled herself from the branches, suspended mid-air, her eyes sharp as blades, as she gripped her sword and unleashed a thunderous strike toward her foe. With a resounding crash, an extraordinarily brilliant arc of sword light sliced through the night, its swiftness akin to lightning. The concealed archer, caught off guard, leapt back, hastily retreating while drawing back a star bow, a secret treasure of his. As he withdrew, the bowstring was drawn taut, and a radiant arrow was loosed, colliding fiercely with Xianxia's sword light. Alas, his arrow shattered in an instant, yet the sword light surged forward relentlessly. The archer's expression shifted dramatically as he used his bow to parry, an attempt to counter the incoming assault. The sword light quaked violently, erupting in an explosive display. The archer's lips curled into a smirk, but before his smile could fully form, the fragmented sword light transformed into dozens, even hundreds of slashing rays, cascading down like petals. Petals fell like rain, a cascade of sword intent and floral fury. In a moment of chaos, the archer, shrieking in agony, burst apart mid-air, blood raining down like a crimson shower. At that instant, Xianxia's form also descended to the ground. Xian simultaneously pursued the fleeing individual, landing a powerful blow to their back, unleashing a surge of energy that pierced through, blood gushing forth from the heart. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Xian had already turned back, rushing to Xianxia's side. His expression shifted dramatically as he yanked her away, and they swiftly moved more than 10 meters. Just as they vacated their previous position, a man clad in black suddenly materialized, brandishing a black scythe, which he brought down with a devastating force that shook the very air. Xianxia's countenance paled. Had it not been for Xian's keen perception, that unexpected strike would have obliterated their bodies. Furthermore, Xian retreated with Xianxia, finding safety by the lakeside. As the white-clad figure appeared not far away, another man in black emerged, a smile gracing his lips, wielding a black scythe as well. Though the scythes were dark, they occasionally glinted with a sinister red glow, tools of death, instruments seasoned in blood. The aura emitted by these two was overwhelmingly powerful. At the 6th level of the law, Xian and Xianxia were taken aback. Were there truly 6th-level practitioners among the newcomers? Or were there two? The specifics of the sword and the great sun divine body remained unclear, but according to the exposed information, it was only the more mature disciples among the newcomers who could muster the energy seed, and they barely reached the 4th level of the law. No, they were not newcomers, nor were they disciples of the Great Path Hall. They were undertakers. Xianxia's skazes sharpened. Xian clenched his fists. Indeed, they were undertakers. A surge of fury ignited within him. How ruthless. Chapter 20, Counterattack. The Burial House, the foremost assassin organization in the mortal realm, is intricately woven and deeply rooted. For the right price, there is no one they would hesitate to eliminate. The public refers to their assassins as undertakers. As the name suggests, they deliver death. However, newcomers from the Great Path Hall had infiltrated the undertakers, and not just any, but those of the 6th level of the law, and not merely one. This clearly indicated collusion with the burial house. They accept money to eliminate threats, but the employer had only compensated for one person. Thus, the young lady could go free. Two undertakers, one dressed in black and the other in white, approached with scythes in hand, their smiles concealing deadly intent. They were at the 6th level of the law, yet the 6th level assassins of the burial house were not simply ordinary disciples of that tier. They were seasoned in bloodshed. Their killing intent terrifying, their combat prowess far exceeding that of typical disciples. Xianxia's expression darkened as the black sword in her hand began to shimmer. In an instant, before Xian could utter a word, she surged forward with tremendous force. Her sword rose high, and with a fierce slash, she unleashed the sword-drawing technique, accompanied by a rain of sword intent and floral fury. Truly, a tragic fate awaited such youth and beauty, destined to perish in these wilds. The assassin clad in black shook his head and smiled, raising his scythe. A blinding flash of sharpness cleaved through the air, colliding with the sword intent of Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia's sword light erupted, scattering like petals in a storm. Despite her formidable power and her adverse combat techniques, the killers of the burial house were even more terrifying. The 6th layer of the law surpassed her realm by a significant margin. Following this, a second blade of light arrived. Xian, quick-witted and swift, surged forward with explosive energy. However, the assassin in white vanished in a flash, reappearing directly before Xian with a chilling smile and struck down with his scythe. With a thunderous boom, Xian's fist met the descending blade light. Blood splattered from his fist as his body was forced to retreat repeatedly under the pressure of the blade, ultimately landing on the surface of the lake. Though he could not yet fly, he could manage to glide over the waves with ease. The white-clad assassin wore a playful smile, moving leisurely, his body flickering with an uncanny grace as he pursued Xian across the lake. Once targeted by the harbinger of death, there was only a path to demise. The scythe in his hand rose once more, its blade radiating a blood-red glow, an aura of death surging forth. Just as he prepared to strike, Xian, who had been retreating, surged forward with a roar, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, like a sword drawn from its sheath, brimming with madness. "Kill him," he bellowed, launching his fist once again. The resounding wave of sound startled the assassin. What terrifying vitality! It was merely a fleeting surprise. He approached, and Xian would perish. It was inevitable. The scythe in the assassin's hand glimmered with intensified bloodlust, ready to descend. However, in that fleeting moment, the lake erupted violently, and from beneath its depths, the southern tiger burst forth, wielding a colossal bone club with both hands, as if splitting the heavens apart, crashing it down. He was behind the assassin, caught off guard. The assassin's expression shifted dramatically. As the scythe swung down, it shattered Xian's vitality, forcing him back 3 steps. Yet the massive bone club descended with ferocity. With a grunt, the assassin staggered forward 2 steps, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression turning grim, his aura becoming increasingly volatile. The assassin was utterly enraged. With a single strike, he would sever the heavens. In his fury, Xian raised his formidable blade high, a heavy sword, gripping it with both hands. He unleashed a fierce slash towards the assassin, the blade light vast and overwhelming, a singular strike that could cleave the heavens, imbued with immense might. Moreover, it was enhanced by the sky-slaying sword technique. The lake erupted continuously, the blade light advancing relentlessly, fueled by Xian's wrath and the murderous intent he had fully grasped. His will was unparalleled, a true manifestation of dominance. As the blade struck, it sought to annihilate everything. The assassin's expression transformed wildly under severe injury. He swung his scythe once more, but in his frantic state, Xian's blade light shattered it directly. The blade light surged forth, blood spraying across his chest, accompanied by a scream as his body staggered backward, staining the lake a vivid red. With a crash, the southern tiger unleashed his cultivation and vitality, the bone club striking with lethal force. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to claim the assassin's life. The assassin's blood flowed profusely, and his mind momentarily faltered, darkness creeping into his vision. In that fleeting instant, he lunged forward, his vitality surging with a thunderous roar, manifesting the might of 300,000 units of energy, enhanced by his profound 3rd level of cultivation. The collision of flesh was deafening. Blood erupted from the assassin in torrents, his body cracking audibly as bones splintered, leaving him in a state of grievous injury. With a second violent impact, the South Tiger's club came crashing down once more, and a body exploded upon the surface of the lake. The assassin was obliterated. Reinforcements. Without hesitation, Xian propelled himself away from the lake, rushing towards Xianxia, closely followed by the South Tiger. Xianxia, blood spilling from her mouth, was no match for the dark-clad assassin. Yet, with Xian joining the fray, disregarding his own wounds, he unleashed his vitality once again, brandishing his formidable great sword in a fierce strike against the assassin. The South Tiger joined in, swinging his massive club with a thunderous crash. Together, the 3 launched a counteroffensive. The dark-clad assassin's expression shifted dramatically, retreating in haste, his eyes cold as a serpent. Filled with a seething rage, having been counter-killed. "Flee!" He turned and dashed away, but Xian, without a moment's thought, pursued relentlessly. With the South Tiger and Xianxia in tow, it was a counterhunt. The hunter pursued the harbinger of death. The mountains echoed with a thunderous roar as the assassin charged forward, while Xian, with his formidable mental focus, sheathed his great sword and unleashed his full speed in pursuit. The assassin was terrifyingly adept at concealment and ambush, a lurking threat to life that he was determined to eliminate at all costs. The mountains continued to tremble as Xian surged forward like a battle beast, demolishing any ancient trees and rocks in his path. Behind him, the South Tiger and Xianxia were astounded. Xian's vitality exceeded all expectations, his murderous intent palpable. In that moment, Xian embodied the essence of an assassin far more than the assassin himself. As the assassin plunged into the forest, Xian followed suit. When the assassin leapt off a cliff, Xian followed without hesitation. He was relentless in his pursuit, intent on securing a kill. As he charged forward, he unleashed powerful strikes, sending forth his energy and cultivation to strike at the assassin from afar. The assassin gnawed his teeth in rage, This was a profound humiliation. He was a killer, a feared harbinger of death, who had always been the one to hunt others. Never had he found himself in such a dire predicament. Moreover, he was tasked with eliminating a novice disciple of a grand temple, and now he faced two opponents at once. He had initially thought it would be a simple task, but the current situation was utterly unfathomable. Damn it, he roared, turning to deliver a vicious slash, the blade gleaming menacingly. Yet Xian, driven by bloodlust, did not flinch from the blade's light and charged forward. With a swift motion, he summoned his great sword to counter the incoming strike, the blade expertly deflecting the attack. Yet the force behind it still rattled his very insides. The pain was excruciating, as if he were shattering within. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. But what of it? With blood spewing forth and eyes ablaze with crimson fury, he stood resolute, enduring the mightiest of forces, and charged forward with reckless abandon, as if he were destined to slay, even in death. Such fervor rendered the assassin dumbfounded. Chapter 21. A Sovereign of Slaughter. The cloaked killer was truly stupefied. No, this was not merely a killer. This was a madman. Brandishing a scythe, he pivoted to flee, unleashing his magical prowess, summoning clouds of energy to ascend into the skies, yearning to soar away. Initially, he had refrained from riding the clouds, for such a conspicuous target was prone to detection, potentially attracting the attention of the higher echelons of the Grand Hall. Yet now it was imperative. Fear gripped him. As he ascended, however, the southern tiger leapt from the treetops, delivering a thunderous blow as he surged upward. The strike reverberated like thunder in the void, hailing from the southern wilderness. The southern tiger was well versed in the art of survival within the jungle, adept at manipulating the terrain for the hunt. He had long been prepared. This strike was executed with pinpoint accuracy. Despite the assassin's formidable magical prowess, he was momentarily sent plummeting downward. Yet, as he fell, gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, only to be besieged by countless beams of sword light, enveloping him like a rain of blossoms. With a sickening thud, the killer was stained with blood, his body descending once more, as below, a figure surged upward, seizing the assassin's foot with a ferocious roar, and with a violent heave, hurled him into the abyss. Boom! A being of the 6th level of magic was cast down from the heavens. The earth shattered, and rocks were sent flying. Kill! The southern tiger had already descended, his reflexes astonishingly swift. After a single maneuver, he seemed to predict the actions of those below. He had long awaited this moment. As the assassin crashed into the ground, a colossal bone club, imbued with all his vitality and cultivation, struck with unyielding force. The earth crumbled. The rising assassin was drenched in blood, soaring through the air. Kill! Xianxia's sword light swept forth, as she pushed herself to her limits. The sword light became swifter, fiercer, and sharper. With a sickening squelch, the assassin bled profusely. And as he hit the ground, Xian's heavy blade loomed above him, silencing any words with a decisive strike. How heavy was the blade? Without magical defenses, flesh and blood were obliterated, and within it surged Xian's immense power, a staggering 300,000 units of vitality. A head was reduced to mere pulp. With that, Xian finally collapsed, trembling as blood gushed forth, his body drenched in sweat like a torrential downpour. Yet, in his eyes, a chilling smile emerged. He had slain. Sitting beside the headless assassin, he gazed upon the lifeless form, then plucked the storage ring from the killer's grasp. My spoils of war. They departed swiftly. The southern tiger and Xian rushed to aid Xian, hastily retreating from the battlefield, vanishing into the embrace of the forest under the southern tiger's guidance. Meanwhile, the overwhelming commotion attracted numerous disciples, who hurried to the scene, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. As the scene unfolded, a group of individuals stealthily approached. Standing a short distance away, their expressions turning ghastly at the sight of the lifeless body on the ground. They had been slain in retaliation. Truly, fate had spared them. Among them was a young man clad in black, his demeanor chilling as he turned and departed. "Young master, what shall we do next?" inquired one of the 3 companions trailing behind him. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia replied with a wry smile, "He cannot survive." The trio behind him hesitated, and Xianxia added, "I have heard whispers of the king of killers arriving." Their eyes flickered momentarily before they responded with disdainful laughter. "The king of killers? That lad is doomed." Meanwhile, Xian and his companions had vanished into the depths of the forest. As they pressed on, Xian found himself spitting blood incessantly. gravely injured, his internal organs torn. Both Nanhu and Yi Qingxian bore injuries as well, yet theirs were bearable. Brother Ji Xian, Nanhu glanced at him, his eyes reddening. The sight of Ji Xian's injuries made him feel faint, far worse than the wounds sustained in the Hall of Great Tao. He produced medicinal pills, repeatedly forcing them into Ji Xian's mouth. Yet even as they dissolved, blood continued to pour from Ji Xian. It was uncontainable. On the other hand, Yi Qingxian was filled with anxiety, tears glistening in her eyes as she clutched Ji Xian's wrist, sensing his frailty. The severity of his wounds was overwhelming. He was on the brink of death, and his condition was deteriorating. "Do not fear, I shall not perish," Ji Xian declared weakly, emboldened by his resolve. In truth, he had begun to absorb the blood of the phoenix. Within the second floor, blood flames surged wildly, despite the excruciating pain. Ji Xian's internal organs were rapidly revitalizing, life returning to him. By dawn, his bleeding had ceased, leaving both Nanhu and Yi Qingxian astonished yet elated. He had survived. "Let's disperse," Ji Xian suddenly spoke, and as Nanhu and Yi Qingxian looked at him, he continued, "This is not the end." He regarded them earnestly. "Together, we stand little chance against the demons, and we will perpetually be pursued." "What do you mean?" Ye Vingyan Eklemet, Het Voice Frosti. "Do I care about rankings in the competition?" Brother Ji Xian, Nanhu interjected, "We are friends. I am not one to shy away from danger." Ji Xian waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand. Our combined presence makes us a larger target and renders us more vulnerable to extermination. They seek me. If you accompany me, you will be burdened. Thus, you two should form a pair, while I will go alone. This way, I can act without concern and flee if necessary." After a moment's contemplation, Nanhu and Yi Qingxian agreed. "Very well, let us disperse." Ji Xian was indeed stronger alone than the two together. Remaining united would hinder Ji Xian's potential. "Be cautious, Brother Ji Xian," Nanhu warned before he activated the ring on his finger, revealing a storage ring from which he retrieved 3 medicinal herbs. "This is all I possess, 2 ninth-grade treasures and 1 complete divine herb," Nanhu declared. "I initially intended to use these to enhance my cultivation and condense my magical seed, but given the urgency of our situation, you should take them first." Ji Xian gazed at Nanhu, who promptly thrust something into his hands, smiling as he said, "Return it to me later." Ji Xian nodded and swiftly turned away, soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. Nanhu observed the worried expression of Yi Qingxian and reassured her, "Miss Yi, do not fret. Brother Ji Xian will undoubtedly succeed." Yi Qingxian nodded and disappeared alongside Nanhu. Meanwhile, Ji Xian moved with remarkable speed, propelling himself forward as his formidable spirit radiated around him. Dawn broke, the sun rising on the horizon, yet Ji Xian remained exceedingly vigilant, perpetually on high alert. Assassins may not be limited to just 2. If I were in their position, I would ensure absolute certainty in eliminating a target, preparing contingencies, and never relying on a single plan. Ji Xian's mind was clear as he analyzed the situation, concluding that any additional assassins would likely be even more powerful than the previous ones, perhaps even at the levels of the 7th or 8th realm. Suddenly, an ominous roar echoed. Yet Ji Xian deftly evaded the source of the sound, his mind unclouded by the desire to slay monsters. He lingered in the vicinity, refraining from delving deeper. For if he were from an alien family, he would establish layers of lethal traps at the exit. Now, escaping would be a daunting challenge. The river flowed fiercely, a potential asset in critical moments. The blood-red woods were dense and adept at concealment, and there lay a cave reeking of potent demonic energy. This place was perilous, with the black mist exuding a powerful corrosive effect. It was the most dangerous location he had encountered. Ji Xian discovered canyon, within which loomed a cliff shrouded in black mist, fraught with peril. He turned to leave, continuing to wander through the area, familiarizing himself with the terrain to find advantageous positions. Suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent gripped him. Without hesitation, Ji Xian pivoted and dashed 10 miles forward, plunging into the canyon and racing toward its depths. However, the source of that murderous intent pursued him with an alarming speed, several times faster than his own. In an instant, rocks exploded and a figure emerged behind him. Ji Xian glanced back and felt an overwhelming sense of danger. It was a figure cloaked in blood-red robes, advancing with a ghastly pallor, reminiscent of a corpse, exuding a terrifying aura. This was no mere practitioner of the 7th or 8th realm, nor even the 9th. This was a law king, the pinnacle of the law realm, renowned as one of the mightiest beneath the divine. Damn it, this was a king of slaughter. Ahead loomed a cliff, the black mist swirling, accompanied by a chilling breeze. The Nalan family truly holds me in high regard. Xian clenched his fist. Indeed, the Nalan family does think highly of you. At that moment, a cold voice resonated as several figures emerged from behind the blood-robed individual. These individuals appeared youthful, with the leader being a boy clad in black, whose smile was filled with a mischievous delight. He held a large black bow, knocking an arrow with a grin before releasing it. The arrow landed at Xian's feet, causing the ground to erupt with a violent explosion. Rocks scattered in all directions. The arrow's power immense. As Xian retreated, the man stepped forward, drawing his bow once more. An arrow was loosed, and another followed, relentlessly driving Xian backward. Behind you lies the infamous Black Wind Cliff, also known as the Ghostly Despair, a place from which no soul has ever emerged alive. But there was one who did escape. Though he was but a corpse, his body a grotesque tableau of decay, undoubtedly having endured unspeakable torment in life. His death was a sight too ghastly to behold. It has been said, better to die than to fall into the ghostly despair. The young man in black wore a chilling smile, his gaze fixed on Xian as he released another arrow. Be cautious, do not fall. The fate that awaits you below is far more dreadful than death at our hands. Young man, to offend the Nalan family is to invite a grim end. Yet if you kneel now, I might spare you a complete corpse. Accept your fate, for you have no chance of survival. Those behind him chuckled, regarding Xian as a doomed man. Xian's expression remained calm. He looked at the young man in black and inquired, "What is your name?" The young man chuckled. "Nalan you." Xian smiled, then abruptly turned and leaped from the Black Wind Cliff, his form enveloped by the black mist, disappearing without a trace. Nalan Yu's eyes flickered, followed by a cold smirk. Very well. He then turned to the King of Killers and declared, "The Nalan family will pay." The King of Killers nodded and vanished in a flash. "Let us depart. It is time for the grand competition, and this time, my ambition is to claim the first place." Nalan Yu led his companions away from the gorge. Meanwhile, the plummeting Xian let out a cold laugh. Nalan family, my counterattack is about to commence. Chapter 22. The Origin of Accompanying Crystals. The black mist surged, exuding a potent corrosive quality that rendered most individuals incapable of enduring its onslaught, leaving them battered and wishing for death. Even the likes of Nan who would find it impossible to withstand such overwhelming darkness. Yet Xian remained undaunted. Boom! As he descended, a surge of vitality erupted forth. The black mist inflicting immense pain, yet proving unable to deliver a fatal blow in the short term. He had surveyed this perilous region extensively, aware of the terror that the black mist presented. The Great Heavy Blade. Just before impact, Xian summoned the Great Heavy Blade, which manifested before him, and with a powerful swing, he struck downward. Thunderous roars echoed as successive blows cleaved through the mist, causing the stones below to shatter and scatter. Utilizing the force of his strikes, Xian managed to slow his descent, absorbing half of the impact upon landing. Although his vitality surged and he felt as though his bones would shatter, he had preserved his life. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved a precious medicinal elixir and consumed it, its essence revitalizing him. At the same time, he plunged into the second floor to absorb the blood of the phoenix. The immortal phoenix's blood surged forth, rapidly rejuvenating his vitality. After half an hour, Xian was able to rise. An hour later, he ventured forward, the black mist thickening around him, relentlessly encroaching. However, I had taken a glance ahead and discovered that absorbing the blood of the phoenix could indeed withstand the encroachment of this dark mist and preserve my life. Furthermore, as the black fog invaded my flesh, it simultaneously stimulated my absorption of the phoenix blood, enabling me to assimilate it at an accelerated pace, more ferociously than within the confines of the cultivation tower. The process of my flesh being corroded and then restored, only to be corroded again, continued in an endless cycle, amplifying my vitality and invigorating my entire being. Destruction leading to rebirth, aligning perfectly with the concept of breaking and then establishing anew. What lay ahead? Advancing through the black mist, I found nothing. Neither stone nor vegetation remained unscathed by the corrosion. Even the cliffs bore the scars of this decay. Yet, after 2 hours of travel, I witnessed the wind dispersing the dark mist, unveiling a statue standing resolutely amidst the fog. I was astounded, cautiously approaching, my senses heightened, and as I peered closer, I realized that within this black haze, the statue was remarkably well preserved, devoid of any signs of corrosion. However, it was headless, seemingly severed by some force. Yet upon gazing at it, an extraordinary sensation surged within me. My blood seemed to quicken its flow, resonating subtly with the statue. It was indeed resonance. With a thunderous roar, my blood boiled, and the statue gradually emitted a unique radiance, which upon contact with me, seamlessly merged. The surging light infused into my body intensified the fervor of my blood, causing the cyclone within to commence its automatic circulation. Moreover, the building itself began to tremble violently. The second floor, inhabited by the immortal phoenix, became exceedingly agitated, emitting a piercing cry. What on earth was happening? I was taken aback, retreating hastily, even frantically distancing myself from the statue, yet the feeling of resonance was inexplicably unyielding. This situation was peculiar. I hesitated not and accelerated forward, losing track of time until, with a sudden burst, I broke free from the realm of black mist. At that moment, the resonance diminished somewhat, and I felt a new insight emerge in my mind. This insight manifested as a luminous image, swiftly descending with a fierce strike, its brilliance overwhelmingly potent, cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. This was a strike that could sever the very fabric of existence. I realized that the statue too possessed this capacity to rend the cosmos. No wonder I felt a kinship. I had encountered a strike capable of splitting the heavens and earth in Southern Prefecture, and this intent resonated with the statue, proving immensely beneficial to me. I exhaled deeply, elated by the acquisition of further insights into the art of blade work, enriching my ability to cleave the cosmos. Though it still felt incomplete, it surpassed my initial understanding by several degrees, nay, by tenfold. Splendid. By this time, night had fallen, and a day had slipped away unnoticed. Nevertheless, I had successfully exited the realm of black mist and reaped tremendous rewards. To the Nayland family, I returned. I cast a sweeping gaze and proceeded through the forest, exercising caution rather than recklessly seeking revenge, ultimately discovering a spacious tree hollow into which I directly dove. In the depths of the tree hollow, he sat cross-legged, penetrating the second floor, and commenced the absorption of phoenix blood to mend his corroded injuries. Although he had safeguarded his body, wounds still lingered. The first night passed in immobility. Another day elapsed, and he remained still. It was not until the late hours of the second night that Xianxia opened his eyes, and with a resounding boom, his vital energy surged forth, causing the tree hollow to erupt. Emerging from within, he found his injuries completely healed, and the vitality radiating from him was immensely powerful, feeling as though he had gained at least 50,000 units of strength. The corrosive black mist had also served as a stimulus. I continuously absorbed phoenix blood, and the resonance with the statue made my blood boil, instilling a sense that something had been awakened within me, significantly enhancing the speed at which I absorbed the phoenix blood. Xianxia clenched his fist, confirming a tremendous increase in strength, reaching 350,000. Furthermore, the assassin's storage ring contained a bountiful 30,000 gold crystals. Xianxia absorbed them all. Gold crystals were not merely a universal currency. Their essence was abundant, infused with exceptionally pure spiritual energy. 30,000 was no small sum. After all, disciples of the Great Path Hall could earn only 1,000 in a month. Additionally, he consumed all the herbs left for him by Nan Hu, particularly that divine herb, which was brimming with energy. This divine herb was at least 10 times more potent than that semi-divine herb. Divine herbs were rare and precious, and what Nan Hu had given him was not a first-grade divine herb, but a second-grade one. Its value was beyond imagination. If Nan Hu were to consume it, he could undoubtedly condense a mana seed, perhaps even a nearly perfect one. Such worth could not be measured in gold. As Xianxia absorbed the divine herb, his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the profound realm, even reaching the latter stage of that level. When one's life is threatened, all aspects of potential are greatly stimulated. And in this instance, I have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. My cultivation and vitality have experienced a tremendous surge, and I have also comprehended more of the technique to sever the heavens with a single strike. Quite remarkable indeed. The newcomer competition would conclude at dawn, yet there were still 2 hours remaining before the break of day. Time enough. Xian retrieved the map for a glance. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he hastened towards his destination. Roaring in the darkness, the beasts of the night howled, fierce and menacing. Yet Xian paid them no heed, swiftly advancing and evading any encounters with the beasts. His aim was not to slay them. However, as he delved deeper, the roars of the beasts grew deafening, and soon a colossal tiger demon materialized before Xian, brimming with vitality. With a thunderous crash, Xian charged forward, his fist striking down violently, and the tiger demon was obliterated, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. Xian reached out and grasped a resplendent golden demon core, alongside a purple demon core. Logically, a single demon beast would possess only one demon core. Xian gazed at the purple demon pill, his eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. Indeed, fortune favored him. This was the first demon beast he had slain, a 5th-tier creature, and to his astonishment, he had acquired a companion crystal source. Companion crystal sources were exceedingly rare among demon beasts, belonging to a class of their own. The energy contained within the companion crystal source was extraordinarily abundant. This particular one, the size of a fist, surpassed even a divine herb. With a glint in his eye, he swallowed it whole, and a fiery vortex began to whirl violently. This crystal source, born within the demon beast, possessed terrifying essence, yet its energy was incredibly turbulent, even domineering. For an average practitioner at the 5th tier, consuming this demon pill would likely result in an explosive demise. Even Xian, endowed with a fiery vortex and possessing robust vitality and formidable physique, found himself trembling violently. After several tense breaths, he finally stabilized the energy, which was swiftly absorbed and refined by the vortex, becoming part of Xian's own cultivation. Pressing onward, he took a step forward, and his cultivation surged with a thunderous vibration, achieving a breakthrough. He had reached the 5th tier of the Tongxian realm. Furthermore, as he advanced with increasing speed, his cultivation continued to grow exponentially. In the early to mid stages of the 5th tier, Xian covered over 300 miles. Drawing near to the exit, moreover, he sensed a presence nearby. There were others. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very air around him. Xian turned and dashed toward the source of the sound. He found himself in a valley, where many individuals stood, likely comprising a third of the newcomers in the competition. At the heart of the valley stood an ancient stone tablet, adorned with arcane symbols that flickered faintly under the night sky. This was a monument of Tao, a manifestation of creation. Within this forest, there existed not only demons, but also the vestiges of the great Tao temple-esque creation, with some individuals having triggered secret realms to obtain legacies. The tablet had risen slowly from the ground, touched by someone seeking its creation. However, before the tablet lay 3 lifeless figures. They were dead. This was a monument of creation, as well as a demon monument. Xian strode boldly into the valley, making his way directly to the stone tablet, fixated on the symbols inscribed upon it. The onlookers in the valley turned to him, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Xian had already gained notoriety within the great Tao temple, having slain members of the Nalan family and achieved a remarkable feat by eliminating 3 opponents on the life and death stage. Many looked upon him with admiration and awe. Yet, there were some whose gazes flickered with cold disbelief, questioning how this man could still be alive. Logically, it seemed impossible. The Nalan family? Xian's keen senses detected ill intentions as he glanced at the 3 individuals, whose expressions altered in response. With a thunderous crash, Xian surged forward, seizing one of the men and hurling him violently to the ground. The ground of the valley shattered, accompanied by a surge of blood. Xian followed up with a kick, and the man's chest exploded violently, devoid of life. The onlookers in the valley trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the scene. At this moment, a petite girl clad in black entered the valley, her gaze flickering slightly. Xian was indeed remarkably fierce, and this ferocity was merely the beginning. With a crack, as the first victim fell, Xian surged forward again, his speed terrifying. As the second assailant charged, Xian seized his head and twisted it savagely. A decapitation. The third man, drenched in sweat and gripped by fear, blustered, "Xian, your arrogance will not go unpunished by the Nalan family." Xuan, his expression devoid of emotion, approached the diminutive man step by step, fixing his gaze upon him. "I remember you," he said coldly. You once made me kneel and apologize at Black Wind Cliff, promising to leave my corpse intact. This man had previously taunted him while trailing behind nailing you at the edge of Black Wind Cliff. The small man's expression shifted, and he turned to flee. But Xian's blade was already drawn. With a single press, he did not unleash his bloodline cultivation, yet the weight of the heavy blade bore down, causing the man's body to tremble violently, his shoulder bone snapping with a crack. With a thunderous roar, he collapsed, his left knee hitting the ground. Xuan, gripping the hilt of his sword, stood before him as the small man looked up in terror, his eyes pleading. Just as he was about to speak, Xian raised a finger in a gesture for silence. Do not speak. Allow me to kill in peace. In an instant, the man's body exploded, reduced to fragments. Beneath the night sky, the valley was engulfed in a swirling mist of blood. Xian sheathed his heavy blade, his face expressionless as he turned away. All around, the onlookers were paralyzed with shock, trembling in fear, except for the girl in black, whose gaze remained fixed on Xian. Noticing her stare, Xian turned to her, and the girl smiled slightly, impressive. Xian paused momentarily, replying modestly, "You flatter me." Though petite, the girl exuded an aura of formidable strength. Subsequently, Xian directed his attention to the stone tablet, which the girl also regarded. As they observed, the tablet trembled violently. A resounding boom echoed, and the runes inscribed upon it emitted blinding light. Two streams of energy surged towards Xian and the girl, resonating with them both. Be cautious. That tablet is no ordinary object, a voice warned from within the valley. 3 individuals have already perished beneath it, without a single wound. They died the moment they resonated with the tablet, as if their souls were severed. Moreover, those 3 did not resonate to this extent. They perished from mere insights. However, as he spoke, Xian and the girl could no longer hear him. At that moment, a figure materialized before Xian. This figure exuded an overwhelming aura, raising a massive fist and launching it towards Xian with a thunderous crash. The force of the blow bore down with immense pressure, imbued with a murderous intent that seemed capable of annihilating all in its path. Xian's body quivered, and he swiftly raised his own fist, channeling his energy to collide fiercely with the incoming strike. With a resounding clash, Xian felt his formidable punch, infused with 350,000 units of vitality, utterly extinguished. In the aftermath, his body was propelled backward, yet he gritted his teeth and steadied himself just in time for the second strike to descend. Rise! Xian bellowed, unleashing a tempest of energy as flames spiraled around him. His cultivation surged forth, harmonizing with his vitality in a powerful surge. Boom! The second punch landed, leaving Xian astonished. This blow was significantly weaker than the first. Boom! Just then, the third punch arrived, and Xian unleashed his full strength, causing the opposing fist to explode into a torrent of energy, enveloping him in its fierce embrace. At that very moment, Xian opened his eyes wide, feeling his aura swell dramatically as both his cultivation and vitality experienced a rejuvenating surge. Boom! Under this invigorating influence, his already advanced cultivation level broke through its limits, ascending to the 6th stage of the profound realm. His vitality surged as well, escalating from 350,000 to 360,000. Although it was merely an increment of 10,000, it was indeed formidable, while the breakthrough in cultivation could be rationalized. Given that he had consumed a divine herb and the accompanying purple crystal essence, it was expected. However, the increase in vitality was another matter altogether. Augmenting it by 10,000 units was no trivial feat. Absorbing phoenix blood, engaging in regular training, and even utilizing the training tower would typically require considerable time. The words destruction fist resonated in his mind, infused with the profound essence of the martial arts. He had withstood 3 punches, gaining in cultivation, vitality, and martial legacy. The destruction fist truly matched the earlier momentum. This technique was of the 9th tier of divine abilities. As Xian stabilized his aura, the onlookers around him gazed in astonishment. He had survived the onslaught, emerging not only unscathed but also with a significantly enhanced presence and a breakthrough in cultivation. This Xian was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the cloaked girl beside him opened her eyes, her aura rapidly expanding. Though she had not achieved a breakthrough, her form radiated a crimson light, as if enveloped by the sun's brilliance. In that instant, Xian's expression shifted once more. This seemingly petite girl possessed the sun god body? Chapter 24. Block the exit, kill. The cloaked girl appeared diminutive, her features exquisitely delicate, especially her large, remarkably bright eyes. It was unexpected that she embodied the celestial resonance of the sun god body. Initially, Xian had imagined her to be a burly figure. As Xian glanced in her direction, the girl also turned to face him, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise, even a hint of shock. She had comprehended her abilities, but the journey had been perilous. Xian's earlier awakening suggested that his comprehension might surpass her own. With a smile, Xian was about to turn away when the girl asked, "I have grasped the 6th-tier divine ability. What about you?" The surrounding crowd exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at her direct attainment of a 6th-tier divine ability. Truly impressive. Indeed, it is the embodiment of the sun god. However, Xian shook his head in disagreement. After uttering this, he turned and departed, collecting all the storage rings belonging to the 3 deceased members of the Nalan family, and subsequently left the scene. As he journeyed, Xian inspected the rings, discovering over 10,000 golden crystals within each, alongside a total of 7 demon cores. The first? I shall claim it. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he quickened his pace. The starlight had begun to fade, and the moon discreetly withdrew its gaze, signaling that dawn was near. When the stars had completely vanished, Xian found himself in an open space, where he soon spotted a group of people on the opposite side. They were indeed the individuals waiting at the Great Hall. Some disciples had also departed the forest ahead of him. It's brother Xian. Look, it's brother Xian. He is unharmed. A voice rang out, filled with excitement, and hands waved in his direction. Nanhu. Yet, he appeared to have sustained serious injuries, with his arm heavily bandaged and blood staining his chest. On the other side, Lin Xuan, visibly anxious, sat weakly on a large stone. Upon seeing Xian, he sighed in relief and managed a smile, clearly aware that Xian had faced perilous encounters with assassins in the forest. Xianxia was injured and had already been returned to the Great Hall. Nearby, a woman in a black dress, Xianxia, cast a cold glance his way, her voice low yet chilling. Xian met her gaze, his own eyes turning icy. Before him lay the border. Crossing this threshold would signify the conclusion of the competition, fulfilling the necessary requirements. However, he halted. With a swift turn, he drew his gleaming blade, positioning himself at the border as the other disciples rushed towards him. Time was of the essence. Upon seeing Xian, their eyes flickered with surprise, and the girl in black also arrived. Their eyes locked momentarily before she boldly stepped out of the mountain range. At that moment, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of 3 disciples charging toward him. Upon sighting Xian, they were utterly astonished, as if they had encountered a ghost. How could this fellow possibly be alive? They had witnessed him plunge into the black wind cliff. Before they could react, Xian surged forward, swinging his massive blade with ferocity. The first disciple instinctively raised his arms to block, but with a resounding crack, both arms shattered. The blade then struck his head with brutal force, blood splattering as his skull exploded, sending his mangled body hurtling away. 1 kill, before the others could gather their wits. Xian's other hand formed a fist and descended upon the second disciple, who crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. 2 kills. The third disciple, trembling in terror, turned to flee, but his speed paled in comparison to Xian's. He was swiftly overtaken and met with a fatal end. 3 kills. After dispatching them, Xian collected their storage rings and stepped back, remaining at the border, wielding his great blade like a harbinger of death, guarding the exit. The Nalan family is forbidden. Onlookers outside were left in shock, including Nanhu, Lin Xuan, and even Xianxia, all fixated on Xian with keen eyes. The girl clad in black, stepping forth, was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, her eyes sparkled with realization, silently acknowledging the ingenuity of this individual's approach. Meanwhile, on the other side, a burly man accompanied by several others wore an expression of profound discontent, his fists cracking ominously. "You dare!" he bellowed. "This is the newcomer grand tournament, Elder. This individual has violated the regulations and must be executed." The Elder overseeing the assessment flickered his gaze, just as Xian's voice resonated once more. "Has the newcomer grand tournament concluded?" "Not yet." Xian paused before continuing. "Is there a rule against killing during the tournament?" "None." "Is this not the tournament arena?" "Indeed it is." Then, within the tournament arena and during the sanction time, what rule have I violated by taking a life? The spectators fell silent, and the elder in charge confirmed, indeed, there is none. The burly man, known as Xianxia, had attempted to ambush Xian upon his entrance to the Dao Palace, only to be thwarted by Jiang Liuli's formidable presence. His countenance now bore an expression of unbounded fury, his fists clenched tightly, bones audibly cracking under the pressure. At that moment, a disciple of the Nalan family was sent flying by a single punch, blood spraying through the air as his wails echoed, only to be silenced by a brutal stomp that crushed his skull. For kills, Xian declared, stowing away the victim's storage ring and retreating to the boundary once more. Damn it! The Nalan family members cursed vehemently, while Xianxia gritted his teeth in rage, his body surging forth. However, the elder responsible for the tournament interjected. There are rules stating that outsiders are not permitted inside. Xianxia's advance halted, his gaze locking with the elder, who stated firmly, the rules of the punishment hall are not dictated by your Nalan family. Xianxia fell silent, and at that moment, Jiang Liuli also stepped forward, brandishing her sword. Let me see you take another step. The burly man's face twisted in fury, his chest heaving violently, and then he suddenly lunged forward. With a resounding clash, Jiang Liuli swung her sword. The brilliance of the blade flashed as Xianxia's body swiftly dodged. Nonetheless, blood erupted from his arm, narrowly escaping severance. Fixing his gaze upon her, she warned, "Move an inch, and I shall strike you down. You may continue afterward." Trembling with rage, Xianxia quivered but refrained from advancing any further. A thunderous roar erupted once more as Xian wielded his massive blade, achieving 5 kills, followed by a 6th. The remnants of shattered bodies lay sprawled before Xianxia, igniting a fierce blaze of wrath within him. Suddenly, Xian spoke up, directing his attention to the distance where a young man in black approached, accompanied by a man in white, followed by 3 others. Xianxia. Upon seeing Xian, he too was taken aback. The Black Wind Cliff was notoriously perilous. Even a typical Law King would hesitate to descend, for the black mist was exceptionally corrosive. Legends proclaimed, better to die than to enter the Black Wind Cliff. He could scarcely fathom that Xian had leapt into its depths and emerged unharmed, appearing utterly unscathed. A miracle indeed. As his gaze sank, it turned icy upon witnessing the shattered corpses strewn across the ground. You are indeed fortunate. After a brief pause, he continued forward, softly uttering, alas, your fortune is not as great as you believe. Xian's eyes gleamed with unrestrained murderous intent. This man was destined to die. The Nalan family? There would be no peace until their blood was shed. If they could not vanquish me, I shall ensure their utter destruction. Chapter 25. I shall slay you. The youth brandished his blade, standing guard at the mountain's exit. For every member of the Nalan family that approached, he would strike down without mercy, having already claimed 7 lives and acquired 7 storage rings. Among them were a considerable number of demon cores, totaling 17. The lowest was a 1st-level core, while the highest reached a 4th-level demon beast core. Xianxia regarded him with increasingly frigid eyes. In the next instant, his body flickered, moving with lightning speed. An aura of power bursting forth. 5th level. Within the forest, he had achieved a breakthrough. Kill! He bellowed, condensing his power into a punch directed fiercely at Xian. The air reverberating with a thunderous boom, the ground trembling violently. Onlookers outside turned in shock. The burly man clenched his fists. Xianxia, the foremost of the Nalan family in this generation, possessed terrifying talent, rivaling that of divine bodies and sword bodies. Eliminate him, cried the Nalan clansmen behind him, their hatred palpable. Nanhu, Lin Chushan, and even Jiang Liuli glanced over, their expressions tinged with concern. Xianxia was formidable. Yet, the girl in black merely smiled and shook her head. That knife-wielding fellow is quite powerful. Suddenly, Xianxia looked sharply in her direction. But the girl in black simply smiled lightly. Chulan. Xianxia's gaze flickered. The Chu family? That renowned sun god body. The sun god body. Originating from the Chu family, one of the noble families of the mortal realm. He coldly retracted his gaze and directed it back to the mountains. Xianxia was no weaker than a divine body, a relentless force. Boom! Before his words could fully escape his lips, Xianxia's powerful punch had already detonated, sending him hurtling backward. Instantly, Xianxia widened his eyes, and the Nalan clansmen trembled. Disbelief etched across their faces. Xuan chuckled softly. I have fought with Yu. He is no match for me, and Xian is not weaker than I. Her declaration regarding the sun god body stunned the crowd. She considered herself inferior, seeking death. At that moment, Yu roared again, charging forth, his fifth-level cultivation fully unleashed, accompanied by a tremendous roar as a golden tiger soared behind him. Secret treasure. Moreover, the 9 stars. No, this transcended the 9 stars, nearing divine concealment. Above the 9th rank. It was called divine concealment, surpassing even the divine bodies, known as the sons of gods. Such talent was exceedingly rare in this central continent. Rumbling. The void shook once more, the tiger's roar echoing through the heavens. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted, shaking all those outside to their core. Yu's power surged, advancing further, rivaling the 6th level. Kill, kill, kill. Yu charged forward with fervor, the sound of his killing intent resonating powerfully, accompanied by a formidable golden tiger that lent him an air of invincibility, as if he could obliterate all in his path. However, it was merely a single punch. Xian set aside his sword and struck down with his fist. The impact was thunderous. Yu's magical essence erupted. The hidden treasures of Yu dissipated. He was forced to retreat violently. One punch, an overwhelming force. Yu trembled intensely, gazing at Xian in disbelief, unable to fathom how this individual had attained such formidable strength. Is the king of killers still present? Xian remained composed, observing Yu with a calm demeanor. His cultivation level was at the 6th stage of profound understanding, a mastery that surpassed the average 6th-stage practitioner, with a blood vitality of 360,000. Who could rival such vigor? His dual cultivation in body and magic, harmonizing both realms, made him nearly invincible. Yu's expression was one of shock and dismay. He had always held an immense pride, convinced that without the king of killers, he could easily vanquish Xian. Yet, he was now acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them. One punch obliterated all his defenses. But the king of killers? Would he dare to show himself here? The moment he appeared, he would be instantly subdued by the higher-ups of the Hall of the Great Tao. Furthermore, would the Nalan family dare to acknowledge this reality? Brother Chun, I owe you a favor today. Yu, deeply aware of his inferiority, glanced helplessly at the man in white beside him. The white-clad man maintained a calm expression, arms crossed, and upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Very well. With that, he stepped forward. I shall be the one to eliminate him. Clearly, he intended to engage Xian alone. Be careful, he is a sword body. I am no match for such a foe, warned the black-clad girl, Xuan. From the outside, he is a sword body? It was known that this individual was born alongside a blood sword, resonating with it from birth. And his swordsmanship talent was exceptionally prodigious. Not merely extraordinary, at the age of 18, he had already comprehended the essence of the sword. Before the great competition, he had condensed seeds of magical essence and resonated with the heavens, manifesting celestial phenomena. A sword body is indeed terrifying. Such comprehension is not something the average person can achieve. Many prodigious beings fail to grasp it even at 30. Manifesting celestial phenomena is synonymous with being a genius. My name is Chun. At this moment, the man in white stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Xian. Remember my name. Xian waved his hand dismissively. I only seek to eradicate the Nalan family. You may leave. Chun paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied with a hint of amusement. However, I find you quite impressive, and I take pleasure in eliminating formidable beings like you. Xian regarded him, his expression unwavering. Suddenly, Chun chuckled lightly, and in the next instant, a blinding sword light flashed, followed by a blood-red arc descending fiercely. As the sword descended, it grew thicker and larger in Xian's sight, its edge seemingly poised to tear through the fabric of reality. The sword body unleashed its might, the blood sword cleaving through the heavens. This man was undeniably powerful, having mastered the essence of his craft. As Xian beheld the crimson sword light, he firmly grasped his formidable heavy blade and softly declared, Then, let us slay. With a resounding roar, he lifted his sword, infused with profound meaning. At that moment, even Zhang Lioli was shaken to her core. For this was the essence of the sword technique of heaven's severance. This young man had truly grasped its quintessence. With a fierce shout, Xian raised his heavy blade high and brought it crashing down before him. One strike to cleave the heavens. The blade's radiance surged forth, charging towards the blood-red sword light. Yet Xinjiang merely curled his lips in a smirk. In an instant, the descending blood sword light transformed into 9. This strike, 9 deaths. His calm voice elicited derisive laughter from the members of the Nalan family outside the mountains. 1 sword became 9. 9 swords for the kill. However, before the laughter could fully dissipate, Ji Xian's blade had already descended with finality, causing the crimson sword light to erupt. Not as 1, but as 9. 1 blade severed 9 swords. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. Xinjiang's gaze flickered. In that fleeting moment, Ji Xian's blade descended once more. Without a second thought, he unleashed a second strike, pouring forth all his strength. No, an extraordinary display of power. The clash of blade and sword erupted once again, shattering both. 2 swords merely matched 1 blade. The victor was clear, yet Xinjiang suddenly trembled. The next moment his sword stirred, but before he could raise it, a figure appeared before him, expression unchanging. With a mere flick of a finger, he proclaimed, "I shall slay you." Xinjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he remained frozen in that posture as a finger pierced his brow, extinguishing his life force. Chapter 26. Ji Xian enters the Mountain Water Pavilion. The sword's tip pierced through his brow, exploding out the back of his head, blood spraying forth, as his skull was thoroughly perforated. Dead. Xinjiang remained with his eyes wide open, filled with an overwhelming sense of incredulity. He had never imagined it would unfold this way. Even more astonishing was Ji Xian's decisive strike. He was the sword body, a prodigy of the Hall of the Great Tao, a highly protected figure. Yet, no matter how unfathomable it was, his life force had completely dissipated. As Ji Xian passed by him, his body fell back, lifeless. The arena was enveloped in utter silence. The slaying of the sword body, an overwhelming annihilation, beyond imagination. The woman in the black dress was also taken aback. Xuan was stunned, utterly shocked. This individual was not merely equal to her. He had completely surpassed her. So formidable. She even sensed that this was not his ultimate limit, for throughout the engagement, he remained calm and effortless. This was the 7th kill. The members of the Nalan family trembled in unison. In a heartbeat, Nalan Yu and the others hastily dispersed, rushing towards the mountains. Unfathomable. This man was too terrifying. Run faster. Ji Xian remained calm and composed, softly speaking as he stood outside the Black Wind Cliff. Those individuals toyed with him as a cat would with a mouse. At that moment, he stood smiling, observing the frenzied onslaught of his adversaries. He then raised his formidable blade, taking a step forward, the blade's light descending simultaneously. With a sudden burst, a member of the Nalan family was obliterated. 8 kills. In a swift counter, his blade glimmered like a crescent moon, effortlessly slicing through, as a second member of the Nalan family was cleaved in 2, a wail accompanying the gruesome spectacle. 9 kills. At this juncture, Nalan Yu had rapidly approached the boundary, his speed reaching its zenith. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Speed up, bellowed the bearded men, who had already converged. Nalan Yu glimpsed hope, his eyes alight with anticipation. Finally, he reached his destination. However, in that moment of exhilaration, a hand suddenly appeared, pressing down with immense force, immobilizing his forward momentum. A mere step away from the mountain's edge. This step represented the thin line between life and death. Yet it was a chasm Nalan Yu could not surmount, no matter how fervently he attempted. Too slow. A calm voice resonated, devoid of tumult, yet it rendered Nalan Yu's entire being icy with dread, as if he had plummeted into the depths of hell. He screamed in a frenzy, his power erupting violently, but that hand remained unyielding, suppressing everything. He was frozen in place, outside the Black Wind Cliff. You once claimed the Nalan family held me in high regard. And now? Ji Xian's voice echoed once more. Nalan Yu trembled uncontrollably, all courage extinguished, leaving only sheer terror in its wake. Grant me a chance, and I assure you, the Nalan family will owe you nothing. Nalan Yu's voice quivered, a plea for mercy. The earlier pride of the illustrious clan had vanished without a trace at this moment. And I am not of the same ilk as Xianxia. My father is a deity, my sister is a deity, and I hail from the divine land, he added, attempting to bolster his faltering resolve. The Nalan family would disregard any rules for my sake. Ji Xian, should you dare to slay him, the Nalan family will stop at nothing to annihilate you. Roar Nalan Xiong and others from the outside. Apply pressure, instructed the elder overseeing the competition. Sometimes, Taking a step back to accommodate others is also a means of securing one's own interests. To kill Nalan Yu would have monumental repercussions. Xian remained impassive, his gaze shifting to Lin Xuan, who met his gaze with a complex expression before smiling. "I will stand by you." Xian replied, "I too feel aggrieved. It was the Nalan family that first sought my demise. They shattered my energy core, rendering my existence a torment. Upon reaching Zhongzhou, Nalan Jia threatened me. And at the Dao Hall, I was forced to kill 3 in a life-or-death contest, compelled by their hand. Within these mountains, they sought my life, dispatching 2 6th-level mages and a Slayer King against me. I could not withstand them and was forced to leap from the cliff." Lin Xuan clenched his fists, his gaze turning crimson. Nan Tiger declared loudly, 2 6th-level mages. My brother Xian, Miss Yi, and I were besieged, nearly crushed to oblivion. Brother Xian was drenched in blood, with countless bones broken. Crack! His fists clenched, recalling that scene. He was filled with a tumult of rage and hatred, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. The Nalan family, a prestigious lineage, had conspired with the Undertakers during the grand competition for newcomers, sending assassins into the mountains to orchestrate a massacre. According to Xian, there was even a Death King involved. There was no retreat for Xian. He fell silent, then turned to Jiang Lioli, who gazed intently at him before uttering 3 words. "Follow your heart." With a resounding force, Xian's hand struck down, causing Nalan Yu to spew forth blood, the crimson liquid stark against the backdrop, as bones shattered with a sickening crack. A piercing wail escaped the black-clad youth's lips. "No!" Nalan Xiong bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. "Xian, the Nalan family will stop at nothing, absolutely nothing." Nalan Yu's father was in the Divine Land, his sister too. They were deities, elevated above all. The Divine Land, the ancestral home of their family, the largest and most mysterious region in the world, teeming with formidable powers, with the headquarters of the Grand Dao Palace established therein. However, as the threatening roar reverberated, Xian's grip tightened, and more blood flowed from Nalan Yu. "We await them." With a thunderous declaration, he pressed down with tremendous force, causing Nalan Yu's body to collapse to the ground, exploding under the weight of his palm, blood erupting like a mist. In the end, his form lay in utter ruin, completely obliterated. 10 kills. The audience fell into a heavy silence. Nalan Xiong and the others' eyes were as if drenched in blood, their teeth grinding in fury. Good, good, good. Yet, Xian remained indifferent, collecting Nalan Yu's storage ring, then turning to gather the sword body and the remaining 2 storage rings. "My spoils." He exited the mountains, crossing the boundary, merging the storage rings and presenting them to the Elder. 37 demon cores. 17 from the first realm, 7 from the second, 4 from the third, and 9 from the fourth and fifth realms combined. The cores from the second realm could be exchanged for 2 from the first, 3 from the third, and so forth. Xuan. Nalan Xiong glared fiercely at him before turning away. As dawn broke, he headed straight for the Nalan clan. The Elder shook his head. The situation had escalated dramatically, and the Nalan family would surely go mad. This young man, though powerful, was far too impulsive. Xian, however, paid no heed, sharing a smile with Nan, who as they made their way back to the Grand Dao Palace. His first place in this new competition was beyond doubt. Though this victory came in an unconventional manner, achieved through seizing opportunities, Xian had completed 10 kills in the mountains, vanquished the sword body, and annihilated Nalan Yu. His terrifying combat prowess and reckless abandon rendered any further commentary unnecessary. The reward for first place was immensely coveted, a 3rd-grade divine herb. Then, a voice rang out. Xian, enter the Mountain Water Pavilion. The elite hall of the Great Path offers rewards 10-fold greater than those afforded to ordinary disciples. And on occasion, this can even escalate to 100-fold. The disciples within the Xianxia tower possess cultivation grounds that are unattainable for the average disciple. Some elders, well-versed in the nuances of this situation, recognize that this cohort of Xianxia tower disciples is fortunate, as the grand competition of the Dao Hall is about to commence. The combatants will undoubtedly be selected from among the disciples of Xianxia Tower. Furthermore, many elders are astonished, and even the elder in charge of the competition is taken aback. For this action is tantamount to severing ties with the Nalan family. The Nalan family has been entirely annihilated, with their scion, Nalan Yu, slain. This matter carries considerable weight, and the Dao Hall's decision to proceed in such a manner clearly disregards the Nalan family's honor. To overlook the Nalan family, this young man must possess an extraordinary background. There are whispers that the Dao Hall's stance reflects an unusual circumstance. The second individual, Xuan, a body of the Great Sun, hails from the earthly clan of the Chu family. Xian, I look forward to your guidance. Xuan approached and greeted Xian. Xian responded with a smile and a nod. Xuan inquired, what level of divine power have you attained? She had underestimated this young man. His combat prowess was formidable, and she felt herself entirely outmatched. Having comprehended the 6th tier of divine power from a monster tablet, she suspected that Xian might have surpassed her, perhaps achieving the 7th or even the 8th tier. Xian chuckled about that. As Xuan gazed at him, she suddenly drew closer, a fragrant breeze wafting into Xian's nostrils. With a gentle smile, she suggested, let's spar another day. Certainly. At noon that day, Xian returned to his courtyard, where Xianxia was seated in meditation. Upon hearing his footsteps, she abruptly opened her eyes. Seeing Xian enter with a smile, unscathed, her prior concern dissipated, and she remarked, it is good that you are alive. Xian replied with a smile, not only am I alive, but I also vanquished the entire Nalan family, secured first place, and gained entry into the Xianxia Tower. Xianxia's eyes brightened momentarily, but her joy quickly receded. The Xianxia Tower is filled with prodigies and numerous beauties. You would do well to remain prudent. Xian responded, indeed. I shall not forget that I am a man of family. I assure you. How is your condition? Xianxia replied, a blessing in disguise. Xuan nodded, sensing her aura had indeed grown stronger, having coalesced the seed of magical energy. At that moment, a voice resonated, and a young woman entered, none other than Xuan. She had changed into a light blue long dress. Her petite figure, enveloped by the garment, appeared elegant and graceful. Surprisingly youthful, her figure was strikingly alluring. Her features were exquisite, particularly her large, captivating eyes, which sparkled with charm, and when she smiled, 2 delicate dimples graced her cheeks. She beamed at Xian and approached him, saying, Xian, I too have entered the Xianxia Tower. Shall we go together this afternoon? The new competition has seen few entrants into the Xianxia Tower, as its assessments are notoriously stringent. Yet this time, 2 have succeeded, Xian and Xuan. Xuan fell into silence, while Xianxia rose from her seat and approached him, taking his hand and turning to Xuan. Greetings. I hereby assert my claim. A flicker of surprise crossed Xuan's eyes, but she smiled at Xuan and said, until we meet again. She then turned to leave, but paused at the exit to glance back at Xuan. Do not forget our agreement. Xuan remained expressionless. After Xuan departed, Xianxia cast a cold look at him. Xuan explained, I encountered the sun god body amidst the mountains. Xianxia fixed her gaze upon him at that moment, and Jiang Liuli entered the room. Xuan quickly shifted his focus. Teacher, I have brought the first item. Today, I shall also enter the mountain and water tower. Jiang Liuli nodded and replied, before you go, prepare lunch first. Xuan responded with a slight hesitation. Jiang Liuli then turned to Xianxia. This cohort is different, although you were compelled to emerge early. The mountain and water tower is now open. You may take the assessment. Xianxia nodded and looked back at Xuan. Wait for me at the mountain and water tower. Within a month, I shall surely enter. Xuan noticed a fire of determination igniting in her eyes. He turned and walked into the kitchen. After having lunch, Xuan retrieved a 3rd-grade divine herb and addressed Xianxia. You should keep this herb. It will enhance your chances at the mountain and water tower. Xianxia did not even glance at it, silently opening her storage ring to produce 2 3rd-grade divine herbs, stating these were given by the teacher. Xuan sighed, casting a glance at Jiang Liuli. Jiang Liuli, with a sense of entitlement, retorted, you wish to compete for 2 3rd-grade divine herbs as well? Are you even a man? Xuan remained silent. Moreover, did you not receive a reward? You possess them already. Is greed truly necessary? Xianxia added, are you harboring ulterior motives? Fearing my entry into the mountain and water tower? In response, Xuan dashed out of the courtyard, heading straight to Nanhu's residence. Within Nanhu's courtyard, he found only him, who immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Xuan. Brother Xuan, the mountain and water tower is open for assessment. Wait for me there. I will surely come find you. Xuan replied with a smile. Very well. Nanhu, filled with enthusiasm, added, do not return that herb. My master has given me 2 3rd-grade divine herbs as well. I never anticipated my master to be so affluent. Xuan remarked, Look at your master. And who continued, Brother Xuan, this cohort is different. Once we reach the mountain and water tower, we must strive with all our might. My master said that the great comparison of the Tao Hall will commence in a few months, and at that time, disciples will be chosen from the mountain and water tower to participate in the grand competition in the divine land. The great comparison of the Tao Hall? Xuan inquired. Nan, who explained, the great comparison of the Tao Hall is held by the headquarters of the Tao Hall in the mortal realm, and all Tao Halls may register for participation. Furthermore, if one performs exceptionally, there are abundant resources available. After a brief pause, Nan, who exclaimed excitedly, moreover, my master mentioned opportunities to ascend to the upper realm. Ascend to the upper realm? Xuan clenched his fist slightly. He was aware that the Tao Hall was vast. All the Tao Halls in the mortal realm were merely branches. The true foundation of the Tao Hall lay in the upper realm. Moreover, to ascend to the higher realm, are there not more prodigies? More legacies? The resources are beyond imagination. Who would not wish to venture into the upper realms? Brother Xian, let us strive together. Perhaps in due time, we shall both ascend and explore the vastness of the upper realm. It is bound to be immense. The South Tiger's blood surged with excitement and longing. Xian nodded, then extended his finger, from which a crimson flame erupted with a soft pop, exuding a palpable aura of vitality, the blood of the immortal phoenix. Xian gazed at the South Tiger. I shall not part with the divine medicine, but this blood you shall absorb. It will greatly benefit your vitality. Xianxia does not primarily cultivate her body. She cannot withstand the blood of the immortal phoenix. At least, not at this moment. How terrifying. The blood of fierce beasts. Could this be the blood of a divine beast? The South Tiger was equally astonished. During his time in the southern wilderness, he had bathed in beastly blood and was quite sensitive to its essence. Xian said little further, gently pressing a point on the South Tiger's palm, causing the blood to seep into his body, instantly invigorating his vitality. Soon, his expression contorted, teeth gritted, as sweat poured from his body, and the next moment, blood erupted from his pores. Xian's gaze flickered, and he quickly withdrew his finger. South Tiger, your absorption is limited. Xian frowned. What he provided was but a fraction of what he could absorb in a single instance. Boom, boom, boom. The South Tiger's vitality surged, and he transformed, his entire being turning a deep crimson, his strength escalating at a terrifying pace. Rumble. Then, his aura of cultivation skyrocketed, and in the next moment, under Xian's incredulous gaze, the South Tiger unleashed the aura of the law realm. He had condensed a seed of magical power. After a full quarter of an hour, the South Tiger's aura gradually stabilized. Clenching his fist, his expression radiated immense excitement. He then looked at Xian, exclaiming, Brother Xian, thank you. This drop of blood has been immensely beneficial to me. I have broken through to the law realm and successfully condensed a seed of magical power. Although he had previously consumed a third-grade divine medicine, under normal circumstances, his progress would not have been so swift. This drop of blood accelerated his absorption. Furthermore, his seed of magical power is extraordinarily perfect. A flawless seed of magical power will greatly aid his future cultivation. One drop of blood has elevated him to new heights. My vitality has surpassed 100,000. In his exhilaration, the South Tiger struck a diamond pillar in the courtyard with a punch. The diamond pillar exploded with a resounding crash. 100,000 vitality. How terrifying. Brother Xian, this blood is not merely the blood of a divine beast. It is far more formidable than any divine beast blood I have encountered. I feel as though I have undergone a complete metamorphosis. The South Tiger nearly knelt before Xian. Keep striving. Xian nodded and turned to leave the South Tiger's courtyard, yet his heart brimmed with curiosity. That blood, which the South Tiger absorbed, was less than a tenth of what he could take. Moreover, that tenth was before his vitality had fully flourished. This implies that my constitution is indeed extraordinary. He possesses an insatiable capacity for absorption, not merely due to his relentless determination, but also because of his extraordinary constitution, which grants him formidable endurance. The South Tiger, whose veins flow with the blood of the barbarian tribes, is renowned for his exceptional physique, revered as one of the titans of the body-tempering realm, with a capacity for endurance that is truly terrifying. Yet, previously, Xian had keenly observed that the South Tiger was unable to continue absorbing, lest he risk an explosive outcome. The threat he posed was even more daunting than that of a barbarian physique, at least tenfold. What manner of constitution do I possess? Xian pondered with profound curiosity. Departing from that place, he made his way directly to the cultivation tower, where he sat cross-legged, fortifying his formidable cultivation. During his recent expedition to the Myriad Beast Mountain, he had made significant advancements in strength. When he vanquished the sword body in Nalan Yu, he hardly exerted much power at all. If he were to unleash his full potential, what heights could he possibly reach? That afternoon, he exited the cultivation tower and headed towards the mountain water pavilion, where he soon encountered Xuan, adorned in a light blue gown. With a smile, she greeted, "Brother Xian, I look forward to your guidance." Xian responded, "You nearly caused me great trouble today." Xuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Really? Are you afraid of your wife?" Xian clarified, "It is respect." Xuan merely smiled in silence. Though her gaze towards Xian shifted, he truly was strikingly handsome. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the Dao Hall, where they beheld an extraordinarily tall building, 9 stories high, grand and majestic, adorned in black and white. Akin to a landscape ink painting, the Mountain Water Pavilion, Xuan declared with a smile. This is the elite hall of the Dao Hall. The Mountain Water Pavilion is not merely a residence, but a place for cultivation. Each of the 9 levels is imbued with profound mysteries, providing far greater benefits for cultivation than the 3 cultivation towers. Xian observed with keen interest, recognizing the distinct advantages of training in such a place, which would undoubtedly accelerate the growth of both his physical form and cultivation. At that moment, the grand entrance of the first floor of the Mountain Water Pavilion swung open, revealing a young woman in a blue dress, her features delicate and her smile sweet. "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Lan Yin, a disciple of the Mountain Water Pavilion, here at the behest of the elders to await your arrival." Lan Yin vit Jefolin. "Greetings, Sister Lan Yin." Xian and Lan responded courteously. "Please come in." Lan Yin invited with a warm smile. Following her inside, Xian and Lan stepped into the Mountain Water Pavilion, where the space opened up magnificently before them, appearing tenfold larger than it seemed from the outside. This was merely the first floor. The second was even grander, and the third even more so. The Mountain Water Pavilion is arranged with spatial formations, Lan Yin explained with a smile. Xian nodded, recognizing the complexity of the setup. "Here are your cultivation resources for today. 1 first-grade divine herb and 3 spirit pills. Next month, you will receive another divine herb and 3 additional pills." Xian's body trembled with excitement. Each month, the resources consisted of divine herbs and spirit pills. These spirit pills were of the 3rd grade, unavailable to those outside. Indeed, divine herbs were also scarce for external disciples, typically requiring the assistance or gifts from a teacher. It was no wonder they said the treatment at the Mountain Water Pavilion was tenfold, even 100-fold, that of external disciples. The claims were indeed justified. This is the land of enlightenment, where numerous stone tablets stand, each embodying the advanced divine abilities of our great Dao Hall. Here lies the body refinement realm, filled with an abundance of vital energy, derived from the blood of mystical beasts, meticulously refined by the high echelons of our great Dao Hall, allowing for direct absorption to strengthen the body. However, the pressure within is formidable, far more daunting than the external cultivation towers. This is the cultivation realm, replete with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual essence on this first level is 1,000 times denser than that of the outside world. This is merely the first tier. Once you attain sufficient strength, you may ascend to the 2nd and 3rd levels, where the mysteries deepen further. As for the levels above 4, not only are cultivation resources plentiful, but the flow of time differs from the outside world as well. Landing Vima. The flow on the 4th level is 4 times faster than that of the outside. Cultivating for a single day here equates to 4 days out there. Beyond that, I cannot say for certain, as I am merely a disciple of the 4th floor. Xian was truly astonished. With such abundant resources and a time advantage, how could one not become formidable? He resolved to promptly inform Xianxia and Nan that they must intensify their efforts. For cultivating here is akin to traveling 1,000 miles in a single day. To his surprise, Xuan was equally astounded. Xuan inquired, "Are you not from a prestigious family in the mortal realm? Surely, their resources are substantial." Xuan ziplit sopti. "The resources of a noble family are not available to all. If I could enjoy the finest luxuries, would I have journeyed all the way to the great Dao Hall in Zhongzhou?" Xian regarded Lan thoughtfully, pondering if she was overlooked within her clan. This area serves as a training ground, inhabited by numerous mystical beasts and humanoid puppets, where disciples may engage in combat practice. Lan guided them to the entrance of a grand hall, peering inside to reveal an expansive space, ample for combat. The cultivation methods of the Mountain Water Pavilion are indeed comprehensive. At that moment, several disciples were engaged in training. Some sparred fiercely to hone their combat skills, while others fought against puppets, demonstrating considerable strength. Shall we go in? Lan smiled at Xian, whose gaze flickered with intrigue. Just then, Lan grasped his hand and led him inside, with Lan following closely. Upon entering, the grand doors of the hall slammed shut with a resounding thud, locking tightly. Suddenly, the previously gentle and smiling Lan Ying's demeanor shifted, turning icy as she coldly smirked and stepped away from Xian. Meanwhile, several individuals emerged from the shadows. Led by a tall man, Lan approached him, nestling closely as she said, "Senior brother Nalan, I have brought the person. What happens next is up to you." The tall man, Xianxia, smiled before addressing Xian. "I am Xianxia. You took great pleasure in slaying a disciple of the Nalan family, did you not?" Xian's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Lan, who sneered, "You walked in here on your own accord." At this moment, Lan interjected, "Is the Mountain and Water Pavilion truly a place where mutual slaughter is permitted?" Xianxia chuckled. "This matter does not concern you. You are the Chu family, and we Nalan are also a family of the mortal realm. I shall not make it difficult for you." His gaze remained fixed on Xian. In the Mountain and Water Pavilion, strength is revered. In this training ground, it is quite normal to accidentally kill someone. Moreover, you have already disregarded the hall's rules. Do you think I, Xianxia, would be intimidated? The Tao Temple would truly go to such lengths to challenge me, an elite, simply because of you, a newcomer? His expression was one of amusement as he drew a sword, its blade broad and formidable. A great sword indeed. Simultaneously, un overwhelming aura érupted forte, causing Lan's body to quiver. What immense power! Chapter 29, Confrontation. Nalanji sera radiated. Exuding an immense pressure that transformed Lan's visage into one of grave concern. She glanced at Xian and murmured, "Terrifyingly powerful. There are no weaklings in the Mountain Water Pavilion." Moreover, as Lan mentioned, she was a disciple of the 4th floor and referred to Xianxia as senior brother, indicating that he was at least of the same rank. "I am of the 5th floor." Xianxia smirked, exuding pride. He was known as the strongest of the 5th floor. Lan's heart trembled once more, while Xian remained composed. This individual's vitality was robust, surpassing that of the South Tiger, which had reached a formidable 10,000. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the 8th level of the law. Xian measured his own strength and gradually regained his calm. Indeed, he was worthy of having slain Nalan Yu. His audacity was commendable, maintaining such poise even at this juncture. Xianxia smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes, then turned to Xian and queried, "That revered deity, was he your grandfather?" Xian's expression shifted abruptly. Xianxia continued, "The pain of losing a loved one is unbearable, so we intend to let you experience it as well. Rest assured, it shall be swift. After all, today you shall embark on the journey alongside him." Boom! Xian spun around, calling out for Old Man Lin. As he turned, his vitality erupted, his cultivation surging forth, striking the stone door with tremendous force. Yet, the door merely trembled. "Do not exert yourself. You cannot escape. I've already sealed this door," Lan remarked with a gentle smile. Xian took a deep breath and turned once more, declaring, "Thus, I must kill you to exit this trial zone." "Kill me?" Xianxia paused, then erupted into laughter, finding it to be the most amusing jest he had heard all year. After all, he was the invincible figure of the 5th floor. The surrounding disciples, drawn by the commotion, ceased their battles and gathered closer, having heard tales of Xian, a newcomer, remarkably powerful and audacious. However, to slay Xianxia? What bold words! Swish! As they mocked, a sonic boom erupted. Xianxia suddenly vanished and reappeared before Xian, his sword descending in a lethal arc. Quick! It was an unprecedented speed. Moreover, as the sword descended, it compressed the air, creating a thunderous sonic explosion. This blade was indeed heavy. When Xian instinctively drew his knife, bracing it before him, he was violently propelled backward from the force of the strike, soaring several dozen meters. His vitality surged. Once more, Xianxia vanished, reappearing to unleash a second sword strike. Even more powerful, the sonic explosion deafening. Xian staggered back again. With the third, fourth, and fifth strikes, Xian continuously blocked and retreated, appearing utterly incapable of countering. He was completely overwhelmed. The speed, strength, and cultivation of Xianxia were terrifying, effortlessly crushing Xian. Xianxia was merely toying with him. Had he truly desired Xian's demise, a single strike would suffice. A disciple spoke up, their smile icy. Lan remarked with a light smile. Why need a single strike? Brother Nalan is a master of the 5th floor, the most formidable presence there, soon to ascend to the 6th. Their confidence in Xianxia was palpable. Xuan observed from the sidelines, her expression filled with concern, yet she felt powerless in this conflict, lacking the qualifications to intervene. After all, she had only recently acquainted herself with Xian and did not share a profound bond. Boom! Xianxia had unleashed countless strikes, while Xian continued to evade and retreat, unable to retaliate. The spectators' hearts steadied. The outcome was already determined. Now what do you think? Nalan, bearing his broadsword, regarded Xian with a playful expression, as though he were merely an ant. Xian steadied himself and gradually rose to his full height. I believe you are doomed. Xianxia paused, then smirked, gripping his broadsword with the blade pointed at Xian. I am bored. Boom! As the words fell, he swung his sword with great force. The blade's radiance aimed at Xian. Boom! At the very moment Xianxia struck, Xian responded with his heavy blade, cleaving downward with immense vigor. The collision of blade and sword produced a thunderous roar, and in the next instant, both forces erupted, their energies surging wildly. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Had he managed to block it? Boom! Amidst the shifting expressions, a figure surged forth, Xian. His speed was astonishing, even swifter than his previous retreats and dodges. Boom! With this surge, the light of his blade blazed anew, severing the heavens. Beneath the black wind cliff, he had grasped deeper, profound truths, and at this moment, his strike emanated an overwhelming momentum, the blade radiance exuding a regal might far surpassing his earlier encounters with the sword body and Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia was taken aback. This fellow had suddenly grown formidable. He raised his sword to defend, but as the sword light and blade light collided, Xian surged forward once more, relentlessly closing the gap and unleashing his strikes. Boom! The thunderous roars intensified, growing ever more resounding as Xian entered a frenzied state, advancing directly toward Xianxia, causing tremors among the onlookers. Playing the fool to catch the wise. This boy, damn it! Xianxia clearly perceived this shift. He felt as though he had been mocked, inciting his furious ire. Furthermore, as Xian relentlessly pressed forward, his blade light shattering Xianxia's defenses. The humiliation weighed heavily upon him. I am a master of the 5th floor. With a thunderous roar, he wielded his broad sword with utmost vigor, the blinding sword light exploding like a radiant sun. Simultaneously, Xian brought down his massive blade, shattering the sword light once more. As the two weapons collided with a resounding clash, the deafening sound echoed, followed by a sharp crack, as a great sword was severed, smashing Xianxia's weapon. However, Xian's blade was also sent flying. Both warriors bled from their palms, yet in that moment of bloodshed, Xian's gaze turned frenzied, his body darting forth like a leopard, charging again at close range. A collision ensued, a spray of vivid blood erupted, and his body was hurled backward, while Xianxia also staggered back, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattered bones. The audience was left in stunned silence. Sword cleaved, bones shattered. How terrifying was this young man? Truly a prodigy. It must be noted that Xianxia was a sword cultivator, a genius of the sword path, with an overwhelming vitality surpassing 100,000, who in the entire Grand Hall could compare. At that moment, Xian was an eye-opener. Xianxia, too, was taken aback. His 100,000 vitality and incredibly resilient physique could not withstand this young man, whose vitality far exceeded 100,000. He roared like thunder, clenching his fist, unleashing a massive fist light aimed directly at Xian. The 8th grade divine power, the crumbling fist. Someone shouted. This was a technique from the Mountain Water Pavilion. Having reached the 8th tier, truly formidable. In the Grand Hall, techniques above the 6th tier were exceedingly rare, and even the Mountain Water Pavilion 7th tier techniques were precious. While 8th-tier techniques were scarce, the 8th grade, the crumbling fist. Yet under this unparalleled blow, Xian charged straight ahead, neither dodging nor avoiding, his body colliding with the divine power. A madman. At this moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, while Xuan trembled. It was utterly insane. Chapter 30. The Golden-Winged Pungbird. Indeed, many believed it to be reckless. To collide with divine powers using mere physical strength? Was he courting death? Did he think himself invulnerable? Did he believe that sheer vitality could disregard all caution? This punch was enough to shatter 150,000 vitality. There would be no surprises. They were certain of his demise. Lan Yin and the others were utterly astonished. Xian truly surpassed all imagination. His combat prowess was terrifying. The information they had gathered was merely the tip of the iceberg. He was far more domineering than anticipated. Yet, in that moment, their confidence remained. This young man was far too arrogant. This punch would reduce him to pulp. Boom! The sound reverberated, shaking the very hall. And those who had once looked at Xian with condescension now stood frozen in disbelief. Boom! The fist light detonated. Xian surged forward. His body shattered the divine power. My heavens! Countless voices cried out, their words trembling, as Xian's move dazzled their eyes. As they stood in shock, even numb to the unfolding chaos, a more terrifying surge of vitality erupted forth, and Xian raised his fist. The three colossal characters, destruction, ruin, annihilation, echoed in the air as Xian's fist descended with ferocious intensity, its radiance as crimson as blood, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. With a thunderous impact, Xianxia was sent hurtling backwards for several dozen feet, his body crashing with a series of resounding thuds, bones shattering under the force. A mouthful of vital essence erupted forth as he fell to one knee, grievously wounded, the aura of a 9th-grade divine power. The entire assembly was left agape. The vitality released by that single strike likely surpassed 200,000. Such a prodigious display of strength from this youth was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Xuan's eyes gleamed with extraordinary clarity. This individual had comprehended the 9th-grade divine power. He was far superior to me. With a resounding boom, Xian surged forward with remarkable speed. At that moment, Xianxia bellowed, "All together, let us slay him. The Nalan family shall reward handsomely." Defeat seemed inevitable. This youth had not merely feigned weakness. He had meticulously gauged his limits and had now established an overwhelming advantage. Merely entering the mountain water pavilion, he had effortlessly dominated this 5th-floor master, an astonishing feat indeed. As his voice faded, Lan Yin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the next instant, the three of them charged forth, only for Xian to pivot abruptly. With another thunderous strike, he unleashed a devastating punch. One disciple was sent flying. In a flash, Xian evaded Lan Yin's impending attack, his fist descending with ferocity, seizing her with a powerful grip. Lan Yin cried out as her aura erupted. Yet, her unleashed energy was utterly obliterated, her body bending under the force before she collapsed to the ground. Her cries mingling with the explosive sounds of her demise, her flesh shattered like fragile petals. He is ruthless. He is escaping. Xuan Sautet, dashing forward to intercept the restless crowd in place of Xian. I am Xuan of the Chu family. To harm me is to provoke the entire Chu clan. Those unafraid of death may come forth. In that moment, the woman stood tall, exuding an air of unwavering confidence that quelled the assembly. The earthly aristocracy is not one to be trifled with, unlike Xian. Meanwhile, Xian seized a massive blade and charged forth, producing a deafening sonic boom as he pursued Xianxia, his speed relentless as he ascended the steps leading to the 2nd floor. Without pause, Xian continued his pursuit, reaching the expansive 2nd floor where Xianxia was bleeding profusely and charging wildly. Xian's gaze turned cold as ice, retracting his blade with swiftness, his murderous intent palpable as he advanced. The 2nd floor was in shock, the disciples training there left dumbfounded. Was that Xianxia, the 5th-floor master, being hunted within the mountain water pavilion? They struggled to believe it, and in the next moment, several rushed out, not upwards but downwards. For many on the 3rd floor could not ascend. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they were once again struck with disbelief as the reality dawned upon them, their scalps tingling in horror. Xian had overpowered the 5th-floor master. At this moment, Xian pursued Xianxia as they ascended to the third level, where the occupants were equally astounded. Upon reaching the fourth level, a cacophony erupted, plunging the arena into chaos. Then they arrived at the fifth floor, where everyone was driven into a frenzy. The building echoed with the terror of the chase. On the fifth floor, Xianxia was drenched in sweat, his excessive fright propelling him towards the massive stone door. The mountain water pavilion intertwined with realms of trials, connecting training grounds to one another. They had been navigating through the trial zones. The stone door loomed ahead. Xianxia roared as he charged forward, while Xian gritted his teeth, his blood surging violently, creating a thick mist that propelled him forward with renewed speed. As Xianxia burst forth from the trial zone, Xian followed closely behind, unleashing a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, his fist struck, causing Xianxia to veer off at an angle before shattering the window of the fifth floor and leaping down. He plummeted from the fifth floor, channeling his magical energy to glide forward. Without hesitation, Xian followed suit, leaping into the air. However, despite his profound cultivation, flying proved to be a challenge. He treaded upon the void, each step causing explosions in the air. Yet he could only advance a mere dozen meters before beginning to plummet straight down. Xian's expression shifted dramatically as the distance between him and the others widened. With a glint in his eyes, he landed and surged forward at an alarming speed, charging directly towards a mountain peak. Ascend the summit. Vanquish the celestial foe. This commotion compelled the individuals within the mountain water pavilion to rush outside, startling even the disciples and elders beyond. They soon beheld Xianxia fleeing through the air, bloodied and in disarray, while below, Xian raced toward a mountain peak. That peak was none other than the Sky Beast Peak. A disciple shouted, revealing it to be a haven for a ferocious beast nurtured by the Hall of the Great Path. Xian, undeterred, pressed on with remarkable speed, overcoming the pressure of the mountain, which shattered beneath his fierce vitality. With a thunderous roar, he ascended the mountainside, surpassing its midpoint, and, as he neared the summit, a colossal bird emerged, its wings gleaming with pure gold. The golden-winged roc. The disciples below cried out. Though still a juvenile, its combat prowess was formidable, accompanied by an extremely volatile temperament. At that moment, the golden avian fixed its gaze upon Xian, golden flames flickering around its form, yet it refrained from attacking. As Xian drew near, the golden-winged roc emitted a resounding cry, its glossy black eyes sparkling with excitement. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the roc spread its wings and dove towards Xian, then bowed its head beside him. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck him. In the next moment, he stepped onto the back of the roc, exclaiming, "Take me to the skies." The roc responded with an exhilarated cry, unfurling its golden wings and soaring skyward. "Catch up." Xian stood atop the golden-winged roc, wielding a hefty blade. His icy gaze locked onto the fleeing Xianxia. As the golden light flashed, the roc soared with an electrifying speed, embodying the bloodline of the legendary roc. Its swiftness was unparalleled. Speed was indeed its innate divine ability. Chapter 31. The Divine Gate. Standing atop the golden-winged roc and wielding a black iron broadsword, Xian radiated an air of unparalleled grandeur, capturing the attention of all in the Hall of the Great Path. The crowd gazed upward in astonishment. The temperament of the roc was notoriously volatile. Even a Dharma king could not tame it. It was said that an elder from the Divine Gate could only subdue it, but never compel this proud creature to submit. Yet, unexpectedly, it willingly bowed to Xian. Boom! The thunderous roar erupted as the roc, swift as lightning, pursued Xianxia, whose expression turned to one of sheer panic. "Charge!" he bellowed, his speed suddenly surging as he violently spat 3 mouthfuls of blood, employing secret techniques to hasten his escape. Unfortunately, the roc was far too swift. Despite being a mere juvenile, it had already reached the 8th level of the Dharma, approaching like a golden sword of light. "Descend." At a distance of 10 feet. Xian's voice rang out. At 5 feet, his broadsword was raised, and at 3 feet, the massive blade came crashing down. With a splatter, blood rained down from the heavens, accompanied by a wretched wail as Xianxia's towering form plummeted from the sky. The descent was irreversible, ultimately crashing heavily onto the 99 steps outside the Hall of the Great Path, shattering the ground beneath him. Blood flowed from Xianxia's body, cascading in all directions. His eyes widened in shock as he gasped for breath, already on the brink of death. The crowd in the streets was equally astonished, quickly gathering to discern the identity of the fallen figure, trembling in fear. At that moment, the rock let out a piercing cry, and a figure leaped down from its back, landing steadily in front of Xianxia with the broadsword in hand. Stop! The people from the Hall of the Great Path rushed out, including elders from the Nalan family, while others from the Nalan clan hurriedly approached. Xian stepped forward, placing his foot upon Xianxia's chest, his gaze piercing through as he observed the fury, humiliation, and disbelief reflected in Xianxia's eyes. He had underestimated this young man. Having just entered the Mountain Water Pavilion, his combat prowess rivaled that of the 8th level Dharma, capable of ascending to the 6th floor. Is this truly a newcomer? He seems more seasoned than the elders. Xian, cease this at once. Xianxia was the first to arrive, his fury reaching a boiling point upon seeing this young man again. Moreover, Xianxia, at the 8th level of Dharma, a 5th floor disciple of the Mountain Water Pavilion, had been utterly defeated, reduced to a mere dog. This young man was far too monstrous. Where is old Lin? Xian inquired, his foot still on Xianxia, his gaze directed towards the Nalan clan, his voice chillingly cold, eyes glinting like blood. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. Just then, an elder rushed out from the Hall of the Great Path. Young man, I am here. Xian turned to him and smiled. All is well. He looked down at Xianxia. It seems you have been boasting, leading me to misjudge you. Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, the Nalan family had taken action. However, the old man was unscathed, having gained an additional opportunity. Xianxia declared, since it is a misunderstanding, release him. Xian nodded and remarked to Xianxia, choose a better place to return to. Xianxia was taken aback, and Xian turned to Xianxia, saying, in your next life, refrain from boasting. With a sudden stomp, Xianxia's eyes widened in shock, followed by a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. His chest utterly caved in. You! Xianxia's eyes gleamed with madness. Xian confronted him. Not convinced? Go ahead and strike me. With that, he swiftly moved behind the statue of the Invincible One. Approaching the steps, Xianxia's fists cracked ominously. You scoundrel! Kill him! In his fury, a heavy shout thundered. As an elder in black and white robes approached with a composed demeanor, Xianxia and the others bowed in unison. This man exuded an immense aura, radiating unparalleled authority. Nalan Feng, the deity of the Nalan clan. He strode forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating intently on Xian. Suddenly, he took a step down, his form closing in on Xian to the extent that Xian did not even catch a glimpse of a shadow. This was the divine gate. Unfathomable. Boom! Before Xian, a finger relentlessly approached, its murderous intent chillingly fierce. This divine gate was making its move against Xian, disregarding all else, intent on slaughter. Bang! But at the moment the finger descended, a figure interposed itself before Xian, unleashing a powerful aura. Lin Xuan. His expression was frigid, his presence thunderous, as he declared, if you wish to harm my grandson, I shall fight to the death. Nalan Feng's countenance darkened, and once more his aura surged. That finger advanced again, and Lin Xuan's aura shattered repeatedly. His body trembled violently. Clearly, Nalan Feng was an ancient deity, his cultivation vastly superior to the newly initiated Lin Xuan. One finger was insurmountable. No one dares to touch the Nalan clan. Nalan Feng's voice resonated, and the finger pressed onward, causing Lin Xuan not only to tremble, but also blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. What appeared to be a mere finger was in truth a colossal contest of divine power between two deities, placing Lin Xuan under immense pressure. Ultimately, blood erupted violently as he staggered back, unable to withstand it. Nalan Xiong's gaze was icy, his finger descending further. A mere pseudo-deity dares to act recklessly before me. How audacious. His voice dripped with disdain for Lin Xuan, and with a shake of his finger, a resounding crash ensued as Lin Xuan was violently propelled backward. Blood sprayed forth continuously. Yet, as he was hurled back, he grasped Xian, pulling him along in retreat, shielding him behind himself. Boom! Nalan Feng's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent intensifying as he stepped forward, unleashing a tremendous pressure. Crack! Protecting Xian, Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, the ground erupting violently, his knees shattered under the strain. The disparity between gods was far too great. As the wind of Nalan swept his robe, accompanied by the sound of shattered teeth, Lin Shushan's body was sent flying askew, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Yet, with a fierce howl, he bellowed, "Run!" Just as Xian was about to retreat, Nalan Feng's gaze fell upon him. In an instant, Xian found himself frozen in place, his cultivation and vitality inexplicably rendered inoperative. The presence was terrifying. A mere glance was sufficient to suppress all within him. To kill Nalan Jia, to annihilate Nalan Yu, and now to slay Nalan Jia. Do you truly consider my Nalan family to be your stepping stone? Nalan Forigardid Xuan. His eyes growing increasingly heavy with the weight of oppressive power, causing Xian's form to bend slowly. His legs trembled incessantly, as if they were about to buckle in submission. The pressure was unbearable, yet the youth's gaze burned with defiance, fixated on this deity-like figure, gritting his teeth and trembling. Even as blood began to flow from his wounds, he resolutely refused to kneel. Impressive indeed, but alas, you have offended the wrong person. Nalan Feng was somewhat taken aback. A mere being of the transcendence realm could withstand his divine might? A prodigy indeed. What a pity. He shook his head and raised a finger towards Xian, declaring, "In your next life, do not cross the Nalan family." As his voice fell, his fingertip began to glow, and Xian sensed the imminent threat of death. Gritting his teeth, he struggled with all his might, yet found it utterly futile. The finger continued its advance. Xian's body quaked, his eyes like blood, filled with a fierce intensity as he roared inwardly, "Break free! Break free! Break free!" A thunderous roar echoed. Under such ferocity, an immense pressure descended. But rather than crushing Xian, it suddenly bore down upon that very finger. With a resounding pop, the finger exploded. Nalan Feng's body jolted, the oppressive force dissipating instantaneously, replaced by an expression of shock and even fear. This overwhelming pressure emanated from a statue, the statue of an invincible being. Immediately, the murderous intent in Nalan Feng's eyes surged to unprecedented levels, fueled by a reckless determination. Resonating with the invincible, this person could not be allowed to live. Kill. Chapter 32, Slaughtering the Gods. The invincible being of the mortal realm, a figure of unfathomable terror, had once suppressed all families and major factions on Earth, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Those who resonated with him comprised more than half of the heirs of the invincible path. The future of such individuals was unimaginably dire. To spare him would pose a monumental threat to the Nalan family. Kill. He must be slain. Nalan Feng's murderous aura reached a fever pitch, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his palm, determined to strike down with abandon. However, at that very moment, another figure appeared, single-handedly blocking Nalan Feng's hand in midair. Xianxia. Nalan Feng narrowed his eyes. Nalan Feng, this is the hall of the Great Path. And Xian is a disciple of mine. The elderly figure clad in white spoke with a cold gaze and a grave tone. Nalan Yu and Nalan Jia. Were they not also disciples of the hall? Today, his slaying of Nalan Jia has already breached the rules. He must be executed. Nalan Feng regarded the elder, recognizing him as the deputy head of the law enforcement hall of the Great Path, a figure of considerable authority. Even if there are transgressions, they remain matters for the law enforcement hall of my Dao Temple. You dare to kill? On what grounds? Xian's voice grew even colder. Although the worldly aristocratic families are involved in the Dao Temple and other major forces, they are merely peripheral entities, primarily motivated by their own interests. Nalan Feng's expression darkened significantly. Xian, are you certain that you wish to sever ties with the Nalan family over a single disciple? Xian replied, "We shall adhere to the rules." Nalan Feng clenched his fists. "Very well, then I shall observe what these rules entail. How shall we resolve the matter of Nalan Jia's death?" Xian fixed his gaze upon Nalan Feng, then turned to Xian, who was about to speak. But Xian interrupted. "Nalan Jia provoked you first at the mountain and water pavilion, and even conspired with Lan Yin and other disciples to besiege you. Your response, although an act of self-defense, ultimately resulted in the unintentional death of Nalan Jia. Therefore, you are to reflect upon your actions at the mountain and water pavilion for 7 days, confined within its walls." Xuan? He had already prepared for the worst. After all, the law enforcement hall is notoriously unsympathetic. Xian had heard more than once the disciples whispering that the members of the law enforcement hall are stern and merciless, killing without a second thought. Yet now, as he looked upon Xian, He appeared remarkably amiable. Reflect upon my actions? Confined to the mountain and water pavilion? What a delightful turn of events. Xuan, are you satisfied? Xianxia inquired, his expression solemn and authoritative. Yes, no, I accept the verdict. Xian bowed his head, greatly surprised, yet deeming this a fortunate outcome for himself. The onlookers were equally astonished. When did the law enforcement hall show such compassion towards its disciples, exhibiting such warmth? No, this is not compassion for the disciples. This is merely leniency extended towards Xian. This lad possesses significant backing. Xianxia. Nalan Feng's expression darkened in an instant. Is this your form of punishment? Do you take the Nalan family for fools? We refuse to accept this. Nalan Xiong and others shouted in unison. Injustice. Utterly unfair. You seek to kill Xian, and he is not allowed to retaliate? Must he await his demise? If I force you into a corner, can you refrain from striking back? Xianxia was unyielding, granting no face. Nalan Feng gritted his teeth, and Xianxia calmly stated, if you are dissatisfied, you may seek an audience with the Thunder God for clarification or approach the Hall Master. The Thunder God, the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Hall Master, the helmsman of the Central Continent Dao Hall. Very well. A surge of anger welled within. Yet Nalan Feng felt powerless. He turned his gaze to Xian. We shall play this out slowly, if we do not bring you to ruin. The Nalan family is not truly a family. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Yet as he turned, a cold voice resonated once more, followed by the emergence of a woman in a black dress wielding a sword from the Dao Hall. She approached Xian directly, observing the blood upon him. Jiang Luli inquired, did he strike you? Xian looked at Jiang Luli. Teacher, I am wronged. This old man sought to kill me. Jiang Liuli advanced once more, making her way directly towards Nalan Feng. Your Nalan clan's scoundrels have harbored ill intentions since my disciple entered the eastern capital. Those who confronted my disciple were swiftly vanquished. Even amidst the mountains, you dispatched assassins to besiege us, summoning the king of killers, only to have him defeated by my disciple yet again. And now, at the Xianxia pavilion, your Nalan clan faces another defeat. Although you have been repeatedly outmatched, it has always been your clan that instigates trouble. Jiang Liuli's gaze bore into Nalan Feng, whose expression darkened. If the younger generation seeks conflict, that may be expected, but you, an old man, dare to threaten my disciple? Bullying the weak is one thing. Taking advantage of age is another. I must ask you, do you have any shame? Nalan Feng's countenance soured further, but Jiang Liuli pressed on. You are on the verge of the grave. Losing your sense of shame is permissible. However, I, Jiang Liuli, with beauty akin to a blooming flower, cannot afford to be shameless, can I? Nalan Feng's expression reached its nadir. What do you intend to do? Jiang Liuli? Jiang Liuli declared, you have wronged my disciple, so I shall retaliate against you. Is that not reasonable? Nalan Feng clenched his fists, and Jiang Liuli proclaimed, a battle to the death. Nalan Feng was taken aback, and then cursed vehemently, madwoman. He turned to flee, but as he did, Jiang Liuli had already positioned herself before him, her sword pointed menacingly. Do you think I jest? You seek to kill my disciple for the sake of your Nalan clan's younger generation, and I will kill you for my disciple. Only one of us shall survive. With a thunderous sound, her sword erupted in brilliance, cleaving towards Nalan Feng with tremendous force. Nalan Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he narrowly evaded the initial strike. Yet Jiang Liuli's second blow was already descending. The void trembled violently, the brilliance of the sword nearly blinding, forcing Nalan Feng to summon his divine power in a desperate bid for survival. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, unleashing a wave of divine energy that swept across the surroundings, sending onlookers fleeing in terror. This was a divine battle. Jiang Liuli, Nalan Feng bellowed, realizing the gravity of her intent. His body recoiled under the relentless assault of her sword light, his divine energy surging forth. Kill! Jiang Liuli pressed onward, unleashing a torrent of sword strikes, each one more ferocious than the last, the air thick with the tempest of her blade. Nalan Feng, now a picture of disarray, was drenched in blood, his hair disheveled and his demeanor chaotic. Fear etched across his face. He ascended toward the heavens, but Jiang Liuli's speed surpassed his. Akin to a divine sword piercing the sky, closing the distance in an instant. Above, two radiant forms clashed repeatedly, the void erupting with thunderous explosions. Moments later, one body plummeted from the sky, and Jiang Liuli approached Xian instructing him, "Remember, you have support." With that, she returned to the Hall of the Great Way. As she vanished, the crowd gazed up in horror, where Nalan Feng's figure hovered ominously. Suddenly, his suspended form trembled, and in the next moment, a torrent of blood surged forth, as a headless body plummeted from the heavens. Following closely, the severed head fell with a resounding smash, shattering into pieces. At the scene, countless individuals trembled, particularly the members of the Nalan family, who appeared as pale as a sheet. The god of slaughter had been slain. Chapter 33, Cultivation. A deity was thus beheaded outside the Hall of the Great Path, its corpse severed. This shocking spectacle left many in a state of disbelief, and the Nalan family was utterly dumbfounded, hastily retreating moments later. The public execution of a divine being from a mortal family would undoubtedly stir up a massive uproar. Yet, Jiang Liuli seemed utterly unconcerned. After supporting Xian, she simply turned and returned to the Hall of the Great Path. Xian watched his teacher's retreating figure and suddenly smiled. There was something rather endearing about her at times. Suppressing his amusement, he approached Lin Xuan, who was also visibly astonished, but quickly masked his surprise. He regarded Xian and remarked, "Finding such a teacher is quite commendable. How are your injuries?" Xian inquired with concern. "It's nothing. After all, I am a deity now. This minor injury won't claim my life," Lin Xuan replied, though he could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood as he spoke. Xian then presented Lin Xuan with the third-grade divine herb he had received as a reward, along with a first-grade divine herb and 3 spirit pills acquired from the Mountain Water Pavilion, insisting, "I have more. Feel free to take what you need from the Mountain Water Pavilion." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. As the group returned to the Hall of the Great Path, the sound of flapping wings echoed as a golden-winged pung bird descended, affectionately approaching Xian. He smiled and gently patted the bird's head, aware that it sensed the phoenix blood within him. "Little Jean, that is what I shall call you. Go home now. I will come to play with you another day," Xian said. Initially reluctant, the golden-winged pung bird nuzzled against Xian before nodding, as if it understood his words, then turned and took flight. However, after soaring a short distance, it glanced back at Xian with innocent eyes, much like a child looking at an older brother. "Go on. I promise I am not deceiving you," Xian waved, prompting the golden-winged pung bird to finally return to the heavenly beast peak. This scene evoked envy in countless onlookers, for even a deity could not tame this majestic bird, which had willingly acknowledged Xian as its master. Truly remarkable. Xianxia followed suit, contemplating silently that the pung bird, possessing innate intelligence, would only choose a king. Having grown naturally to the level of a deity, weaklings could never earn its recognition. To be precise, only the most formidable deities could gain its favor. Xian was indeed a king. Soon after, he vanished and appeared atop a mountain, where a silver-haired elder stood, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "Thunder God." Xianxia bowed slightly. The silver-haired elder scrutinized Xianxia, declaring, "Not sufficiently resolute." Xianxia's gaze flickered momentarily as the Thunder God continued. "Should the Nalan family send another deity to cause trouble, there is no need for discussion. Simply slay them." Xianxia was taken aback as the Thunder God added, "Youngsters should not interfere unless Xian's life is genuinely at stake. However, if an elder disregards the rules and acts, pay them no heed. Just eliminate them." "If you cannot do it, I shall." Xianxia was left astounded. Just who was Xian? Regrettably, the Thunder God did not respond and departed, heading towards the Yao mountain outside the eastern capital. The Thunder God had gone to feast once more. Lin Xuan had been assigned to recuperate within the Hall of Grand Path. Soon, Xianxia and Nan who arrived. Upon seeing the blood on Xian, their expressions darkened. Xian, however, waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he had not suffered any loss. Xianxia declared, "I shall soon breach the Mountain Water Pavilion." Nan who added, "Brother Xian, I will also be swift. When we reach the Mountain Water Pavilion, we shall fight side by side." Xian smiled, encouraging their efforts. The treatment within the Mountain Water Pavilion was indeed splendid. Each month, they consumed divine herbs and elixirs, with the spiritual energy on the first floor being 1,000 times denser than that of the outside world. The time flow on the 4th floor was also markedly different from the outside. Just as he was about to speak further, Nanhu and Xianxia had already turned and departed to focus on their cultivation. Xian chuckled, recognizing their extraordinary talents. Now that the privileges of the Mountain Water Pavilion had been relaxed, they would soon gain admission. I too must seek enlightenment. Xian smiled as he entered the Mountain Water Pavilion, and it was at this moment that Xuan approached him. I knew you were formidable, but I never anticipated your strength to be so astonishing. This fellow's combat prowess was akin to that of the 8th layer of the law, allowing him to ascend to the 5th floor. You are impressive as well. The two entered the Mountain Water Pavilion and ascended the stairs. Ultimately, Xuan halted on the 3rd floor, while Xian proceeded directly to the 5th floor. Upon his arrival, the disciples on the 5th floor no longer dared to treat him with any disdain. Indeed, they regarded him with utmost respect. Previously, newcomers would often face some bullying, but now they merely hoped Xian would refrain from troubling them. Who could withstand his might? Naturally, Xian had no intention of seeking trouble. He was quite amiable. Subsequently, he walked into the enlightenment area. My speed is insufficient. The encounter with Xianxia had revealed his shortcomings. Had his speed been adequate, Xianxia would have never escaped, and he would not have faced the near-fatal encounter with the Divine Blade. He lacked a proper technique for movement. The enlightenment area housed numerous stone tablets and murals, rich with profound meanings, from which one could derive insights for cultivation and divine abilities. Xian searched among the stone tablets until his gaze fell upon a dark golden tablet, emblazoned with the image of a great rock. The great rock spreads its wings. Xian approached, fixating on the pattern, and gradually seated himself in meditation, quietly observing and contemplating. After 1 hour, the stone tablet began to radiate light. After 2 hours, the golden luminescence intensified, enveloping Xian. After 3 hours, he felt a tremor in his body as the golden light dissipated, and he stood up. Excellent. The youth smiled and turned it apart. At that moment, he glanced at the second tablet, which depicted a figure wielding a sword, descending with a slash. His gaze fixated on the scene, and he soon became entranced. Swiftly, a torrent of sword light surged forth, directing a strike towards Xian. Xian drew his blade to parry, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Similarly, after 3 hours, he and the sword light clashed hundreds of times. With another smile, he exited the enlightenment area. Departing from the current location, Xian made his way directly to the training area. He sought out a secluded corner and sat cross-legged, while the other disciples engaged in their training kept their distance from his vicinity. With his eyes closed, Xian focused intently. He had acquired a remarkable technique known as the celestial rock speed. This technique not only served him well in the present, but would also prove invaluable in the future when he would transcend the limits of the realm, allowing him to traverse the skies with great agility. In addition, he had obtained a sword technique named 3 Feet of Shooting Stars. The profound essence of this sword play could seamlessly integrate with blade techniques, enabling one to deliver a lethal strike within 3 feet, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to react. However, to execute such a kill, one must close the distance to within 3 feet, necessitating a powerful movement technique. The celestial rock's speed complemented it perfectly. The synergy between the movement technique and the swordplay's essence was exquisite. Xian immersed himself in contemplation, and upon gaining some insights, he rose to find a puppet to engage in combat, honing his movement technique and the 3 feet of shooting stars. The training area was populated with formidable humanoid puppets and beast puppets, all exceptionally strong. After refining his skills, he felt it was insufficient and plunged once more into deep contemplation, continually deepening his understanding of the divine arts. Chapter 34. Outstanding. As time flowed, 5 days passed. Here, 5 days equated to a single day in the outside world. Boom! In the training area, a towering humanoid puppet delivered a devastating punch, a strike far more powerful than that of an ordinary 8th layer practitioner. This puppet was the mightiest among them. Xian, reacting with remarkable speed, evaded this formidable punch like a flash of lightning, the blow echoing with thunderous sounds as it struck the void. In an instant, Xian pivoted his body, closing the distance to the puppet, and unleashed a thunderous slash. Boom! The colossal humanoid puppet staggered backward, and with a resounding crash, it exploded. With a single strike, Xian vanquished the puppet. The nearby disciples, hesitant to approach Xian, observed intently as he battled the puppet. Initially, Xian found himself completely overwhelmed by the towering humanoid puppet, often sent flying by its punches, blood spattering, and the sound of bones breaking reverberating numerous times. Yet, After each grievous injury, he merely needed to sit for a moment, and his wounds would heal rapidly, allowing him to re-enter combat. Within 5 days, he had slain the puppet. 8th layer, invincible. We, the so-called geniuses, could only wonder how many tiers below him we truly were. He was, without doubt, an unparalleled prodigy. In the Mountain Water Pavilion, there were no weaklings. All possessed exceptional talents and cultivation levels, with unique physiques such as divine bodies and sword bodies among them. However, as they beheld Xianxia's astonishing progress, they were utterly astounded, unable to fathom how he could advance so swiftly. The celestial rock speed had reached perfection, and the 3 feet of shooting stars had also attained mastery. Furthermore, my ability to slay the puppet from 5 feet away was akin to a 5 feet of shooting stars. In truth, the 3 feet of shooting stars was primarily a method, a technique for executing strikes at incredible speed. Within a 3-foot range, it ensured the utmost swiftness. My comprehension of this technique had transcended further, enhancing it to achieve lethal strikes from 5 feet. This was not mere comprehension. He had innovated upon the 3 feet of shooting stars. He had reached 5 feet, and there was still room for further cultivation. Xian sheathed his formidable blade and departed from the training area, directly stepping into the cultivation zone. As he entered, an exceptionally pure aura enveloped him like mist. The density of spiritual energy here was 5,000 times greater. Elated, Xian realized that this environment was remarkably conducive to absorption and the enhancement of his cultivation. He seated himself cross-legged and commenced the operation of the Great Tao Induction Technique. The spiritual energy surged in, akin to a flowing stream, swiftly merging into the fiery vortex within him for rapid refinement. During these days of training, he had endured numerous injuries while absorbing the blood of the immortal phoenix to mend his wounds and bolster his vitality, simultaneously fortifying the fiery vortex. The pressure emanating from a divine being rendered him utterly immobile. Should that entity wish to take his life, it would be effortlessly accomplished. Xian would never forget the moment he was entirely restrained by Nalan Feng, when he narrowly escaped death. That sensation of helplessness was profoundly distressing, akin to being a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was only due to the intervention of Old Lin, followed by the timely arrival of the Deputy Hall Master Xianxia and his teacher, who swiftly dispatched Nalan Feng, that he survived. However, he could not perpetually rely on others. What if they were unable to arrive in time? What if they themselves were unable to contend with such threats? Having a support system is undoubtedly beneficial, yet one must always remember that the greatest support lies within oneself. Only by cultivating sufficient strength can one confront any challenge. The spiritual energy, thick as vapor, continuously flowed into his being. After a day, 2 days, 3 days, the amount of absorbed spiritual energy reached an astonishing figure. A rumble resonated as the energy within him surged, culminating in a tremendous explosion as he broke through. He achieved the 7th level of the profound realm. Xian opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Remarkable! The 7th level of the profound realm. Now, should he encounter someone at the 8th level of the law realm, he could easily vanquish them. When he defeated Xianxia, it required considerable effort to first understand his limits before executing a counterattack. In his battle against the puppet, he had to evade its strikes and rely on speed to prevail. Now, he was ready to confront the 8th level head-on. Of course, there might exist exceptionally gifted individuals who could pose a challenge. After all, he could fight beyond his level, but could they? There are always those stronger than oneself. Caution is paramount. Having temporarily surpassed his cultivation, Xian left this area and proceeded to the zone dedicated to refining his vitality. The pressure here was immense, far surpassing that of the training tower. Moreover, the air was saturated with rich blood essence, derived from the blood of formidable beasts, which offered tremendous benefits for body refinement. It could be directly absorbed. Nonetheless, Xian only needed the pressure. The blood of the immortal phoenix he absorbed was infinitely superior to the blood essence in this place. Thus, after a day, 2 days, 3 days, the outside world had passed 7 days. Within the 5-story Mountain Water Pavilion, over a month had elapsed. While 7 days passed externally, he had cultivated for more than a month inside. With unwavering determination, he continuously honed his vitality, cultivation, agility, and supernatural abilities, achieving remarkable advancements in strength. On the morning of the 8th day, Xian emerged from the Xianxia Tower, inhaling deeply and a radiant smile gradually illuminated his face. He then made his way directly to the healing grounds of Lin Xuan, only to be informed upon arrival that Lin Xuan had already departed. Back to Nanzhou, Xian exclaimed in surprise, muttering, "Old Lin, how could you be so inconsiderate? I'm being punished, and you leave without a word." His eyes then revealed a hint of concern. At that moment, Xianxia approached, smiling, "You need not worry. Our people personally escorted Lord Lin out of Zhongzhou. Moreover, he is the master of the Dao Hall in Nanzhou, and now that he has ascended to divinity, the hall will certainly prioritize him. If the Nalin family dares to commit murder in Nanzhou, the Dao Hall will administer a profound lesson. Furthermore, Zhongzhou has decided to allocate 10 million gold crystals and 1,000 spirit pills annually to the Dao Hall in Nanzhou." Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that Zhongzhou governed several smaller states' Dao Halls, with Nanzhou being one of them, relying on Zhongzhou for many of its resources. 10 million gold crystals is no trivial sum. 1,000 spirit pills, even if they are the first grade, would greatly benefit Nanzhou. Old Lin must be overjoyed. No wonder he left so hastily. Was he afraid I would rob him? He then clasped his fists towards Xian, expressing his gratitude. Xian waved his hand with a smile. Curiously, Xian inquired, "Elder Xian, I wonder why I have been afforded such considerable leniency?" Xian chuckled. "Because you are exceptional." Xian frowned slightly, pondering, "There are many outstanding individuals. Which of them is lacking in the Dao Hall? Who in the Xianxia Tower is not a prodigy? Why is it that only I receive such privileges? The Law Enforcement Hall is known for its impartiality. Otherwise, the Dao Hall would descend into chaos. Moreover, I anticipated some resource allocation for Nanzhou, but I never expected it to be so outrageous, 10 times more than previous years." However, Xian clearly did not wish to elaborate further, waving his hand as he said, "As long as you follow the rules, killing may be understandable, and the Dao Hall will protect you. The worldly families may be powerful, but we in the Dao Hall are even more formidable." With that, he departed. Xian collected his thoughts and headed straight for his small courtyard, only to find that Xiangshan and Jiang Liuli had gone off to train once again. He then made his way to Nanhu's courtyard, only to discover that Nanhu was also engrossed in cultivation. Contemplating for a moment, he headed directly to the base of the Tian Beast Peak. Upon sensing Xian's presence, the rock soared down from the peak with an exuberant cry, spreading its wings wide and affectionately enveloping Xian. The rock then turned around, lowering its body and joyfully calling out several times. Xian chuckled, "Little Gold, are you inviting me to climb on and take me out for a little adventure?" Little Gold turned its head, its large, jewel-like eyes narrowing with a human-like expressiveness. "Is that what you mean? Excellent." Xian let out a hearty laugh as he leaped onto the back of the magnificent bird. Little Jean was even more exhilarated, spreading its wings and soaring skyward, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning, carrying Xian far into the distance. In a vast expanse above, the duo, one human and one bird, glided joyously. Xian felt the rush of the wind, his heart filled with astonishment at the innate prowess of the bird's speed. Although Little Jin's bloodline was not yet pure enough to be deemed a true rock, its velocity was astonishingly remarkable. As he gazed down at the swiftly receding cities and the mountains they soared over, his spirits soared with delight. The month of arduous training had begun to feel somewhat monotonous, as he was still a youth. After all, cultivation necessitates a gradual approach, a balance between labor and leisure. Occasional relaxation significantly benefits one's state of mind. After an hour, Little Jean landed atop a mountain peak, and Xian dismounted, standing on the summit and gazing at the endless mountain ranges in the distance, letting out exclamations of joy. Sensing his elation, Little Jean joined in, calling out towards the horizon, "Little Jean, we have become friends, and I shall bestow upon you a gift." Xian contemplated for a moment, then pointed his finger, summoning a crimson flame once again. He touched the flame to Little Jin's brow, and it instantly surged into the bird's body. With a thunderous roar, Little Jin's form began to radiate light, its demonic energy swelling at a terrifying pace, as it imitated humans by closing its eyes. Xian continuously channeled the blood flame until he reached his limit. Little Jean, being a rock, possessed greater endurance. According to the elder's words, it would naturally reach maturity, achieving at least the status of a deity. Yet, it did not surpass my own capacity for endurance. An hour later, Little Jean opened its eyes, their pupils unusually bright. And Xian, noticed a hint of gold appearing atop its head. Initially, little Jin's wings were golden, while its head, body, and tail feathers were a dull yellow. Now, however, golden feathers graced its crown. Evolution. Xian speculated that if little Jin continued to absorb this energy, it might indeed evolve into a purebred golden-winged rock. Little Jin was now brimming with excitement, continuously calling out to Xian. Just as Xian was about to approach, his gaze suddenly sharpened, spotting a violet light shooting up from the distant forest. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly mounted little Jin's back, declaring, "Let us investigate." Chapter 35. The Divine Patterns of the Golden Rock. Little Jin spread its wings and soared higher, its speed increasing further with its evolution. Soon, they arrived in the vicinity of the violet light, and as Xian looked down, his eyes brightened. They had indeed discovered a treasure. Little Jin emitted an excited cry as they descended, swiftly approaching the area of the violet light, which turned out to be a flower. It bloomed. This purple blossom, the size of a bowl, had 5 petals. Yet, the true marvel lay not in the petals, but in the jewel at its center. Within the heart of the purple flower was a pearl, resembling a lotus seed, a 5th-grade divine herb. Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a rare 5th-grade divine herb was indeed a treasure. Moreover, consuming divine herbs can significantly accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, leading to immense progress in cultivation. Ingesting this miraculous herb will undoubtedly yield substantial advancements in one's abilities, bringing one closer to the realm of the law. Xian has been tirelessly striving towards this realm, his formidable spiritual energy surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner. If he were to condense a seed of magical power, would his potency rival that of divine energy? At that moment, it would truly be terrifying. Furthermore, within the realm of the law, one can soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Suddenly, as he made to pluck the herb, an ominous sensation washed over him. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of sword light descended with a thunderous roar. Xian's body swiftly darted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike that cleaved down upon the very spot he had just occupied. The force of the sword energy sent shockwaves through the ground, causing it to erupt in a series of violent explosions. How formidable! Turning to face the source of the attack, Xian beheld 3 figures emerging, all clad in azure robes and bearing swords upon their backs. 3 sword cultivators. At the forefront stood a woman with an icy demeanor, her gaze fixed upon Xian as she commanded, "That item belongs to me." Xian's eyes narrowed. "However, I discovered it first." The woman's lips curled slightly, and what of it? Just as Xian opened his mouth to protest, the 2 men flanking her surged forward. The man on the left unleashed a powerful strike towards Xian. The sword light was magnificent, level 8 of the law. With a grim expression, Xian retaliated with a thunderous punch that detonated the sword light upon contact. The man was taken aback, but Xian pressed forward, his speed akin to that of a celestial bird. With a resounding impact, he delivered another devastating blow, obliterating the opposition. Crack! The man attempted to defend with his sword, but both he and his weapon were sent sprawling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as vitality waned. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin, with a swift motion, unfurled his massive wings, sending the other man careening through the air, his head crashing against the rocks and exploding upon impact. Blood splattered everywhere. Xian turned his gaze back to the woman, who now fixated on Xiao Jin, a smirk creeping upon her lips. "Very well, a phoenix, and with commendable bloodlines. I shall take you as well." Xian's expression darkened. The woman declared, "I am Qin Yin, a sword cultivator from the Sword Palace, a disciple of the Sword Palace." The Sword Palace, akin to the Hall of the Great Way, is an extraordinary power in this world, with most disciples being exceptionally strong and renowned among mortals. As she spoke, the woman drew her sword, a gleaming azure blade, and pointed it at Xian, demanding, "Step aside, or face death. You are far too arrogant." Xian regarded her with a steely gaze. She smiled. "You are unaware of the prowess of sword cultivators? Sword cultivators are hailed as the pinnacle of combat strength. Disciples of the Sword Palace receive the true teachings of the Sword Path, their combat abilities far exceeding those of typical level 8 practitioners." Xian remained unmoved. The woman's smile faded, her expression growing cold as she transformed into a streak of sword light, simultaneously thrusting her azure blade directly at Xian, aiming for his throat. The speed was blinding, the sword light frigid, truly formidable. This individual, possessing an impressive mastery of the 8th level of the law, appears significantly stronger than Xianxia, as evidenced by a single strike of her sword. Even the colossal puppet pales in comparison before her. A swordsman of exceptional caliber, indeed. However, as her blade lunges forward, it fails to strike Xian, being intercepted instead by a formidable saber that meets the sword's point. The woman's gaze shifts slightly. This young man is not to be underestimated. In an instant, she draws back her sword, and with a thunderous slash, a frigid light emanates from her blade. Its power magnified at least threefold compared to before. Xian shakes his head slightly, wielding his hefty saber with brute force as the sword light descends. The brilliance of the sword shatters upon impact. The woman furrows her brow, disbelief flooding her eyes. In that moment, Xian's figure flickers, and he finds himself 3 meters away. With a resounding crash, he strikes again with his saber, unleashing a torrent of raw power without any mystical technique, causing Xian to stagger backward several paces. Her palm tingles with shock. Once more, Xian advances, his second strike descending. With a dull thud, Xian's sword is sent flying, her body crashing backward with a resounding crack, propelled a full 20 yards. As she steadies herself, a mouthful of blood erupts from her lips, yet she dares not linger. With a swift thought, she produces another sword, stepping upon its blade to hastily retreat. Xian's gaze sharpens, an impressive sword technique. Her speed is commendable. Over the past month of training, my vitality has approached 400,000. My cultivation has significantly strengthened. Xian muses. In terms of combat prowess, even a swordsman of the 8th level appears trifling before me. However, should she employ this sword technique to seal off my speed, the situation may very well change. His Tianpeng speed cannot compete with the prowess of her sword. Assessing his own capabilities, Xian approaches the violet flower, plucking it with ease and extracting the gem at its center. This purple gem, resembling a crafted jade, is imbued with an incredibly rich essence. Xian inhales deeply, feeling invigorated throughout his being. Xiaojin, let us depart. Xian, bearing the flower, climbs onto Xiaojin's back, soaring back to the Grand Hall, landing atop the Beast Peak. Upon reaching the summit, he dismounts and contemplates. He presents the violet flower to Xiaojin, for that gem is sufficient for his breakthrough. Right here, without hesitation, Xian swallows it whole. The purple gem enveloped in a fiery vortex rapidly disintegrates. Xiaojin also consumes the violet flower, then lies down, closing her eyes, as the demon energy within her surges. An hour later, Xian abruptly opens his eyes, having reached the 8th level of the profound realm. He is one step closer to the realm of law. A smile graces his face as he gazes at Xiaojin, who remains with her eyes shut, her body radiating waves of demon energy, with faint glimmers of golden light shimmering. Suddenly, Xian focuses intently as the golden light around Xiaojin flickers, resembling an ethereal rune. As Xian gazed intently, a sudden brilliance illuminated his eyes, revealing a striking resemblance to the swift Tianpeng, yet possessing a far more profound mystery. Indeed, little Jin is a Peng bird, and my Tianpeng's rapidity is merely a reflection of the great predecessor's observations of Tianpeng's flight, which naturally pales in comparison to the innate divine abilities of the Peng bird. He immediately focused his attention, observing the flow of golden light, gradually becoming entranced as profound truths flashed through his mind. The deeper Xian delved, the more formidable it became, and his mind incessantly deduced, intertwining with little Jin's innate divine patterns. Suddenly, with a resounding cry, little Jin soared upward, its body leaping towards the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura. A breakthrough. Little Jin had achieved a breakthrough. Xian promptly watched as little Jin took flight, and with the previous divine patterns in mind, he gained even greater insights, elevating the speed of Tianpeng. No, he had directly comprehended little Jin's innate divine abilities. Chapter 36, the 9th floor. In the firmament, little Jin spread its wings and soared with uncontainable excitement, attracting the astonished gazes of many disciples and elders alike. The Peng bird had transcended, reaching the 9th level of law. It is well known that breakthroughs for demon beasts are exceedingly challenging, especially for a mighty entity like the Peng bird. Once it breaks through, its combat prowess skyrockets. Even a law king felt a profound sense of threat when gazing upon the Peng bird. The bloodline of the Peng bird had undergone evolution. Observe the golden hue upon its wings, which appeared even more dazzling, and a portion of the feathers upon its head had transformed into pure gold. Truly evolved. Could this Peng bird possess ancestral potential? It is quite possible. Generally, a Peng bird ascends to divinity upon reaching maturity, and purebred specimens are even more terrifying. Little Jean glided joyfully for an extended period before suddenly flashing back to Tian Beast Peak, affectionately embracing Xian. Xian rose, smiling, and said, "Little Jean, you have grown immensely." Little Jean chirped joyfully. Xian continued, "I have also reaped numerous benefits and comprehended your innate divine abilities." Little Jean tilted its head, seemingly contemplating something, then joyfully chirped once more. After playing for a while, Xian descended the mountain, where the onlookers gazed at him with immense envy. The Peng bird had evolved, yet it remained so reliant on Xian. It seemed to truly regard him as its master. This fellow had acquired a divine beast. Your luck is truly exceptional. To have a divine beast as a mount, and potentially a battle beast in the future, signifies a minimum of divine gate realm. At this moment, Xuan approached, equally envious. A divine beast as a companion is a rarity. If little Jean truly transforms into a purebred, golden-winged great Peng, who knows how powerful it might become in the future, greatly benefiting the path of cultivation. What method did you employ? With a fragrant breeze. Xuan smiled as she approached Xian. "Teach me. I too wish to entice a divine beast." Xian looked at her and pointed to his own face. Xuan rolled her eyes and leaned close to his ear, saying, "You are quite narcissistic, aren't you, Xuan?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Xuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Your wife has arrived, and she has also entered the Xianxia tower." With that, she departed from the scene. Xian turned to see Xianxia approaching with her black sword, accompanied by Nanhu. She stood before Xian, gazing intently at him, before abruptly turning and heading straight for the Xianxia tower. "What is going on?" Xian followed her. Xianxia coldly replied, "We're going to fight." Xian was taken aback. Nanhu interjected, "Brother Xian, you shouldn't be doing this. How would you seek a mistress? Even if you do, you should keep it from Miss Yi, and it's best not to involve anyone from our Dao Hall. Living under the same roof will surely lead to conflict. If you must stray, do so discreetly." Xian turned and directly entered the Xianxia tower, with Nanhu following closely behind. They swiftly ascended to the third floor. Boom! The training area on the third floor was alive with the sound of thunderous clashes. Upon entering, Xian beheld two figures engaged in a fierce battle ahead, their combat resounding with great intensity. Xianxia wielded her black sword, unleashing her mana as she struck down in brilliant arcs, while Xuan radiated with divine energy. The sunlight blindingly bright. The two seemed evenly matched, pushing deeper into the building as they fought from the third floor to the fourth. Xian and Nanhu hastily pursued them to the fourth floor's training area, where Xianxia and Xuan exchanged glances across the space, and in the next moment, they clashed once more. The intensity of the battle was unparalleled. After a prolonged struggle, the two separated again, locking eyes before promptly sitting down to recover their energy. Clearly, they were not done yet. Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating intervening to ease the tension. But Nanhu spoke up first. "Brother, it's best if you don't go." He recounted, "In the past, when my first, second, and third grandmothers fought, my grandfather tried to mediate. But the more he intervened, the fiercer the battles became." Xian looked at Nanhu and asked, "How many grandmothers do you have?" Nanhu fell silent for a moment before lowering his head and counting on his fingers. Xian surrendered, realizing Nanhu had a point, and advised, "Nanhu, keep an eye on things. Let us hope nothing serious occurs. I shall retreat for now." Nanhu replied, "Brother Xian, I cannot match them." Xian suggested, "Seek the teacher." After imparting a drop of blood to Nanhu, he departed, ascending to the fifth floor. He considered his surroundings and gazed upward. The higher one ascends in the Xianxia tower, the better. However, not everyone can venture upward. The fifth level, whether in terms of training area, cultivation space, or vitality zones, posed far greater challenges than the fourth floor. The pressure and the richness of the essence here surpassed that of many others. Disciples with lesser cultivation simply could not endure it. Determined, Xian proceeded to the sixth floor. Soon he arrived at the cultivation area, stepping inside, where the spiritual energy was even more abundant. No, this was not mere spiritual energy. This was spiritual essence, the quintessence of spiritual energy. The The spiritual energy on the 5th floor was 5,000 times that of the outside world, coalescing like mist, but here it was spiritual essence. The cultivation speed here surpassed that of the 5th floor. However, Xian did not engage in cultivation. Having just broken through to the 8th level of the profound realm, his foundation remained unstable, rendering further absorption unnecessary. Turning around, he ventured into the enlightenment zone, searching in vain for his desired treasure. What he sought was the Grand Tao guiding technique. After all, the Grand Tao guiding technique he acquired in Southern Province could only support him to the law realm. Beyond that, he would require more profound legacies. Emerging from the enlightenment zone, he arrived at the Blood Qi training ground, where the pressure was immense. This place was not only saturated with blood energy, but also adorned with numerous black cauldrons, known as the Mountains and Rivers cauldrons. They were exceptionally heavy. Xian stepped forward, activating his blood energy, and embraced one of the cauldrons, lifting it effortlessly as he moved ahead. Struggling under the weight of the cauldron and the overwhelming pressure, his bones and flesh trembled violently, emitting cracking sounds as he forged his physique anew. Remarkably, Xian remained there for 7 days, continuously lifting cauldrons and honing his skills. As he progressed, he encountered even larger cauldrons. He chose the largest one, initially shaking as he walked, then breaking into a run, ultimately unleashing the speed of the sky pung, moving with lightning swiftness while carrying the cauldron. Under the immense pressure, his body technique training yielded remarkable results. Subsequently, he retrieved his heavy blade to practice his swordsmanship. The initial strikes were slow, but gradually the speed increased. Of course, Xian also ascended to the 2nd floor to absorb the blood of the immortal phoenix, which had dimmed significantly. After fully absorbing it, he pondered how far his blood energy could reach. Moreover, he was naturally curious about the 3rd floor. In the outside world, 7 days had passed, but here, over 40 days had elapsed. Xian had become capable of overwhelming the Blood Qi training ground, ascending to the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, the pressure intensified. Another 7 days passed. In the outside world, 7 days equated to 49 days here. After over 40 days in the 7th floor's Blood Qi training ground, no one had entered, indicating that few could harness its potential for body refinement. He ascended to the 8th floor. Here, the Blood Qi training ground no longer involved lifting cauldrons. Before him stood a towering blood-colored figure, brimming with vitality. As Xian stepped forward, the figure charged at him. Boom! The two bodies collided fiercely. Under the immense pressure, Xian's blood energy was affected, preventing him from fully unleashing his power, resulting in his body being sent flying. With a thud, he landed and spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Yet a smile graced his face. Now this was truly exhilarating. Boom! Rising to his feet, the blood figure charged at him once more. Xian collided again, only to be sent flying backward. Yet he quickly regained his footing and charged ahead again. Time and again, he was forced to retreat, spitting blood. Yet each time, he surged forward anew. After sustaining significant injuries, he began to absorb the blood of the immortal phoenix. Xian diligently trained on the 8th floor for half a month. In the outside world, that equated to half a month, but here it was 4 months. On one fateful morning, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Within the realm of blood and vitality cultivation, Xian surged forward, colliding fiercely with the colossal crimson figure that charged towards him. Once more, Xian was sent stumbling backward, the blood-colored apparition retreating in tandem. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward again, the speed of a heavenly phoenix. The air crackled with thunderous roars as he struck a second time, sending the figure hurtling backward once more, and then a third. The figure erupted with a violent explosion, crashing against the 8th floor. Excellent. His vitality had surged to at least 600,000. Xian clenched his fist. For days, he had devoted himself to enhancing his blood vitality, aided by the crimson figure through relentless combat, achieving complete mastery over his formidable energy. It had risen from 400,000 to 600,000, at least 600,000. Yet the undying phoenix still remained. Clearly, this was not his limit. Was he to break 1,000,000 in vitality to ascend the 2nd floor? A flicker of determination ignited in Xian's eyes as he made his way towards the 9th floor of the cultivation realm. The 9th floor, the pinnacle of the Xianxia building. To ascend the 9th floor with his vitality, I fear I might be the first. Since the 7th floor, he had not seen anyone enter the cultivation area. Upon stepping into the ninth floor, he was abruptly struck by a crimson figure and hurled back with a thunderous crash. Damn! Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to suppress an expletive as he sensed danger closing in. He swiftly evaded, bursting out of the cultivation space. No. The pressure in the ninth floor's cultivation area was tenfold that of below, and the blood figure was at least 10 times stronger. The increase from the 7th to the 8th floor was merely 1 or 2 times, yet from the 8th to the ninth, it escalated tenfold. Xian was astonished. He surveyed the ninth floor, which was eerily silent. In the realm of enlightenment, Xian stepped inside, where a figure clad in white sat, immersed in contemplation, oblivious to his presence. After a moment's thought, Xian withdrew. It was best not to disturb the enlightenment. He circled the ninth floor, discovering that apart from the white-clad figure, there was not a soul in sight. The vitality zone on the ninth floor was indeed terrifying, currently inaccessible. Having focused on physical training in recent days, his blood vitality had surged wildly. It was time to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 37. The fight begins. Ninth floor, cultivation area. Now, Xian had reached the 8th level of profound understanding. Although he had been concentrating on physical training, he was also gaining greater mastery over his cultivation. Furthermore, with his robust vitality and hardened physique, absorbing spiritual essence became increasingly effortless. Starting from the 6th floor, he had already encountered spiritual essence. The ninth floor offered even more abundant and refined essence, making entry feel akin to swimming in a spiritual pool. Absorb. Calming his mind, Xian sat cross-legged, activating the Great Path Induction technique as a torrent of essence surged forth. After absorbing for an entire day, he sensed he had reached his temporary limit and subsequently departed for the vitality cultivation area. With a thunderous crash, he stepped inside, only to be flung out once more. He ventured once more into the training area, where the puppets were exceedingly formidable. Xian realized, to his dismay, that he was utterly unable to defeat a single one of them, rendering him merely a target for their relentless assaults. However, enduring such punishment proved beneficial, as it allowed him to master the essence he had absorbed while honing his combat instincts. Afterward, he re-entered to continue his absorption. Days passed, and Xian's cultivation erupted with a thunderous resonance, his aura reaching a terrifying zenith. After half an hour, this overwhelming force peaked, and with a resounding crash, he successfully shattered the barrier, advancing to the 9th layer of transcendence. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The moment he broke through, his aura surged exponentially, repeatedly surpassing its limits. Another half hour elapsed, and Xian suddenly opened his eyes, astonished beyond measure. He had directly ascended to the pinnacle of transcendence. His vitality surged. His physical capacity became astonishing, and with the absorption of more phoenix blood, his energy vortex expanded. His accumulation had truly culminated in a remarkable outburst. Xuan smiled, reflecting on how his diligent preparation had nearly propelled him across 2 realms. Of course, he understood that such a leap was fundamentally improbable. The essence required for mastery at the transcendence level was immense, and to condense a magical seed would necessitate an unfathomable increase. During his time in Southern Province, before he had lost his cultivation, he had managed to condense a magical seed. Aware of the tremendous difficulty involved, it had demanded an extraordinary effort. Now, with all aspects elevated, the challenge of condensing would undoubtedly be even greater. Achieving the pinnacle of transcendence was already a delightful surprise. Rising to his feet, he once again made his way to the Vitality training ground, having frequented it in recent days, only to be sent flying each time. However, from his initial experience of being thrown back, he had progressed to the point where he could now see the crimson figure and withstand 3 of its punches. Upon entering, the blood-hued apparition immediately struck down with a fist. Xian braced himself to counter, his vitality erupting, causing him to be hurled backward. The crimson figure returned, and Xian defended against its 2nd and 3rd strikes, his vitality wavering under the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his energy and charged forward once more. For the 4th time, this time, Xian spat out a mouthful of blood as he exited the Vitality training ground, his essence surging. The phoenix blood he had absorbed rapidly merging within him. The acceleration of his vitality amplification was astonishing. The pressure was tenfold that of the 8th floor, and the blood figure was at least 10 times more powerful, thus intensifying the stimulation he experienced manifold. In the Enlightenment Hall, Xian entered once more, finding the figure in white seated in meditation, engrossed in profound contemplation. There was no one else present. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon him. He looked over to see the white-clad figure open her eyes and gaze in his direction. "Greetings, miss." Xian paused momentarily before smiling. However, as his words reached her ears, the expression on her face shifted dramatically, her eyes sharpening with intensity. "What did you call me?" Xian was instantly taken aback upon hearing her voice. "The individual before me possesses striking features, delicate brows, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and skin as exquisite as jade, with long hair cascading gracefully. Yet, this person lacks a notable chest. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that there is also no pronounced Adam's apple. A man. Astonishingly, this is indeed a man. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow appears, and he stands directly before me, his fist crashing down with tremendous force. The impact reverberates as I stagger backward. His strength is formidable. A divine king? No, a demigod. This is truly a demigod, emanating faint waves of divine energy. Transcendence? How is it that you possess merely transcendent cultivation? Who brought you here? The figure in white gazes at me, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. The 9th floor is extraordinary. The lower 8 levels permit entry for those with skill, but ascending to the 9th floor requires enduring immense pressure and numerous privileges. As it stands, he is the sole occupant of the 9th floor. He is the chief disciple of the Grand Dao Hall in Central State. Having transcended the realm of divine kings to become a demigod, he stands as the only demigod among the disciples of the Grand Dao Hall, thus earning the title of chief disciple. His name is Xuan. Speak. Xuan's gaze is sharp. I ascended on my own. I reply, meeting the white-clad Xuan's gaze. Impossible. Xuan interrupts me abruptly. A mere transcendent could never reach this place. It is utterly inconceivable. Have you concealed your true cultivation? His brows furrow as he unleashes his aura once more, and I respond, fighting is prohibited within the water and mountain pavilion. I bid you farewell. With that, I turn and exit the Dao Enlightenment Chamber. Engaging a demigod in combat, there is no chance of victory. Xuan follows, only to witness me charge into the Blood-Chi training grounds. His disbelief deepens. Could I have ascended through sheer vitality? That is implausible. The Blood-Chi training grounds become exceedingly difficult to access starting from the 7th level, and the 8th level is entirely inaccessible. How terrifying must one's vitality be to ascend in such a manner? He squints his eyes and enters the Blood-Chi training grounds himself. But the crimson figure within surges forward, causing Xuan to retreat in an instant. The pressure targeting the physical form is something he cannot withstand. If he were not present, would he truly descend? Doubts arise within Xuan. Who is this mysterious individual? He remains unfamiliar to him, having been secluded in cultivation for days. He has not ventured outside the water and mountain pavilion. After all, in a short time, the Dao competition of the mortal realm will commence. He must journey to the divine continent and carve a path for himself. He must achieve full divinity. At present, he can only be considered half a step into the divine gate. Though he is merely half a step away, that distance is daunting. If he indeed ascended here on his own, he will surely return. Xuan sets aside his thoughts and enters the training grounds to absorb the essence within. On this side, Xian endured several punches from the Crimson Shadow before he finally descended from the 8th floor. With one powerful strike, he shattered the crimson figure on that floor, having barely exerted his full strength. His vitality surged even further. He proceeded directly to the 1st floor and entered the reward area, where he acquired 3 pills and a grade 1 divine herb. Subsequently, he exited the Xianxia building. Outside, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays blinding and the temperature soaring, as June had already arrived. Though more than a month had passed outside, Xian had diligently cultivated for over half a year within the building. Brother Xian, came the voice of Nanhu. Xian turned to him, inquiring, "How have things been lately?" Nanhu replied, "Both women were sent flying from the 3rd to the 4th, and now to the 6th floor. They have completely leveled up. One has broken through, and the other is sure to follow, advancing from the 1st to the 5th realm. Their progress is nothing short of miraculous, and their combat prowess is formidable. Those at the 5th realm can contend with those at the 8th. Xuan exclaimed, "Goodness. In just over a month, they've risen from the 1st to the 5th realm?" Moreover, the situation had escalated, It was no longer just two women fighting, but a whole group. Nan, who regarded Xian with admiration, while Xian appeared utterly bewildered. Nan, who leaned closer, saying, "The women you found outside have come knocking, searching for you for the past half-month." Xian was even more perplexed. "They are disciples of the Sword Palace." Nan, who continued, "Today, they have even scheduled a duel in our Grand Hall's arena." After a moment as contemplation, Xian instructed Nan, who, "You go check the arena and see if they've started fighting. I will head to the Heavenly Beast Peak to see Xiao Jin." Nan, who nodded and hurried off. Xian made his way to Heavenly Beast Peak, where Xiao Jin immediately soared down in excitement, lifting Xian and flying back to the summit, expressing its longing. "It's been over a month. I missed you too." Xian sat down, smiling as he stroked Xiao Jin's feathers. Noticing that the golden hue atop its head had increased, and its cultivation had significantly advanced, emanating a sense of pressure. Xian took out the divine herb and fed it to Xiao Jin, while he himself consumed the 3 pills. At that moment, Nan, who returned, and after soothing Xiao Jin, Xian descended the mountain. "Brother Xian," Nan, who exclaimed, "this time we VE struck gold. Yesterday, Qin Yan from the Sword Palace was thoroughly beaten by Miss Yi, along with 2 other female disciples, at the hands of her and Xuan. Today, Qin Yan has come back with experts from the Sword Palace seeking revenge. Many disciples from our Grand Hall have gone to watch. This is no longer a simple duel, but a clash of 2 major factions." Xian narrowed his eyes and, after a moment of silence, said to Nan, who, "Let us go and witness this." Chapter 38. If you are capable, step up. The Grand Hall's martial arts arena was immensely spacious, but at this moment, it was filled to the brim with people, a dense crowd that created a cacophony of noise. In the expansive martial arts arena, a man clad in green stood poised, a sword held firmly in one hand, facing a maiden in white. This girl, adorned with exquisite features and an ethereal presence akin to a lotus, bore a black sword upon her back. She was Yi Qingshan. "I am Qin Lu," proclaimed the green-clad man, his tall figure surveying Yi Qingshan, his gaze momentarily captivated by her beauty. Without hesitation, Yi Qingshan unsheathed her black sword, unleashing a radiant arc of sword light towards Qin Lu. He stood calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the instant the sword light approached, he raised a finger, softly uttering, sword one finger." With that singular gesture, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted, causing Yi Qingshan's sword light to explode. A fierce blade of energy surged toward her, and she swiftly retreated, abandoning the stage with the declaration, "I am not your match." Her words were matter of fact, and she turned to leave. Qin Lu smirked, as behind him stood several disciples of the Sword Palace, among them Qin Yan, who sneered, "Have you lost your nerve? Where is that arrogance from yesterday?" Yi Qingshan paused momentarily, glancing back. "What transpired yesterday? If I recall, we could spar again," she replied, her tone devoid of concern. Qin Yan's expression darkened. She had been thoroughly defeated the day prior, her 6th-level prowess falling short against Yi Qingshan's 5th-level skill, a humiliation she could not forget. With a disdainful smile, Yi Qingshan averted her gaze and departed, denying Qin Yan the chance to continue her taunts. At that moment, a petite girl in black emerged, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. She confidently strode onto the stage. It was Xuan. With a smile, Xuan addressed Qin Lu. "Are you one of the top 10 disciples of the Sword Palace?" Qin Lu's eyes brightened. He had not expected such beauty to grace the Great Hall. He chuckled. "I barely ranked 10th. Suddenly, Xuan lunged forward, her aura exploding forth. Enveloped in a blinding crimson sun, she had unleashed the great sun divine body. However, Qin Lu merely shook his head, raising a finger to unleash a powerful surge of sword energy. The sun trembled under the onslaught of the sword energy, cracking as Xuan broke free, delivering a punch akin to the sun itself. Qin Lu's expression shifted, but with a mere flick of his sleeve, he released a gust of sword wind, murmuring, "Sword 2, sleeve of the gentle breeze." The clash reverberated as Xuan's sun-like punch shattered, causing her to stagger back, blood surging within her. She glanced at Qin Lu, then leapt off the stage, declaring, "You are formidable. I am not your equal, but I have endured 2 of your strikes." Her tone was not one of defeat, but rather pride. Yi Qingshan, now at the edge of the crowd, turned back with a heavy gaze, hastening her departure. Xian, positioned outside the throng, spotted Yi Qingshan and immediately followed, saying, "Qingshan, please listen to me." Yi Qingshan shot him a cold look, commanding silence. With that, she swiftly entered the mountain water pavilion. On this side, Xuan stepped out and, upon seeing Xian, remarked with a smile, "Your wife is truly lacking. She really is." With that, she rushed directly into the mountain water pavilion. Xian and Nan who exchanged glances and made their way back to the battle platform, where disciples from the Dao Hall had begun to engage in combat with those from the Sword Palace. Although the clash between the two extraordinary disciples was private, it had nonetheless become a significant event, drawing numerous disciples from the Dao Hall to the scene. The Sword Palace disciples displayed remarkable prowess, unleashing an array of intricate sword techniques, while Xian observed discreetly, absorbing their essence. The battle raged on. On the following morning, after completing their training, Xian and Nan, who were playfully frolicking with Xiao Jin on the Celestial Beast Peak, when a young girl burst forth from the Mountain Water Pavilion. It was Xianxia. She moved with great speed, rushing to the training ground, where she ascended the stage and directly challenged Qin Lu, the 10th disciple of the Sword Palace. Qin Lu frowned. "Young lady, you are not my match." Xianxia drew her black sword and boldly asked, "Dare to fight?" Seeing her brash demeanor, Qin Yin turned to Qin Lu and urged, "Big brother, teach her a lesson. Give her a good beating." With a sigh, Qin Lu took to the stage, executing Sword 1, the first sword technique. However, to his surprise, although Xianxia was forced back, she managed to block the attack. In a flash, she gripped her sword with both hands and unleashed a powerful strike. Qin Lu retaliated with a flick of his sleeve, employing Sword 2, the second sword technique. A thunderous clash ensued as sword energy collided with sword light, resulting in a violent explosion. Xianxia staggered back 3 steps, her blood surging. Yet, gritting her teeth, she unleashed her third sword strike. The intent of her sword manifested in a rain of sword blossoms. The black sword swept through the air like a myriad of petals, erupting into a dazzling explosion. Qin Lu was genuinely taken aback. In just one day, this girl had grown significantly stronger, her sword intent much more profound, and the momentum of this strike was quite impressive. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. As the 10th disciple of the Sword Palace, despite his cultivation being at the 8th level, his combat prowess far surpassed that realm. Even though Xianxia fought valiantly, a gap still existed between them. Third sword flooding flow. A resounding roar filled the air as the sword light surged forth like a torrential flood, utterly shattering Xianxia's reign of swords. She was forced back continuously, the sword energy exploding, leaving her wounded and bloodied as she fell from the battle platform. Afterward, she turned and departed, rushing back into the Mountain Water Pavilion. Following her exit, Xuan returned to the stage to fight once more. The sun blazed brilliantly, illuminating the scene. After 3 exchanges, Xuan trembled and staggered back, wishing to continue the fight, yet blood trickled from her mouth. "You are incapable, far from it." Qin Yin sneered. Indeed, Xuan took a deep breath, wiped the blood from her lips, and turned to leave, heading straight back to the Mountain Water Pavilion. On the other side, Qin Lu frowned, pondering the peculiar behavior of the two. Xian stood outside the crowd, observing Nan who wore a wry smile. "This is the situation," he lamented. "Even if one endures blows, the experience remains the same. They are simply at odds." Xian felt a sense of melancholy. On the martial arena, the battle rages on, with not only Qin Lu engaging in combat. At this moment, 2 remarkable disciples have ascended the platform in succession. The Palace of Dao and the Sword Palace are embroiled in a fierce competition. The clashes have been extraordinarily intense, continuing for 3 days. During this period, Xian has retreated to the 9th floor for cultivation, while Nan has managed to reach the 6th floor. After 3 days, Xian emerges to catch his breath, reflecting on the formidable blood-red figure he has encountered. Those fists are indeed formidable. As of now, he has only been able to withstand 8 blows. He must strive harder. Nan approaches and remarks, "The battle persists." Miss Yi and Miss Chu venture out daily to seek out Qin Lu for combat. They have gone again today. Xian rubs his forehead, puzzled by their persistence. Upon returning to the arena, they find Xianxia engaged in battle, solely against Qin Lu, whose sword light sweeps majestically across the space. "No matter how hard you try, you cannot surpass my brother." Qin Yin scoffs, as Xianxia is subjected to relentless torment. Having spat blood yesterday, it is quite tragic. However, Qin Lu begins to exhibit signs of impatience. Though the beauty is captivating, her demeanor remains unfriendly, and her daily challenges become wearisome. His countenance cools slightly as he flips his hand, summoning a blue sword into his grasp. Sword 7, chopping the green mountains. With a thunderous strike, the blue sword cleaves the air, obliterating Yi Qingshan's sword energy, followed by an overwhelming force that descends upon her. With a violent cough, a substantial amount of blood erupts from her lips, and she is sent hurtling off the platform, crashing to the ground, where she spits out more blood. Yet the sword light persists, grand and unwavering. At that moment, a girl clad in black bursts forth, her form illuminated by a radiant sun, the brilliance almost blinding. Tinged with gold, explode for me, she cries, as Chu Lan's fist crashes down, colliding with the already weakened sword light. The sword light detonates with a resounding blast. But the sun surrounding Chu Lan also shatters, sending her flying backward, leaving her to expel 3 mouthfuls of blood. Ladies, it seems you've had your fun. Do not return. If you dare come again, we can find another venue for a deeper discussion, Qin Lu quips with a playful smile. While Yi Qingshan and Chu Lan stand silently below the stage, their gazes locked in a cold stare. In an instant, their auras surge simultaneously, causing an uproar among the spectators. And to Qin Lu's astonishment, both women break through. 6th level. They exclaim in unison, their eyes still locked, releasing a disdainful huff. Qin Lu narrows his eyes, as if a realization dawns upon him. Ladies, are you playing with me? He questions, and Qin Yin responds, you are manipulating my brother. Yi Qingshan and Chu Lan exchange glances, confirming his suspicion. Ji Xian observed from the sidelines, noting how Yi Qingshan and Chu Lan are indeed synchronized. Whether enduring blows or achieving breakthroughs, it appears that a moment's delay results in defeat. This predicament is quite troublesome. Just then, a piercing gaze sweeps across the arena, followed by a chilling voice. Elder brother, it is him, that little brat. Xuan. Qin Lu suddenly turned his gaze, and Qin Yin strode forward, pointing at Ji Xian, declaring, you, young man, have slain a disciple of my sword palace. Today, you must pay the price. It was not only her. All the disciples of the Sword Palace now directed their cold, piercing stares at Ji Xian, within the mountains and forests. Having lost 2 disciples, and with Qin Yin severely injured, the Sword Palace had been holding back their anger for far too long. The Sword Palace, known as one of the 4 transcendent powers, prided itself on being the strongest. Although the Hall of Great Tao was also transcendent in the eyes of these sword practitioners, they were the true elite. Killing a disciple of the Sword Palace was tantamount to courting death. I'm not interested, Ji Xian replied dismissively, waving his hand. Such a conflict held no significance for him, and he turned to leave. Attempting to flee, Qin Lu's voice rang out coldly. His form flashed like a streak of sword light, blocking Ji Xian's path. He raised his sword and declared, you shall not escape today. Ji Xian looked at him, stating, I genuinely do not wish to fight. Qin Lu smirked, this is not merely a fight. This is a battle of life and death. Just as Ji Xian was about to respond, Yi Qingshan suddenly grasped his arm, insisting, there is no need for combat. Let us depart. Qin Lu scoffed. Is this the caliber of disciples from the Hall of Great Tao? Are they inferior to the Sword Palace? Qin Yin added, they are leagues behind, each one a coward. The remaining disciples of the Sword Palace immediately echoed her sentiments with scornful jibes and derisive laughter. Yet Yi Qingshan remained expressionless. Such provocations were too juvenile. Furthermore, Qin Lu was indeed formidable, being ranked 10th in the Sword Palace and a master swordsman. Chu Lan stepped forward, asserting Ji Xian has merely reached the profound realm, while you are at the 8th law, nearing the 9th. Only a fool would engage you in a life and death contest. Nanhu nodded in agreement. This is unfair. As they spoke, the trio shielded Ji Xian and began to make their way out. However, the crowd parted, and several individuals approached with purpose. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man was tall with a scarred face, appearing as menacing as a centipede. You disgrace. You have brought shame upon my Hall of Great Tao. He spat, glaring at Ji Xian. Nanlan Gu, a direct descendant of the Nanlan family and ranked 8th in the Hall of Great Tao. The woman beside him regarded Ji Xian coldly. What a pathetic specimen. How could the Hall of Great Tao accept someone like you? I wonder who was blind enough to allow this. Nanlan Yi, sister to Nanlan Jia, ranked 5th in the Hall of Great Tao, stood on the 8th floor of the Mountain and Water Pavilion. Her cultivation was immense, at the pinnacle of the law realm. Ji Xian maintained a calm demeanor and replied, if you are capable, then step forward. Nanlan Ku snorted, then turned to Qin Lu, if you like a rat. Dare not fight him. Then allow me to engage this sword practitioner. With that, he stepped forward. Qin Lu's expression darkened, contemplating briefly before gesturing for the surrounding disciples to disperse. Boom! The energy within Nan Lan Ku erupted fiercely, his blood vitality roaring like a tiger, reaching a terrifying 20,000. Following this, his cultivation aura surged, revealing his mastery at the ninth law. His potent vitality and cultivation left all in awe. He truly deserved the title of eighth in the hall. Battle! He bellowed, charging forth with a force that shook the very earth and sky, instilling fear in all who witnessed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qin Lu, raising his fist, his vital energy and cultivation harmonizing, delivering a crushing blow. The atmosphere grew tense as Qin Lu's expression turned grave. Gripping his azure sword, he thrust forward with a powerful slash, invoking the seventh sword technique, cleaving the green mountains. The clash of sword and fist reverberated with thunderous roars, leading to an explosive release of energy. As the fist's brilliance shattered, a figure surged forth, raising the sword once more, executing the eighth sword technique, severing the azure sea. Nalan Ku's countenance shifted dramatically, just as he prepared to act. The sword light descended with immense grandeur, its oppressive force akin to a mountain. He unleashed the entirety of his cultivation, ethereal lights emanating from his form. Yet the sword's descent obliterated his defenses, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth as he staggered backward once more. At that moment, Qin Lu charged forward a third time, his voice brimming with triumph. You cannot withstand this. With a resounding crash, the third sword unleashed its dazzling brilliance. Nalan Ku's expression grew increasingly dire, while Nalan Ye's face mirrored her shock as she propelled herself forward, her pinnacle of cultivation flaring to life. However, the instant she surged forth, a beam of sword light erupted from within the sword palace, cleaving through the air. The sword strike shattered Nalan Ye's essence, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, she retreated swiftly, covering a distance of 13 steps. After 3 successive strikes, the sword's radiance finally dimmed. Yet, her visage had turned as pale as parchment. Such a tyrannical sword. At that moment, Nalan Ku was struck by Qin Lu's blade, blood splattering as a gruesome scar marred his chest, sending him flying. He landed at Ji Xian's feet, his expression twisted in agony, eyes filled with malice, only to meet Ji Xian's smiling gaze. In that instant, humiliation surged within him. Chapter 39. The Humiliation of the Sword Palace. Nalan Ku's expression was one of utter despair. The disgrace was overwhelming. Once arrogant and domineering, he now found himself utterly defeated, nearly facing death, and he had fallen at Ji Xian's feet, leaving him without a shred of dignity. The disciples of the great Dao Hall surrounding them bore heavy expressions. Indeed, the disciples of the Sword Palace were formidable. With their extraordinary swordsmanship, even the 10th-ranked disciple of the Sword Palace could overpower Nalan Ku, who ranked 8th in the great Dao Hall. At that moment, a man in white stepped forward, his demeanor refined, long hair cascading down, appearing as if he were an ordinary scholar. Wen Shu. Nalan Ye's face paled further as she recognized him. He was the 6th-ranked disciple of the Sword Palace. Her expression darkened as she assisted Nalan Ku, retreating while casting a cold glare at Ji Xian. Ji Xian waved dismissively. You are free to leave. The two gritted their teeth, and at that moment, Xianxia grasped Ji Xian's arm, insisting we must go. Xuan and Nan who echoed her sentiment. This individual was too powerful, surpassing all expectations, an 8th-ranked disciple of the Dao Hall being thoroughly outmatched. Leave? Qin Lu's gaze remained fixed on Ji Xian. My disciples of the Sword Palace shall not die in vain. Qin Yin added coldly, indeed, you cannot escape. Xianxia ignored them, pulling Ji Xian away, but just then, a blinding sword light suddenly surged forth, approaching with astonishing speed. It was too swift. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically as she urgently pulled Ji Xian back. Simultaneously, a formidable presence surged forth, once again sealing off their retreat. Nalan Yi and Nalan Ku. With nowhere to escape, Xianxia swiftly positioned herself in front of Ji Xian, her sword descending fiercely. Yet, under the brilliance of the Qin furnace sword light, her strike was instantly obliterated. The sword energy surged, causing her body to tremble violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Standing ahead, Qin Lu held his sword, while Qin Yin and the disciples of the Sword Palace blocked their path. eliciting cold laughter from Nalan Ku and Nalan Yi. Xian cast a frigid glance their way. Nalan Ku bellowed, having stirred up such trouble. Do you think you can simply walk away? Is that even possible? Qin Lu advanced menacingly, signaling a life-and-death battle. At that moment, Yi Qingshan gripped her sword once more, and South Tiger along with Chu Lan reacted, swiftly closing in, all exuding their formidable auras. However, Xian had already stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Qin Lu. Very well, let it be a battle to the death, he declared. Qin Lu smirked, and the disciples of the Sword Palace echoed his derisive laughter. Nalan Ku and Nalan Yi exchanged glances, their expressions sinister. Xian positioned himself to shield Yi Qingshan and the others, then moved forward again. Qin Lu boasted, "Your cultivation is weak, so I shall fight you with one hand." "Enough talk, draw your sword." Xian had lost all patience. Boom! Qin Lu's gaze flickered, and with a flick of his wrist, a sword descended upon Xian's head. It was faster. The sword light intensified. Yi Qingshan and the others trembled violently, but as they quaked, Xian suddenly extended his hand, grasping the sword before their incredulous eyes. The sword light of Qin Lu was blinding, and Nalan Ku found it impossible to obstruct. Yet at that moment, Xian seized it, and the sword light erupted in a deafening explosion. The entire venue trembled. Crack! Amidst this astonishment, a piercing sound shattered the silence as Xian forcefully twisted, breaking Qin Lu's azure sword in two with a single hand. Astonishment reigned supreme. "If you desire death, I shall grant it to you," Xian proclaimed, striding purposefully towards Qin Lu. The latter's expression shifted drastically. This lad was formidable, no longer dismissive. He unleashed his full aura, a torrent of sword energy roaring forth as he shone like a radiant sun of swords. Boom! Yet, beneath this blinding brilliance, Xian merely uttered one word, taking a firm step forward, his fist clenched, and struck down with thunderous force. A powerful surge of vitality exploded forth, his fist crashing down, creating a thunderous roar in the void. Under the astonished gazes of all, the sword light radiating from the once sun-like Qin Lu shattered and dissipated rapidly. The final look on his face was one of sheer horror. Puffed. Blood gushed forth. Qin Lu exploded. Silence engulfed the scene entirely. The crowd exchanged wide-eyed glances, even their breaths having ceased. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. A single, brutal punch had obliterated the 8th-ranked sword cultivator of the Great Path Hall. Nalan Yi and Nalan Ku were left utterly dumbfounded, their hearts stopping in disbelief. However, Xian did not halt. He pressed forward, leaving the disciples of the Sword Palace utterly stunned, while Qin Yin was completely bewildered. Only the man in white fixed his icy gaze upon Xian, an aura of killing intent radiating from him. Kulme. Xian charged directly at the white-clad man, when Shu, who was clearly eager for battle, his murderous intent palpable. When Shu narrowed his eyes, then with a swift motion of his hand, a purple sword materialized, its blade gleaming like water. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Xian, the purple sword poised for a devastating strike, unleashing a powerful blow that seemed to crush the very essence of the world. This sword was swift. This sword was heavy. As it descended, the air thundered, the ground trembled, and the brilliance of the sword was blinding, far surpassing the might of Qin Lu's blade by countless degrees. Boom! Yet, Xian remained unfazed. With a single, powerful punch, he met the sword's light head-on, annihilating it completely. Once more, he obliterated the attack. When Shu was taken aback, awestruck by the sheer magnitude of Xian's strength, his vital energy formidable beyond imagination, he withdrew his sword with a resounding crash, retreating swiftly. However, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Xian accelerated, moving like lightning to keep pace. When Shu sensed an overwhelming pressure, he altered his stance, unleashing sword energy beneath his feet, soaring through the air, a refined application of the sword technique. In the past, beneath the mountain peak, when Qin Yin had fled using this very technique, Xian had remarked that his speed could not compare to the sword's mastery. But that was a long time ago. He had since comprehended the divine talent of the Little Golden Sky and honed his skills at the Mountain Water Pavilion for over half a year, refining the timping speed under immense pressure. As when Shu's sword technique unfurled, Xian's foot struck the ground, and his figure vanished entirely. When a remnant shadow appeared, he had already closed the distance to when Shu. His fist raised, he struck down. Boom! When Shu unleashed his sword light at the first opportunity. Yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Boom! Xianxia's unmatched speed brought him even closer. With a second punch, he descended. Poof! When Shu's breath exploded from his body, blood spraying forth, his expression one of sheer horror. So powerful. Crack! At that moment, Xianxia's third punch landed, closing the gap entirely, rendering Wen Shu's sword technique ineffective as the fist collided with his chest. Bones shattered. Wen Shu coughed up blood, his body flying backward with a thunderous crash. In the instant of his flight, Xian reappeared, his speed unparalleled. Wen Shu's face was filled with sheer dread, truly feeling the threat of death. He screamed frantically, "Brother Wu!" As his voice fell, another blinding beam of sword light surged forth. A flying sword aimed at him with the speed of lightning. Crack! However, Xian's hand descended with precision, effortlessly deflecting the incoming sword, sending it careening away from him. Almost simultaneously, Xian's fourth punch fell. Poof! Wen Shu's body was still in mid-flight when Xian's fist pressed down, forcing him to plummet violently as the immense pressure shattered the ground beneath him. As the tumult unfolded, Xian surged forward with great vigor, drawing forth his massive sword. His gaze was icy as he swung forward with a thunderous strike. 10 meters away stood a man clad in black, a sword cultivator. At Xian's strike, the blade's brilliance rushed forth, causing the man's expression to shift dramatically. A sword materialized beneath his feet, launching him into the air, yet at the moment of ascent, Xian's foot thundered down, shattering the ground beneath him, propelling his form into the sky. With a resolute shout echoing in his heart, Xian, airborne, gripped the sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom! The blade's light swept across the sky. Swift, fierce, precise. In the distance, the black-clad man, having just pivoted and leapt 3 meters on his sword, had yet to advance further when his body erupted in mid-air. Blood rained down, a remote explosion of lethal force. Xian descended to the ground, turning expressionless as the blood energy dissipated behind him, revealing the shattered form of Wen Shu. That body crashed into the earth, grotesquely mangled, with gruesome trails of blood starkly visible, and his wide-open eyes now devoid of life. Xian advanced, casting a sweeping glance at the disciples of the Sword Palace. Who else remained? The Sword Palace fell silent, retreating in unison, terror etched on their faces. Too fierce. The sixth in white, Wen Shu. The sword cultivator, black-haired Wu Yuan. The fifth of the Sword Palace. Double kill. Chapter 40. Xian is innocent. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the disciples of the Sword Palace utterly mute, none daring to utter a word, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies icy with fear. It was too horrifying. The fifth and sixth had been slain, crushed to death. Who would dare to fight? Outrage. Behind, a voice bellowed anew as 2 elders approached on their swords, their gaze sweeping over the scene, instantly filled with malevolence. The fifth, sixth, and 10th, all dead. The losses were catastrophic. The elders of the Sword Palace trembled with rage. This scene was beyond their wildest imaginations. You act recklessly. As these 2 elders arrived, a woman in black also descended upon her sword, hovering before Xian. Xianxia, with hands clasped behind her back. She regarded the elders of the Sword Palace with a cold stare. Xianxia, you were once one of us in the Sword Palace. The elder's face darkened, his sword intent piercing, fury surging. Xian is my disciple. Dare to touch him, and you shall face merciless retribution. Xianxia was more direct, fixing her gaze upon the 2 elders and drawing her sword. The 2 fell silent, fists clenched tightly. This was the Hall of the Great Path. If a conflict erupted, no one would emerge unscathed. Moreover, Xianxia's status was peculiar. Although targeted by her family, she remained special. Primarily, this was a matter between disciples. Would the elders intervene? The Sword Palace could not afford such disgrace. Very well. The 2 elders turned their attention to Xian. This grudge shall be remembered by the Sword Palace. Any disciple who dares to step forward, I shall slay. Xian gazed back with indifference. This battle had been instigated by the Sword Palace disciples. A death match they had demanded. If they were slain, it would be no injustice. The 2 elders cast a cold gaze at Xian before turning away, prompting the disciples of the Sword Palace, including Qin Yin, to flee the Great Dao Hall in a frenzy. This battle had reduced the Sword Palace to a state of utter humiliation. Well done. After seeing off those individuals, Jiang Lu Li turned to Xian. smiling as she uttered 3 words. Xian's expression remained composed as he approached Xian and the others, who were now completely astonished. This fellow had progressed at an astonishing pace. Can we leave? Returning to Xian's side, Xian directed his gaze forward, where Nalan Yi and Nalan Ku stood, both enveloped in profound silence. As they were about to retreat, Xian lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant, his voice resounding like thunder. Is it permissible? A howling wind whipped through, tousling their hair, causing both to tremble in fear. Quaking, terrified, and incredulous. Just as they were about to speak, Xian raised his fist. Before it could descend, Nalan Ku suddenly shuddered and, with a resounding crash, knelt upon the ground. His Dao heart shattered. Nalan Yi also quaked, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead as Xian's gaze locked onto her. She hesitated momentarily before her expression turned icy once more. Yet, in that fleeting moment of coldness, Xian's fist descended with ferocity. With a thud, Nalan Yi was sent flying, blood gushing from her mouth. Crack! Following this, her dantian erupted violently. Under the tremendous force, her chi shattered instantaneously, rendered useless. Do you dare to defy? Xian declared, I shall cripple you. Nalan Yi stood frozen. Her face contorted in agony as her entire cultivation washed away like a flood. Xian paid her no heed, turning to depart, with Xian and the others trailing closely behind, while many disciples hastily followed suit. At this moment, gazing upon Xian, they were filled not only with shock, but also with admiration. The disciples of the Sword Palace, once filled with arrogance, had endured tremendous humiliation as the great Dao Hall was thoroughly trampled upon. Despite being in their own territory, they were mercilessly beaten by the disciples of the Sword Palace. An indignity they could hardly bear. Xian, single-handedly taking down 3 adversaries, had done so with brutal simplicity. The Sword Palace had been left in utter disgrace. However, Xian harbored no such thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he made his way directly to the law enforcement hall of the Great Dao Hall, entering to confess his misdeeds. Elder, I engaged in a brawl and inadvertently crippled Nalan Yi from the Nalan family. However, I did not take a life and voluntarily confess. Surely, leniency may be afforded? Xian recounted everything to Xianxia. Killing a disciple of the Sword Palace was a matter concerning outsiders, but harming a disciple of the Great Dao Hall was within the purview of the law enforcers. Xianxia paused, then replied, You have violated regulations, and it is quite serious. Go to the Mountain Water Pavilion and contemplate your actions. Xian responded with a nod, understood. Xianxia added, You must remain there for at least 3 days. Xian regarded Xianxia, then clasped his hands in salute before turning to leave, accompanied by Xian and the others as they proceeded to the Mountain Water Pavilion. Meanwhile, Xianxia pondered deeply. The last incident had been justifiable. But what had we done this time? At that moment, several disciples entered, gazing at Xianxia. One among them spoke, Elder Xianxia. I believe Brother Xian was in the right. In the second path, Nalan Ku and Nalan Yi were mercilessly beaten by the disciples of the Sword Palace. Yet their malevolent thoughts sought to harm Brother Xian, which ultimately led to their misfortune. The third individual recounted the circumstances, adding, Had it not been for Brother Xian's formidable strength, he would have already succumbed to the blades of the Sword Palace disciples. The Nalan family is so despicable. Had I been in their position, I would have been incensed as well, perhaps even driven to impulsively eliminate them. Brother Xian has already shown considerable leniency. Xianxia nodded, affirming, You speak the truth. We must resolutely oppose such conduct. For the peace of the Dao Palace and its unity, I shall undoubtedly support you all. As his words settled, several more disciples entered the law enforcement hall, echoing the previous sentiments that Xian is now a hero of the Dao Palace. Xianxia remarked, I comprehend the situation. However, the law enforcement hall must adhere to protocol. I have already instructed Xian to reflect in solitude at the Mountain Water Pavilion. The disciples chuckled and departed. At that moment, Nalan Xiong and several elders from the Nalan family stormed into the law enforcement hall. Nalan Xiong bellowed, Xianxian, you must provide the Nalan family with an explanation regarding this matter. You dictate life and death for our disciples, as if we are mere pawns. Is the Dao Palace's decree truly a jest? Does the law enforcement hall intend to provide cover for such behavior? Their fury was palpable. They could no longer endure the situation. with several direct descendants deceased and a divine being buried. Now the illustrious Nalan Yi has been rendered powerless, leaving Nalan Ku's resolve shattered and his spirit diminished. The shattering of the Tao heart has irreparably marred their future. These two outstanding prodigies of the Central Continent's Nalan family had the potential to ascend to divine realms. This is a grievous blow to the Nalan family. Xianxia. Thousands of disciples are watching. Should you remain unjust, I fear the Tao Palace will descend into chaos. Nalan Xiong ground his teeth in frustration. Xianxia responded, "You are not mistaken, yet Xian is still young, and his impulsive nature is to be expected. Furthermore, I have already punished him by sending him to reflect in solitude at the Mountain Water Pavilion." Nalan Xiong and his companions were nearly driven to madness once more. Another solitary reflection. Still, at the Mountain Water Pavilion, whom does that young man rely upon? Moreover, I have recently received reports from dozens of disciples regarding the persecution of fellow sect members by Nalan family disciples, and I possess the evidence. Xianxia addressed Nalan Xiong, stating, "I have decided to revoke the Nalan family's resources for 1 year as a deterrent." Just as Nalan Xiong was about to roar in protest, Xianxia interjected, "Do not speak to me of discontent. Seek out the Thunder God or the Palace Master if you wish to contest this. I am merely the head of the law enforcement hall, a minor figure unable to champion your cause." "Very well, excellent, splendid." Nalan Xiong and his companions stormed out in anger. Subsequently, the head of the Nalan family and the Grand Elder, the only two remaining divine beings of the Nalan family, directly entered the Tao Palace. The head proceeded to the Tao Peak, while the Grand Elder approached the Thunder God. The Thunder God was meditating atop the peak. Upon hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes. As the Elder approached and was about to speak, the Thunder God interjected, "I'm already aware of the situation." The Grand Elder replied, "Thunder God, you have always been just and unwavering as the head of the law enforcement hall. My Nalan family has been wronged in this matter." Thor gazed at the Grand Elder and nodded, saying, "Then let us endure a little more." The Grand Elder responded with a grunt. Thor, with an icy demeanor, retorted, "One word. You brought this upon yourself." The Grand Elder ground his teeth in frustration and turned away. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Nalan family ascended the peak of the Great Path, where an elderly man in plain garments was engaged in solitary chess. Just as the leader approached, the elder said, "Wait until I finish this game." The clan head fell silent and waited. 3 days passed before the elder finally set down his pieces and regarded the clan leader, saying, "All right, you may return now." The clan head replied. The elder added, "Do not disturb Xian." The expression on the clan leader's face darkened as he remarked, "Lord, this matter has already reached the divine continent. Nalan Yu's father and sister are furious." The Lord replied, "I only concern myself with the central continent, not the divine continent." The clan head, his face ashen, turned away in resignation. The Grand Elder had waited at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. Upon seeing the clan leader's expression, he felt a weight settle in his heart. The clan leader said, "Xian is quite formidable." The Grand Elder exclaimed, "Are we to let this matter rest? How can a prestigious earthly family be led by the nose by a mere youth?" The clan leader's countenance grew icy as he declared, "There are ways to eliminate him. The king has not yet departed. At the very least, once he reaches the divine continent, his fate is sealed." Chapter 41. Mastery of Control. 3 days later, Xian emerged from the Mountain Water Pavilion. In the 9th floor, where time flowed at 9 times its normal rate, nearly a month had elapsed. During this period, he had spent most of his time battling the Blood Shadow, now able to withstand dozens of blows. The remaining time was devoted to absorbing essence. His vitality and cultivation had made significant strides once more. However, to truly excel, further time was required. The Blood Shadow was not merely powerful in vitality, but also possessed a wealth of techniques. Through his explorations in the past few days, Xian discerned that the Blood Shadow had extensive experience and a profound mastery over its vitality, with an array of ever-changing moves. Though his own vitality was formidable, his application of it paled in comparison to that of the Blood Shadow. At that moment, Xiao Jin fluttered over, and after playing with it for a while, Xian offered a drop of his blood for it to absorb and evolve. Following this, he made his way directly to the library of the Great Path Hall. Senior brother Xian, upon entering, several disciples greeted him respectfully, displaying great courtesy. The disciples of the 3-Kill Sword Palace have achieved kingly status through a single battle. Xian returned their greetings with a smile, when suddenly, A disciple approached him and whispered, "Senior brother Xian, be cautious. The 8th floor S disciple is about to emerge from seclusion. He is the second strongest in our great path hall and possesses terrifying combat prowess." Xian regarded the disciple, who continued, "His fiancée is Nailin Yi." Xian nodded, bidding farewell to the disciple, before walking to the bookshelf, selecting several tomes, and quietly immersing himself in reading. During his time in the southern continent, he had often read books, learning much from their contents. Moreover, reading served as a form of cultivation. By setting aside all distractions and losing oneself in the text, one could calm the mind, nurture the soul, and refine one's character. In recent days, he has been diligently cultivating and battling. After slaying 3 disciples of the Sword Palace, a heavy aura of hostility enveloped him, and he became increasingly obsessed with breaking through to the 9th layer of blood energy cultivation, teetering on the brink of obsession. Furthermore, his cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the profound realm, and every attempt to condense his magical seed felt obstructed, as if he were ensnared in a bottleneck. This relentless strain weighed heavily on his spirit, leaving him anxious and fatigued. Should this continue, it could severely impair his mental state, potentially leading to despair and the risk of losing himself in madness. This is no mere exaggeration. Even formidable beings, those who have entered the divine gate, have succumbed to the collapse of their minds due to shifts in their mental state. For cultivators, mental health is of paramount importance. Immersed in a sea of books, the sky gradually darkened. A night passed, and with the rising sun and slowly setting westward, Xian only set down his tomes in the evening. Emerging from the hall of the great Tao, in that moment, his demeanor had transformed, exuding a newfound tranquility as he aimlessly traversed the ancient path of the hall. The setting sun elongating the shadow of the young man, he distanced himself from the crowd, venturing into the rear mountains of the hall of the great Tao, where peaks rose sharply, accompanied by streams and lakes. Suddenly, Xian gazed ahead, spotting 2 elderly men seated by a lake. The elder on the left donned coarse, plain robes, while the one on the right sported a head of silver hair. Bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, they remained utterly still, resembling immovable rocks, even their breaths imperceptible. "Here he comes." The elder in plain robes suddenly spoke, raising a finger, and with that, a plump red-tailed fish was flung onto the shore. He was fishing. His cultivation had transformed into fishing line and hook. Xian was secretly astonished. The external manifestation of his cultivation had taken the form of fishing line and hook, quietly suspended in the water, awaiting a bite. This required immense patience and a meticulous mastery over one's own cultivation, a dexterity akin to an extension of oneself. It appeared simple, yet executing it was profoundly challenging. Xian observed quietly as the silver-haired elder lifted his finger, and another large fish leapt ashore, landing in the basket. However, this was not an act of cultivation. It was pure vitality. The silver-haired elder sat calmly, his breathing steady, and Xian could not sense his vitality, yet was undoubtedly formidable. The very essence of vitality had transformed into fishing line and hook. Xian was increasingly astonished. These 2 elders were extraordinary, undoubtedly high-ranking figures of the hall of the great Tao, formidable beings. Drawing nearer, he observed them in silence, as they continued their tranquil fishing, occasionally pulling in a large catch. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, the elder in plain robes chuckled, "Time's up, old lay. You've lost again." The silver-haired elder shook his head, "Playing with you. Winning is far too difficult." The 2 released the fish from their basket back into the lake, then rose to depart. As they turned, they noticed Xian, who was deep in thought, furrowed brow. The elder in plain robes smiled, choosing not to elaborate, and together with the silver-haired elder, they left the area. After the 2 departed, Xian approached and seated himself by the lake. He first engaged his cultivation, emanating energy from his fingertips, attempting to manipulate it into threads. However, the threads quickly dissipated. It was indeed a formidable challenge to conjure an entire fishing line from his cultivation. Xuan pondered deeply. He continued to experiment, attempting repeatedly, more than 100 tries, even trying to condense blood energy into a fishing line, yet it remained arduous. By the dawn of the following day, his complexion had turned pale, and he appeared extraordinarily fatigued. At that moment, the elderly man in plain attire, with silvery hair, approached once more. The old man smiled at Xian, noting his formidable cultivation and vigorous blood energy, remarking that while it was simple, mastering the control of such power was a daunting task. After speaking, he stepped forward to fish again, effortlessly and nonchalantly. The silver-haired elder cast a glance at Xian and solemnly remarked, "Still unable to walk, yet you wish to run?" Xian contemplated these words and subsequently departed, making his way to the 7th floor of the mountain and water tower. The 9th floor was a source of unease, and the 8th floor demanded his full concentration. Thus, he chose the 7th floor to meditate freely. He directly entered the training area, delving deeper into its confines. There lay several stone tablets, and Xian gazed at them intently. He unleashed a punch, his blood energy manifesting as a fist imprint, which caused the stone tablet to explode into fragments. A glimmer flashed in Xian's eyes as he approached the 2nd stone tablet, delivering another powerful strike. The tablet trembled before shattering once more. Falling into contemplation, he ceased his punches and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of blood energy within his body, drop by drop. Gradually, he endeavored to control the movement of his energy, alternating between swift and slow, until he could command it at will. A day passed, and Xian opened his eyes once more, unleashing another punch that cracked the stone tablet before him with countless fissures, though it remained intact. A smile crept across Xian's face. He had discovered the right method. He pressed on, and soon, the stone tablets on the 7th floor were riddled with cracks. When the tablets were no more, he began to strike the walls. As the 2nd day unfolded, Xian's punches resulted in a significant reduction of spiderweb-like cracks on the wall, leaving only 2/3 intact. By the 3rd day, the cracks diminished to 1/3. On the 4th day, when Xian's fist struck the wall, it did not tremble or crack. Instead, with a resounding thud, his fist penetrated the wall, creating a fist-sized hole. The surrounding structure remained wholly undamaged. Concentration was key, and Xian's lips curled into a grin, affirming that his method was indeed correct. He continued with this practice. On the 5th day, Xian began to engage in combat with puppets, this time not attacking with reckless abandon, but rather slowing his pace. Throughout the battle, he continuously perceived the flow of power. On the 6th day, Xian stood before the wall, and with a mere point of his left index finger, a column of blood energy surged forth, striking with incredible speed. However, as it reached the wall, Xian's gaze sharpened, and the energy hovered before the surface. In an instant, with a flick of his fingers, the blood energy descended once more, stirring up dust, and moments later, 2 characters appeared on the wall. Inscribed with precision, Xian. The energy surged outward, allowing him to inscribe characters upon the wall without leaving a trace of damage. He extended his right hand, channeling his vital essence through his fingertips, and once more, 2 characters emerged on the wall. Enlightenment. In the past, I could only release energy without the ability to gather it, relying solely on brute strength. Now, I comprehend the essence of concentrating power into a single point and the harmony of rigidity and flexibility. With a smile, the youth embarked on the path of cultivation, meticulously attempting to refine his techniques through repeated insights and practice. Days passed, and Xian extended his finger, a brilliant light flickering at its tip. When he released, the brilliance shot forth. When he gathered, it promptly returned. His progress was remarkable, although neither his cultivation level nor his vital essence had significantly increased. Xian had achieved an unparalleled mastery over his own strength. His agility was swift as a celestial bird, his fist techniques devastatingly potent, and his swordsmanship, the heavenly blade technique, could cleave the heavens and earth, with his 3-foot meteor technique advancing tremendously. Particularly, he could now elevate his 3-foot meteor to 10 feet. His combat prowess had surged immensely, bringing numerous benefits for his future cultivation endeavors. With newfound determination, he turned and departed for the lakeside. As Xian left, a disciple clad in white caught a glimmer of insight and ascended to the 8th floor, where a man in black sat cross-legged in meditation. "Brother Gu." The black-clad man opened his eyes. The white-clad disciple reported, "Xian has just left the Xianxia pavilion. He has been cultivating on the 7th floor?" "Yes, he has been on the 7th floor. I'm unsure of his methods. It seemed like he was in a frenzy, initially smashing stone tablets, then repeatedly pounding the walls." Brother Gu shook his head. "Impossible. Anyone who could slay the 5th or 6th of the Sword Palace must possess at least the strength of a 9th-level cultivator, perhaps even half a step into the realm of a king." According to those who spoke of him, he was brimming with vitality and possessed profound cultivation, rivaling spiritual power. The white-clad disciple nodded, and Brother Gu scoffed, "Nevertheless, even if he were a true king, should I declare his death, it would surely come to pass." Naturally, the white-clad disciple flattered. Brother Gu has been capable of suppressing kings for half a year. Gu Changfeng smiled, and then his cultivation aura erupted with overwhelming force, causing the white-clad disciple to shudder in astonishment. "Brother Gu, you have touched the divine." Gu Changfeng chuckled lightly. "I have merely grazed the surface. Compared to the one above, I am still far from their level." He cast his gaze towards the 9th floor. The white-clad disciple fell silent. The chief above was undeniably formidable. In 500 years, the most prodigious talent of the Tao Temple. Go inform the Nalan family. Within a month, he shall slay Xuan. During this time, I must strive to ascend to the 9th floor. Ascend to the 9th floor? The white-clad disciple's expression shifted again. The 9th floor was notoriously difficult. Once one reached it, they were destined to become chief. This generation's champion was Xianxia, who had ascended to the 9th floor half a year prior. Gu Changfeng squinted and remarked, "The 9th floor is significantly more daunting than the 8th. I am eager to witness for myself, Xianxia, to what realm you have ascended." Chapter 42, One Bow. Days have slipped by since the 7th floor of the Mountain Water Pavilion, yet only a little more than 2 days have elapsed in the outside world. Upon exiting the Mountain Water Pavilion, Xian made his way directly to the lake by the rear mountain. Indeed, there sat the elderly man in plain garments and the silver-haired elder, both still engrossed in their fishing. As Xian approached, the two remained motionless. After a moment's contemplation, he settled quietly behind them, observing their fishing techniques. He meticulously pondered, noting how they drew fish from the water, each time embodying their vitality and cultivation into the fishing line. Previously, he could only discern the general practice. Now, however, he began to perceive some profound insights. The days of exploration, contemplation, and experimentation had proven immensely beneficial. As dusk fell, the setting sun painted the sky with hues of crimson, prompting Xian to advance and sit not far from the two. He settled down and began to channel his vitality, which surged forth from his fingertips, transforming into a delicate thread that gently descended onto the lake's surface, sinking beneath the still waters. The lake remained calm, undisturbed by wind or wave. The silver-haired elder, who had been peacefully fishing, suddenly furrowed his brow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Not only that, but Xian's other hand also manipulated his mysterious energy, which too morphed into a fine line and submerged beneath the lake surface. Remarkably, within just over 2 days, his prowess was astounding. Moreover, he was adeptly multitasking. His spirit was indeed formidable, a full innate soul force. At that moment, the elder in plain garments turned his gaze toward Xian, lavishly praising him. "In merely over 2 days, and within the confines of the Mountain Water Pavilion, you have achieved this level? This young man is truly impressive, far surpassing our own capabilities at that age." Simultaneously, the plain-clothed elder's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. With vitality in one hand and cultivation in the other, he was executing a dual focus. While they themselves could achieve such feats, it was unlikely that even the most esteemed disciples of the Hall of the Great Tao possessed such profound mental strength, a full innate soul force. Xuan noted. His innate mental prowess was robust, his spiritual perception keen. Following the awakening of that tower, his vitality surged, and his cultivation deepened, seemingly fortifying his spirit further. In truth, spirit is also subject to classification. With a full innate soul force, one spirit is innately of the 10th tier. Xian at present might have reached the 11th tier or perhaps even beyond. Excellent. The plain-clothed elder smiled. A strong spirit is greatly advantageous for future cultivation. Indeed, a robust spirit often dictates one's comprehension. Thank you, Hall Master, for your guidance, Lord of Thunder. I am deeply grateful for your instruction. Xian retracted the threads from his hands. Although he had mastered the art of control, harmonizing strength and gentleness, he was still unable to maintain the same patience as the two elders, waiting for the fish to bite. Continued practice was essential. Oh, the elder in plain garments was momentarily taken aback, and the silver-haired elder also turned his attention. I have heard that the strongest among us in the Hall of the Great Tao in Zhongzhou are the Hall Master and the Lord of Thunder. Their presence surpasses any elder I have encountered. The Lord of Thunder, it is said, is not of the human race. Xian gazed at the silver-haired elder, and the truth was abundantly clear. The only one who could stand so close to the Thunder God, with an aura that subtly surpassed the rest, could only be the Hall Master. Rising to his feet, Xian articulated his analysis with great clarity. Old Lei, this young lad is indeed more astute than we could have envisioned. Quite remarkable. The elder in plain attire chuckled heartily. The Thunder God nodded, asserting, "This lad has been aware of it all along. He excels in every regard, truly worthy of being the heir to the invincible path. Recently, you've made quite a name for yourself by slaying members of the Nalan family and the prodigies of the Sword Palace. Your reputation has soared within our great hall of the Tao, and even throughout the entire eastern capital, tales of your exploits are being circulated." The Hall Master remarked with a smile. Xian maintained a stoic expression as the Hall Master continued. However, the higher one rises, the more perilous the fall can be. Xian asked, "Do you believe I am mistaken?" The Hall Master shook his head, advising, "Be kind when kindness is warranted, and be resolute when strength is required. At times, once you yield, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regain your firmness." Xian cast a contemplative glance at the Hall Master. The Thunder God interjected, "But at present, you are in grave danger. Death could be imminent. Firstly, the Nalan family, being a prominent clan in the Divine Land, is already aware of everything here. The Nalan you have slain has a father and sister within that main clan. Both are divine beings. The Nalan family is not one to suffer in silence. Secondly, the Sword Palace. Sword cultivators are inherently proud. The Sword Palace rarely faces disgrace, and now that you have slain their 5th and 6th disciples, word will spread, and they will seek to reclaim their honor at all costs." Xian nodded, fully aware that those individuals would not relent easily, which is why he was tirelessly striving for strength. The Hall Master stated, "As for your current course of action, the only option is to head to the Divine Land, and you must achieve an admirable ranking in the grand contest. This way, the main hall of the human Tao will look after you, and the Nalan family and Sword Palace will not dare to overstep their bounds." Xian regarded the Hall Master, who smiled gently, saying, "In just over a month, we shall set forth for the Divine Land. You will accompany us then." Xian inquired, "Is it necessary to secure the position of Daozi?" The chief of the main hall of the human Tao is referred to as the Daozi of the human realm. The Hall Master paused for a moment, exchanging glances with the Thunder God, before laughing and replying, "You are thinking too far ahead. You are still young, for now. Achieving a place within the top 100 will suffice. The title of Daozi may one day be yours, but certainly not at this moment. The human realm is vast, with numerous branches of the Tao Hall, many of which surpass even the central continent, brimming with countless prodigies. Among them, many have engaged in multiple contests of the Tao. Their strength is formidable. Moreover, the main hall of the human Tao also nurtures its own prodigies, individuals whose prowess is even more terrifying, surpassing both the Hall Master and the Thunder God. Securing the position of Daozi, it is akin to scaling the heavens." Xian nodded. "Very well." The Thunder God added, "Do not be complacent. It is quite challenging to place within the top 100 in the Tao Hall contest. For the past 300 years, no one from our central continent Tao Hall has entered the top 100. Xian's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the gathering of prodigies is extraordinary. 300 years without anyone entering the top 100? Master, Senior Thunder God, I shall now retreat to cultivate." Xian pondered for a moment, then clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the two. The Master smiled, yet as his smile blossomed, his expression suddenly shifted. A resounding thud echoed in his mind, leaving him dizzy, his vital energy tumultuous. Startled, the Master raised his head, only to find Xian had already turned to depart. "Who is this young man? That bow I could scarcely endure." The Master gazed at Xian's receding figure, his astonishment deepening. This youth possessed a terrifying bloodline and concealed immense fortune. Such a gesture of deference nearly shattered his Tao. It was akin to an emperor bowing to a beggar, a gesture that could shorten the beggar's lifespan. Thunder God, too, was struck with disbelief, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he gravely intoned, "He is not merely the heir of the invincible Tao." The Master fell silent for a long while before finally remarking, "No wonder Lin Shushan repeatedly emphasized that nothing must go awry upon his departure. It seems Xian's identity is far from ordinary." Chapter 43, Battle Against the Demigod. Xian first arrived at the Heavenly Beast Peak, where he found that half of Shao Jin's feathers had transformed into gold. exuding an extraordinarily potent demonic aura. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Jin was rapidly advancing after absorbing the blood of the immortal phoenix. I shall enter seclusion for a while. For now, you can amuse yourself. But do not stray beyond the confines of the Dao Hall. There are dangers outside. Xian gently stroked the feathers atop Xiao Jin's head. Xiao Jin emitted a mournful cry, expressing reluctance. Be good, Xian consoled, leaving behind a drop of blood. Remember, do not consume it directly. Fully digest the previous blood first, then you may eat. With that, he departed from the heavenly beast peak, making his way to the mountain water pavilion. Along the route, many disciples greeted him with smiles, though some regarded him with cold indifference. Those individuals were either from the Nalan family or had vested interests in it. They watched Xian with deep-seated resentment. Within a month, the second of the Dao Hall, brother Gu Changfeng, shall emerge from seclusion. One voice coldly announced, the second of the Dao Hall seeks blood. Yet, Xian remained unfazed, ignoring the remarks as he strode directly into the mountain water pavilion, ascending to the 6th floor. Boom! 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 The training area on the 6th floor was filled with thunderous clashes as two figures engaged in fierce combat, drawing the fascinated gaze of several disciples around them. Moreover, they were astounded. Both individuals exhibited extraordinary talent and were advancing at an astonishing pace, growing increasingly powerful with each exchange, poised to dominate the 6th floor. Xian approached and took a furtive glance before swiftly retreating. Xuan and Xianxia were still locked in battle. He promptly made his way to the Blood Qi training grounds. Upon entering, he beheld a figure crumpled under pressure, collapsing to the ground and even spitting blood. However, after shedding blood, that figure struggled to rise, unleashing a thunderous roar as it hefted a black cauldron and charged forward. South Tiger, body refinement. The figure's vital energy had surged several tiers, undoubtedly surpassing 200,000. No, it was nearing 300,000 in strength, 300,000 in vitality. For a being of brute strength, this is hardly remarkable. However, the speed is astonishingly swift. Even with the blood provided by Xian, it is still excessively rapid. Nanhu is truly tenacious. Perhaps his blood is not as simple as it appears. It is not merely a trace of brute blood, but rather abundant, even surpassing the average quality of such blood. Upon hearing the footsteps, Nanhu set down the black cauldron and turned to see Xian. With blood at the corners of his mouth, he grinned and exclaimed, Brother Xian, I have made significant progress. Xuan nodded, recognizing that Nanhu's cultivation had reached the 5th level, with a vitality of 300,000. This level of combat prowess is not far from that of Xianxia and Xuan. Xian approached and engaged in casual conversation with Nan, who for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor. Tiger, it is time for you to learn to master your vitality and cultivation. Strength and the application of strength are entirely distinct concepts. Nanhu pondered deeply as Xian imparted his wisdom. The balance of rigidity and flexibility in combat would elevate your fighting capabilities to a whole new tier. After speaking, Xian offered Nanhu another drop of blood and then proceeded forward, ascending to the 7th floor. Brother Xian is truly formidable. If he can reach the vitality training ground on the 7th floor, perhaps he can even ascend to the 8th floor. It is said that the 8th floor's training ground is unoccupied, and Brother Xian would be the first to utilize it. Nanhu felt elated for Xian, while simultaneously motivating himself, declaring, I must strive harder. I wish to accompany Brother Xian to the Divine Land. With that, he hoisted the black cauldron once more and charged forward with a mighty roar. Xian ascended to the 7th floor and burst into the 8th, where he effortlessly shattered a blood-colored figure with a mere slap, demonstrating minimal exertion. This was the culmination of his recent mastery over the intricacies of vitality application, harmonizing strength and gentleness. The forceful approach was bold and expansive, while the gentle technique deftly redirected immense power. Subsequently, Xian climbed to the 9th floor, his expression grave. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as a blood-colored giant surged forth, its fist raised to strike at Xian. His expression shifted as his fist collided violently with the bloodied punch, resulting in a thunderous eruption. Xian staggered back 10 paces, merely 10 steps, but this was a marked improvement compared to previous encounters. The ground shook as the blood-colored giant charged again, its speed astonishingly swift. It raised its fist once more to unleash a barrage against Xian, who engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. After countless clashes, Xian gained a deeper understanding of the application of vitality, revealing its myriad forms in the heat of battle. Now, he only retreated 8 steps. He then showcased his celestial speed, deftly maneuvering around the blood-colored giant, ultimately breaking free from the vitality training ground and stepping into the 9th floor's resting area. It remained quiet here. Just as Xian was about to move, a figure advanced towards him, a man with long white hair, strikingly beautiful yet undeniably male. It was the chief, Xianxia. With a swift motion, Xianxia locked his gaze on Xian, launching himself directly before him, fist raised to strike. Xian did not evade. He too wished to ascertain the extent of his current combat prowess. Boom! 2 individuals collided, sending Xian's body flying backward, while Xianxia staggered and took 3 substantial steps back. He gazed at Xian in disbelief. You truly haven't concealed your cultivation? Xian shook his head. Damn it! Xianxia cursed loudly, then charged forward again, engaging Xian in combat. Their fists clashed, and they tested their agility, after which Xianxia produced a massive hammer. Appearing as beautiful as a maiden, yet possessing immense strength, wielding a grand purple hammer. This was his secret treasure, the divine vault. With a thunderous crash, Xian drew forth a heavy blade, colliding with the purple hammer, both revealing their extraordinary abilities, the sounds of their clash resonating throughout the 9th floor. Damn! Ultimately, Xianxia struck Xian, sending him reeling, yet his expression was one of utmost displeasure. After all, he was a demigod. A demigod. Facing him was merely a Xian, and yet they fought to a near standstill. Although he held the advantage, completely overpowering Xian proved to be a daunting challenge. This left him in disbelief, and the once prideful Xianxia felt an enormous sense of defeat. He had always believed that with his innate talent and demigod status, he could contend even with those who had merely stepped into the realm of divinity. Yet he could not subdue a Xian. Wasn't a Xian supposed to be crushed with a mere finger? You are formidable. Xian sheathed his heavy blade, his expression exceedingly serious, offering genuine praise. This chief of the Dao Hall was indeed powerful, emanating an immense pressure. You're just putting on airs. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Xian observed him. With such beauty, why do you enjoy cursing? Xianxia. He felt Xian was mocking him. I am strong. Are you not? You, a Xian, are in such a state. How could I possibly be strong? At that moment, Xianxia's gaze flickered, and he turned to enter the training area, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Xian followed suit, absorbing spiritual essence while keenly observing Xianxia. The Great Dao Guidance Technique. Only the chief of the Dao Hall could attain the Great Dao Guidance Technique. Xianxia then remarked, I know you yearn for the Great Dao Guidance Technique, but I only possess the 2nd level, and even that is merely superficial. Xian frowned. His own Great Dao Guidance Technique was only at the 1st level, able to cultivate to the law realm, while Xianxia claimed to only know the 2nd level, and merely the surface. The Great Dao Guidance Technique resides in the Enlightenment Zone. However, most individuals cannot comprehend it and must break through this place to surpass their limits. Xianxia explained. Moreover, breaking through this place can yield substantial rewards. What does breaking through entail? Xuan inquired. Sweeping through the Qi and blood training ground, clearing the Enlightenment Zone, conquering the Trial Zone, and unlocking the unique Dao Gate of the 9th floor. Within the Dao Gate, unparalleled rewards await. Xian regarded Xianxia, then closed his eyes, swiftly absorbing the essence. 3 days later, he departed, heading once more to the Qi and blood training ground. Several days later, he emerged, utterly fatigued, and then sat cross-legged, channeling his spirit into the 2nd floor, commencing the absorption of the blood of the immortal phoenix. At this moment, the immortal phoenix appeared exceedingly dim, with 3 of its forms already dissipated. As it absorbed the essence, the 4th also began to fade. Only 5 immortal phoenixes remained. Concurrently, another portal emerged above, from which a staircase gradually extended downward. The 3rd floor has manifested. Chapter 44. Vital Energy 880,000. The 3rd floor has indeed materialized. However, this staircase remains elusive, extending downward at a sluggish pace, making it difficult to solidify in the short term. No, this is not merely a matter of time. I must absorb all the blood of the immortal phoenix for the staircase to fully descend. On the 1st floor, Xian absorbed the blood of the five-clawed dragon, laying the foundation for his physical form, gaining a tremendous strength of 100,000. After several days of effort, he finally opened the door to the second floor. On the second floor, the blood of the immortal phoenix not only fortified his vital energy, but also aided in reconstructing his energy sea, restoring his cultivation, allowing for dual cultivation of body and technique. He also acquired a formidable heavy blade. But what of the third floor? What wonders does it hold? Xian felt a surge of anticipation. Thus, he resumed the absorption of the remaining 5 immortal phoenixes, their blood flames cascading downwards as Xian ravenously devoured them. Once he had consumed enough, he retreated to his training ground to absorb the essence and invigorate his cultivation, subsequently re-entering the realm of vital energy to battle the Crimson Giant. 20 days. A full 20 days had passed. On the 9th floor, a total of 6 months had elapsed. 180 days. During this span, Xian absorbed 2 more immortal phoenixes, leaving only 3, which had become ethereal. Now, Xian's vital energy surged with unparalleled vigor, each movement akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Simultaneously, he continuously strengthened his cultivation, yet to his astonishment, the spiritual essence he absorbed over these 180 days could not breach the limits of his current realm. He remained at the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, struggling to condense the seed of magical power. It was exceedingly difficult, a challenge several hundred times greater than when he had attempted to condense the seed of magical power in the southern province. No, this is not just difficulty. It is that I have yet to uncover the key to breaking through this bottleneck. Xian pondered seriously. Overcoming this cultivation bottleneck proved to be an arduous task. During these days, he frequently ventured into the training area to engage in combat, digesting his burgeoning strength and striving for complete mastery. Since receiving guidance from the Hall Master and the Thunder God, Xian has taken all of this very seriously, ensuring that he fully assimilated each increase in power. He endeavored to transform this process into a habit, even an instinct. Another battle awaits. At that moment, a cold voice echoed, belonging to the long-haired, exquisite Xianxia. Every time Xian encountered Xianxia, he was struck by her stunning beauty, rivaling that of the legendary beauties Xianxia and Xuan. Most individuals would find themselves rendered speechless in her presence. Xian contemplated for quite some time. He simply could not decipher how Xianxia, with her extraordinarily vigorous vital energy that had even surpassed 400,000, and her formidable cultivation, had come to be in such a state. Do not look at me with that gaze. Will we fight or not? Xianxia ground her teeth, finding that look quite vexing. Over these 180 days, she had sparred with Xian multiple times, yet each encounter left her slightly at an advantage, unable to completely subdue this young man. Even in the most recent battle, this fellow nearly turned the tables, matching his opponent blow for blow. What does this signify? He practices diligently, just as Xian does. He grows stronger, and so does Xian. Yet he is utterly outpaced by Xian's remarkable speed. This only serves to further infuriate Xianxia. After all, I am the chief. Engaging in combat, Xian unsheathed his blade and clashed with Xianxia, which greatly benefited his cultivation, mastery of power, and comprehension of divine techniques. Xianxia is indeed formidable. Were he not present, Xian would undoubtedly struggle to endure 180 days of cultivation, inevitably needing to take breaks. With him around, the process is far from tedious. Boom! Without hesitation, Xianxia swung his massive purple hammer, charging directly at Xian. Xian, wielding his heavy blade, met Xianxia with a fierce collision. The two were thrown back 10 paces each, and almost instantaneously, Xianxia dashed forward again, while Xian had already vanished. Sky-swallowing speed. With a swift motion, his figure disappeared, sprinting at an astonishing pace, leaving mere afterimages in his wake. Xianxia's gaze sharpened. This guy has grown even stronger. Boom! His expression shifted as he swung the hammer violently to the left, smashing through an afterimage. Just as Xian struck from the front with a thunderous blow, one strike severed the heavens and the earth. Boom! Xianxia's magical energy surged forth. Though he was a demigod, his magical power had not yet fully transformed into divine power. It was significantly more potent than ordinary magical energy. Puff! As Xian's blade descended, Xianxia's magical energy erupted, forcing him to retreat rapidly, blood surging. Simultaneously, a portion of his magical energy manifested into a colossal hand, striking down with authority. Boom! Xian was also forced back. They both endured a hit. Xiao took a deep breath. His complexion darkened. What transformation have you undergone? Xian chuckled, perhaps like a tadpole. With that, Xian departed, entering the realm of blood and energy cultivation, while Xiao entered his own training area. Their cultivation resumed once more. 3 days later, Xiao ceased his training and headed towards the Enlightenment Zone. Suddenly, his expression changed, and in the next moment, he dashed to the blood and energy cultivation area. Boom! Inside the cultivation ground, the sounds were thunderous, causing the grand hall to tremble violently, a magnificent spectacle. Xiao plunged into the fray, and upon entering, his eyes widened in shock. Monstrous! Xiao gazed ahead, his scalp tingling. Before him, Xian was mounted atop a blood-red giant, unleashing devastating punches, each one overwhelmingly forceful. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the blood-red giant shattered. It sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation area. Xiao was utterly astounded. The potency of Xian's blood and energy, he knew Xian's vitality was formidable, far more dominant than his own, but he never expected it to reach such an extreme. Is this even human? Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose, striding towards Xiao. As Xiao gazed at Xian, he inquired, "Your vitality has reached 800,000? Xian replied with a smile, 88,000. Xiao, taken aback, reacted, "What are you planning to do?" He retreated hastily, but in this place, his speed was no match for Xian. With a resounding crash, Xian delivered a powerful punch, sending Xiao hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. "You brute!" Xiao exclaimed, flying out of the Vitality Hall in a fit of rage, nearly bursting from a sheer force of Xian's strike, which exceeded 80,000. Xian followed him outside, exhaling in satisfaction. For days, Xiao had sought to suppress him, and Xian had longed to teach this fellow a lesson with a single blow. Now, he felt exhilarated. Xiao, gritting his teeth in anger, refrained from retaliating this time and proposed to Xian, "Shall we join forces?" Xian chuckled. "I was hoping for that." They would push through to the 9th floor and unlock the door to acquire the treasures. Xiao found it impossible to break through, but Xian had already succeeded. Now, they approached the Enlightenment Zone and the Cultivation Zone. Xiao turned, and Xian followed him as they arrived at the deepest part of the 9th floor, facing a wall adorned with a landscape painting. Once they surpassed this place's limits, the landscape painting would reveal a door, and pushing it open would grant them access to the treasures within. Xian urged, "Enough chatter, let us get started." Xiao replied, "Tomorrow. Xuan pressed. I wish to begin now." Xiao rolled his eyes. "Would you like to test your mettle against a punch of over 80,000? Can you avoid severe injury?" 3 hours later, Xiao went to heal, while Xian sat cross-legged, focusing on stabilizing his vitality and cultivation. Soon, his spirit stirred, and he re-entered the 2nd floor. There, he encountered 3 immortal phoenixes. The stone door was fully revealed, and the staircase was drawing closer. Although still somewhat illusory, its basic form had completely materialized. It seemed that a vitality of 1 million was required. Absorbing these last 3 immortal phoenixes would likely elevate his vitality to 1 million. On the 1st floor, 10,000 was needed to open the door, while the 2nd floor required 1 million as a foundation. With his current vitality at 88,000, he was immensely powerful, capable of shattering a small mountain with a single punch. The million mark was within reach. A day later, Xiao and Xian proceeded directly to the cultivation area, heading deep within until they arrived before a stone tablet. This tablet bore the etched silhouette of a figure. As they stood before it, the figure swiftly manifested, revealing a woman shrouded in radiance, her features obscured. This was merely an incarnation of spiritual essence. "Impressive," Xiao remarked. "The Vitality Cultivation Zone houses a blood-color giant, and the cultivation area also possesses an incarnation of spiritual essence. I have faced defeat multiple times." Xian's expression grew solemn. Xiao's repeated defeats indicated that this incarnation was indeed formidable. Do not be deceived by his current subtle superiority over Xiao. Capturing him without a surprise attack proves to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the aura emanating from this avatar is undeniably impressive. As I pondered this, the avatar had fully materialized, and with a sudden burst, It surged forward, reaching an unparalleled speed. In an instant, Xuan was sent hurtling backward, while Xian swiftly evaded, the avatar's might exceeding all expectations. Its velocity rendered it invincible. Altogether, Xuan Belovit advancing alongside Xuan. The avatar unleashed another punch, sending Xuan flying for the second time. Gritting his teeth, Xuan glanced at the unscathed Xian and said, "This time, you take the lead." Xuan nodded, poised with his blade as he stepped ahead, with Xuan trailing closely behind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Xian stood frozen in shock, while Xuan was flung backward, coughing up blood. Xuan stared at Xian, filled with confusion. Why was he always targeted while Xian remained untouched? After a moment of contemplation, Xian gazed at the feminine avatar and suggested, "Perhaps she is envious of your beauty?" Xuan felt a wave of frustration. 3 assaults had targeted him alone, seemingly ignoring Xian entirely, who walked forward without a scratch. This is infuriating. With a thunderous roar, Xuan unleashed his full aura, brandishing a massive purple hammer, charging forth once more while shouting, "I will draw her strength. You seize the opportunity." Xian smiled, drawing his hefty blade, ready to contribute. The purple hammer struck down, only to be met by the avatar's fist, forcing Xuan to stagger back repeatedly, while simultaneously, Xian's blade came crashing down. The sound of the blade colliding with the feminine avatar reverberated, causing her form to tremble violently. Xuan charged again, and the avatar retaliated with another punch, while Xian continued his relentless assault. Strangely, the feminine avatar showed no interest in him. Ultimately, Xuan found himself drenched in blood, his bones likely fractured in numerous places, while Xian had merely delivered a series of several hundred strikes. Suddenly, the feminine avatar exploded into fragments. Victory achieved. Xuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Xian sheathed his great blade and stated, "Let us proceed to the enlightenment zone." Xuan, spitting blood, shot him a sideways glance, muttering, 3 days from now." He then settled into a meditative pose. Xian waited patiently for 2 days, stabilizing his breath. Yet boredom soon crept in. He turned and departed, making his way to the innermost part of the enlightenment zone. There he discovered a colossal stone tablet, upon which an ethereal figure was etched. Xian observed it closely before sitting down in meditation. This must be the place. After 3 hours, the figure on the stone tablet flickered and transformed into a blade, its luminous edge descending directly toward Xian. It was exceedingly gentle. The blade swiftly pierced into the center of his brow, causing Xian's spirit to tremble. Indeed, it was a strike that severed heaven and earth. The profundity was profound. In the southern province, having attained the ability to sever heaven and earth, and beneath the headless statue at Black Wind Cliff in the 10,000 Demon Mountain, he gleamed even more. Furthermore, Xian discovered that since acquiring this ability, he found it remarkably effortless to resonate with and comprehend the essence of the severing of heaven and earth. Boom! His mind was inundated with greater profundities, and the figures before him dissipated. Yet simultaneously, the area of enlightenment trembled violently. The stone tablets shook in unison, each radiating blinding light. Immersed within, Xian soon found his mind brimming with various divine powers and profound truths. He was astonished. Enlightenment of all? Half an hour later, as the brilliance faded, Xian seated himself in meditation, meticulously sorting through the profound insights he had acquired, absorbing those beneficial to himself. Not only did he gain insights into various techniques, such as swordsmanship, fist techniques, and hammer techniques, but he also inherited knowledge of alchemy and medicine. Wonderful! Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The knowledge of alchemy and medicine was indeed rare. Its significance to cultivation was immense. In the southern province, he had learned quite a bit of medical skills under the tutelage of Old Lin, who had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of learning and the importance of diligence. It was precisely because of this that he was able to survive being pursued by the Nayland family's assassins, even after suffering severe injuries and having his cultivation shattered. Medical skills could save one's life in critical moments. As for alchemy, alchemists were exceedingly scarce in the mortal realm, holding a position of tremendous esteem. Among the 4 transcendent factions of the mortal realm, one was the Alchemy Tower. The Alchemy Tower was comprised entirely of alchemists. The elixirs they concocted had miraculous effects. They could heal wounds, enhance cultivation, invigorate the spirit, and even assist in enlightenment. There were also various bizarre concoctions, appealing to both men and women alike. Excellent. Xian rose, filled with enthusiasm. Let us proceed to the landscape map. He exited the area of enlightenment, and at that moment, Xuan's complexion had improved somewhat, and he too emerged from the training ground. The area of enlightenment required the essence of all the stone tablets therein, especially that of the largest tablet, which was exceedingly challenging. Xuan regarded Xian with a solemn expression. The realms of vitality, experience, and cultivation could all be breached. One merely needed to emerge victorious in combat. However, the area of enlightenment demanded the essence of all within, resonating with every stone tablet. Only then could one claim a complete victory. As he spoke, a sense of concern washed over him, and he was uncertain how long it might take to succeed. After all, in a few days, they would be setting off for the Divine Province. The Tao competition was an absolute must. He had no desire to remain in the Central Province. He yearned to venture into the vastness of the Divine Province and confront even more formidable talents. We have little time, Xuan said, gazing at Xian. Let's go. Xian replied, I have already succeeded. Xuan was taken aback. Then responded, I meant all. Xian asserted, it is all. Xuan gazed at Xian with incredulity. He had devoted over half a year to comprehending 320 paths, yet he still lacked a small fraction, particularly with regard to the formidable stone tablet deep within, which was exceedingly challenging. To his knowledge, no one had successfully navigated the comprehension area in the past 5 centuries. Suddenly, the 9th floor trembled, and a surge of light emanated from the depths, revealing a door at the location of the landscape painting. Xuan was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Had he truly broken through? He looked at Xian as if he were a mythical creature, exclaiming, You managed to clear the level in just 3 days? Xian responded, To be precise, it took me 3 hours. Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. 3 hours to conquer the comprehension area? For 500 years, no one had succeeded, and he, claiming the title of the most extraordinary genius in the Central Plains in half a millennium, had spent over half a year grasping a significant portion. Yet, this fellow accomplished it in mere hours. Are you even human? Xuan exclaimed. Xian replied, Brother Xua, let us go investigate that door. I wonder what treasures lie within, though I sense that such difficulty must yield substantial rewards. Xuan regarded Xian with skepticism, thinking he was merely posturing. 3 hours, and he dares to call that difficult? Without further ado, Xian approached the location of the landscape painting, where the door had manifested. As he and Xuan arrived, the door swung open. Boom! Instantly, the 9th floor of the landscape building trembled violently, followed by the entire structure shaking with intensity. The 8th, 7th, and 6th floors all quaked in response. On the 7th floor, Xuan and Xianxia were still engaged in battle, their cultivation rapidly advancing as they fought from the 6th to the 7th floor. The cultivation ground, known as the Southern Tiger, was also vibrating with astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze upward. The tremors originated from the 9th floor. On the 8th floor, Gu Changfeng had been striving to ascend to the 9th for over 20 days. Despite having spent more than 100 days on the 8th floor, he still found it impossible to reach the next level. The difficulty surpassed all imagination. At that moment, the 8th floor quaked, and he was overwhelmed with shock as the staircase to the 9th floor grew even more arduous. Ultimately, he plummeted downwards. His expression filled with terror as he looked upward, realizing that something monumental had transpired. Could it be that Xuan had shattered the limits? Suddenly, Gu Changfeng's expression shifted drastically. He understood that the 9th floor was far more terrifying than the 8th, and that the first creation of the Tao Hall also resided there. This Xuan was truly formidable. How vast was the chasm between us? Gu Changfeng pondered in astonishment. He was also exceedingly proud and harbored aspirations to rival Xuan. Boom! On the 9th floor, Xuan's face was equally astonished, while Xian gazed excitedly at the open portal, peering into the landscape painting. What was once merely an image now seemed to transform into a genuine world of mountains and rivers, revealing its wonders within. In this realm, the sky is a brilliant blue, the mountains tower majestically, the grass is lush and green, and the trees flourish abundantly. Here, one can find a harmonious flow of high mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blossoms of flowers. It is akin to a vivid reflection of the real world. Both individuals observed intently. Xian's gaze fell upon a distant, towering peak that seemed to stretch between heaven and earth, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the sky. Above this peak, or rather, in the air above it, there floated a grand palace. This palace hung majestically in the heavens. Xian was profoundly astonished as he beheld its brilliance, enveloped in a rich aura of light. Clearly a domain reserved for the extraordinarily wealthy, powerful, and adept in cultivation. The opulence of this palace was beyond imagination. As he fixated on the magnificent structure, a sudden flash of light dazzled from its summit, akin to a shooting star, jolting Xian's mind into clarity. An epiphany dawned upon him. The Great Tao Induction Technique. Indeed, it was the Great Tao Induction Technique, and not merely the second level, but the second and third levels combined. Furthermore, before the palace, he perceived several figures suspended in the air, adorned in red, purple, white, and blue garments, all stunningly beautiful. At that moment, Xian felt as though these individuals were smiling at him, their smiles radiant, before they collectively knelt in worship. Xian was taken aback. He yearned to advance, yet the immense resistance from the map of mountains and rivers rendered him immobile, leaving him only to observe. After a considerable time, everything dissipated, and Xian abruptly awoke, finding the stone gate of the map of mountains and rivers vanished, leaving only the map intact. The previous scene felt like a mere dream. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Xuan also regained his senses, his expression one of profound shock, and he turned to Xian, "Brother Ji, what did you see?" Xian replied, "And you?" Xuan recounted, "I beheld an immensely tall figure wielding a colossal hammer, which crushed the heavens with a single blow." Xian expressed his envy. "You have attained enlightenment and acquired a divine ability." Xuan shook his head. "No, it is not a divine ability, but a secret technique. The hammer of heaven's tremor." Xian exclaimed, "This is outrageous. It is unfair. The secret technique, which surpasses the 9th rank of divine abilities, is immensely powerful. In the central continent, such techniques are exceedingly rare. At least, among the disciples of the Tao Palace, I have not heard of anyone mastering a secret technique. What about you, Brother Ji?" Xuan inquired, observing Xian's grinding teeth with a hint of amusement. "Did you not gain anything?" Xian replied, "Damn it. I merely saw several extraordinarily beautiful women in long dresses." Xuan chuckled. "You can't be serious. You didn't actually dream, did you?" Xian continued, "I also saw a high peak above which floated a lavish palace." Xuan listened attentively as Xian elaborated. "Then I acquired the Great Tao Induction Technique." The amusement faded from Xuan's eyes, his expression growing increasingly grim as he regarded Xian with a disapproving gaze. Xian added, "The second and third levels of the Great Tao Induction Technique." Xuan remained silent, his countenance darkening further. He observed Xian beginning to grind his teeth. "Damn it." Xian turned to Xuan and said, "You didn't even mention sharing some divine light or fortune with me. I thought it would enhance my cultivation. I wish to coalesce a seed of magical power and then soar." Xuan was tempted to deliver a few hearty slaps, but was soon astonished to see the map of mountains and rivers begin to glow. With a flash, beams of light shot forth, enveloping Xian and swiftly merging into his being. Instantly, Xian's aura transformed dramatically, his demeanor shifting profoundly. The divine light poured into his crown. Xuan's eyes widened, and he imitated Xian's earlier shout, I wish to become a deity." Yet, no divine light came forth. Xuan gazed at the map of mountains and rivers, pleading just a little, even a tiny bit. Still, no divine light appeared. Xuan cried out, "This is unfair." With a thunderous boom, the map trembled, sending him flying several paces back. Xian, merging with the divine light, felt his essence rapidly expanding, an unparalleled comfort enveloping him. "Brothers Xuan, I am truly about to coalesce a seed of magical power," Xuan exclaimed joyously, then turned and sat down in a corner. With a resounding crash, his aura began to swell magnificently, the cyclone within him spinning rapidly, swirling around the building. The cyclone resembled clouds, and amidst this cloud, a flicker of golden light emerged. Gradually, a luminous orb, akin to a star, ascended slowly. A powerful aura erupted from the golden star, reverberating not only within him, but also radiating outward, causing the mountain water pavilion to tremble violently, even impacting the great Tao Hall. Booming sounds echoed as the peaks and structures of the Dao Hall seemed to sense something, shaking violently. Even the great Dao Peak began to tremor. This spectacle immediately captivated all disciples. Elders, the Thunder God, and the Hall Master were all startled, gazing in awe at the Mountain Water Pavilion. The Mountain Water Pavilion quaked fiercely. Divine light surged into the heavens, and a colossal vortex manifested in the sky, spinning rapidly. Amidst it, lightning flashed and brilliant hues radiated. Shadows of beasts began to emerge, roaring within the vortex. True Dragon Sword. Phoenixes danced across the sky. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, with myriad beasts roaring. This was not the end. As the beasts roared, towering silhouettes began to emerge, their vague reflections appearing in the clouds. They stood in all directions, like divine demons guarding the realm. As they materialized, a terrifying pressure coalesced within the vortex. It could not descend. The thunder rumbled, seemingly ready to unleash a heavenly tribulation upon the world. The 8 great divine demons. The Hall Master trembled violently. The divine demons guard the path. The thunderous roar persisted, causing the entire eastern capital to be stirred, as its inhabitants gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. The statues of the Invincible Ones outside the Hall of the Great Path trembled. The Invincible Ones of the Tao. My heavens! Chapter 47. Chaos Unleashed, Utterly Chaotic. The Hall of the Great Path was in turmoil. The eastern capital was in disarray. The forests beyond the city were thrown into chaos. And even the distant myriad beasts' mountain shuddered, as all creatures bowed in submission. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended. What manner of existence could elicit such a terrifying phenomenon? One never witnessed before, not even in 5 centuries. Beasts roared, divine and demonic guardians arose. The Invincible Ones resonated. 3 monumental phenomena appeared simultaneously. At that moment, within the Hall of the Great Path, a magnificent golden bird soared skyward, unleashing a tremendous surge of demonic energy. It was little Jean. Under the influence of the phenomenon, it soared freely, its feathers transforming entirely into gold. Amidst the roars of the myriad beasts and the protection of divine beings, its aura swelled, emanating a formidable pressure akin to that of a deity. The Dapeng bird evolved anew, transcending the divine. This Dapeng was truly extraordinary, leveraging the phenomenon to ascend further. Though not a true god, it had become a demigod. The bloodline of the Dapeng was terrifying, its combat prowess extraordinary, capable of easily shattering ordinary divine barriers with its demigod strength. Within the Hall of the Great Path, various terrors were birthed, and all the great sources of fortune were resonating with thunderous roars, exuding terrifying brilliance. This was the Tao resonating throughout the entire hall. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Xianxia was immersed in his cultivation, the cyclone still swirling, with a golden star suspended above it. This was a seed of magical power, a pure golden seed of magical energy. Perfectly formed, Xianxia could feel his power transforming. It was no longer merely a matter of magical intensity, but rather a sublime elevation. This must be divine power. To condense a seed of magical energy was akin to achieving divinity. It was a success. Brother Zhua, I have succeeded. Xianxia took a deep breath and opened his eyes, fully transformed. Zhuo was filled with envy. This was beyond mere success. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xianxia. This fellow had transcended. Gathering the seed of magical energy was akin to divinity. Share a bit with me. Subsequently, Zhuo rushed once more to the map of mountains and rivers, pleading fervently. That divine light had a profound effect on Xianxia. If he absorbed it, he would undoubtedly ascend to godhood. Yet, the map of mountains and rivers paid him no heed. Zhuo roared in frustration. What is this nonsense? He has it, so why don't I? Is it truly jealousy over my appearance? Otherwise, why not grant me even a fraction? Xianxia observed Zhuo, who was on the verge of losing his composure, and glanced at the map of mountains and rivers, softly speaking. Zhuo ground his teeth at Xianxia, exasperated. You say to give, so just give? Am I to follow your words? Yet before his thoughts could settle, a glimmer of Dao light emerged from the painting of mountains and rivers. Though faint, much weaker than the one from Xianxia, it was indeed real and enveloped Zhuo directly. As it fused with him, Zhuo felt his aura rapidly swell, advancing towards demigod status, divine power surging forth. So, brother, let us engage in another battle. Xianxia declared, clenching his fists as he gazed at Xianxia. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia turned and departed from the scene. He was no longer human. He truly transcended humanity. Even having attained divinity, he was no match for Ji Xian any longer. He proceeded from a 9th floor to the 8th. At this moment, on the 8th floor, Gu Changfeng and his 3 disciples were in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the 9th floor. Upon witnessing a striking figure in white descending, Gu Changfeng's heart trembled. The terror he had felt before was indeed this man. The 9th floor's chief, Xianxia. How terrifying. 3 extraordinary phenomena. As he observed Xianxia, an overwhelming pressure washed over him, rendering his own so-called touch of divinity utterly insignificant in comparison. Senior brother Xua. The 3 disciples simultaneously clasped their fists in respect towards Xianxia, filled with both reverence and trepidation. Gu Changfeng stepped forward, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother Xua. You have summoned 3 grand phenomena. Truly, you are the most prodigious talent of the Dao Hall in 5 centuries." Xianxia regarded Gu Changfeng, who had once aspired to the position of chief, but had been humbled after his arrival. Initially, they were both at the Law King level, yet half a year ago, Xianxia successfully ascended to demigod status, while Gu Changfeng remained a mere Law King, now only brushing against the essence of divinity, far from matching him. With a fleeting thought, Xianxia departed from the scene. Outside, chaos engulfed the Dao Hall as countless individuals gathered before the mountain and water pavilion. Upon witnessing Xianxia's emergence, excitement rippled through the crowd. A cacophony of gasps erupted as Xianxia's terrifying aura radiated an otherworldly presence. The entire assembly was mistaken. It was indeed him. Many elders shared this sentiment, with one elder of the Divine Gate stating gravely, "I can feel the pressure." The crowd gasped in further astonishment. Even the Divine Gate elder sensed this pressure. Xianxia was no longer merely a demigod, but had ascended to divinity. It was truly him, the chief of the Dao Hall. Meanwhile, figures approaching on swords in the distance wore expressions of shock. The previous terrifying phenomenon had been so heart-stopping, heralding an unparalleled prodigy with an ominous future. Typically, even a single grand phenomenon summoned by a prodigy was exceedingly fearsome. Yet here were 2, the roars of myriad beasts and the protection of divine demons. Moreover, the statues of the invincible outside the Dao Hall stirred in resonance. Akin to 3 grand phenomena. "I must test him," a man in white suddenly declared, soaring forth on his sword. "So brother, it has been a long time." Just as Xianxia was about to depart, he heard the voice and looked up to see a figure clad in purple with long hair, standing upon a flying sword. Exudinant extraordinary aura. It was the chief of the Sword Palace, Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang chuckled, stating, "I am no longer the chief of the Sword Palace, merely its second." Xianxia furrowed his brow, and Jian Wuxuang continued, "Will you accept a strike from my sword?" Xianxia nodded affirmatively. "Very well." 6 months prior, they had engaged in a battle, which, though appearing evenly matched to onlookers, had left Xianxia at a disadvantage. The sword cultivator was indeed formidable. Without reservation, Jian Wuxuang pointed a finger, summoning a sword of energy into his grasp. He bellowed, "Sword 9, suppress the 9 cauldrons." With a thunderous roar, the energy sword sliced forward, unleashing a colossal beam of sword light that descended from the heavens, its power overwhelming and its intent profound. The surrounding crowd felt an intense fear, as if this strike could obliterate all in its path. Xianxia's expression turned grave. As the sword struck down, he flipped his right hand, revealing a massive purple hammer, which he swung forward with great force. Boom! A tremendous surge of purple hammer light erupted, colliding violently with the sword light, causing the very void to convulse dramatically. After a prolonged moment, both the sword and hammer lights dissipated. Jian Wuxuang gazed intently at Xianxia and remarked, "Congratulations, Xianxia, you have truly ascended to godhood. My sword cannot harm you." Xianxia, equally solemn, recognized Jian Wuxuang's substantial progress, nearing the realm of the sword god. However, as the current chief of the Sword Palace, "You shall not contend with the Hall of the Great Path." Jian Wuxuang then fixed his gaze on Xianxia and added, "Her talent is rare throughout the ages. She has now perfected Sword 10, and I cannot withstand a single strike from her." Xianxia focused intently, acknowledging the formidable nature of the Sword Palace's 10th technique, which he had been fortunate enough to witness from Senior. Yet after a moment's pause, he asserted, "It is I who cannot contend, not the Hall of the Great Path." Jian Wuxuang frowned as Xianxia turned to depart. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the Sword Palace's ranks and declared, "Let us go. Xiao is now capable of battling me, and I sense his strength continues to grow. Without the chief present, I cannot reclaim this honor." The elders and disciples of the Sword Palace fell silent, until one disciple spoke up. "What about Xian?" Jian Wushuang replied resolutely, "I shall only battle the chief. He is not worthy." The disciple fell silent once more, as an elder nodded, saying, "Let us return. When we reach the divine land, we shall settle this debt." They turned and departed, while those outside the mountain water pavilion gradually dispersed. At that moment, Xian emerged from the pavilion, glancing towards the departing Sword Palace with a smirk, acknowledging their hasty retreat. After a moment's thought, he went directly to a small courtyard, where Jiang Liuli stepped out, clad in her signature black dress, exuding an aura akin to a blade. Upon noticing Xian and sensing his formidable presence, she nodded approvingly. "Well done. You are qualified to venture to the divine land." Before Xian could respond, Jiang Liuli poured cold water over his enthusiasm, cautioning, "But be wary. The Sword Palace will not relent, and their chief has comprehended Sword 10. Xian's demeanor grew serious. Jiang Liuli continued, "Your wife is capable of comprehending Sword 10, yet time is no longer on our side." Xian inquired earnestly, "Master, could you teach me Sword 10? Jiang Liuli regarded Xian thoughtfully before responding. "You are my disciple." Xian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Then enlighten me with your profound understanding, and I shall teach you in return." Jiang Liuli cast him a sidelong glance, and in the next instant, a brilliant sword light descended with a resounding crash, sending Xian flying out of the courtyard. "Impressive. The second of the Dao Hall has declared war upon you. Are you prepared?" Jiang Liuli's voice echoed within the courtyard as Xian fled swiftly. In the Xianxia Tower, on the 8th floor, Gu Changfeng was still striving for success but had yet to achieve it. To the 9th floor, it's exceedingly challenging. Just then, a thunderous roar emanated from below, and two young maidens, one in white and the other in black, ascended to the 8th floor. Gu Changfeng glanced over, and the young man beside him remarked, "Xianxia and Xuan share a close bond with Xian. Xianxia is his fiancée." A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Gu Changfeng's eyes. His fiancée, Nailin Yi, had been rendered incapacitated by Xian. However, Xianxia's status was peculiar. Jiang Jianshin had warned against any confrontation. As for Xuan, she hails from the prestigious Chu family. The young man in white added. Gu Changfeng shot him a cold glance. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? We nearly encountered a disaster." As the two engaged in battle, they entered the training area, and the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the blood training grounds erupted with a deafening roar, and an imposing figure emerged from within, exuding a powerful vitality. Gu Changfeng and the others looked on in astonishment. This individual's vitality was truly terrifying. 500,000. Brother Gu, this is Nan Hu, a formidable warrior closely associated with Xian. The young man in white explained, regarding Nan Hu with a mix of awe and trepidation. Gu Changfeng narrowed his eyes. "Does he have allies?" The young man shook his head. "His master is merely an ordinary elder. While his vitality is impressive, he is but a demigod." Gu Changfeng's gaze turned frigid, and in the next moment, he vanished, delivering a punch that sent Nan Hu hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. "Are you out of your mind?" Nan Hu exclaimed. Gu Changfeng replied coldly, "Inform that Xian that 3 days hence, on the life and death platform, I will kill him. Should he dare to absent himself, I shall take your life instead." Chapter 48, Grandmothers. Nan Hu, blood gushing from his mouth, regarded Gu Changfeng with a frigid expression, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a series of thunderous sounds. Like Xian, he was merely a commoner. Gu Changfeng sneered disdainfully. His realm was merely the 6th stage of the law, yet his vitality was robust. What else could he be but a commoner? "Young man, this is our second of the Dao Hall, brother Gu Changfeng. Go and tell Xian, 3 days from now, Brother Gu will surely kill him." The young man in white reprimanded sharply. "Get out of here. Be careful, or I might just kill you." With a slap, the young man in white glared at Nan Hu, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap, causing the already injured Nan Hu to spit blood once more. "What are you staring at? My name is Niepeng. Feel free to seek me out any time." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nan Hu cast a glance at the group before turning to leave the Xianxia Tower. After a moment's thought, he chose not to seek Xian, but instead returned to his master's courtyard. However, upon entering, he immediately heard a familiar voice. In the courtyard, aside from a black-clad elder from the Grand Hall, there was also a one-armed old man dressed in coarse linen, accompanied by several robust elderly women, each resembling formidable pillars of strength. Nan Hu paused briefly before turning on his heel. "Halt!" The group called out to him. The one-armed elder inquired, "My child, what has caused the blood at the corner of your mouth?" The elderly women quickly encircled him, one of them with white hair demanding, "My dear, tell grandmother what has transpired. Who has dared to bully you?" Another chimed in, "Inform second grandmother, and she shall crush his skull. How dare they lay a hand on our Nan Hu, believing our family to be defenseless?" Nan Hu shook his head, insisting, "It's nothing. I simply injured myself during body refinement." The one-armed elder's expression turned grim as he queried, "Injured during refinement, resulting in a handprint? Speak." Reluctantly, Nan Hu replied, "There's a fellow named Gu Changfeng and another in white named Niepeng. They sought to trouble brother Xian, knowing of our bond, and ambushed me. That white-clad Niepeng struck me, and just as I was about to retaliate, Gu Changfeng landed a punch, inflicting significant harm and leaving me at a disadvantage. Alas, it's my own affair. They struck me, and I shall repay them in due time." Before his words could fully dissipate, the elderly women erupted in fury. In an instant, their figures vanished. Outside the Mountain Water Pavilion, Gu Changfeng and Niepeng were departing, having just been received by the Grand Elder of the Nalen family. "Elder Nalen, rest assured, I am determined to eliminate Xian. Inform ye, 3 days hence, at the life and death platform," Gu Changfeng declared with unwavering confidence, having already touched the divine realm, although he had yet to ascend to the 9th floor. Within the Grand Hall, he feared no one apart from Zhuqiu. As he spoke, Niepeng beside him sneered, "Brother Gu, Xian approaches." Gu Changfeng turned sharply, his murderous intent surging forth as he beheld Xian, who was casually approaching the Mountain Water Pavilion. "Xian, 3 days from now, at the life and death platform. Do not think to evade. Should you fail to appear, I have ample means, such as eliminating those around you one by one," Gu Changfeng declared boldly. Xian regarded him with a faint smile, preparing to respond when he sensed several formidable auras drawing near. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds reverberated as the elderly women descended, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath them, instilling fear in all present. "Which one is Gu Changfeng, and which is Niepeng?" one of the elderly women demanded coldly. Gu Changfeng's heart quaked. Niepeng, instantly terrified, thought, "Who are these individuals? When did I offend them?" The next moment, sensing the lethal intent, he wasted no time in turning to flee toward the Mountain Water Pavilion. However, the moment he moved, he was immediately targeted. With a swift motion, as he turned, an elderly woman appeared before him, seizing him and flinging him away with tremendous force. As he crashed to the ground, Niepeng spat blood, his face a picture of horror. "Esteemed elders, when have I ever wronged you?" Before the sound had completely faded, Nan had already rushed over. He addressed the elderly women, saying, "Grandma, second grandma, third grandma, fourth grandma, this is my own affair. Please do not concern yourselves with it." Niepeng was paralyzed with terror. All of them were his grandmothers? Just then, with a loud crack, an elderly woman's foot came down, and Niepeng's left hand was instantly crushed, eliciting a piercing scream of anguish. Another crack followed, and with a mere tap from another elder, numerous ribs of Niepeng's were surely shattered, causing him to wail in agony, nearly losing consciousness. "What are you, to dare bully my Huo?" The old woman glared fiercely at Niepeng, who trembled in fear, stammering, "It's a misunderstanding, esteemed elders. This is a misunderstanding. My grandfather is a deity of the Dao Hall, Niekuan." Just as Niepeng's voice faded, a heavy reprimand rang out, and a black-robed elder appeared with a stern countenance. "The deity gate. Get lost." However, the old woman merely coldly uttered a single word, then disregarded Niekuan entirely, crushing Niepeng's right hand. "Impudent!" Niekuan roared in fury. Suddenly, with a swift movement, the old woman vanished and reappeared before Niekuan, delivering a punch that erupted into a mist of blood. Niekuan vanished entirely, a deity of the gate, obliterated with a single strike. The entire assembly was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Niepeng was left in a state of complete numbness. How brutal! Xian was also astonished beyond belief. This individual possessed a power of vitality that surely reached the million level. With one punch, merely through vitality, he obliterated the deity gate. Boy apologized to Huer. One of the elderly women fixed her gaze on Yepeng. He opened his mouth, but found himself trembling to the point of speechlessness. After a long pause, he managed to utter the words, "I apologize." With that utterance, the old woman slightly pressed her foot, and Yepeng's body instantly vanished, transforming into a mist of blood. Subsequently, the old woman looked forward again. Which one is Gu Changfeng? Gu Changfeng turned pale as a sheet, terrified beyond measure. How brutal. That foolish giant. What was his background? He felt a chill run down his spine as the old woman's icy gaze swept across the crowd and landed on him. He trembled. "I am not." The crowd was silent. The old woman's eyes locked onto him, and her presence surged once more. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Nailin family stepped forward, asserting, "Esteemed elders, this is the Dao Hall. Your actions are rather audacious. Get out of my way." The old woman scolded, delivering a punch from a distance. The Grand Elder of the Nailin family attempted to resist with all his might, but was still forced back several dozen paces, his expression twisted in rage. To kill here is to offend the Dao Hall, and to act against me is to offend the Nailin family. Just as his words fell, a more terrifying aura erupted, and a one-armed elder clad in coarse linen stepped forward. He looked at the Grand Elder of the Nailin family and asked, "You dare offend the Nailin family? In the South Wilderness, Nanshan, is it something one cannot afford to offend?" The Grand Elder of the Nailin family furrowed his brow. South Wilderness, Nanshan? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. It was him, that terrifying figure, known as the South Butcher. With a thunderous sound, his form flickered, and the Grand Elder seized Gu Changfeng, fleeing the scene at a reckless speed. An elderly woman was about to pursue when the silver-haired elder, the Thunder God, descended. He cast a chilling glance at the old woman before fixing his gaze upon the one-armed elder, Nanshan, and said in a subdued tone, "South Butcher, it has been a long time." Chapter 49. It must be the eldest sister. The Thunder God, the leading figure of the law enforcement hall, is the most formidable presence in the entire Great Hall, second only to the Hallmaster. However, at this moment, he regarded the one-armed elder with a hint of trepidation. Otherwise, the Thunder God would not appear lightly, and if he did, he would not utter unnecessary words. He would follow the rules, punish for mistakes, execute for murder. The South Butcher, was he the one who traversed the divine continent, slaying gods and staining 100,000 miles with blood? Indeed, it was he, the infamous slaughterer. The South Butcher. Some of the elder generation recalled this and turned pale, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They never anticipated his arrival at the Great Hall. Yet, the one-armed elder appeared unfazed. South Butcher? That name sounds distant. He looked at the Thunder God and stated, "Your little brat from the Great Hall bullied the weak and struck my grandson. What shall we do about this?" The Thunder God replied, "The Great Hall has its own rules." The South Butcher grinned. "Rules? When have I, the South Butcher, ever adhered to rules?" After contemplating, the Thunder God said, "You've killed, your anger has been vented, and your grandson has only sustained minor injuries. Let go." The South Butcher chuckled, 10 million gold crystals. "And I shall overlook this matter." The Thunder God narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to swindle me?" The South Butcher replied, "It's about the rules." The elderly women approached. "My dear tiger was merely slapped. Is that not worth 10 million? Is it not worth it?" The Thunder God's expression darkened. Yet, South Tiger's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. He looked at the one-armed elder and the old women, exclaiming, "Am I to lose all dignity? Do I have no shame? I am now a disciple of the Great Hall, and this is my own affair, my own affair." Then, he turned to the Thunder God and said, "Lord Thunder, I do not want the money. My apologies." With that, he dashed toward Xian, saying, "Brother Xian, let us go." Xian regarded South Tiger seriously. "No, you are my brother." South Tiger. Xian felt a bead of sweat forming. South Tiger not only came from wealth, but also had a lineage of slaughterers. Truly impressive. The Thunder God looked at the South Butcher and remarked, "Your grandson is eligible to participate in the war in the Divine Continent." The South Butcher suppressed his anger and smiled faintly. The Thunder God, looking at him, spoke in a deep voice, "Let this matter rest." With that, he turned and departed from the scene. The South Butcher then turned to South Tiger, pondering how this foolish lad remained so bashful. Could he not seize the opportunity for gain? Could he? The elderly women also looked on and surrounded him, saying, "Tiger, my dear little one, do not be upset. Anger is harmful to your health. Let us be more cautious next time." Nan, who took a deep breath and then gazed skyward. "I do not know you. I do not recognize you all." At that moment, Nan turned to Xuan. Xuan promptly replied, "I share a close bond with Nan Hu. Nanta smiled. Thank you for your assistance to my child. The bloodshed was commendable. When we arrive in Shenzhou, I shall express my gratitude. Xuan humbly responded, Senior, you flatter me. After saying this, Nanta waved his hand, leading the elderly women away, while simultaneously, a significant portion of the Nayland family estate was obliterated. Meanwhile, on the peak of Tianshou at Xiao Jin's domain, Nanhu bore a sorrowful expression, while Jixuan remarked enviously, How splendid. Nanhu lamented, I have grown up relying on their support. When shall I become a true powerhouse? Jixuan looked at Nanhu seriously and said, Nanhu, your thoughts are indeed correct. One must always depend on oneself. However, at times, one must also learn to leverage circumstances. In this world, fairness is a myth. When one is weak, how can they rapidly grow strong without seizing opportunities? The younger generation of those noble families, if they do not take advantage of their circumstances, many may never even set foot in the Hall of Great Paths. Yet, they have arrived and obtained true teachings within the Hall of Great Paths, making them far more formidable than those who originally possess superior talent. They will also traverse further. After a pause, he gazed at Nanhu and continued, This incident is my fault. I shall provide you with an explanation. Gu Changfeng specifically targeted Nanhu because of me. Nanhu contemplated Jixuan's words and then stood, saying, Brother Jixuan, I shall now return to my cultivation. Jixuan nodded, very well. Nanhu departed from the area. Jixuan reclined on the Tianshou peak of Xiao Jin, his hands resting behind his head, while Xiao Jin nestled beside him. Her aura exceedingly formidable. Generally, when a demon beast reaches the shaman realm, it can transform into a human form, and some semi-divine beings can also begin this transformation. However, due to Xiao Jin's powerful bloodline, her transformation is more challenging. The stronger the bloodline, the more arduous the transformation. Xiao Jin comprehended Jixuan's words, silently nodded, and closed her eyes, channeling her demonic energy to cultivate. Jixuan smiled and focused, directly ascending to the second floor. Above, the stone door fully materialized, and 9 tiers of steps were laid down. Jixuan then gazed towards the heavens, noting that only 2 immortal phoenixes remained. With a thought, he activated the Great Path Guidance technique. With the second and third layers of the technique acquired, the absorption speed indeed became astonishing. Streams of vital energy surged rapidly into his body. Jixuan envisioned Nanhu's grandmother and the elderly women who could unleash divine power with a single hand, their vitality undoubtedly exceeding 100,000. His grandfather, Nantu, was even more terrifying, impossible to fathom. Thus, it is evident that this world is home to many extraordinary individuals. A vitality of 880,000 may seem formidable to the average person, yet to those exceptional beings, it is merely ordinary. Furthermore, this is merely Zhongzhou. Shenzhou is even larger. The upper realm is vaster still. The heavens and earth are immeasurable, and prodigies are as numerous as the stars. If one does not strive, they will only fade into the crowd. Boom! The fierce flames of vitality surged within him, and Jixuan gritted his teeth to endure. Soon, with a soft pop, an immortal phoenix dissipated into nothingness. An hour later, a second phoenix followed suit. The flames of vitality fully entered his body, yet they remained partially undigested. After completing this, he cast a glance at the stone door on the 3rd floor. Almost there. He then opened his eyes. The little golden demon beside him was still swirling with energy, its body shimmering with golden light, and that mysterious divine pattern reappeared. Jixuan delved deeper, hastening the growth of the Tianpeng, then silently slipped away from his place. Accompany me for a stroll, he said. As they descended the mountain, a figure in white, bearing a sword, approached. Xuan smiled, all right. The two exited the Grand Hall and arrived at the eastern capital. Subsequently, Yi Qingshan took the initiative to grasp Ji Xian's hand, leading him down street. Since their arrival, they had yet to explore, missing the grandeur of the eastern capital. They walked in silence, occasionally glancing at this and that, with smiles occasionally gracing Yi Qingshan's face. Ji Xian remarked, in truth, there is no need to clash with Chulan. Yi Qingshan looked at him with a blank expression. Ji Xian fell silent. At that moment, they approached the nearest city gate and ventured into the forest beyond the city. Standing atop a peak, gazing into the distance, Yi Qingshan suddenly spoke, Ji Xian, I know you are exceptional, handsome, and easily attract admirers, but the crux is, you're also a flirt. Ji Xian responded, Yi Qingshan continued, I'll 1T restrict you. An outstanding man naturally garners the affection of many women. It is normal to occasionally bow before the pomegranate skirt. Xian met her gaze, and she looked back at him. But there is one thing you must adhere to. Her expression grew serious. Remember, I will always be the elder sister. You at most should find me some younger sisters. Xian was momentarily taken aback, nodding in confusion. All right. Xianxia glared at him. Indeed, you've longed to find younger sisters. Xian stammered. The two fell into silence, quietly gazing into the distance. The vast landscape was magnificent, the sky a brilliant blue. What kind of scenery lies in the upper realm? It is said to be a place beyond the world, boundless and infinite, where even gods merely begin their journey. Soon, we shall venture into the divine land. Xianxia turned to Xian. Once we reach the divine land, our contest will be in the upper realm. Xian nodded affirmatively, yes. To the upper realm. You have made significant progress. Xian observed Xianxia, sensing a complete transformation within her. I have awakened, she proclaimed. Xian's eyes flickered. Xianxia harbored something formidable within. It is both a blessing and a peril. Xianxia, say does it deepen it. Xian felt concerned. Yet Xianxia turned, saying, I can bear it. Let us return. The two descended the peak when suddenly, Xian's expression shifted slightly. Xianxia looked at him as he warned, be cautious. Although she had not sensed anything amiss, her demeanor grew alert. Xuan, with his innate full soul power, had always possessed keen intuition. His perception of danger was remarkably precise. Suddenly, Xian's figure flickered, and in the next moment, his fist came crashing down with immense force, unleashing over 800,000 units of vitality. The mountain peaks before him erupted in a violent explosion. Amidst the scattering of rocks and swirling dust, a figure clad in blood-red robes charged forth, wielding a blood sword that gleamed with blinding radiance. It was the Assassin King, the very adversary encountered at the Wanyao Mountain. I've searched for you for ages. Xian bellowed as he lunged forward once more, drawing forth a massive broadsword. A sweeping arc of blinding light cleaving the air. The technique, Celestial Blade, combined with a forceful strike, severed the very fabric of the universe. The blade's brilliance sliced through the air. The sword light emitted by the blood-robed figure shattered upon impact, utterly unable to resist. As his expression turned to one of sheer horror, his body involuntarily retreating in rapid succession. Boom! At that moment, Xian charged again, his speed reaching terrifying heights. Closing the distance of 10 feet in an instant, striking once more. 10-foot meteor. Splatter. Blood gushed forth as the Assassin King, clutching his blood sword, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Astonished at the sheer power of this foe. How much time had passed? Not long ago, he could barely withstand his presence. Yet now, he was utterly overwhelmed. Splatter. Blood sprayed again, the assassin's sword clattering to the ground, a severed head flying off at an angle. Severed. Xian surged forward, contemplating briefly before retrieving the head of the Assassin King, then hastened alongside Xianxia towards the eastern capital. Chapter 50. The Fatal Strike of Xian. In the Nalan family estate of the eastern capital, a portion of the ancestral home lay in ruins, the faces of the entire clan reflecting immense distress. Their spirits weighed down. As a prominent family in the mortal realm, even a fraction of their lineage had presided over the eastern capital for centuries. Who dared to offend them lightly? Now, not only had their direct descendants been slaughtered, but their very gates had been shattered, and even the Grand Elder had lost both arms to that southern butcher, left in a state of half-life. This was an unspeakable humiliation. They had become the laughingstock of the eastern capital. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. The Nalan Patriarch's countenance was gravely serious, his fists clenched, producing a chilling sound. Before him stood several individuals, including Nalan Xiong and other demigods. Additionally, a young man stood among them, Gu Changfeng. The Nalan Patriarch turned to Gu Changfeng and asked, Do you have the assurance to eliminate Xian? Gu Changfeng frowned. The Patriarch reassured him, Fear not. I will back you. Even the Southern Butcher would not dare to truly kill you. Moreover, as the second of the Hall of the Great Tao, if they cannot protect you, it would be a severe indictment. After some contemplation, Gu Changfeng declared confidently, I am assured. Within 3 moves, I can slay him. I have touched the divine. The Nalan Patriarch responded, Excellent. However, I shall aid you further, ensuring you can defeat him in one strike. The Nalan family in the Divine Land will also support you. Gu Chongfeng's heart soared with joy. The Nalan family in the Divine Land was the main lineage, a prestigious family with over 3,000 years of heritage, far grander than the Hall of the Great Tao in Central Continent. Nalan yistud aside, her cultivation completely dissipated, reduced to a mere shell of her former self, with only a trace of vitality remaining. She gazed at Gu Chongfeng, tearfully imploring, "Brother Chongfeng, you must avenge me. You must." Gu Chongfeng replied, "Yezi, rest assured." The patriarch of the Nalan clan produced a pill that shimmered with a purple glow, emanating a profound aura of divine essence. Gu Chongfeng's expression shifted, and the patriarch remarked, "This is a breakthrough pill bestowed by our Nalan clan, crafted from divine essence. While it cannot fully elevate you to divinity, it will undoubtedly provide a chance to touch the realm of demigods. A demigod is indeed commendable." Gu Chongfeng, filled with excitement, cupped his fists in reverence, exclaiming, "Patriarch Nalan, fear not. In 3 days, no, in 1 day, I shall surely vanquish him on the life and death stage." "Excellent." Patriarch Nalan Hao, harbored a chilling intent in his eyes. At that moment, someone entered, announcing, "Patriarch Xuan has arrived." Gu Chongfeng furrowed his brow. "Xuan, Xiao." Nalan Hao nodded, stating, "The matter concerning Xian is trivial. However, as we venture into the Divine Land, our Nalan family must also attract some talent. Xiao has ascended to divinity and has sparked a terrifying phenomenon, resonating with the invincible. His potential is immense. He stands a significant chance of contending in this Tao competition for the top 100. Gu Chongfeng felt displeased, for he had been overshadowed by Xiao in the Hall of the Great Tao. Should Xiao receive the Nalan family's favor, he would remain relegated to the shadows. Just then, Xiao entered, clad in white, his long hair flowing, exuding an enchanting allure. Nalan Hao smiled. "Chief Zhua, congratulations." Xiao, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Patriarch Nalan, did you summon me for a significant matter?" Nalan Hao produced 2 purple pills, both imbued with divine essence, saying, "Chief Zhua, your extraordinary talent will surely yield great accomplishments in the Divine Land. These 2 divine essence pills represent the goodwill of our Nalan family." Xiao glanced at the pills. Recognizing their rarity, they were pinnacle 4th-grade pills, hard to find even in the Central Continent. "They are commendable in the Divine Land as well, yet I cannot accept them." He replied, "Patriarch Nalan, one should not accept rewards without merit. These pills are too precious." Nalan Hao chuckled. "Chief Zhua is being overly modest. Our Nalan family has always cherished alliances with prodigies. Upon your arrival in the Divine Land, we wish to foster a closer relationship with you." And then, Xiao remained unfazed. Nalan Hao continued about Xian. Xiao's gaze flickered, and he interjected, "Patriarch Nalan, let us forego the pills. However, the Nalan family and I are not adversaries." He could not accept. He was still the nominal chief of the Hall of the Great Tao. And should he accept the Nalan family's pills, rumors might arise, leading to complications. As for Xian, that individual is not human. His vitality, cultivation, and talent are alarmingly monstrous. Moreover, from the 9th floor, it is evident that his fortune is extraordinary and his bloodline is unusual. He likely has a formidable background. After speaking, he turned to leave, and Nalan Hao furrowed his brow. Xiao paused, facing Nalan Hao, and remarked, "Patriarch Nalan has a prominent clan in the mortal realm. Being overly calculative can appear petty. I believe it is better to turn enmity with Xian into friendship. That Xian possesses remarkable talent and immense potential. It is wiser to cultivate a relationship than to engage in relentless conflict." As he cast a glance at Gu Chongfeng beside him, a playful smile emerged on his face. "Have you established a life-and-death duel with Xian?" Gu Chongfeng nodded. Xiao interjected, "We are all from the same sect. Let us cease hostilities." With those words, Xiao departed from the scene. Nalan Hao's expression darkened, and Nalan Xiong cursed. "Damn it, how dare you be so ungrateful? How many prodigies does my Nalan family have in Shenzhou? Does it matter if we lose one?" Nalan Hao's countenance grew even more somber as he turned to Gu Chongfeng, who reassured him, "There is no need for the Nalan patriarch to worry. I am confident in my ability to eliminate Xian." He understood that Nalan Hao remained apprehensive. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned Xian in front of Xiao. "Very well. These 2 elixirs shall also be yours. Upon arriving in Shenzhou, I will personally speak to the main clan. You will become a guest elder of the Nalan family. Nalan Hao promised. Gu Changfeng felt a surge of pride. It was preferable for Xianxia to remain unconvinced. At that moment, a guard hastily rushed in, and Nalan Hao's demeanor grew heavy. The guard, however, directly tossed a bloodied head onto the ground. The king of killers. Instantly, Nalan Hao's expression shifted. Xian has displayed the head outside my Nalan family, drawing a crowd. And they're all discussing how my Nalan family has colluded with the burial house. Nalan Hao ground his teeth, while Nalan Xiong roared, "Damn it. This brat is provoking us. No, this is a declaration of war, an outright challenge to my Nalan family." Such an act was tantamount to slapping the Nalan family in the face, leaving them utterly humiliated. Although many prominent clans and factions had engaged assassins for monetary gain, such matters would never be brazenly exposed. Moreover, if that brat had indeed slain the king of killers, what would that imply about his capabilities? The combat prowess of the king of killers far exceeds that of an ordinary law king. Gu Changfeng pondered for a moment before seizing the opportunity to say, "Rest assured, Nalan Patriarch, I have already touched the divine. In the Hall of the Great Path, there is no rival who can stand against me apart from Xianxia. During my time in the Shanshui Tower, Xian only dared to cultivate on the 7th floor and has never ventured to the 8th. Perhaps he possesses the strength to ascend to the 8th floor, but with me cultivating there, he would not dare to approach." Nalan Hao nodded in agreement. "However, you should first absorb the elixirs and fully step into the demigod realm. That way, you will be utterly invincible." Gu Changfeng replied, "Rest assured, I shall eliminate Xian without fail." Chapter 51. It's your turn. In the Shanshui Tower, on the 9th floor, Xian re-entered the blood energy cultivation area and subsequently engaged in combat with the blood color giant. Although he could easily sweep away his opponent, he continued to fight relentlessly. The undying phoenix blood he had absorbed had yet to be fully refined, and under such pressure, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. A month later, Xian emerged from the blood energy cultivation area on the 9th floor. His blood energy approached 1 million. This time, the progress was indeed swift. As his blood energy neared the 1,000,000 mark, the difficulty of breaking through increased exponentially. Yet, through a month of arduous effort and continuous battles against the blood-colored giant, he had honed his skills significantly. At that moment, a figure in white approached. "The Nalan family has great objections to you. They have sought me out, intending for me to intervene." Xian gazed at Xianxia, who continued, "Naturally, I cannot acquiesce. However, I have not mentioned matters pertinent to you. This will aid in your guise of a pig to eat a tiger." Xian chuckled. "Am I truly such a person?" Xianxia scoffed disdainfully, looking at Xian with evident contempt. He then added, "Nevertheless, you should exercise caution. After all, the Nalan family is a prominent lineage in the mortal realm, and we are bound for Shenzhou, where the Nalan main clan is quite formidable." Xian nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Afterward, he departed from the Shanshui building, and upon emerging into the outside world, several disciples approached him. The leader addressed Xian, "Brother Gu awaits you at the life and death stage. If you possess the courage, do come." Xian blinked, then swiftly made his way to the life and death stage. News spread rapidly, and by the time Xian arrived at the valley housing the stage, a throng had already gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother Ji, be cautious," some disciples warned. Visibly concerned, Gu Changfeng is the second of the Dao Hall, and quite powerful. Gu Changfeng has reached the demigod realm. Another disciple whispered, noting his significant advancement into demigod status. Xian nodded in understanding. He looked ahead, noticing several elders from the Dao Hall approaching, and in the distance, two figures loomed in the sky. The Dao Hall's master, the elder in plain robes, and the silver-haired elder, the thunder god. They had come to spectate, their expressions grave, clearly invested in the outcome of this battle. Simultaneously, on the other side, a group strode forward, the members of the Nalan family, including the burly Nalan Xiong and the clan leader, Nalan Hao. Nalan Xiong stepped forward, regarding Xian with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Following him was a young man, none other than Gu Changfeng. Beside Gu Changfeng stood a woman, Nalan Yi. He grinned at Nalan Yi, saying, "Yezi, watch closely. Today I shall claim his head for you to use as a ball." Nalan Yi nodded with a smile, her gaze fixed on Xian, her expression icy. "Exuding a fierce mur de roue." Originally, I intended to kill you 3 days ago, but you managed to hide in the Shanshui building. However, I have declared that in this battle, you cannot escape. Gu Changfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, confidently scrutinized Xian. Sensing only the aura of a mere practitioner of the law realm, at the first level nonetheless. Sufficient vitality? At best, a commoner. He sneered inwardly, dismissing Xian entirely, while observing him emanate a powerful presence, a half-step into the divine gate. He then strode directly toward the life and death stage. Just as Xian prepared to follow, a figure rushed toward them. "Brother Ji, wait," came a cold voice. It was Nanhu. Nanhu approached swiftly, locking eyes with Gu Changfeng, and in the next instant, he lunged forward, delivering a punch without uttering a word. Gu Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his fist and collided with Nanhu's strike, but in an instant, he was sent reeling backward. Crack! His fist nearly exploded, blood splattering forth. Gu Changfeng's expression was one of astonishment, mirrored by the shock that rippled through the entire assembly. A demigod, repelled by a single punch. You deliver a blow to me, and I shall return the favor. This is the essence of a mere mortal. The South Tiger tightened his fist, coldly regarding Gu Changfeng. On that day, Gu Changfeng had sent the South Tiger flying with a single strike. Yet now, the South Tiger had forced Gu Changfeng back with his own punch. In merely 3 days. Within the confines of the mountain and water pavilion, which had been less than a month, the South Tiger's progress was nothing short of monumental. No, he had undergone a bloodline upgrade. Xian was also taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he sensed the profound transformation in the South Tiger's vitality. The evolution of the barbaric bloodline. This was the wild body. He had indeed awakened the bloodline of the barbarian emperor, the wild body. In the distance, the Hall Master and the Thunder God were equally astonished. The barbarian body was renowned as the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm, and its sovereign, the barbarian emperor, was celebrated for the wild body. The power was exponentially greater. The two narrowed their eyes, gazing toward the distance where several figures stood. Those are Nantu and the ancient crones. Witnessing this scene, they exchanged smiles before turning to stride through the air. Their destination not the southern province, but the divine province. He intended to return and exact vengeance. Yin Qingfeng murmured. The Thunder God remarked, with the barbarian emperor's body. He indeed possesses a glimmer of hope. Nantu, hailing from the divine province, had once carved a bloody path through the realm, stained with the blood of countless foes, before arriving at the southern province due to certain circumstances. However, at that time, he was fleeing for his life, unable to survive in the divine province. Now, he was set on returning. Xian, my grandfather, brought a myriad of fierce bloodlines. Over this past month at the Mountain and Water Pavilion, I have been immersed in the blood of beasts, and my barbaric refining technique has been passed down to me by my grandfather. My bloodline has evolved. After sending Gu Changfeng staggering back with a single punch, the South Tiger approached Xian, brimming with sincerity and excitement. This was not mere boasting. It was a joyous revelation. Excellent. Xian rejoiced for the South Tiger. With his upgraded bloodline, and now at the 7th level of the law, he had indeed demonstrated the capability to repel a demigod with a single strike. Truly commendable. He was now worthy of contending for supremacy in the divine province. Gu Changfeng and the Nailan family were utterly vexed. Today was meant to be their moment of grandeur. Gu Changfeng had even prepared a decisive move to swiftly vanquish Xian and secure his position as the second strongest. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could take the stage, he was sent flying by a mere mortal's punch. His countenance darkened tremendously. The second position slipped from his grasp. It's our turn. At that moment, Xian observed Gu Changfeng's icy demeanor as he made his way once more toward the life and death platform. Wait! At that instant, a voice resonated, and a figure in white robes gracefully descended, stepping onto her sword to arrive at the scene. Gu Changfeng turned to see the white-clad figure flicker, and in the next moment, an immense beam of sword light descended with thunderous force. Gu Changfeng's expression turned to one of horror as he unleashed his half-step divine power, yet it had not fully manifested before the sword light struck down, cleaving through with the force to split mountains. This was Sword 9, the sword that suppressed the 9 tripods. With a spray of blood, Gu Changfeng's half-divine power erupted completely, and his form was sent flying for over 10 zhang. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. The figure in the white dress gracefully descended, revealing Yi Qingshan, who wielded a black sword, pointing it menacingly at Gu Changfeng. If you dare to harm my man, I shall surely slay you. Xian blinked in surprise, remarking on Yi Qingshan's extraordinary progress. The essence of her sword had transformed entirely. It now exuded an aura of coldness and darkness, infused with an ethereal vibrancy. Had the power within her been fully awakened? Gu Changfeng steadied himself once more, only to spit out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, he felt indescribable agony. It was not merely the physical wounds that tormented him, but the humiliation of the day. He had been struck back by a mere commoner, and felled by a sword cultivator. It was neither the second nor the third blow. Having attained semi-divine status, he found himself continually surpassed. Ji Xian's gaze turned back to him. This time, it was our turn. Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth in indignation. Shameless. The battle to the death has been declared. It is inevitable. Ji Xian added, it is not Gu Changfeng seeking to kill him. It is he who now seeks to slay Gu Changfeng. The Naylan family wore grim expressions. Today's events had greatly exceeded their expectations. Their campaign had faltered, and they felt that Ji Xian was indeed fearful. As both the Southern Tiger and Yi Qingshan had been prearranged to confront him, this sentiment was not unique to them. Many disciples present shared this notion, and even some elders echoed this belief. However, this situation seemed rather advantageous. After all, the Naylan family's reputation had plummeted. We shall battle another day. Naylan Xiong ground his teeth and attempted to intervene. Yet Ji Xian waved him off, declaring, I can wait no longer. Naylan Xiong glared at Ji Xian and bellowed. Very well, if you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to battle, even to the death. Do you dare? Do you dare? Before his words had fully escaped him, Ji Xian's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear, descending with a blade that cleaved through the air. The strike resonated through the void, followed by a spray of blood. Naylan Xiong was bisected in an instant, slain, a mere semi-divine being. The arena fell into a profound silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Ji Xian, unfazed, held the severed blade aloft. Turning to Gu Changfeng, it is now your turn. Chapter 52, A Boastful Decree. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness that left all in stunned shock. Naylan Patriarch Naylan Hao was utterly bewildered. One strike, just a single strike, had slain a semi-divine being, and not just any semi-divine, but one far stronger than Gu Changfeng at his peak. This was not merely Naylan Xiong's carelessness. As a semi-divine, his reflexes should have been exceptionally sharp. He was simply unable to withstand Ji Xian's overwhelming power. Gu Changfeng's eyes widened in terror, a chill creeping down his spine as beads of cold sweat erupted uncontrollably, cascading down. How formidable! Ji Xian was even stronger than the Southern Tiger and Yi Qingshan. Indeed, he was inscrutable. The blade's light had only revealed a shadow to him. His erstwhile confidence now felt utterly flimsy in the face of such might. Ji Xian was an enigma he could scarcely comprehend. To kill with a single move? What a monumental jest. A battle of life and death. Ji Xian disregarded the entire assembly, his gaze fixed upon Gu Changfeng, and spoke languidly. Gu Changfeng immediately recoiled. Was he courting death? Boom! Yet, as he retreated, Nanhu's figure flickered, positioning himself directly behind Gu Changfeng. You have been declaring war on my brother Ji Xian for days, now that he has arrived. Do you wish to flee? Gu Changfeng's countenance turned pale with fear, and as he attempted to pivot, a flash of sword light appeared before him. An art of sword mastery. Yi Qingshan once again obstructed his path. Engage. Before Gu Changfeng could make a move, a third figure approached, a woman in a black dress, none other than Xuan. With a playful smile, she remarked, it would be a shame not to fight. The surrounding disciples were momentarily taken aback. Then some began to disperse. This life-and-death battle was of his own making. Now he wished to escape? Did he have no shame? Indeed, Gu Xixiang is our second in the Hall of the Great Path. Surely, he is not so frightened as to lose control. Gu Xixiang had promised the Naylan family and his fiancée, Naylan Yi, after all. Had he not always valued his reputation? Trapped in place, Gu Changfeng's face flushed crimson, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the Naylan family remained silent, and Naylan Yi felt utterly humiliated, scolding him. You worthless fool. You brought shame upon us. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gu Changfeng was truly courting his own demise. Ji Xian stepped forward, declaring, engage. Gu Changfeng immediately clasped his fists. Brother Ji, it was the Naylan family that threatened me. I had no choice. We are all of the same sect, and I do not wish to fight. Before he could finish his plea, Ji Xian's fist descended, silencing Gu Changfeng as his body exploded upon impact. I detest when others threaten those dear to me. Xian remarked, retracting his fist. At that moment, from a distance, Yin Changfeng and the Thunder God approached, and the Hall Master glanced down, proclaiming, "Tomorrow we depart for the Divine Continent, from which we shall select 5 disciples to engage in combat. First, Lu Qiu. Second, Xian. Third, Yi Qingshan. Fourth, Xuan. Fifth, Nanhu." Upon concluding his announcement, the Hall Master and the Thunder God departed, leaving the others to disperse. Xian and Yi Qingshan made their way to Jiang Liuli's courtyard. Xian turned to Yi Qingshan and inquired, "Sword 9, has the Master imparted the teachings?" Yi Qingshan nodded. "The Master has conveyed Sword 10 to me, though I have yet to fully comprehend it." Xian smiled, "Keep at it." Soon, they arrived at the courtyard where Jiang Liuli sat alone. She turned to them and stated, "Tomorrow we head to the Divine Continent." They nodded in agreement, and Xian asked, "Master, as we are about to part ways, do you have any instructions?" Jiang Liuli regarded them, uttering a single word, "Do not be foolish." Xian chuckled, and Jiang Liuli added, "Before you leave, prepare the meal." Xuan replied, "Understood." Jiang Liuli pulled Yi Qingshan aside, perhaps to impart some wisdom, while Xian entered the kitchen he had constructed. After a flurry of activity, he emerged with dishes, setting them upon the stone table in the courtyard. The delectable dishes continued to please Jiang Liuli, who turned to Xian and inquired, "Teacher, I shall depart tomorrow. Feel free to speak your mind. I can bear it." Jiang Liuli replied, "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Divine Land." A night passed, and on the following morning, a cloud ship ascended from the Great Dao Hall, heading directly towards the Divine Land. In the eastern capital, Chief Nalen watched the cloud ship vanish into the distance, his gaze icy and soon fading from view. The cloud ship soared through the sea of clouds at remarkable speed. Yet those aboard, including Xian, felt no sense of haste. The vessel remained exceptionally stable, shielded by an invisible protective barrier. This cloud ship was significantly larger and swifter than the one that had transported them from the southern state to the central state. As they gazed down at the swiftly passing central state, a sense of nostalgia washed over them. At this moment, Jiang Liuli remarked, upon reaching the Divine Land, "If we secure a place among the top 100, the Great Dao Hall of the Central State will reap immense benefits. However, do not overexert yourselves." She cast her eyes upon Xian and Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan responded, "Teacher, I understand that the Great Dao Hall has branches in every state, and there are many prodigies, but is it truly that difficult to secure a position among the top 100? Jiang Liuli explained, "The Grand Hall of the Divine Land boasts at least dozens of prodigies worthy of the title. The resources they possess and the divine powers they cultivate are simply beyond your comparison. In truth, they have nearly all mastered secret arts." Yi Qingshan was taken aback. Secret arts, surpassing divine powers, significantly enhance combat prowess even among those of the same realm once mastered. The Sword 10 that her teacher imparted to her was indeed a secret art, challenging to master. Furthermore, Jiang Liuli continued, compared to the grand halls of the central state, many exist, and each hall boasts its own share of exceptional talents. In fact, over the past 300 years of competition, the Great Dao Hall of the Central State has not seen a single individual enter the top 100. You must realize that all Great Dao Halls are governed by the Grand Hall of the Mortal Realm, aside from personal efforts. A substantial portion of resources must be allocated by the Grand Hall. She looked at them, stating, "Should no one enter the top 100 this time, the Grand Hall will cease to provide any resources to the Central State, and it may even sever the lineage from this side. If that occurs, your southern state will face dire consequences." Xian and Yi Qingshan felt a weight settle in their hearts, while Nanhu, Zuiqiu, and Xuan turned their gazes towards them. Jiang Liuli continued, "Securing a position among the top 100 equates to safeguarding the Great Dao Hall of the Central State." Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "What if we secure a position among the top 10? Jiang Liuli regarded him, stating, "You are quite audacious. By that, I mean you possess a remarkable ability to boast." Xian replied, "You truly are formidable with a rare talent, yet sometimes it is not solely about talent. If we were to secure a position among the top 10, I dare say the Great Dao Hall of the Central State would instantly become the foremost hall under the Grand Hall of the Mortal Realm." Jiang Liuli remarked, "Throughout history, the top 10 have almost always been dominated by local talents from the Divine Land, with no branch halls able to penetrate that barrier. What if we were to secure the first position?" Xian inquired once more. Jiang Liuli fixed her gaze upon him and replied, "Go to the northwest corner. Face the wind, open your mouth, and indulge yourself. Only then may you return to speak with me." Xuan. At this moment, the Lord looked at Xian and remarked, the top 10 is almost entirely composed of individuals from the homeland of Shenzhou. If any branch could achieve this, they would undoubtedly become the foremost branch of the mortal realm. The techniques, secret arts, elixirs, and divine medicines are boundless. But to be first? The Lord shook his head, not daring to entertain such thoughts. Thunder God approached Xian, saying, if you secure a place in the top 10, the Lord will awaken from dreams with a smile. If you achieve first place, he might even call you father in his dreams. Chapter 53. Departure for Shenzhou. Achieving first place is exceedingly difficult. Even securing a spot in the top 10 is a formidable challenge. No branch has ever accomplished this. Xian resonates with the invincible, which is indeed impressive. Yet he is still young. Currently, he has only attained the level of the law realm. No matter how formidable he is, it is still challenging to compete with the locals of Shenzhou. There is a chance to secure a place in the top 10. But it is utterly impossible at this moment. The gap is too vast. In terms of resources, the comparison is unfathomable. What do they consume? Daily, they indulge in divine medicines and high-grade elixirs, with any capable individual receiving instruction at the divine fire level, or even from divine beings. The divine gate realm is considered the threshold of divinity, followed by divine fire, divine spirit, divine king, divine emperor, and the realm of myth. The Lord looked at Xianxia, Xian, Nanhu, Xianxia, and Xuan, saying, during the Dao comparison, all major halls will observe. The southern and northern regions, as well as within the Dao hall, will witness the imagery. Strive to secure a place in the top 100. Your homeland will take pride in you. He only desired a position within the top 100. Otherwise, the central region would indeed face great difficulty, and for their subordinate branches, the challenges would be even greater. Xian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with determination. Xuan stepped aside, then sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation. Xuan inquired, can old man Lin also see this? The Lord nodded. It was not possible before, but now that you are here, it can be. Xian clenched his fist, feeling pleased. The speed of the cloud ship is swift, yet the journey to the main hall of Shenzhou Dao will still take at least 10 days. Nanhu looked at Xian and said, Brother Xian, let us strive together and see just how extraordinary those prodigies truly are. Xian replied, indeed. Just as he was contemplating this, a sound pierced the air, followed by a golden bird furiously flapping its wings, desperately keeping pace with the cloud ship. Little Gold. Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the Lord, who promptly activated the protective shield of the cloud ship. As a gust of wind howled, Little Gold landed on the ship. It dashed toward Xian, circling around him and calling out incessantly, seemingly displeased and even saddened by his departure without it. Xian gently patted Little Gold's head, saying, I wasn't afraid of saying goodbye. Do you not wish for me to leave? The Lord remarked, it truly regards you as its master. Let it accompany you from now on. Xian looked at Little Gold, who eagerly nodded. With a smile, Xian declared, very well, Little Gold. We shall fight side by side from now on. He had not anticipated that Little Gold's reliance on him was so profound that it chose to follow him. Little Jean radiated joy, and with that, its form shimmered, shrinking to a size no larger than a fist, perching upon Xian's shoulder. The palace master and the thunder god were taken aback. Little Jin's progress was astonishing. Xian smiled, relieved that it alleviated many troubles and made traveling with Little Jin much more convenient. All right, we've just exited the boundaries of Zhongzhou. We must accelerate. The palace master's expression turned grave, emphasizing the necessity for haste beyond Zhongzhou. The group nodded in agreement, and just as the cloud ship prepared to speed up, a beam of sword light shot forth, the ferocious sword energy nearly shattering the protective barrier of the clouds. The cloud ship trembled violently, and everyone aboard turned sharply to observe, the palace master and the thunder god adopting serious expressions. As the sword light dissipated, a colossal flying sword appeared, bearing several individuals, with a middle-aged man in a blue robe at the forefront. This man exuded an air of elegance, and with a subtle smile, addressed the cloud ship. Which of you is Xian? Xian furrowed his brow. This was a person from the Sword Palace. He stepped forward, locking his gaze with the blue-robed man. The man smiled and turned to a woman in a black dress behind him, instructing, remember him, the young woman. Possessing exquisitely refined features rivaling those of Chu Lan and Yi Qingxian, glanced at Xian and nodded. Not far from her stood Xuan. who had previously visited the Dao Palace. He too cast a cold glance at Xian. On that day, he had deemed Xian unworthy of combat. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Xian had severed a demigod in two. This individual was formidable. Suddenly, the enormous sword flashed and departed from the vicinity of the cloud ship, hurtling swiftly towards the divine continent. The palace master warned, Xian, exercise caution. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Liuli remarked, that woman in the black dress is this generation's top contender. She has reached Sword 10, but from my observations, she may possess even greater prowess. Xian responded, indeed, she is exceptionally strong. Let's set off. The palace master refrained from elaborating further, and the cloud ship accelerated, transforming into a streak of lightning, racing towards the headquarters of the Dao Palace on the divine continent. On board the cloud ship, everyone sat cross-legged, and Xian joined them, feeling the surging energy within him. His vitality was nearing 1 million. He only needed to refine all the phoenix blood he had absorbed to reach at least that mark, potentially even surpassing it. Days passed, 1, 2, and a full 5 days, until Xian sensed his vitality rolling with increasing intensity, suddenly surging violently, almost boiling over. Boom! A thunderous eruption resonated within him, as his vitality seemed to open a portal, ushering him into a new realm. 1 million vitality. 100,000 laid the foundation. 1 million elevated him. Xian felt a stirring within, and as his vitality reached 1 million, he sensed his blood boiling, as if awakening something profound. His physique was certainly extraordinary. Had he achieved 1 million, was that the threshold of awakening? Like the southern tiger, once merely wild blood, now refined into an archaic body. Like Xianxia, whose inner essence awakened to a terrifying, transcendent sword path. As Xuan stood, his aura had transformed entirely. His sun-god body exhibited notable changes, appearing no less formidable than the immortal Yiqing. These transformations were, in fact, manifestations of his latent talents awakening. Such hidden abilities are not bestowed upon everyone. They require one to reach a certain level of cultivation and possess a fortuitous opportunity for them to be unveiled. This explains why some prodigious individuals experience accelerated cultivation as they progress, because they have awakened their hidden talents. Setting aside these thoughts, he ascended to the 3rd floor. Xian meticulously examined himself, but could not discern the exact cause of his hidden talent, or the issues plaguing his bloodline. He pondered for a moment, then relinquished his fixation and plunged directly into the 2nd floor. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the staircase, swiftly arriving at the stone door of the 3rd floor. With a thunderous roar, his vital energy surged, and he pushed against the door with immense force, causing it to swing open effortlessly. However, upon entering, an overwhelming weight descended upon him, causing his body to tremble and nearly collapse to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to steady himself. The pressure here surpassed even the 9th floor of the mountain water tower by several degrees. He circulated his vital energy throughout his body, clashing against the ferocious pressure, just in time to survey the 3rd floor. The space remained vast. Ahead lay a stone forest, a veritable labyrinth of countless rocks. Each stone bore intricate carvings, resembling colossal beasts. The foremost stone, slightly smaller and exuding a weaker aura, depicted a purple giant beast. The portrayal was so lifelike that Xian immediately sensed a fierce intent emanating from it. In the next moment, the image of the purple beast flickered, and a gargantuan creature, larger than both the blood dragon and the undying phoenix, emerged from the stone tablet. Moreover, this beast not only radiated vital energy. Xian perceived it as a living entity, pulsating with spiritual energy. With a thunderous roar, the 3rd floor trembled, leaving Xian feeling dizzy and disoriented. It was a purple Qilin. Chapter 54, Body, Law, Soul, the Triad of Cultivation. The purple Qilin's vitality was extraordinarily vigorous, its ferocity palpable, and it emanated a spiritual presence, as if it were truly alive. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian brandished his great heavy blade. The purple Qilin fixated on him as he swung the blade forward with a decisive slash. One strike severed the heavens and the earth. With a resounding crash, the blade collided with the purple Qilin, but in an instant, the blade's light erupted and the Qilin lunged forward, sending Xian flying. As the external world came into focus, Xian opened his eyes, a look of terror and disbelief etched upon his face. The power he faced was overwhelming. Moments latte. He closed his eyes once more, and his spirit reappeared on the third floor. He gazed at the violet Qilan, and in an instant he was sent reeling once again. However, this time, Xian was prepared. With both hands gripping his blade, he unleashed a full-force strike capable of shattering a divine gate. As the blade descended, though the light erupted and he was thrown back, a shard of violet scale fell from the Qilan. This fallen scale transformed into a stream of violet energy. And without hesitation, Xian initiated the Grand Tao guiding technique. When the violet Qilan charged at him a second time, he absorbed the violet energy, causing his form to disperse. Reappearing in the external realm, Xian kept his eyes closed as the violet energy from the scale spread throughout his being. Instantly, waves of surging vitality coursed through him, amplifying his essence beyond that of the immortal phoenix. As his vitality surged, the violet energy fused with the golden seed atop the cyclone, enriching its golden hue. Moreover, Xian felt his mind invigorated, his spirit expanding, and flashes of information surfaced in his consciousness. Qilan arm. Inheritance. Xian steadied his breath, astonished. The third floor not only enhanced his vitality, but also augmented his cultivation and nourished his spirit, even granting him an inheritance. The first floor established the foundation of vitality. The second floor harmonized body and technique, while the third floor encompassed the triad of body, technique, and soul. Despite his innate mastery of soul power, Xian recognized that his spirit could be further refined. Beyond the 10th tier lay numerous realms: minor primordial soul, major primordial soul, primordial yang, and primordial spirit, among others. Additionally, he could attain an inheritance. The Qilan arm, a secret technique. Upon contemplation, Xian discerned the immense power of the Qilan arm, far surpassing the might of the great annihilation he had previously acquired. When unleashed, this technique would fully harness his vitality and cultivation, significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities. Each stone on the third floor was inscribed with intricate designs. Surely, each contained an inheritance? Furthermore, the most recent Qilan stone appeared the weakest. Yet the Qilan arm felt extraordinarily potent. What are the deeper mysteries? After witnessing the violet Qilan, Xian also beheld the Zhuke, the Tianlong, the Xuanwu, the Dapeng, the Qingwan, the Baihu, and other formidable divine beast patterns. Those were even more domineering. With unwavering focus, he began to comprehend these secrets, and after replenishing his strength, he delved into the third floor, realizing that observing the Qilan's charge was greatly beneficial to him. The third floor required enlightenment as well. 2 days later, Xian grasped even more profound principles, and his combat prowess had escalated significantly compared to his time in the central continent. Having doubled in strength within a mere few days, in battle with the Qilan, he could cleave 2 scales with a single strike. This advancement was astonishingly rapid, outpacing even that of the Mountain Water Pavilion. Tenfold progress was no exaggeration. He opened his eyes, and at that moment, the Hall Master, the Thunder God, and Jiang Liuli stood by the cloud ship, gazing towards the direction of the divine continent. Xian approached them and inquired, "Is the resource abundance of the divine continent truly as substantial as they say?" Jiang Liuli frowned and asked, "What are you implying?" Xuan elaborated. Do they not feast daily on the blood of divine beasts, absorbing their legacies and mastering esoteric techniques, such as the 5-clawed blood dragon, the undying phoenix, and the purple Qilan, among others? Jiang Liuli responded with a perplexed expression. Xian pressed on, "Is that not the case?" Jiang Liuli waved her hand dismissively. "Go. Enjoy the wind." Xian turned to the Hall Master, who replied, "The resources of the divine continent are indeed plentiful, but what you describe is merely a dream. Such entities do not exist in the mortal realm. Even if they did, they would be but a mere whisper, and only a few powers in the upper realm would possess the qualification to utilize them." The Thunder God interjected, "Are you dreaming?" Xuan nodded earnestly. The 3 exchanged glances, and Xian continued, "What realms did the top 10 of previous years belong to?" The Hall Master responded, "They were at the peak of the Divine Gate, and their foundations were exceptionally solid. Those at the peak of the Divine Gate could even contend with the God Fire realm and slay." Xian asked, "How much time remains until the grand competition of the Tao Palace?" The Thunder God explained, "We will reach the Divine Continent in a few days. Then we must wait for a month. After a month, we shall see the arrangements of the Tao Palace." Xian declared, "Very well. I shall aim for the top 10. As he clenched his fist, the Hall Master and the others regarded Xian, and then Jiang Liuli remarked, "All right, continue to indulge in your dreams." The three then turned their attention away from Xian, who promptly sat cross-legged and returned to his state of cultivation, immersing himself on the third floor, continuously battling the purple Qilin. Such combat honed his agility, swordsmanship, and the application of his vitality and cultivation, while also allowing him to absorb Qilin blood, invigorating his spirit and acquiring the legacy of the Qilin arm. The benefits were immense. His combat prowess surged exponentially. Boom! The third floor resounded with a mighty roar as Xian wielded his sword, facing a colossal purple Qilin charging towards him. He swiftly executed his movement technique. The heavenly rocks burst, effortlessly evading the assault. Now, he could dodge the Qilin's onslaught. Subsequently, he swung his sword downwards, the blade radiating an overwhelming brilliance, far more profound than during his time in the central continent. Boom! The Qilin did not shy away from the blade's glow, charging directly into it, resulting in a spectacular explosion of light. Yet, the Qilin scales shed in the process, transforming into streams of energy that Xian absorbed. At that moment, the Qilin charged once more. Without hesitation, Xian activated both his vitality and cultivation, delivering a powerful punch. This strike began with the Great Annihilation technique, but as it descended, it embodied the essence of the Qilin arm. Boom! His fist collided with the purple Qilin, sending its body flying in a violent explosion. But before departing, it absorbed even more streams of scales. The Qilin trembled slightly. Xian reappeared in the outside world, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he noted the Qilin's tremor. It was close. He centered himself and began refining the essence he had obtained. After the refinement, he re-entered the third floor to continue his battles. Days passed, and Xian's fist struck out. He staggered back as did the Qilin, now nearly equal in prowess. His cultivation was on the verge of reaching the second level of the law, with his vitality soaring to 123 million. The essence of the Qilin arm's mystery had deepened, and his spirit was nearing the 12th rank. However, his battle prowess had increased alarmingly, and it was still uncertain. But against the third tier of the Divine Gate, victory should come easily. The gains were beyond imagination. At that moment, the voice of the palace master resonated, causing everyone aboard the cloud ship to open their eyes. Before them stood an immensely grand city, far larger than the eastern capital. This place was the Great Wall of the Tao. Chapter 55. The Upgrade of Intent and the Glazed Heart of Tao. The Great Wall of the Tao. The headquarters of the Tao Palace, one of the four ancient civilizations of the mortal realm, boasted an ancient heritage that recorded many tales of yore. As the cloud ship descended, the group disembarked and approached the Great Wall of the Tao. The city walls towered to 300 zhang, an awe-inspiring sight. The city gates were equally magnificent, adorned with the four characters Great Wall of the Tao inscribed above in a vibrant script, exuding a powerful aura. This city was built by the Invincible One, yet prior to that, it had been a bastion of civilization. The four characters were penned by the hand of the Invincible One himself. The palace master, Yan Qingfeng, gazed at those characters with a solemn expression, imbued with profound reverence. "Is the Invincible One the Grand Master of our Tao Palace?" Zhuqiu inquired. They had often heard tales of the Invincible One, yet the specifics of his identity remained unknown to them. They only knew that he was immensely powerful, having vanquished the strongest among mortals and rendered the great families and factions incapable of rising. Yi Qingshan and the others also cast curious glances. The palace master shook his head, stating, "No, he is not the Grand Master. I know very little about our Grand Master, but it is said that the Invincible One comprehended a thread of the mystery left by the Grand Master of the Tao Palace, which enabled him to attain invincibility. This is also the origin of his connection to our Tao Palace, as he has aided us on numerous occasions. This Great Wall of the Tao was constructed for the Tao Palace of the mortal realm." The group was utterly astonished. The Invincible One had comprehended a thread of the Grand Master's mystery to become invincible. This implied that the Grand Master of the Tao Palace was extraordinarily powerful. The Palace Master's expression grew exceedingly serious as he declared, "The Grand Master is shrouded in mystery." Yi Qingshan asked, "Is the Grand Master in the upper realm?" The Palace Master replied, "I am uncertain about matters of the upper realm, but our Tao Palace possesses profound depth, perhaps extending beyond the upper realm itself." The group was once again struck with awe. They understood that the upper realm was certainly not the limit of the universe. The distances are too great, and our knowledge is limited. Should you ever venture to the upper realm, you may uncover some insights, thundered the Thunder God. Before them, the four characters of the Great Wall of the Tao held the essence of the Invincible One's mystery, and resonating even a trace of it would yield immense benefits. However, the chances of resonance with those four characters were exceedingly rare, even within the Great Wall of the Tao. Xuan spoke softly. You are aware? Xian looked on. Xuan remarked, naturally, I have resided here for 15 years. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed upon the four imposing characters that read the Great Wall of the Tao. Left Xiao, Nanhu, and Xianxia also turned their eyes towards it, as did Jiang Lioli, their expressions imbued with solemnity. Unfortunately, despite their prolonged scrutiny, they could only perceive the grandeur of those four characters without grasping even a fragment of their profound meaning. Not even the Palace Master or the Thunder God could decipher their essence. The magnitude of these four characters surpassed that of the statue found in the Central Plains. Very well, let us enter the city. The Palace Master, no longer hesitating, led the group forward. Nevertheless, as they proceeded, they all halted in astonishment. Turning back, they found Xian fixated on the four characters, utterly motionless. His gaze remained unwavering, as if those four characters loomed over him like colossal mountains. Furthermore, his blood surged with fervor, his veins coursed with boiling excitement, and as a result, those mountain-like characters trembled in unison, radiating a resplendent light of the Tao. At the heart of that luminous aura stood a figure, arms crossed behind him, emanating an overwhelming presence that seemed to demand the silence of the heavens and the subservience of the Tao itself. Such grandeur! Suddenly, Xian was jolted, hurtling backward as if struck by a powerful force, his mind and spirit shaken to their core, his very cultivation severely impacted. The edifice within him quaked violently. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the expressions of the Palace Master and the others shifted dramatically. A backlash? Be cautious, Jiang Lioli exclaimed, fearing that should Xian be subjected to the moral backlash of an invincible being, the consequences could be dire, potentially rendering him incapacitated. Injuries of the Tao are notoriously difficult to heal. Yet, amidst her warning, Xian took another step forward, his eyes still locked onto those four characters, lifting his chin defiantly. In response, the radiant figure reemerged. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him, yet he did not waver. After a considerable time, the figure seemed to smile, turning away and taking a step forward, shattering the void as he entered the starry expanse. The cosmos. Xian beheld the vastness of the starry sky. The towering figure stepped into the infinite celestial realm. The oppressive aura surrounding Xian dissipated, and his demeanor transformed entirely. His gaze burned with fervor. He surveyed the boundless night sky, his essence surging with vitality, its beauty vast and enchanting, invoking an irresistible longing within him, igniting his blood and expanding his heart. That was the realm where true champions should venture. Xian clenched his fist. A rumble echoed as his aura shifted once more, although his realm had not ascended. The Palace Master, Thunder God, and Jiang Lioli all trembled violently. Xuan's intent deepened. His understanding evolved. His heart of the Tao transformed. The Tao heart was now crystal clear. He had been pressured by the Tao, yet instead of retreating, he had boldly reversed the tide, absorbing the overwhelming pressure of the invincible being. His heart had thus expanded. At this moment, he truly resonated with the Invincible One. He was undeniably a bearer of the path of invincibility. The voice of the Palace Master reverberated in the ears of Jiang Lioli and the Thunder God. At his level of cultivation, he could transmit sound through his aura. The aura enveloped the voice, delivering it with pinpoint accuracy to the designated recipient's ear. Such exquisite control over one's cultivation surpassed the art of fishing. Given 10 years, he might truly ascend to the top 10, perhaps even strive for first place. The Thunder God also communicated telepathically. Jiang Lioli remarked, I believe it will only take 5 years, perhaps even 3. The Palace Master and the Thunder God exchanged glances. And Jiang Lioli continued. Coming from a southern state, what was his cultivation? What was his combat strength? How long has it been since he arrived in the Central State? And look at him now. He can slay gods. The 3 phenomena in the Central State, we all know, are not attributed to Xuan, but to this young man. The roar of 10,000 beasts, the divine and demonic guardianship. This is the child of destiny. Perhaps, one day, he will be the child of fate. The palace master and the thunder god locked eyes, their gazes igniting with fervor. One day, the central state could claim a place in the top 10. And at that moment, the central state would truly flourish. All this due to Xianxia's rise. At just over 16, with his heart akin to crystal, the realm of the heart, once purified, becomes glass-like. Let's go. Xian regained his composure, feeling the changes within himself. His heart had expanded. Gazing at the starry river, his aspirations soared towards the cosmos. The starry river exists in the upper realm. His motivation surged boundlessly. His blood boiled with fervor. As the group entered the grand city, the sheer magnitude of the metropolis was awe-inspiring, with unimaginable edifices lining either side, leaving them all utterly astonished. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed through the air. Instantly, Xuan's expression darkened. As the laughter faded, several figures approached, led by a man in a purple robe, whose demeanor was languid, holding a folding fan. Did he not even know to kneel and pay respects upon seeing his elder brother? The effeminate man in purple regarded Xuan with a teasing smile. Xuan coldly retorted, "Chu Feng, I have long severed ties with the Chu family." The man in purple replied with a grin, "I have heard that you have been using the Chu family's name to engage in nefarious deeds outside. And upon your departure from the main clan, you pilfered many elixirs and divine techniques from us. Now you wish to deny it?" Xuan's countenance turned frigid. "The items I took were all left by my mother. What do they have to do with your Chu family?" Chu Feng stepped forward. "Your father has passed, and everything your mother possessed was given by the Chu family. Now that your mother is also gone, those items rightfully belong to the Chu family." He advanced further. "I shall not hold you accountable for other matters, but you must return the great sun Xianxia scripture. It was earned at the cost of my mother's life, and you shall not keep it." In a flash, the man in purple moved, and simultaneously, the palace master reacted. Yet at that very moment, an elder appeared before him. Likewise, figures emerged before the Thunder God and Jiang Lioli, experts from the Chu family, remarkably powerful. "Master Yin, this is a matter concerning my Chu family. I kindly ask you not to interfere," the elder before Yin Changfeng said with a smile. "Xuan has already become a disciple of the Zhongzhou Avenue Hall." Yin Changfeng gazes intently ahead. The elder still wears a smile. "Moreover, my Chu family is also a part of the main hall." At this moment, the man in the purple robe continues to advance, fixing his gaze on Xuan. "If you do not hand it over, brother will truly take action." Xuan's eyes turn icy, her aura subtly emanating, while the man in purple smirks. "You shameless woman, you truly are ungrateful." Boom! His aura bursts forth, and in an instant he appears before Xuan, delivering a punch that transforms into a divine gate. Xuan retreats repeatedly, raising her fist to defend, as the great sun radiates with purple light, her solar manifestation evolving into a violet hue. Yet, in an instant, it shatters, proving utterly incapable of withstanding his assault, her expression darkening with despair. Meanwhile, Chu Feng chuckles, his fist pressing forward relentless. Simultaneously, a black sword lunges towards him. Chu Feng's gaze flickers as he unleashes a dual-fisted shockwave. Alas, the advantage has already slipped away, and both Xuan and Xianxia retreat simultaneously. Xuan glances at Xianxia. "Thank you." Xianxia replies, "After all, you are the second eldest." "Xuan, block me?" Chu Feng's countenance turns frigid as he regards her, but upon noticing Xianxia, his eyes gleam with interest, surveying her with a playful smile. "Not bad. This girl is quite beautiful and has a splendid figure. Truly a delightful plaything." Xianxia's expression darkens instantly. As her displeasure manifests, a figure surges forward, and in the next moment, a fist strikes fiercely against Chu Feng's eye. Pop! An eyeball bursts. Snap! Simultaneously, Xian seizes Chu Feng by the hair, violently whipping him backwards, his body crashing into the ground. The earth shatters upon impact. Xian strides forward, planting a foot on Chu Feng's back. "Apologize." This scene unfolds in the blink of an eye, causing the entire venue to tremble. Thereafter, those from the Chu family display expressions of shock, one disciple rushing out. "You are seeking death." Pop! Xian does not even glance, sensing the aura approaching. He retaliates with a punch, blood splattering as the man's heart bursts. "Apologize." Xian stands over Chu Feng, who is prostrate before Xianxia and Xuan. unable to struggle against the overwhelming weight upon him. A divine gate is subdued underfoot. The crowd gasps in astonishment once more. Subsequently, powerful auras surge forth. The Hall Master, Thunder God, and Zhang Liuli directly intercept three formidable Chu family experts, while the remaining Chu disciples hastily advance. But Zuiqiu and Nanhu also spring into action, blocking the way. The members of the Chu family are merely semi-divine in strength, while Zuiqiu embodies a divine gate, and Nanhu is capable of overwhelming semi-divine beings. The atmosphere is monumental. Simultaneously, Xianxia draws her sword, and Xuan's great sun radiates magnificently. A standoff ensues. Xian stands over Chu Feng. I shall say this once more, apologize. Chu Feng feels as if crushed beneath a mountain, suffering immensely with one of his eyeballs shattered. Pain radiating through him. Yes, I'm sorry. Sensing the pressure intensifying from behind, bones cracking one by one, Chu Feng succumbs, shouting in desperation. Xian glanced at Xianxia and Chu Lan, inquiring, is it acceptable? The two exchanged a brief silence before breaking into smiles. Chu Feng sighed deeply, yet his heart seethed with resentment. This debt would surely be repaid. However, the weight of the footsteps behind him grew increasingly oppressive. You should now rest in peace. Xian's voice resonated powerfully as he descended with great force, causing Chu Feng's back to collapse violently, twisting him grotesquely. Subsequently, a tremendous explosion erupted. Chapter 56, The Ink Pavilion. Xian retracted his foot and turned away, at which point the expressions of the three experts from the Chu family turned grim. Particularly, the elderly figure in a black robe with white hair before Yin Qingfeng glanced at Xian, his murderous intent unmistakably sharp, akin to a sword. How audacious! He uttered heavily. Elder Chu Mu, this is the Great Wall of the Tao, and we have come to participate in the Tao Palace competition. If you disregard everything, I am prepared to fight to the death. We can even storm the main hall. Yin Qingfeng's demeanor hardened as well, the demonic aura surrounding the thunder god swirling, while the sword energy emanating from Zhang Liuli burst forth. At this moment, a firm stance was essential to prevent the Chu family from becoming even more arrogant and launching fierce attacks against Xian and his companions. Humu scoffed coldly, then turned his gaze toward Xian. The competition will soon commence. I hope you can maintain this fervor. After uttering these words, he cast a glance at Chu Lan. And you, the discarded child of the Chu family, a sinner. Upon finishing, he chose not to elaborate further and departed with his entourage. Once they had retreated, Yin Qingfeng and the others looked at Xian and said, let us proceed directly to the training grounds of the Ink Pavilion. As they moved forward, Yin Qingfeng remarked, this time, we have thoroughly offended the Chu family. During the upcoming competition, you must exercise utmost caution. That Chu Feng is also a disciple of the main hall. Yet he ranks beyond the 200th place, far inferior to the true prodigies. Beyond the 200th? Upon hearing this, Xianxia, Nanhu, and even Zuiqiu were somewhat taken aback, while Xian remained relatively unfazed. Beyond the 200th in the Divine Gate realm, the top 100 are in the third and fourth layers of the Divine Gate. Thus, entering the top 100 should be effortless. However, caution was still warranted, as his ambition lay within the top 10, where all were at the pinnacle of the Divine Gate. Chu Lan expressed, I apologize. This is all because of me. Yin Qingfeng replied, from a moment I decided to take you in, I anticipated this day. You are now one of my Zhongzhou people, and I must protect you. Chu Lan looked at him gratefully. At that moment, they arrived before an imposing structure, grand and reminiscent of a series of palatial halls stacked upon one another. Its overall gray hue imparted a sense of solemnity and grandeur. The Ink Pavilion, among the four great powers of the mortal realm. 1 Tao Palace, 2 Sword Palaces, 3 Dan Towers, and this Ink Pavilion. Yin Qingfeng elucidated, of these, the Ink Pavilion is the wealthiest. They operate akin to a mercantile association, engaging in various businesses throughout the mortal realm, and possess profound foundations in the upper realms as well. Within the Ink Pavilion lies a training ground. For the next month, you shall cultivate there, making your final push. Each individual is bestowed with 10 million gold crystals for their cultivation. Upon finishing his statement, Yin Qingfeng presented each of the 5 disciples of Xian with a storage ring, each containing the substantial sum of 10 million gold crystals. The hearts of Xian and his companions were filled with astonishment. Collectively, they possessed a staggering 50 million. a sum that could only be described as astronomical for the Great Tao Palace. It was evident that the Great Tao Palace had made extensive preparations for this Tao competition. Subsequently, Yin Qingfeng led his group inside, where they were greeted by an elderly man clad in gray. With a smile, Yin Qingfeng remarked, "Elder Mo-san." The usual arrangement, 5 slots. The old man, though advanced in years and with sparse hair, bowed slightly. Yet, Xian perceived a vitality within him that burned fiercely, his aura unfathomably profound. He cast a glance at Xian and the others before turning back to Yin Qingfeng with a smile. In the previous session, the expenditure of several million yielded no results. For this session, do you still wish to proceed? I suggest retaining these resources. They could prolong your time in the central continent. The implication was clear. The disciples of the previous session had faltered, and it seemed the current batch would follow suit. If they could not break into the top 100, the central continent would likely lose its allocation of resources, rendering 5 million less beneficial. Yin Qingfeng maintained his composure. There is no need for Elder Mo-san to concern yourself. We shall handle the expenses, and you merely provide the training grounds. Nothing more. Elder Mo-san smiled in response. Very well. He then turned his gaze back to Xian and his companions. Our training facility is divided into 4 major areas. 1 for vitality, 2 for cultivation, 3 for mental fortitude, and there exists a steel of enlightenment. You may utilize the training grounds across 5 levels. The first level requires a daily fee of 100,000 gold crystals, while the 5th level demands 500,000 per day. Xian inhaled sharply. The first level. The most basic, charge a staggering 100,000 gold crystals daily. Truly a veritable den of extravagance. No wonder each person was required to prepare 10 million. Should they aspire to train on the 4th or 5th levels, that 10 million would scarcely last a month. What about the 4th major area? Xuan inquired. That is not a place for you, Elder Mo replied, gazing at Xian. The 4th area is a battleground, teeming with prodigious talents from all directions. Here, life and death are at stake, and should one perish within, the MO Pavilion bears no responsibility. Entering the training zone will also cloak your aura and alter your appearance. When the time comes, even the perpetrator may remain untraceable. Xian regarded the elderly man, sensing that he viewed them as mere playthings to be manipulated at will. Go ahead and train. I, along with the Thunder God and Elder Jiang, shall proceed to the main hall, Yin Qingfeng instructed after a brief exchange, handing each of them a jade tablet. Should you require anything, we will contact you in advance. This jade tablet allowed for short-distance communication. With that, the 3 were set to depart. Bringing combat beasts into the training grounds is strictly prohibited, Elder Mo-san declared. Xian pondered for a moment before relinquishing the small golden creature that resided on his shoulder, the size of a fist, to the palace master. Little Gold, wait for me outside. Once Yin Qingfeng and the others had left, Xian turned to Xuan, who remarked, I'm not very familiar with this place either. Although I have lived here for 15 years, my finances have been quite limited. I have never had the means to venture here. I have only been to the 1st level of the training grounds. Xuan nodded, recognizing that if resources were ample. After spending over a decade in the Great Wall of the Tao, Chulin's divine body should not have been awakening its latent talents only now. Mo-san also observed. That little child from the Chu family, you shouldn't have returned. Your parents have passed away. Coming back is akin to courting death. Surely, you do not intend to seek vengeance for your parents on your own? Xuan cast a cold glance at him. Yi Qingshan remarked, what is wrong with you, old man? We have paid for our services. We are guests. Is this how your MO Pavilion treats its patrons? With a smile, Mo-san replied, let us go. Xuan, uninterested in further conversation, understood that those who look down upon you will not be swayed by mere words. But the 3rd level is your limit. As for the 4th, it is best if you do not venture there, as your cultivation is too weak. Mo-san smiled, looking at Xuan, especially you. You're terribly weak. You'd best cultivate on the 1st or 2nd floor. Xuan chose to ignore him, and the group ascended to the 3rd level. After paying, they entered one by one. A day later, Xuan emerged. Just as Mo-san arrived, he saw Xuan exiting and smiled. How was the pressure on the 3rd level? Surely, you could not withstand it? Youthful exuberance is commendable, but one must possess self-awareness. Xuan did not even glance at him, striding away, not downward but directly towards the 4th level. Mo-san was taken aback, pondering for a moment before following, only to witness Xuan entering the 4th level. Mo-san frowned. This youth was merely at the law realm. Although he sensed some differences, the foundation of the law realm remained. How strong could he be? Venturing to the 4th level? Youth can indeed be reckless in pursuit of face, willing to take risks without regard for consequences. San shook his head, chuckling as he turned to leave. Upon entering the 4th level, as Xuan passed through the ominous iron door, his aura and appearance transformed. The space before him opened up, divided into several regions by shimmering barriers. He proceeded directly to the cultivation area. He had no need for the blood and qi training zone, as the pressure from the 3rd floor was already significant, and this 4th floor was far inferior in comparison. Essence. His foundation was extraordinarily solid, nearing the 2nd level of the law realm, requiring an abundance of essence to break through. In truth, had he not spent 300,000 gold crystals, he would not have lingered in the 3rd level for even a day, heading straight to the 4th. Boom! As he entered the 4th level, numerous stone houses greeted him. He stepped into one, where a terrifying essence enveloped him, far more abundant and pure than the spiritual essence from the Mountain Water Pavilion. With such a training environment, how could one not grow rapidly? Even a pig would soar. With a whoosh, Xuan settled into a cross-legged position, activating the Great Tao Guidance Technique. The formidable essence continuously surged into his body, merging with his cyclone, which further refined it before integrating with the golden seed. This was a conclusion Xuan had drawn after days of cultivation. His cyclone was indeed useful, as refining it made the essence even more potent. As the cyclone absorbed the blood of the purple qilin, it gradually grew stronger, not remaining stagnant in its power. It became increasingly adept at absorption and control. Within the stone chamber, the wind howled fiercely, and a torrent of essence surged into Xuan's body, causing his cultivation to soar dramatically. Regrettably, after a day had passed, he had not achieved a breakthrough. The path to the Transcendence realm was arduous, and entering the law realm required an even greater amount of essence. Xian opened his eyes, feeling that this was a waste of time. He might as well head directly to the 5th level, where the essence was more abundant. Rising from his seat, he exited the stone chamber. Meanwhile, the training area had become lively. Look, someone is attempting the greatest challenge. Xian furrowed his brow. A challenge? A throng of people was hurrying towards a particular direction, and Xian followed suit, approaching one individual to inquire, "Brother, I am new here. Is it possible to attempt challenges in this place?" The individual explained, "What makes the MO Pavilion so attractive? Firstly, you can indeed purchase items with money, and the training speed here is remarkably swift. Secondly, within this training area, various challenges exist, including the Enlightenment Zone, Vitality Zone, and Training Zone. Once you break a record, you can earn substantial rewards. Does attempting a challenge require money?" Xian asked. The man shook his head. It's essentially a benefit. You can attempt the challenge for free, and the rewards you gain will far exceed any expenses. Some prodigies come to the MO Pavilion and even earn money. Here, the minimum rewards are divine medicines, with some reaching the 4th or even 5th rank. At the pinnacle, there are 6-rank divine pearl rewards, which can be sold for about 3 million. Xian ground his teeth, realizing he had squandered a significant amount of money. The old man had failed to mention this. He was completely unaware of such challenges on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, he would have bulldozed straight through. He immediately quickened his pace, reaching the gathering place ahead, where he saw a man in black standing with his back to the crowd. At this moment, his aura was overwhelming, and before him stood an impressive shadow, equally powerful. Now it made sense. Xian comprehended it was akin to the 9th floor of the Mountain and Water Tower. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the black-clad man vanished in an instant, the shadow before him dissipating as well, followed by another deafening explosion as 2 figures collided. Subsequently, the 2 shadows flickered rapidly, crashing into one another repeatedly, creating an ear-splitting cacophony. With each powerful wave, the air trembled in all directions. Quickly, it was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of collisions. The black-clad man landed, his body marked with streaks of blood, and he spat blood from his mouth, while the opposing shadow appeared severely damaged. A mere step away, the black-clad man clenched his fist, feeling utterly drained. He then turned to leave, yet at that moment, another figure emerged, heading straight toward the area occupied by the shadow. The man furrowed his brow and looked on, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not just him, but the entire assembly was momentarily stunned. My heavens! Chapter 57, Overwhelming Force. Ahead, the transformed Xian stepped into the realm of light and shadow, where the fragmented illumination had once again metamorphosed into its pinnacle form. However, as Xian unleashed a fist, this apex light shattered, erupting in a magnificent explosion. A singular punch reverberated through the air. The audience fell into a profound silence, only to be broken by exclamations of astonishment. How domineering! This individual cannot possibly be merely ranked 150 in the Hall of Supreme Masters. Can he? At the very least, he must be. The last person capable of obliterating the light with a single strike was ranked 150, yet he seemed to exert far less effort than Xian. The onlookers were awestruck, while Xian maintained a calm demeanor. This light was likely equivalent to the pinnacle of the first level of the Divine Gate. But it was significantly weaker than that Xuan, perhaps falling short by 4 or 5 times. Xian was also contemplating his own combat prowess. This was not his limit. As the light exploded, a golden orb materialized, brimming with an exceedingly rich essence. A divine pearl of the 6th rank, valued at 3 million. This was far superior to the essence I have absorbed. Although the essence from the purple Qilin was pure, it was scant. This orb is abundant. Xian strode forward, seizing the orb, and, after a moment's thought, he consumed it whole. Turning away, he disregarded the astonished crowd behind him and made his way to the blood vitality zone. A quarter of an hour later, Xian emerged, now holding a crimson orb, a substance capable of augmenting one's vitality, which he promptly ingested. At this moment, he sought not wealth, but power, strength. The top 100? His ambition reached for the top 10, especially after gazing at the starry river. He yearned for ascension to the higher realms. Boom! As Xian consumed the blood orb and the golden orb, a surge of potent energy unfurled within him, causing his cultivation and vitality to skyrocket once more. Subsequently, he made his way to the enlightenment zone. Behind him trailed a number of individuals, all in utter disbelief at his overwhelming strength. How could such a formidable figure be in the 4th level? Had he come to earn money? He had obliterated the light in the training area with a single punch to obtain the golden orb. He had done the same in the blood vitality zone with another punch. This individual must undoubtedly be one of the esteemed seniors ranked within the top 150, yet perhaps not. After all, the path comparison was about to commence, and prodigies from various states had gathered, including remarkable figures. The crowd speculated wildly, aware that the true appearance and essence of the original masters were concealed here, leaving them to ponder Xian's identity. He had entered the enlightenment zone. At that moment, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to follow. The enlightenment zone is no ordinary place. It possesses the potential to strengthen one's spirit and bestow legacies, yet it demands profound comprehension, an arduous task. A throng of individuals entered, and then, with a thunderous roar, the 13 stone tablets within the enlightenment zone radiated brilliance, illuminating the space in a moment of dazzling splendor. All present were struck with sudden enlightenment. Xian's gaze flickered. It seems I've unlocked the 3rd floor. Absorbing the essence of the purple Qilin has greatly invigorated my spirit and significantly enhanced my comprehension. I beheld the 4 formidable characters of the invincible, profound in meaning, stirring my heart, and crystallizing my Tao heart. The benefits conferred by a steadfast heart are immense, the most fundamental of which is confidence. With confidence, one fears nothing. Xian swept through this realm and obtained a silvery white orb, within which resided a powerful spiritual resonance, capable of nourishing the spirit. However, his spiritual level had already reached the 12th grade. The orb's effects were minimal. Simultaneously, he acquired a scroll, which shimmered with light and shadow. Upon inspection, Xian discovered it to be a secret martial technique. Yet, this technique paled in comparison to the Qilin arm and held little value for him. Turning around, he found the onlookers staring in astonishment. He was undoubtedly a prodigy, an extraordinary talent who should not have been present on the 4th level. One individual cautioned, this spiritual orb and the scroll cannot be taken out. They must be absorbed directly, or they will disperse. Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating bringing them to Xianxia and the others. Unable to take them out? Who would desire that? After a moment of thought, Xian regarded the crowd. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but several stepped forward simultaneously. Who would not wish for such items? This orb enhances the spirit, and the scroll contains a secret martial technique. Whoever desires them must offer sufficient payment. Xian surveyed the crowd. 1 million. Someone shouted. What do you mean 1 million? The spiritual orb alone is worth more than that, not to mention the secret scroll. I'll offer 2 million. Are you trying to swindle? Brother, I'm serious. I will offer 5 million. Another exclaimed, instantly silencing the rest. 5 million gold crystals was no small sum. Very well. Xian smiled, selling the orb and scroll directly, watching as the individual absorbed them. The orb dissipated, and the scroll transformed into information flowing into the person's mind. Subsequently, he departed from that place, pondering his next move. He made his way directly to the fighting arena, only to find it devoid of challengers. The spectators retreated, none daring to spar with him. This esteemed brother, I am the fighting king here. Defeat me, and you shall receive a reward. But may I request a chance? It was 1 million gold crystals. Xian regarded the beautiful woman before him, considered briefly, then nodded. Accepting the 1 million gold crystals. In the fighting area, one must defeat the fighting king to earn rewards. Although the prize exceeded 1 million gold crystals, the declaration was made. And she was a woman. Xian decided to grant her this courtesy. He exited the training area, not waiting for anyone to follow, and slipped through the iron gate, assuming his true appearance before departing. He then ascended to the 5th floor. Upon entering the training area on the 5th floor, Xian's expression shifted, and he plunged directly into the stone chamber for cultivation, sitting cross-legged. Instantly, his aura surged and trembled, gradually expanding. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, news from the 4th floor spread forth, reaching Elder Mo San's ears. Mo San furrowed his brow. Who is this? To have forcefully traversed the 4th floor, one must at least rank 150. Those individuals are forbidden from entering the 4th floor. Should they approach, a warning will be issued. Mo San furrowed his brow, contemplating the formidable individuals in this round of Dao competition, perhaps even a few solitary practitioners. Nevertheless, with so many people on the 4th floor, any losses incurred could be swiftly recouped in a single day. He closed his eyes, yet 3 days later, news from the 5th floor reached him once more. Elder, that individual has dominated the 5th floor, seizing all the rewards, and is now engaged in battles at the fighting arena. Mo San was taken aback. Is it the same person from yesterday? The messenger nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is quite formidable. He has swept through the cultivation zone, the vitality zone, and the comprehension zone. Now, he has moved on to the fighting arena to contend for the title of Fighting King. It appears his combat prowess is at the 3rd level of divinity, potentially surpassing some. According to the rankings of the Grand Hall of the Dao, he could place within the top 100, around the 80th position, if he continues his rampage. Could he unlock access to the 6th floor? Mo San pondered for a moment and replied, it is customary. Anyone capable of dominating the 5th floor is entitled to cultivate on the 6th floor. Inquire if he would be willing to meet with me. Chapter 58, A Windfall. In the fighting arena on the 5th floor, Xian had surpassed the 2nd level of the law, with vitality measurements revealing a staggering 140,000 units of strength. Moreover, he had directly sold the spiritual item and secret techniques, amassing a fortune of 10 million gold crystals. In just 3 days, excluding his cultivation growth, he had earned an astonishing 16 million in gold crystals purely from rewards. What a delightful windfall. Had he known it would be like this, he would have arrived much earlier. It felt akin to picking up money effortlessly. In the expansive fighting arena, Xian brandished his blade, compelling his opponent, a man in black, to kneel before him. Of course, the blade he wielded was not his own heavy sword. It was prudent to keep his true identity concealed here, where ready-made weapons were available. The title of Fighting King shall be mine, Xian thought as he observed the black-clad man, who was gritting his teeth, his gaze icy and menacing. Xian sheathed his sword, yet a horrifying aura erupted forth. With a frigid glare, he countered with a swift strike, unleashing a crimson flash. His vitality and cultivation were utilized with greater finesse, merging seamlessly through the blade, delivering a decisive blow. He refrained from deploying his divine abilities, relying solely on his cultivation strength to overpower the 5th floor's fighting king. Indeed, his full potential of vitality and cultivation had yet to be fully unleashed. The 5th floor was merely a stepping stone for him. Had it not been for the delays in his breakthrough, he would not have lingered here for even 3 days. With a resounding thud, the black-clad man was sent flying, a ghastly gash across his chest, blood splattering forth. If you can't play, don't engage. Xian fixed a cold stare upon him. The rewards for the 5th floor's Fighting King were not particularly generous, merely 2 million gold crystals. However, Xian had learned that by dominating the 5th floor, the MO Pavilion would unlock access to the 6th floor. Otherwise, even wealth would not grant one the privilege to ascend. The 6th floor demanded not only wealth but also sufficient cultivation. You dare challenge me? I am of the direct lineage of the Nalan family. Do not let me uncover your identity. The black-clad man glared at Xian, seething with rage. Having been relentlessly beaten down and forced to kneel, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, resorting to invoking his family name. The Nalan family, a renowned earthly lineage? Xian initially intended to depart, but turned back upon hearing a voice. The man in black staggered to his feet, coldly fixing his gaze upon Xian. His head held high in pride. Indeed, I am of the direct lineage of a prestigious family. Be cautious, young one. However, before his words could fully dissipate, Xian's blade sliced through the air, and the man's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he attempted to react, the crimson light of the blade swept across his throat. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and profound astonishment. To kill him? Did he truly dare? Yet, regardless of his inability to comprehend the situation, his vitality swiftly ebbed away. His throat gaping, blood spurting forth. A swift strike to seal his fate. With a crash, the man collapsed. The onlookers around gaped in astonishment, many trembling in fear. Feeling an icy chill envelop them. After all, this was the Nalan family. Moreover, to have risen to the status of a combat king in this realm, he must have been an extraordinary prodigy of the Nalan clan, holding a prestigious position. How could he be slain so effortlessly? Although the area concealed all traces of energy, and the MO Pavilion was the 4th most transcendent entity in the realm, known for its impeccable reputation, not easily revealing information. The influence of the earthly noble families was immense, capable of deducing through even the slightest hints. It was better to be overly cautious than to risk dire consequences. Once discovered, the wrath of the earthly noble families would be relentless. It was perilous. In truth, there were likely members of the Nalan family present in the arena, and some in the crowd had already hastily retreated. The Nalan family would be furious. Yet, Xian remained unfazed. Having claimed the rewards here and seized the storage ring from the Nalan heir, which contained an astounding sum of gold crystals. Truly, the earthly noble families are affluent. At that moment, an elder appeared, glancing at the fallen Nalan heir before calmly addressing Xian. Congratulations on your triumph over the 5th floor. By the rules, you may ascend to the 6th floor for cultivation. Xuan noted. The elder continued. Elder Mo San from our Mo Pavilion wishes to meet you. Rest assured, our esteemed pavilion will never divulge a fragment of your information, not even to the head of the Nalan family. This is our code. You may inquire about our reputation freely. However, Xian shook his head. I came solely for cultivation. I shall not concern myself with anything else. The elder wished to say more, but Xian interrupted. Open the 6th floor. The elder nodded and led Xian deeper within, ultimately arriving at a luminous portal at the heart of the 5th floor. To access the 6th floor, one must conquer the 5th. Thus, the entrance to the 6th floor is located here on the 5th. A day's passage to the 6th floor requires 100,000 gold crystals. Ascending to the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors also demands 100,000 gold crystals per day, along with the need to conquer each level. Xian pondered momentarily before tossing the 10 million gold crystals he had obtained from the Nalan heir to the elder. The elder nodded, retrieving a token imbued with an aura. If you do not exit within 10 days, you will be forcibly extracted. Of course, if Xian chose to leave on his own, time would also be suspended. Xian stepped into the luminous portal. Reluctant, Elder Mo San furrowed his brow, then remarked, "It seems this individual is exceedingly cautious. Very well. Continue to observe and ascertain his limits. As it stands, this time he ranks at least in the lower echelons of the top 80. Based on your description of the battle, I believe he might even qualify for a position within the top 70. The visitor replied, "This person does not appear to be a native of the central continent. One wonders from which branch hall this prodigy hails." Elder Mo San responded, "Among the subordinate branch halls, there are only a few significant ones. Of course, he might not be from the Dao Hall, but rather affiliated with another force. This grand Dao competition has drawn many contenders." The visitor nodded. Indeed, this year's competition is unlike any before. Mo Sen waved his hand, and the visitor turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something, turning back to say, "Elder Mo San, There have been some unexpected developments in the central continent this time. Mo San looked on. The few hidden figures from the central continent are indeed very cautious and discreet. However, I have received some intelligence that they have all ascended to the 4th floor, and there seems to be an overwhelming momentum pushing them toward the 5th. Mo San was taken aback. All of them? The visitor nodded. Mo San remarked, I am genuinely surprised. I had thought only that flamboyant young man would ascend to the 5th floor, qualifying to contend for a position within the top 100. I did not expect them all to go. The visitor chuckled. The central continent has faced too many hardships in recent years. If they do not strive now, they may very well face closure. Mo San smiled slightly. Reaching the 5th floor indeed grants them the qualification to vie for the top 100. But qualifications do not guarantee success. The chances may be slim. I have received some information that this year's competition is extraordinary. Moreover, it has been 300 years since anyone breached the top 100. The fortunes of the central continent have dissipated. Even with effort, they may only manage to struggle for a while longer. Their decline is inevitable. Pay them no mind. Focus on the one who ascends to the 6th floor. His ability to push through continuously may indicate that his strength surpasses expectations. I am curious to discover his limits. Chapter 59, Differentiated Treatment. In the 6th floor training ground, Xian entered and directly approached the combat arena. This arena best reveals the general level of strength. Sometimes, the lower cultivation level does not equate to diminished battle prowess. The art of concealing one's true capabilities under a guise of mediocrity is not uncommon. According to the discussions among those present, the qualifications for entering the top 100, or even the top 80, suggest that the combat level on the 6th floor should hover around the ranks of 70 or 60. Xian observed for a moment. The combat king had not arrived, but he sensed that he could easily dominate everyone present. He did not immediately assert his dominance. Instead, he moved to the cultivation area and, upon entering the stone chamber, sat cross-legged. Subsequently, with a mental shift, he directly ascended to the 3rd floor, where the purple Qilin manifested, emanating a ferocious aura as it charged forward. Xian wielded his blade and delivered a thunderous slash, sending the purple Qilin hurtling backward. After several strikes, the purple Qilin was obliterated. He crushed the purple Qilin. As Xian absorbed all the violet currents, he settled into a state of serene cultivation. His spirit flourished, his vitality surged, and his realm gradually stabilized, allowing him to proceed further. Furthermore, he had completely mastered the secret technique of the Qilin arm. After accomplishing all this, he advanced forward, and upon the stone slab behind the violet Qilin, he beheld an illustration of the vermilion bird. In an instant, the vermilion bird manifested, its wings unfurling with a flash, unleashing a terrifying blaze that enveloped the surroundings. Xian felt an overwhelming pressure and gripped his blade, delivering a forceful strike. The impact sent the vermilion bird reeling back, while Xian was also propelled away, absorbing the fallen feathers of the bird. Akin to the violet Qilin, refining his body, method, and spirit in unison. However, the legacy that emerged in his mind was not a secret technique, but rather a series of medical arts and the profound principles of alchemy. The vermilion bird returned for another encounter, and after hundreds of fierce clashes, Xian found his stamina depleted and dispersed. He reappeared in the external world, refining and absorbing the essence he had gathered, continuously fortifying himself. This legacy, the principles of alchemy? The illustration of the vermilion bird was not a technique of inheritance, but a method of alchemy, encompassing various alchemical skills and numerous formulas. Aside from the renowned Dan Tower, alchemists were a rare sight in the outside world, and the inheritance of alchemy was even scarcer. Moreover, Xian discovered that the alchemical legacy in his mind belonged to a 5th-tier alchemist. Alchemists were uncommon, primarily due to the scarcity of inheritances, which were predominantly monopolized by the Dan Tower. Additionally, the physical constitution required to become an alchemist was rare. Not everyone possessed the qualifications to concoct elixirs. He pondered whether he met the criteria. Xian felt a yearning. If he could become an alchemist, crafting elixirs would yield swift profits, and consuming them would expedite his progress in cultivation. He devoted himself to comprehending the comprehensive legacy he had received, which not only included alchemical knowledge, but also an array of medical secrets, acupuncture, massage, and techniques for energy manipulation, among others. The inheritance was remarkably thorough. Furthermore, there was a technique known as the celestial eye, capable of discerning ailments through fluctuations in qi. If that failed, there was also the golden finger for pulse diagnosis. All were rare and wondrous methods. Xian spent 3 full days organizing this knowledge. Medical skills could, at times, save one's life, an essential pursuit. Approaching the 6th floor, he felt confident in his ability to push through. Indeed, it should be quite effortless now. Xian decided to advance directly to the 7th floor. Rising from the cultivation chamber, he was about to move when a flash from his jade pendant sent a voice reverberating in his mind. It was the Thunder God. After a moment of contemplation, Xian returned from the 6th floor to the 5th, then exited the space, finding himself outside the MO pavilion. Xuan, Xianxia, Zhuqiu, and Nan, who also emerged. Facing them was the silver-haired elder, the Thunder God. Off to the main hall. The Thunder God uttered 3 words before he turned and soared into the sky, followed closely by Xian and the others. This marked Xian's inaugural flight after breaking through to the realm of the law, yet his pace was anything but slow. Xian, shall we have a match? Zhuqiu inquired, his aura radiating power as he provocatively regarded Xian. Brother Zhua, you have grown increasingly charming, Xian replied with a smile. Zhuqiu's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to teach the young man a lesson. However, considering the formidable combat prowess of the latter, he reluctantly refrained. With a powerful step, he unleashed his divine energy, accelerating like a streak of light in pursuit of the Thunder God. Xian chuckled, activating the Tianpeng technique, which could only be fully realized in the realm of the law. Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated as Xian quickly caught up. Behind him, Xianxia rode her sword, transforming into a beam of sword light, while Chulan's sun floated beneath her, propelling her forward at great speed. Nanhu took a more straightforward approach, striding through the void with thunderous steps that resonated like a storm. Boom! The Thunder God descended, followed closely by Zhuqiu and Xian. Nearly simultaneous, with a flash of sword light, as Xianxia landed beside Xian. He glanced at her as she declared, I have touched upon the 10th sword's profundity, embodying the sword, and my sword control has advanced further. Xian nodded, acknowledging her remarkable speed. If he did not exert himself fully, surpassing Xianxia would prove quite challenging. Soon, accompanied by more booming sounds, the radiant Xuan, the explosive Nanhu, all descended together. The group gazed ahead, where an imposing Taoist academy loomed, grand beyond measure, its gates far more magnificent than those in Zhongzhou. Following the Thunder God into its depths, Xian and his companions were left in awe. The academy was truly spectacular. Within the academy, countless majestic halls stood, some suspended in the sky, interconnected by rainbow bridges. In the distance, peaks rose from the earth, some gleaming with golden light, others shrouded in darkness, some towering like swords piercing the heavens, while others resembled colossal hands cradling luminous palaces. Certain peaks were blanketed in snow, while others emanated a fierce aura, with terrifying beasts standing guard, instilling dread in all directions. In a word, magnificence. Truly, it was the grand hall of the human world's Taoist path. Xian's heart raced with astonishment as he activated his heavenly eye, revealing rich, radiant clouds enveloping the academy, signifying an abundance of fortune. The heavenly eye, possessing the ability to perceive fate, could not only diagnose ailments but also gauge auspiciousness and assess feng shui to uncover lands of opportunity. The aura of this grand hall burned with intensity, and yet, this was merely the surface, a glimpse of what lay beneath due to his limited cultivation. Let us proceed. Upon reaching this place, the Thunder God moved forward once again, with Xian and the others in pursuit. The Thunder God remarked, all the prodigies from various states have arrived, totaling over 380. And this is only for the branch hall. The main hall will see many more participants in the fray. They are all remarkable. They arrived at a vast square, where thousands had already gathered, creating an unbearable cacophony. The pavilion master and Zhang Liuli were waiting at the periphery. Upon spotting Xian and his companions, the pavilion master waved them over, and as they approached, he instructed, proceed to the front for registration. Just as Xian and his group were about to step onto the square, a mocking voice interjected, aren't those the people from Zhongzhou? How audacious of them to come and participate in the battle. Yan Qingfeng's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, a group of men and women clad in blue robes, observing them with amusement. The pavilion master remarked, they hail from Luzhou, our sworn adversaries. Ji Xian inquired, "Are they formidable?" The pavilion master replied, "No, they are quite mediocre." Nanu interjected, "Mediocre? Yet they act so arrogant?" The pavilion master offered a wry smile. "They may be mediocre, but we are the least impressive." Nanhu was taken aback. Ji Xian then asked the pavilion master, "Who are the strongest among the sub-pavilions?" The pavilion master elaborated, "The truly formidable ones are from Qingzhou, Lingzhou, and Yunzhou. In the last tournament, the top contender from Qingzhou even made it into the top 20. Individuals from Lingzhou and Yunzhou also broke into the top 30. The resources they receive far exceed ours in Zhongzhou by 100-fold. Ji Xian silently noted this, and, along with Zuiqiu and the others, proceeded onto the square, where participants from various sub-pavilions were also making their way forward. Ahead, members from a main pavilion were responsible for receiving and registering the talented individuals from each state. Ji Xian observed that many were greeted by dedicated elders. However, when they announced their affiliation with Zhongzhou, an elder impatiently directed them to a gathering of individuals, where a crowd of over 100 waited. The Luzhou participants were also present. Upon reaching that area, when Ji Xian and his companions declared their Zhongzhou affiliation, they were left to wait on the sidelines while others were registered, met with a distinctly dismissive attitude. The blatant discrimination was disheartening. The weak had no rights. Ji Xian and his companions felt a sense of indignation at the evident bias. Among those receiving similar treatment was a chubby little boy, robust in appearance, dressed in tattered garments and wearing straw sandals. "Hello, ladies. Where do you come from?" The boy cheerfully approached, fixating on Yi Qingshan and Chu Lan with bright eyes. "Chu Lan Zipli, Zhongju." The boy grinned. "Nice to meet you. I am from Huangzhou. My name is Bai Xiaofan." He extended his hand toward Chu Lan, who chose to ignore him, prompting the boy to awkwardly retract his hand. Chu Lan, curious, asked, "Isn't the Dao Pavilion of Huangzhou already in ruins for over a century?" Huangzhou's plight was even worse than that of Zhongzhou. It had been a full 100 years since anyone had come to compete, and many had nearly forgotten the existence of the Huangzhou sub-pavilion. By Xiaofan's side, "It's not just ruined. We are so impoverished that we can barely afford to eat. Thus, my father insisted I participate in this battle, demanding that I secure a spot in the top 10, claiming that would bring us wealth." Top 10, Zhulan, Ye Gingshan, Zuoqiu, and Nan, who were all taken aback, and Ji Xian also turned his attention to the chubby boy. Bai Xiaofan continued, "Honestly, I didn't want to come, but if I hadn't, my father wouldn't provide me with food. I had no choice but to agree." "Very well." Chu Lan shook her head in response. At this moment, the chubby boy gazed ahead and exclaimed, "There is no one left. Let us proceed." With that, he dashed towards the registration office. Zuiqiu remarked, "This chubby fellow certainly has a bold demeanor." However, Ji Xian shook his head, saying, "Perhaps he truly possesses remarkable abilities." Zuoqiu turned to Ji Xian, noticing his grave expression, and inquired, "Is he formidable?" Ji Xian replied with a shake of his head, "He is extraordinarily powerful." Chapter 60, An Unusual Chubby Boy. The chubby boy appeared quite ordinary, yet Ji Xian, with his heightened senses, detected an ominous aura emanating from him, a terrifying force that caused Ji Xian's blood to simmer with unease. It was indeed peculiar, most unusual. "I have completed my registration. You should hurry along, for afternoon, they will cease to accept registrants," the chubby boy said, brandishing his registration card. He cautioned Ji Xian and his companions. "That elder has a rather unpleasant demeanor, so do be mindful." Ji Xian smiled and replied, "Understood." The group then approached the registration desk, where they completed their registrations under the elder's impatient gaze, each receiving their combat tokens. Having accomplished this, they returned to the hall master, at which point it was nearing noon, and people began to disperse. Even some members of the Dao Hall were invited away by those from the main hall, to the extent that certain disciples could freely utilize the main hall's training facilities. Ji Xian and his companions gazed on with envy. Yen Qingfeng remarked, "If you all strive harder, you shall return for the next competition, and our treatment will surely improve." Thunder God added, "The main hall is rather elitist. The masters from Qingzhou, Lingzhou, and Yunzhou can casually engage in tea with the master of the mortal realm, while we aren't even provided with a place to stay." Yen Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "You are of no use. Why should they extend you better treatment?" He looked at Ji Xian and the others. "Return and continue your training. There are still 28 days until the grand competition." With that, he departed with Thunder God. Jiang Lili urged, "Put in some effort," before also taking her leave. In this land of the divine, they had certain acquaintances, and naturally, they wished to reconnect. As Xian and the others exited the main hall, Xuan suggested, "Since we are out, why not treat ourselves to a meal?" "My treat," Yi Qingshan agreed. "Sounds good." Having lived in the divine realm for over a decade, Xuan was far more familiar with the area than Xian and the others. Soon, they arrived at a moderately sized restaurant named Fengyan Tower. While it may not be extravagant within the Great Dao Wall, the flavors were delightful, and it was quite economical. "I can afford it," Xuan declared as he approached the establishment, just as Xian and the others were about to follow. The chubby boy also made his way over, grinning as he greeted them. "Greetings, everyone. Fancy meeting you here. Are you off to dine? Chulan in Guit? Would you like to join us?" The chubby boy responded enthusiastically, "Absolutely." Xuan smiled, thinking that an additional companion would not significantly increase the cost. And considering Xian's words about this chubby boy's extraordinary strength, forging a friendship could prove beneficial. A group of individuals entered the establishment and chose a spacious table. Xuan expertly ordered several signature dishes and then turned to Xian and the others, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you desire." Xian and the others felt that they had enough, while Xuan had already ordered a dozen dishes. However, the chubby boy looked at Xuan and asked, "Miss, may I place an order?" "Xuan, note that." The boy then addressed the waiter, "Bring me a whole cow." Xuan was taken aback. Typically, one would request a cow leg, a cow head, or a cow's rear, but you want an entire cow. The waiter was momentarily stunned. "Are you sure? A whole one?" The chubby boy nodded. "Not too much, just a plump one, around 1,000 pounds. The waiter hesitated. "Our beef is all snowflake beef, and after skinning, boning, and bleeding, we don't have any that large." The boy pressed, "How big can you get?" The waiter replied, "About 500 pounds? The boy declared, "Then bring me 2. Make them spicy." The others were left speechless. Xuan frowned. "Hey, can you actually eat that much?" The boy confidently replied, "I can manage 3. Xuan was at a loss for words. Soon, the dishes arrived, and astonishingly, 2 whole cows were indeed served. To everyone's disbelief, the chubby boy devoured them entirely at an astonishing pace, patting his belly afterward and exclaiming, "Just about enough. I'm not so hungry anymore." The group was left in shock. Xian was astounded. This boy was truly remarkable. There was something formidable within him, and that energy was rapidly absorbed. The boy smiled. "Thank you all for today. Once I secure a place in the top 10 at the competition and earn some money, I shall repay you." With that, he turned and left. Xuan and the others had a simple meal before settling the bill and departing from Fengyan Tower. Xuan wore a pained expression. "That meal cost me 300,000. I should have known better than to invite him." Yi Qingshan remarked, "You asked for it." Xuan pouted and glanced at Xian. Before he could speak, Yi Qingshan interjected, "In our household, I manage the finances. Once you join us, it will remain my responsibility." With that, she took Xian by the hand and led him away. Xuan grumbled, "Yi Xianyu, are you looking for a fight again?" As the group arrived at Mo and was about to enter, a chilling gaze fell upon them. Xuan turned to see a group of men in black, led by a short man who was coldly smiling at them. Xuan whispered, "The Nailan family, Nailan Shanhai, a true prodigy." Xian also looked over, and immediately, the short man's smile widened, though the sharpness in his eyes intensified as he fixated on Xian. Xian remained composed, and then turned, stating, "No need to concern ourselves with him. Let us proceed." The group entered Mo and ascended to the 5th floor training area, where Xian swiftly vanished, making a quick circuit before reaching the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, he had a general understanding. With the combat prowess here, he should have no significant issues prevailing. Meanwhile, outside, the Nailan family entered Mo, and a tall, thin man remarked, "Shanhai, that kid is quite arrogant, daring to disregard us." A woman with a frigid demeanor remarked, "Daring to act so recklessly upon arriving in Shenzhou. It appears he truly has a death wish." Nailan Shanhai chuckled. Coming from a small place, he is both ignorant and unafraid. Moreover, his youth accounts for his impetuousness. After all, he remains oblivious to my capabilities. Those behind him immediately praised Nailan Shanhai, noting his rank of 63 on the Dao Hall's talented rankings. Like a grasshopper in the autumn, he cannot leap for long. Nailan Shanhai smiled, then entered the ink pavilion, resolute in his intent to uncover who dared to disregard the Nailan family's authority and slay his cousin. The 5th floor combat king had been slain in the arena. Today, Nailan Shanhai sought to avenge this humiliation. This matter transcended the loss of a single life. It was about the dignity of the Nailan family. As he ascended to the 6th floor, he learned that the one who had swept through the 5th floor had already reached the 6th. That individual was the combat king of the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he spotted Xian emerging from the training area. Though the atmosphere concealed one's aura and appearance, Xian had maintained the same visage from the 5th to the 6th floor. This was how he had appeared when he killed the combat king of the 5th floor. Did he truly disregard the Nalan family? Nalan Xianxia observed, astonished that this young man had slain a direct descendant of the Nalan family without altering his appearance, presenting himself so brazenly. Such audacity was commendable. With a smirk, he confronted Xian directly. Shall we engage in a life and death battle in the arena? Xian paused momentarily before nodding. Very well. Chapter 61, The Combat King. The news rapidly spread, stirring a commotion on the 6th floor. Though not densely populated, every individual present was formidable. To ascend to the 6th floor, one must have triumphed over the 5th, and those capable of doing so were typically ranked among the top 100 on the Dow Hall's talented rankings. This place was filled with the elite of the elite. Soon, the crowd gathered in the arena, where two figures stood at the forefront, a diminutive man and a tall youth. I am the combat king of the 6th floor, Nalan Xianxia. Today, we engage in a life and death battle. There shall be no retreat. The short man boldly declared his identity, subsequently revealing his true form, aura, and appearance. This revelation did not incite much discussion. It was no secret that the combat king of the 6th floor belonged to the Nalan family, and most had already surmised with considerable certainty that he was indeed Nalan Xianxia. His announcement merely confirmed their suspicions. However, Nalan Xianxia's direct proclamation of his name was clearly intended to assert the Nalan family's prestige. The slaying of the 5th floor combat king, a direct descendant of the Nalan family, had compromised their authority, and Nalan Xianxia was determined to rectify this. The dignity of a prestigious family must not be trifled with. As his voice echoed, Nalan Xianxia surged forward, raising his fist and delivering a powerful strike. Mountain and sea fist. The air trembled violently, resonating like thunder on a clear day. And all present felt the immense force of that punch, akin to a mountain collapsing or the sea surging. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Intent. Nalan Xianxia had mastered the realm of intent, and it was exceptionally profound. In truth, the 6th floor is not merely a realm of existence. And for Nalan Xianxia to be the combat king of this place, it certainly cannot be a simple matter. Truly, as a combat king, and ranked 63rd on the illustrious list of the exceptional, I cannot withstand this punch, and that young man is doomed. Yet perhaps not. That lad swept through the 5th floor with a single strike, demonstrating an extraordinary prowess that is beyond the ordinary. I believe he must possess a trump card, perhaps capable of enduring 3 blows. I have also received word that his combat prowess, at best, reaches the pinnacle of the divine 3rd level. While Nalan Xianxia is indeed a true 4th level of the divine gate. 3 strikes. Is that not overly optimistic? Before Nalan Xianxia even unleashed his fist, murmurs erupted from the crowd. Once he did strike, the cacophony intensified. Although some held hope for Xian, their discussions merely revolved around how many blows he could withstand. As for victory, that was simply beyond the realm of possibility. How long has it been from the 5th floor to the 6th? What a jest. Look, at this moment, a voice rang out again, as someone fixated on the front, where Xian had raised his fist. The entire audience turned to observe. Yet as they did, their brows furrowed once more. Xian lifted his fist, but there was no palpable surge of might. It felt utterly ordinary. Nalan Xianxia frowned as well, and with that frown, he pressed his fist down with even greater force. The more unusual the situation, the more caution was warranted. He was fierce, yet not careless. With all his strength, he struck. Boom! As this full-force blow descended, the youth below, raising his fist, finally spoke, his fist descending straight down as well. This punch bore no mystical powers, no secret techniques. It was simple and brutal, but with a thunderous crash, as this punch landed, Nalan Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. His intent exploded, his fist trembled violently, and blood splattered forth. His body was flung backward. The entire arena trembled. Boom! Amidst the quaking, Xian's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, his second punch had already struck down. Nalan Xianxia, now pale, unleashed both fists. Crack! As his fists erupted with tremendous force, the sound of shattered bones echoed, and blood gushed forth. His body was not merely thrown back, but shot away. Whoosh! Xian charged forward, his speed surging as the third punch descended. Accompanied by the wails of agony, Xianxia's fist exploded, flesh and blood scattered. There was no stopping it, utterly unstoppable. The force was overwhelming, completely suppressing. Even as he summoned defensive gauntlets, he was still smashed apart by a single blow, fierce as though he were not of this world. Boom! Without pause, Xian followed up with a fourth strike, channeling immense energy, while terror filled Xianxia's eyes. No, it was sheer horror. This fellow should not be on the 6th floor. His combat power transcended several tiers here. Spurt! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, not from the punch itself, but from the force of the punch's wind. The disparity was far too great. Whoosh! In an instant, without uttering a word, a token exploded, and at that moment, his figure became ethereal before vanishing completely. As he disappeared, a thunderous sound erupted, coinciding with Xian's fist descending, causing the void to surge violently. A colossal stone tablet shattered into dust beneath the force of his punch. At this moment, the brilliance of his fist dissipated, and Xian descended, furrowing his brow. Had he fled? The 6th floor, once the time elapsed, would automatically relocate, indicating the existence of an escape mechanism. It was indeed challenging to take a life on the 6th floor. He silently cautioned himself to ensure a decisive strike next time, realizing that his speed still lacked a certain edge. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have evaded him. Taking a deep breath, he turned around to find the onlookers utterly dumbfounded, completely frozen in shock. Under Xian's sweeping gaze, they instinctively recoiled, with some breaking into a profuse sweat. Dominance. Utter dominance. His power was overwhelming, simple yet brutal. Their conjectures and discussions were a far cry from the reality they now witnessed. Xianxia could not withstand this youth's punch. This young man had no place on the 6th floor. Remarkably, Xianxia had invoked secret techniques and even summoned a defensive treasure. Yet this youth merely crushed them with sheer strength. He had not even exerted himself fully. Where exactly lay his limits? It was unfathomable, completely inscrutable. Did this signify my sweeping victory over the Battle Kings? Xian inquired of those around him, and they all nodded in affirmation. He then turned to leave, subsequently sweeping through the cultivation area, the blood vitality zone, and the enlightenment zone, leaving a trail of devastation. The acquired secret techniques and potent spiritual artifacts were promptly sold, netting him a staggering 16 million. His spirit had already reached the 12th rank, and the resources here were insufficient for his replenishment, far inferior to the benefits he gained from battling the vermilion bird on the 3rd floor. Ascending to the 7th floor, Xian reached the pinnacle of this realm, placing himself among the top 50 on the Celestial Talents leaderboard. However, this place could not hinder him. His fists cleared all obstacles, stirring great upheaval on the 7th floor. Then came the 8th floor. Upon reaching this level, Xian sensed some pressure. The 8th floor housed the top 40 in combat strength. His current limit was at the 6th or 7th level of the Divine Gate, at most the 7th. It must be noted that although his realm was not formidable, his blood vitality remained vigorous, and his mastery of it was gradually becoming exquisite. The Battle Qilin and the Battle Vermilion Bird were also amplifying his spirit. His overall strength was continually surging. Moreover, on the 7th floor, he had unleashed the Qilin arm, which was truly formidable, enhancing his combat prowess by several tiers. He could sweep through the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Divine Gate. Xian believed he could contend at the 7th level. He paused in the cultivation chamber of the 8th floor. Meanwhile, outside, news spread like wildfire. Xian had bulldozed through the 6th and 7th floors, ascending to the 8th. Elder Mo-san received the news and abruptly rose to his feet. A formidable demon has arrived. On the 8th floor, has he commenced his rampage? The messenger shook his head. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he proceeded directly to the cultivation chamber. However, the Battle Kings on the 8th floor are on high alert. This individual exudes immense pressure upon them, Mo-san remarked. Keep a close watch, and should the opportunity arise, we shall make an attempt. I must meet this person, for he is worthy of our Mo Pavilion's alliance. The messenger replied, I visited him once along the way, but he declined once more. Mo-san insisted. Offer him benefits until he can no longer refuse. The Mo Pavilion, one of the 4 transcendent entities, operates similarly to a merchant association. yet it boasts numerous formidable experts and prodigies, having garnered many followers. These individuals serve as the MO Pavilion's intangible protection. To forcefully ascend to the 8th floor would propel one into the top 40. Such a person, without a doubt, could one day ascend to the higher realms. And the MO Pavilion naturally seeks to recruit him. Understand. The messenger nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 62. The Secret Art of Sound Waves. On the 8th floor, 6 days had passed. Xian remained in the cultivation chamber, and by the 3rd day, he could completely overpower the vermilion bird, annihilating it. Subsequently, a 9-headed demon lion emerged, the golden 9-headed lion. Towering like a mountain, its body shimmered with golden radiance, exuding unparalleled might, akin to a blinding sun. With a single roar, it shook the earth. Its strength was terrifying. Xian found himself unable to withstand even a single strike, let alone inflict any damage. This was not a solitary encounter. He was swept away 3 times, each clash resulting in a devastating explosion. In desperation, he spent the remaining 3 days refining and absorbing the essence of the vermilion bird, enriching his alchemy and medical skills, while his vitality and cultivation surged. His spirit ascending to the 13th rank. With his spirit advancing further, he began to absorb resources obtained from the 6th and 7th floors, as well as the pure essence from the 8th floor's cultivation chamber. Such treasures as vitality pearls and cultivation orbs served as substantial nourishment. The absorption was endless, akin to devouring and plundering. After acquiring the great Tao guidance technique, he progressed through the 2nd and 3rd layers, significantly accelerating his absorption rate and refining speed. Absorbing the purple Qilin and the vermilion bird, his energy vortex transformed, and the quality of his golden magical seeds continuously upgraded, enhancing his capacity to endure. In truth, Xian had begun to sense that his latent talents were awakening, though he could not pinpoint their source. His cultivation speed was not merely a result of the blood of these divine beasts or spiritual nourishment. It was a leap forward. For instance, during his time in Zhongzhou, while cultivating in the Xianxia Tower, it would often take him months to break through a single level. Yet now, having only recently entered the 2nd layer of the law, the essence he was absorbing had elevated his realm to its peak level. No. Boom. 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 Xianxia aura fluctué violently, transforming into a vortex as the essence within the cultivation chamber vanished in an instant. Though merely a fleeting moment, in that instant, the training chamber transformed into a void, with all its essence being devoured by Xian. His aura surged, shattering all limits. The 3rd level of the law. A breakthrough once more. The resonance of his energy persisted for an extended duration, and Xian's gaze flickered, illuminating with brilliance. He had transcended, ascending to a new realm. With this breakthrough, he felt his strength undergo a fundamental transformation, a torrent of immense power boiling within him. Without rising, Xian directly ascended to the 3rd floor, where radiant golden light erupted from the stone before him, akin to a resplendent golden sun. A roar followed, as the golden light reverberated, shaking the very heavens and the earth. Indeed, the world trembled, and Xian sensed his blood surging, the seeds of his magical essence quivering. With his spirit enduring a tremendous impact, the sound waves were utterly terrifying. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persevered, raising his mighty blade and executing a strike that seemed to sever the heavens. The clash between the 9-headed lion and the blade's brilliance unleashed a cascade of golden energy. But this was not the culmination. The speed of the 9-headed lion was astounding, its pressure immensely formidable, charging forth with a thunderous roar. Xian, however, anticipated its move and deftly evaded. With a 2nd strike, he cleaved again. A 2nd wave of golden energy cascaded forth. Before his breakthrough, he could scarcely land a single blow on the 9-headed lion. Even if he did, it would not have shaken the beast, nor could he have avoided its onslaught. Yet now, he was able to deliver 2 strikes, each inflicting slight damage upon the 9-headed lion. Not delivering a 3rd strike, Xian absorbed the golden energy, and then it erupted, absorbing 2 strands of golden energy from the 9-headed lion. His blood surged mightily, stabilizing his cultivation at the 3rd level of the law. While his spirit soared anew, the inheritance resurfaced in his mind. The secret art of sound waves, the lion's roar. It was indeed a secret technique concerning sound waves. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, a legacy of the Hall of the Great Path, with few relating to sound waves available. How fearsome is the roar of the nine-headed lion? Imagine, during combat, suddenly unleashing a tremendous roar that disrupts the opponent's blood, cultivation, and even their spirit, leaving them momentarily dazed, ripe for annihilation. Xian clenched his fist, a surge of excitement coursing through him. His blade technique encompassed the profound essence of the sky-severing blade technique, coupled with the earthly blade slash. Moreover, in recent days, he had integrated the essence of the 3-foot meteor blade into his repertoire. This would exponentially enhance his striking speed. The earthly blade slash itself was a secret technique. Having absorbed the third inheritance while in central state, its power could rival that of common secret techniques, now rendering it even more formidable. His fist technique, the Xuan arm, could harness his blood and cultivation, delivering a blow that could shatter mountains and rivers. Now, he possessed an additional sound wave. As for his combat prowess, upon leaving this place, Xian's emergence instantly put the few cultivators on the 8th floor on high alert, all bracing themselves. However, Xian paid them no mind and boldly pressed on. With a single punch, he swept through the cultivation area. Subsequently, he arrived at the blood and energy zone, where another punch cleared the space. The estimation of his vitality was alarming, likely surpassing 160,000, perhaps even reaching 170,000. The absorption of the divine beast's aura yielded tremendous benefits for his vitality, utilizing the blood of extraordinary mythical beasts such as the Qilin and the Vermilion Bird. It was said by the Hall Masters that such resources were unattainable in the mortal realm and scarcely available even in the upper realms. In the comprehension zone, Xian seated himself in meditation. This time, he devoted a mere quarter of an hour to fully grasp the essence of the place. The secret arts were once again unveiled. The spiritual nourishment was restored. This time, he opted to consume the spiritual orbs, which proved somewhat beneficial. The secret arts were absorbed as well, 9-fold waves. Such profundity could amplify the potency of the secret arts. Remarkable. Where's the Battle King? Xian inquired as he departed from this place. The occupants of the 8th floor retreated. One of them spoke. The Battle King just left. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Xian, filled with palpable trepidation. Clearly, the Battle King had chosen to avoid confrontation. How then shall I ascend to the 9th floor? Xian queried the individual. The man explained, if the Battle King is absent, a new Battle King will be selected. Should the Battle King evade battle, one may proceed to the fighting arena, where the Battle King's monument resides. There, the strongest combat prowess of the Battle King will be inscribed, and engaging there bears the same significance. Xian nodded, understanding the situation. In truth, during his time on the 5th floor, he had already swept through the Battle King. And upon his departure, the 5th floor was left devoid of the Battle King. Others would strive once more for the title or venture to the monument, where his own displayed prowess would be automatically inscribed. With purpose, Xian headed towards the fighting arena. At that moment, an elder approached. Young master, you may avoid battle. Xian turned to him, recognizing the elder from his previous encounter on the 5th floor, when he had opened the door to the 6th floor, and again encountered him on the 7th. My esteemed elder Mo San wishes to have a word with you. The elder extended the invitation once more. Xian regarded him as the elder continued. With your combat strength, you are undoubtedly invincible on the 8th floor. I presume, upon reaching the 9th floor, you could swiftly sweep through it as well, though the 9th floor may not substantially aid your cultivation. Chapter 63. A shift in attitude. The elder scrutinized Xian, noting his rapid ascension from the 5th floor to the 6th and then to the 7th, all accomplished within mere days to now dominate the 8th floor. Such a person could either be concealing their prowess or recuperating from injuries. As their condition improved, their true strength gradually surfaced. Observing his battles, it was evident that he was overwhelmingly dominant. In reality, his strength was likely much greater than displayed. To venture to the 9th floor held little surprise. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Xian had continuously broken through and grown stronger since arriving at this place of cultivation. To be precise, it had only been a little over 10 days since his entry here. Who could have imagined, who would dare to envision, that such an incredible increase in combat prowess could occur in such a short span? It was truly laughable, a miracle beyond belief. In the present era, the first seat of the Great Dao Hall and the Daozi of the Human Dao Hall is hailed as a prodigy of the ages. However, even he cannot accomplish the impossible. Xian gazed at the elder, who smiled and remarked, Young master, The ninth floor may no longer suffice for your aspirations. Yet, should I ascend to the ninth floor, the rewards could potentially triple. If I were to defeat the Do Wang and shatter the existing records, securing the top position on the ninth floor, I could even attain a five-fold reward. On the eighth floor, I would at least receive a reward exceeding 10 million. The rewards on the ninth floor are no less than 50 million. This does not account for the secret techniques and other benefits. The elder chuckled. Young master, my esteemed elder Xuan holds you in high regard. This 50 million gold crystals is a token of his goodwill. Xianxia observed the elder as a storage ring appeared in the latter's hand, containing the 50 million gold crystals. However, Xianxia declined the offer. He preferred to earn it himself, unwilling to accept such a favor. Accepting benefits entails a cost. The elder smiled once more. This item is a token. With it, you may access the main hall of the Great Dao Hall and borrow a training ground. Xianxia looked on as the elder continued. Even the Dao Pool of the main hall can be utilized for a day. Dao Pool? Before Xianxia could respond, gasps of astonishment echoed around him, followed by envious glances directed at him. The Dao Pool of the main hall absorbs divine essences. It is indeed a true sanctuary for cultivation. Moreover, this is merely one of the benefits of the token. It also grants access to the main hall's training grounds and enlightenment venues, which far surpass the offerings of the ninth floor. Xianxia, however, felt skeptical. The MO Pavilion could lend access to the main hall's training grounds? Our MO Pavilion is the fourth transcendent entity of the human realm. As merchants, we prioritize profit. Our training grounds allow various major forces to engage, naturally forging connections among them. Xianxia pondered and realized the implication. By establishing a branch within the Great Dao Wall, the MO Pavilion had already entered into collaboration with the Great Dao Hall, providing training grounds that generate profit while also offering significant conveniences to the disciples of the Great Dao Hall. There must be mutual understanding. Young master, Elder Xuan is genuinely earnest and wishes to meet with you. The elder extended another invitation, displaying utmost courtesy toward Xianxia. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxia nodded. Very well. He felt that the training ground would not substantially benefit him. Were it not for the potential profit, he could simply cultivate on his own third floor. Surely, borrowing the training grounds from main hall would be far superior to this branch of the MO Pavilion. Right? A Dao pool, absorbing divine essences? Splendid. The elder smiled, bestowing the 50 million upon Xianxia, and then guided him out of the building, traversing the 7th and 6th floors before exiting the 5th. Awaiting them outside the 5th floor was Elder Xuan himself, who had come personally to greet them. However, upon seeing Xianxia's true form revealed, he was utterly dumbfounded. No, he was completely bewildered. The sheer shock overwhelmed him to the point of nearly losing consciousness. His body trembled involuntarily. You? He gazed at Xianxia, struggling to comprehend that this was the same individual who had effortlessly swept through the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, and could even conquer the 9th. This was indeed a person from Zhongzhou, and the most unassuming among them. Elder Xuan, we meet again. Xianxia maintained an impassive expression. When he first arrived, Elder Xuan had looked down upon them from Zhongzhou. Xuan scrutinized Xianxia carefully, noting that his cultivation had only reached the 3rd level of the law, without any concealment. Indeed, it was merely the 3rd level. Of course, this was because Xianxia had not hidden it. Otherwise, the layers within him could mask all traces of his aura, and despite Elder Xuan's strength, he would be unable to discern the truth. Subsequently, Xuan turned his gaze to the elder beside him, who nodded slightly, equally astonished and numbed by the revelation. A great prodigy had emerged from Zhongzhou. The fortunes of Zhongzhou had not waned. This generation was destined to rise to greatness. Ha ha, it seems I have been blind. Young Master Xianxia, please this way. Xuan paused for a moment before extending an invitation to Xianxia, his attitude having made a complete turnaround. However, Xianxia secretly admired this individual. No wonder he could command this division. It was clear he was a person of substance. He could speak appropriately to anyone, adapt his demeanor, and show both humility and strength. Excellent. Xianxia smiled in return, choosing to overlook past grievances. Soon, he followed Xuan into an exquisitely luxurious lounge, where fragrant tea had already been prepared, its aroma wafting through the air. In fact, as Xianxia inhaled the scent, he felt his spirit rejuvenated and utterly at ease. This was enlightenment tea, priceless. Young Master Xianxia, I am truly ashamed. I mistakenly took you, a true dragon for a mere insect. Age has dimmed my vision. Emosen apologized once more. Xian lifted the teacup and took a sip, feeling invigorated, his clarity of mind enhanced. He smiled lightly. Elder, you did not summon me merely to express your apologies, did you? Emosen replied. Young Master Xian, do you have any thoughts on joining my Emo Pavilion? I assure you, the benefits we offer will exceed those of the Grand Hall by at least threefold. After all, my Emo Pavilion is the foremost financial powerhouse in the mortal realm. We are never lacking in resources. Xian regarded Emosen. Elder, you jest. I entered the Grand Hall before I was even a year old, and all my skills have been honed there. How could I betray it? Emosen chuckled. I hold great admiration for you, young Master Xian, and I believe the Grand Master of my Emo Pavilion would feel the same. Xian shook his head. Emosen's expression fell. Talents are rare. This is a loss for my Emo Pavilion. If young Master Xian is unwilling, would you consider becoming a guest elder of my Emo Pavilion? We would provide you with resources regularly, and this would not conflict with your position in the Grand Hall. In fact, some disciples and even elders from the Grand Hall are also guest elders of my Emo Pavilion. Many alchemists from the Sword Palace and Pill Pavilion serve as guest elders here. Xian contemplated. Given the benefits I receive from the elder, it would be reasonable to act as a guest elder while accessing the training grounds of the Grand Hall. Emosen smiled. Xian gazed at Emosen and inquired, is it possible to sweep through the 9 towers and secure a spot among the top 30? Emosen replied, not necessarily, for there are indeed some prodigies among the subchapters. In the last session, the foremost from Qingzhou managed to break into the top 20. The disciples from Lingzhou and Yunzhou are also impressive contenders for the top 30. I've received some news that this year's Qingzhou, Yunzhou, and Lingzhou have also produced formidable figures. Possibly more than one. The resources in these 3 major provinces are abundant, making it quite easy to attract exceptional talents. Xian nodded, and Emosen continued. Are you aiming for the top 30, young Master Xian? Xian shook his head, declaring, I aspire to enter the top 10. Emosen was momentarily taken aback, then cautioned, in that case you must exercise caution as the competition among the top 30 is fierce. The individuals in the top 20 generally possess divine essences, solidifying their foundations and rendering their combat prowess exceptionally formidable. In my division, few have ventured into the top 30. Those in the top 20 are unlikely to even appear. As for the top 10, their training methods remain a closely guarded secret, but it is certain that they have access to the finest resources available in the realm. Moreover, each of them is mentored by powerful beings and accompanied by protectors. Emosen paused to add, you must be aware of the umbrella bearers, young Master Xian. Xian nodded, recognizing them as protectors of the Great Tao Temple. Emosen remarked, those individuals are exceptionally formidable, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Among the top 10, there are indeed those who are guided and sheltered by these protectors. Xian's expression turned serious. However, Emosen reassured him. There is no need for undue concern. You are still young and have abundant opportunities ahead. This year, you can make a name for yourself, and within 3 years, I believe you have a significant chance of entering the top 20. Aiming for the top 10 is also within reach. With a smile, he added in Zhongzhou, one may remain silent, yet when they do speak, they astonish all. At that moment, a cheerful voice resonated, and soon, an elderly man and a young girl entered the opulent lounge. The elder, clad in a purple robe adorned with an embroidered alchemical furnace at its center, was an alchemist. Moreover, his cuffs were embellished with 4 golden flames, signifying a 4th-rank alchemist. Chapter 64, to the main hall. The status of an alchemist is immensely prestigious, and 4th-rank alchemists are exceedingly rare in this world. The elder, dressed in purple, with white hair, bore a remarkably amiable and humble demeanor, his face illuminated by a peaceful smile, making him appear quite approachable. Accompanying him was a girl in a red dress, radiating innocence and vivacity, her round face adorned with a bright smile. Grandfather Emosen, have you missed me? The girl chirped as she entered the room, addressing Emosen sweetly. Emosen rose to his feet. It has only been a month since our last meeting. He then smiled at the elder, Master AI. The elder responded with a smile. The Great Tao Temple's competition is about to commence, so I came to take a look. Yuer insisted on visiting you. Emosen inquired. Is Yuer in need of money again? AI Yuer pouted. What are you talking about, Grandfather Emosen? I only spent a few million last time. Surely. You can't be serious? Emosen regarded her with a slight smirk. I am certainly not your grandfather. Your grandfather is a fourth-tier alchemist, an elder of the Pill Tower, a guest of honor among the major factions, earning billions while reclining in bed for a year. I am merely the master of a modest pavilion, a laborer who takes months to accrue a few tens of millions. Xuan, astonished, pondered the nature of high society. Was it truly possible to spend merely a few tens of millions? Earning such sums in mere months seemed unfathomable. Despite his recent windfall, he understood the ephemeral nature of such fortunes. The MO Pavilion would not grant him another opportunity to profit. Wealth, indeed, is a challenging pursuit. Who are you? Your grandson? You were turned to Xian. I have not heard of you having a grandson. Grandpa MO. He is rather handsome. MO gestured towards Xian. This is young Master Xian, who has come from Zhongzhou to participate in the grand tournament of the Dao Temple. This is Master Song, a fourth-tier alchemist. And that is Xiaoyuer. Xian glanced over and smiled. Zhongzhou, the place that had not seen anyone break into the top 100 for centuries? Yuer blinked her bright, curious eyes at Xian. I sense he possesses a remarkable energy. Montaxan observed Yuer, impressed by her keen perception as a celestial soul body. Of course, my grandfather is a fourth-tier alchemist. How could I be lacking? She replied proudly. The elder in the purple robe turned to Mo San and inquired, is he capable of entering the top 100? Mo San chuckled knowingly. The elder grasped the deeper implications. However, the Mo Pavilion adhered to its own rules. Despite his close relationship with Mo San, there were boundaries that should not be crossed. I offer you a word of caution. The elder's demeanor grew slightly serious. If possible, cultivate a good relationship with Xian. It will not be to your detriment. Mo San stared in disbelief. Song was a fourth-tier alchemist with discerning insight. Song continued, that Xian possesses the potential to become an accomplished alchemist. Mo San was taken aback once more. The potential for alchemy? The mental fortitude required to become an alchemist is formidable, and a fourth-tier alchemist perception is astutely refined. Song's words bore significant weight. Song nodded and added, moreover, his talent is unlikely to be inferior. He may very well rival my own. Establishing a rapport with him could yield immense benefits in the future. Boom! Mo San felt a sudden jolt of realization. Song was not just a fourth-tier alchemist. His alchemical talent could arguably reach the fifth tier. During his middle age, he had befriended Song, extending kindness and assistance, which forged their bond. Now, thanks to Song, the rewards he reaped were astronomical, hundreds, even thousands or tens of thousands of times the initial investment. A fourth-tier alchemist, sought after by noble families and powerful factions alike, wields considerable influence, capable of mobilizing a multitude of adept practitioners with a mere utterance. Moreover, he holds the esteemed position of the head of the pavilion of the Great Wall of the Tao, a role intricately linked to Song. In the past, during the contest for this position, Song summoned 100 deities with a single command, drawing the attention of the Mo Pavilion. I comprehend the situation. Mo San nodded. Thus, his goodwill towards Xian may have been insufficient. Furthermore, he had previously regarded Xian with disdain. Although it appeared resolved, the underlying resentment surely lingered. If someone were to slap him and then offer a handful of sweet dates, he would maintain a facade of indifference. Yet internally, he would undoubtedly harbor some grudges. To dissolve this animosity, one must exhibit sincerity 100-fold. He swiftly arranged for several individuals from Zhongzhou to ascend to the 6th and 7th floors for free cultivation, while also procuring resources to be sent forth. How much should be allocated? Mo San pondered briefly. Let us start with 3 fifth-tier divine herbs per person, instructing them to feel free to claim more once consumed, without mentioning young Master Xian. Meanwhile, after departing from the Mo Pavilion, Xian made his way directly to the Grand Hall of the Great Tao, brandishing his jade token, unperturbed by any potential obstacles. With just over 20 days until the grand competition, he was assured of a position within the top 40, with aspirations to breach the top 30. However, much remained to be achieved. According to Mo San, those within the top 20 had absorbed divine essence for cultivation, rendering their strength formidable. The top 10 were shielded by powerful protectors, even the umbrella bearer himself. Xian's resources were unparalleled, surpassing all in the mortal realm. Yet time was of the essence. Moreover, the terror of the umbrella bearer loomed at the pinnacle of humanity, with those individuals providing guidance and protection, their combat prowess within the top 10 beyond imagination. He could not falter. How formidable they were remained unknown to him. He had merely heard tales, should he allow fear to take root. Clenching his fist, Xian resolved, with over 20 days to cultivate, how could he possibly be inferior to them? He must strive with all his might. Having cultivated a resilient character since childhood, he began fighting for the southern province at the age of 10 and became the chief of the Dao Hall by 16. The sole individual to condense the seed of magical power. His journey through Xianxia had been a sweeping triumph, and now his heart was as transparent as glass. He had to be confident. They were undoubtedly powerful, but he was not necessarily weak. If he succumbed to fear now, nurturing the seeds of dread in future encounters, those seeds would sprout, gradually eroding his spirit of courage and progress, filling his heart with trepidation. Fear is a dreadful adversary, insidiously corroding one's heart. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it completely consumes the self, leading to ruin. Xian, an avid reader, understood many truths and had perused numerous biographies. Many of these narratives were cautionary tales of those who, despite initial ascendance, succumbed to shifts in mindset or unforeseen events, ultimately fading into obscurity. He must not succumb to fear, not fearing failure, but fearing the reluctance to strive. He headed towards the Grand Hall, determined to make his mark. Chapter 65, The Dao Pool. The Grand Hall of the Great Dao in the Mortal Realm. Xian, holding the token of the Ink Pavilion, was naturally unimpeded and granted immediate access to numerous cultivation sites. He made his way directly to the Dao Pool, reputed to be filled with divine essence, the absorption of which greatly benefits one's cultivation. Moreover, within this Grand Hall, access to the Dao Pool was not available to everyone. Only the top 20 could use it freely, while others had to rely on chance. However, upon his arrival, Xian discovered that the Dao Pool was crowded with numerous women, a veritable throng of beauties. As he entered, the women turned their curious gazes upon him, one exclaiming, "Look, a handsome lad has arrived." Wazti had said that no one would be using the Dao Pool today. Another chimed in, "Indeed, I was contemplating shedding my clothes for a swim in the pool. Fortunate I didn't. You could still do so. We wouldn't mind at all. And I dare say our handsome guest wouldn't object either." The ladies chattered playfully, some laughing at Xian and greeting him warmly. Yet, he found their smiles somewhat beguiling and chose not to linger on them. As he approached the Dao Pool, he noticed the water shimmered with a golden hue, exuding ample vapor rich in essence, a rare sight indeed. The Dao Pool, though termed a pool, resembled more of a river, stretching several miles ahead. "This Dao Pool is quite expansive, a voice remarked, with multiple tiers, each spanning a mile. The deeper you venture, the greater the benefits. However, your cultivation level appears rather low. The first tier should suffice for you." The beauties kindly guided Xian. "Thank you, ladies," he replied courteously, stepping into the Dao Pool. He activated his Dao guidance technique and felt an overwhelming surge of essence entering his body, far surpassing the benefits of his previous training at the Ink Pavilion. However, since he could only use it for a day, he did not intend to remain on the first tier, but rather sought to delve deeper. As Xian journeyed further into the Dao Pool, the women exclaimed, "Look, the handsome lad is going deeper. Let us follow him." A dozen women trailed behind him, their astonishment growing as he progressed to the second, then third, and fourth tiers, covering a distance of 7 miles. The 7th tier, Xian contemplated pushing further when a woman in white attire cautioned, "Beyond the 7th tier, a trial awaits. The depths are sealed and require one to unlock them." A formidable challenge. Before her words could fully resonate, Xian unleashed a powerful fist, shattering the barrier at the 7th tier and advancing further. He continued, breaking through the barrier of the 8th tier as well. The women, trailing behind, were left in awe, watching him as he pressed on toward the 9th tier. "This lad is truly remarkable," one of the women gasped. With a resounding impact, Xian breached the barrier of the 9th tier, and just as he was about to step inside, one woman implored, "Handsome lad, could you assist us in entering?" The 9th tier proved too challenging for them to breach. After a moment's contemplation, Xian smiled and replied, "Very well." A dozen individuals promptly followed suit, eager to delve deeper into their cultivation, fully aware of the greater benefits that awaited them. Yet, it was not merely the 9th layer that was unveiled. Xian had opened the 10th layer for them as well. The countenance of the group of beautiful women flushed with excitement. As Xian advanced, the woman in the white dress, who had spoken earlier, remarked, "Little handsome one, you may proceed on your own. We cannot surpass the 10th layer. The essence beyond that point, while potent, is detrimental rather than beneficial. Xian contemplated her words and acknowledged their truth. As they ventured deeper, the essence of this pool not only became abundant, but also escalated in intensity, transforming into a more volatile energy that was not suitable for everyone to absorb. The pool comprised a total of 14 layers, with the 14th representing the limit. However, the essence there was exceedingly fierce, and one needed to exercise caution, as the white-dressed woman advised. Furthermore, once you have absorbed enough here, you can proceed to the divine refinement grounds, where you can expedite the process of refining the essence you have gathered. Very well, see you later. Xian smiled and forcefully shattered the barrier of the 11th layer. Stepping boldly inside, the women behind him were left in awe, recognizing his formidable prowess and extraordinary combat ability. Sisters, let us cultivate first. We have often spent exorbitant amounts to reach merely the 8th layer, unable to breach the 9th layer's barrier. Our little handsome one is truly kind-hearted. Had it been another senior brother or sister, they would not have selflessly facilitated our growth. Xian continued his descent, arriving at the 11th layer, subsequently breaking through the barrier to enter the 12th and 13th layers. Upon reaching this point, Xian sensed an unparalleled richness of essence, with energy surging with fierce intensity, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to absorb. As he approached the final layer, the 14th, he raised his fist and unleashed 3 powerful strikes, finally breaking through the barrier leading to the 14th layer. Upon entering, he discovered an immense pool, its waters shimmering with golden brilliance. After absorbing its essence, he felt as though he was enveloped in a warm spring. This is splendid, far surpassing the cultivation grounds of the Ink Pavilion, Xuan exclaimed joyfully, immediately entering a state of cultivation. The golden waters surged into his body, creating whirlpools within the pool. And Xian realized that the energy at the bottom was even more explosively abundant. Without hesitation, he shed his outer garments and sank to the pool's depths, sitting cross-legged to absorb the essence. After a day, the amount he had absorbed was staggering, exceeding what he had gathered over several days at the Ink Pavilion. However, this time, his rate of refinement could not keep pace with his absorption, leaving a considerable amount of unrefined essence within him. One day is sufficient. I cannot afford to linger here any longer. I can no longer continue absorbing. Xian halted his absorption, closing off his breath and the pores of his body to prevent any further essence from entering. He then spent half an hour stabilizing the energy within him. Once he completed this, he slowly rose from the pool's depths, surfacing to take a deep breath of fresh air. As he breathed, Xian suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He froze for a moment, then turned sharply to look. There stood a woman in a plain skirt, whose beauty was striking. At that moment, she had loosened the ribbons of her outer garment, which had slipped down considerably, revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin. She gazed at Xian, and he returned her look, but suddenly her expression turned frigid, a glint of murderous intent igniting in her eyes. Xian, taking the initiative, shouted, "Ah, what are you staring at? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" The woman, momentarily taken aback, was left speechless. In typical circumstances, shouldn't it be the woman who screams in such a situation? Have you seen enough? I'm not wearing any clothes. Xian exclaimed again, standing up abruptly. The woman's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, hastily putting her outer garment back on. Just as she was about to turn back, a resounding crash echoed. When she did turn, Xian had already broken through the barrier and dashed out. She was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening. Shameless. She immediately pursued him. But Xian had already breached the next barrier, speeding away with remarkable swiftness. By the time he reached outside the Dao pool, the woman in the plain skirt had failed to catch up with him. The boy had vanished without a trace. Scoundrel. Chapter 66. The Star Palace. Xian ran quite a distance before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. That woman, who appeared both grand and strikingly pale, was indeed formidable. In that fleeting moment, when her killing intent subtly emerged, Xian felt a chill run down his spine. She was remarkably powerful. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have faced a beating. Xian quickly distanced himself from that area, his heart growing wary. This place truly harbored experts, very strong ones. He was certainly not their match at present. In the divine refining ground, Xian recalled the white-dressed woman's advice. After the Dao pool had absorbed enough energy, he should head to the divine refining ground to assist in the absorption. Xian inquired and soon found the location. In this expansive valley, Several disciples were engaged in cultivation. The valley was dotted with towering pillars, each topped with a stone platform. Xian contemplated for a moment, then revealed his token and soared into the air, landing on one of the stone platforms atop a pillar. As he settled into a meditative posture, his expression shifted in astonishment. Waves of energy surged around him, crashing like water ripples. This rhythmic impact caused his blood and qi to tremble violently, awakening the magical seeds within him. Consequently, the essence he absorbed was refined at an extraordinary pace. This was Dao Shock. Xian was taken aback. The Dao Shock not only accelerated the refining process, but also purified his body, swiftly eliminating impurities. It was akin to the blacksmithing process: constant impacts, relentless refinement, discarding the dross, leaving only the essence behind. Indeed, it is contingent upon one's resilience and cultivation. Should an ordinary practitioner of the law realm venture here, they would likely be shattered upon impact. The force of a single collision with the Dao tremor is exceedingly difficult to withstand. This is precisely why this place is referred to as the divine refinement ground. Those beneath the divine gate cannot harness its power. However, Xian is no ordinary individual. His magical energy rivals divine power, and his physical form is significantly more formidable than that of an average divine gate practitioner. The Grand Hall is indeed a place of great significance. Had I possessed the assistance of this divine refinement ground earlier, I cannot fathom the extent to which my vitality would have surged. My progress in cultivation would have been substantially accelerated. Immediately, he closed his eyes. As the Dao tremor circulated, guiding the great Dao, the essence within his body flowed continuously, rapidly absorbing and refining it. In a short while, he resonated in harmony with the Dao tremor, each breath perfectly synchronized with its rhythm. This is an accomplishment beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In merely 3 days, Xian had completely refined and absorbed the essence from the Dao pool, solidifying his foundation in the process. Moreover, his spirit appeared to have become significantly more focused under the influence of this Dao tremor. It is undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation. In these recent days, my progress has indeed been astonishingly swift. My foundation is inevitably somewhat superficial. Although I have engaged in continuous battles, there remain hidden dangers. However, with this Dao tremor, I have effectively eradicated those concerns. It is no wonder that the individuals of the Grand Hall possess a solid foundation and formidable combat prowess. Cultivating in such a place is bound to yield strength. In these 3 days, the essence he absorbed surpassed what he would have gathered in over 10 days at the Ink Pavilion, and he had fully refined it, reaching the mid-stage of the third law. Yet this was not his ultimate goal. With a thought, he ascended to the 3rd floor, whereupon the 9-headed lion roared, accompanied by a blinding golden light akin to the sun, crashing toward him. Without hesitation, Xian charged directly at it, resulting in a powerful explosion that released a shower of golden light, allowing him to absorb the ensuing energy flow. After the eruption, Xian re-entered for a second, and then a third impact, continuously colliding with the divine beast, which naturally fortified his physique and significantly enhanced his resistance to strikes. Resistance to impact is crucial. In battles between experts, it often becomes a contest of who can endure a few more blows. Following these collisions, he began to employ his body techniques, sword techniques, and Xilan arm, engaging in combat to hone his skills. After absorbing a sufficient amount of essence, he utilized the Dao tremor to commence refining, solidifying his foundation, steadily advancing in cultivation, and enhancing his vitality. Simultaneously, he diligently contemplated the lion's roar secret technique, even engaging in a fierce exchange of roars with the 9-headed lion. Though he faced defeat, the benefits were immense. The sound waves, transmitted through qi, can be considered a rudimentary form of sound wave divine ability, requiring significant mastery over one's cultivation. The lion's roar is even more potent. Such exchanges of roars greatly benefit his control over his cultivation. After half a month, boom! As the aura within Xian surged, he opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. With a resounding eruption, his cultivation level surged, and his vitality trembled violently. 4th Law Realm. Vitality reached 180,000. After all, he had always absorbed the essence of divine beasts, swiftly refining it with the aid of the Dao Shock land, transforming it into his own energy. It was nearly sufficient. His realm had ascended once more, although the effects of the Dao Shock land had diminished considerably for him. As his cultivation deepened, the influence of the Dao Shock would inevitably wane. For half a month, Xianxia's training was not dictated by whims, but rather aligned with the diminishing effects of his sacred land on him. Now, its potency had significantly weakened. Rising from his meditative state, Xian cast a glance around. The disciples coming and going were numerous, yet everyone seemed engrossed in their own cultivation, paying him little heed. "Ah, it's you." A melodic voice rang out, and Xian beheld a girl in a red dress approaching with a smile. He had encountered her once at Imo-san's place. No wonder he had been unable to find her. She had been hiding here in the Dao Shock land for her training. As the fragrant breeze wafted past him, Aiyu drew nearer. Xian smiled. "My lady, do you seek me for something of importance?" "Ayu hit. I merely heard from Grandpa Imo-san that you had come to the main hall for cultivation, and since I was also coming, I thought to accompany you. By the way, where have you been?" Xian replied, "I first went to the Dao pool, and then I have been honing my foundation here in the Dao Shock land." Aiyu remarked, "You must have suffered a significant loss. There are many miraculous places for cultivation in this main hall, and you have missed a great deal by spending half a month in the Dao Shock land." Xian responded, "It has been quite beneficial for me. The assistance from the Dao Shock land surpasses that of some other essence cultivation sites." "Cool, me. Let us head to the Star Palace," Aiyu suggested, her eyes sparkling. The Star Palace is no less formidable than the Dao Pool. It offers numerous advantages and can also temper one's Dao heart. Xian considered her words before following her, as he was not very familiar with the surroundings. While Aiyu seemed to navigate them with ease. "Are you a disciple of this main hall?" Xuan inquired. Aiyu shook her head. "No, I am from the Pill Tower. However, my grandfather holds some influence, allowing me to cultivate in places like the Mo Pavilion or this great Dao Hall. Occasionally, I also visit the Sword Palace, but my grandfather's standing there is lesser, so their attitude towards me is not particularly favorable, hence I seldom go." Xian expressed his envy. "How fortunate. You have access to all 4 transcendent cultivation sites. Here we are," Aiyu announced as they approached a grand jet-black hall, perched atop a lofty peak. Xian followed her up the mountain and entered the hall, instantly feeling as though he had stepped into the cosmic expanse. Surrounding them, it truly appeared as if great stars were in motion. Chapter 67, Chief Dao Shadow. Xian stood amidst this celestial wonder, his feet seemingly treading upon the void as the great stars revolved around him, with many more spinning in the distance. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. The Star Palace was exceedingly profound, rumored to have a connection with the main hall's master. It comprised 9 levels, aptly named the 9 layers of starry sky. The master she referred to was the supreme leader of the entire Great Dao Hall, typically known as the master of the mortal realm in ordinary circumstances. Did you behold those magnificent stars? Their movements encapsulate the profound mysteries of the cosmos, and the celestial patterns upon them embody formidable powers, even secret arts. Xian discerned that there were many stars here, seemingly erratic in their rotation, yet concealing immense profundities. Each star bore intricate patterns, each representing a legacy engraved within, offering great benefits to those who could comprehend them. The first layer was too feeble. "Let us ascend to higher realms." Aiyu smiled at Xian and moved forward. Xian followed suit, the two of them soaring through the cosmic expanse, feeling an extraordinary wonder as they floated to the upper levels. In the second layer, numerous disciples were seated in meditation before the grand stars, contemplating the mysteries therein. However, the grandeur evoked by the 4 characters of the city gate was not matched here, nor in the 3rd or 4th layers. "Are you not astonished?" Aiyu inquired with curiosity. "When I first arrived, I was utterly awestruck. It is simply too beautiful and magnificent. You appear weak, yet you are indeed strong. And your Dao heart is commendable, even surpassing mine." Xian offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate, yet he was acutely aware of the truth. "I witnessed that light traversing the starry sky. That expanse is truly vast and boundless. Here, it pales in comparison and cannot stir my heart. This realm was merely a crafted imitation of the starry void, lacking the overwhelming impact of the genuine." He perceived it as if it were real, as though he were immersed within it. "Let us ascend to the 5th layer. That is the limit we can reach. Beyond that, only the top 20 elites of this hall may venture." Aiyu guided Xian to the next level. The 5th layer represented the utmost limit visible to them. With agility, Aiyu advanced, her red dress billowing like an ethereal fairy amidst the stars. Behold, this very star. I previously contemplated its mysteries here. It could only grasp a mere fragment. Standing before the colossal star, the girl appeared diminutive. Xian approached, and AI Yuera remarked, "The patterns upon this star harbor an extraordinarily powerful secret art. I spent 3 days deciphering it, only skimming the surface." Xuan, who was transfixed by the star's patterns. Gradually, his vision narrowed, and the star seemed to shrink, its luminous patterns becoming vividly apparent. Suddenly, after a quarter of an hour, the star quaked, and its brilliance intensified, enveloping Xian in radiant light. AI Yueker widened her eyes, soon finding herself ensconced in the starlight, from which a shriek escaped her lips. My heavens, a prodigy! This enveloping sensation persisted for half an hour before the starlight receded. Xian proclaimed, 10 stars have fallen. AI Yuera regarded him with astonishment. Indeed, it is 10 stars that have fallen. I toiled for 3 days to glean but a hint, yet you comprehended it so swiftly? How much did you grasp? All of it. Xuan replied. I was left speechless. With a thumbs up directed at Xian, she exclaimed, "What a genius! Despite being a celestial soul body, my comprehension seems to pale in comparison to yours. What sort of constitution do you possess? Is it a minor primordial soul or a major primordial soul?" Xian shook his head. An ordinary constitution. AI Yuera found this hard to believe. A celestial soul body was formidable, unparalleled in comprehension, and certainly far superior to her own. There was no way it could be an ordinary constitution. "Could you teach me?" After her initial shock, AI Yuera gazed sweetly at Xian. "After all, I was the one who brought you here, otherwise. You wouldn't even know of this treasure land. I can pay you, but please don't be too greedy." Xuan chuckled. "I'll offer it to you for free." He had already mastered this secret technique, not merely a first grade, but a second grade secret art, on par with the Qilan arm, and it could even be combined with it for greater effect. Xian articulated the essence of the technique, although he could not fully impart all that he had learned. It nonetheless provided immense inspiration to AI Yuera. "Thank you so much," she exclaimed, playfully patting Xian's shoulder. "We are now brothers. How about we become sworn siblings?" Xian smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze deeper into the expanse, his eyes narrowing as he observed dozens, if not hundreds, of stars rotating together, resembling a grand, celestial map. This was the star gate of this realm, inaccessible to outsiders. Only those of noble blood could unlock it, and among the current generation, only the chief disciple had succeeded in doing so. As AI Yuera walked alongside Xian toward the star map, she continued, "That chief disciple is incredibly formidable. He is the only apprentice of the Lord of the human realm, renowned as the eternal prodigy, a top-tier figure throughout the entire realm. My grandfather insists he is destined for the upper realm, and it will happen this year. Did you know that this fellow is almost a generational powerhouse? The second strongest in the Hall of the Great Path cannot withstand even a single strike from him." Xian was absorbed in the star map. As he gazed upon it, his blood began to boil once more. The star map trembled violently, and under such vibrations, Xian's blood resonated as if it were ablaze. AI Yuera's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a flash of light emerged from the star map, revealing a young man in a blue robe with long hair. Exuding an ethereal aura, his eyes like bright stars, now fixed upon Xian, an immense aura erupting forth. The Tao shadow of Xianxia. AI Yuera gasped in astonishment. With a resounding boom, the apparition stepped forth from the star map, and in the next moment, he raised his fist and launched a powerful strike toward Xian. This blow was akin to the cataclysmic rending of heaven and earth, causing the fifth layer to tremble violently. Without hesitation, Xian activated his blood and energy, meeting the oncoming fist of the apparition with a powerful counterstrike. "No!" AI Yuera cried out, but as her voice echoed, Xian's fist had already collided fiercely with the glowing fist. The earth-shattering collision reverberated, intensifying the tremors of the fifth layer exponentially. The rotation of the larger stars seemed affected, and some smaller celestial bodies exploded into fragments. Following this, Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was violently thrown back, with AI Yuera also being propelled away in the aftermath. The aftershocks were immense. Yet amidst the retreat, Xian coughed up blood, his figure flickering as he surged forward once more, delivering a second punch that struck down with a thunderous force. The silhouette of the fist descended again, leading to a second collision. With a splatter, more blood spewed forth, and Xian was sent flying. However, after being propelled backward, he charged forth again, executing a third punch that landed heavily upon the shadowy fist. The clashes continued for a total of 5 times. Xian spat blood repeatedly. Yet the shadowy figure shattered. Stod, utterly dumbfounded. With a resounding crash, Xian took a decisive step, his foot entering the star map, plunging directly into its depths. In an instant, his expression shifted, and he abruptly withdrew his foot. Something was amiss. Chapter 68. Your abilities are formidable. Xian's body retreated sharply, and in the next moment, the 5 layers trembled violently, causing all the great stars to radiate blinding brilliance. This was not confined to this level. The 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st layers echoed the same phenomenon. Indeed, even beyond the star map, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and even the 9th layers resonated with a thunderous quake. It was as if they sensed something. Let us go. Xian felt a sense of foreboding and hastily retreated, with AI completely awestruck by the terrifying spectacle, quickly following suit. They even exited the main hall altogether, for it was not only the star hall that trembled. The great Dao Hall also experienced a subtle quaking, and deep within, the suspended Dao drums resounded with a thunderous boom. It was as though they were responding to something. What was happening? What exactly transpired? Many rushed into the Star Hall, incredulously observing the unfolding events. Soon, numerous elders arrived, ascending to the 5th layer in one breath, their expressions growing solemn. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended, and a man clad in blue robes appeared, gazing ahead. His eyes narrowed as he stepped into the star map, only to emerge shortly after. No Dao imprint? Senior Brother Xuan. Upon his appearance, many disciples clasped their fists in reverence, while some elders regarded this blue-robed man with profound humility. He was Xianxia, the head of the Dao Hall. Xianxia's demeanor was grave. The Dao imprint he had left here was shattered by someone, causing a resonance throughout the entire Star Hall. Even the Dao drums were vibrating. When he ascended to the 5th layer to break through his limits and carve the Dao imprint, he had never achieved such a feat. Who could it be? In a flash, he departed, heading directly to the Dao Peak where the human hall master resided. At that moment, everything felt isolated. The individual who shattered your Dao imprint left no trace of their own. The voice of the human hall master echoed, laced with suspicion. Who is it? Who could it be? Xianxia furrowed his brow. Master, you once mentioned that the invincible ones resonated with all. The human hall master remained silent for a moment. It is the inheritor of the invincible Dao, akin to you. Furthermore, they are the inheritor of the great Dao. The existence of the invincible resonators is not a mere illusion. They do indeed exist within this realm. However, those worthy of being called inheritors of the great path are exceedingly rare. Do not be disheartened. You too are an inheritor of the great path, albeit merely a reflection that has been shattered. This is of little consequence. Focus on your cultivation. Your ambition transcends merely achieving first place in this contest of the Dao. It is to ascend to the pinnacle of the beacon tower. The voice of the Lord of the human realm reverberated, prompting Xianxia to contemplate momentarily before returning a respectful salute and departing the scene. Who could this individual be, this inheritor of the great path that instills such terror, surpassing even Xianxia in dominance? The Lord of the human realm murmured, feeling a weight upon his heart. Undoubtedly, the foremost figure in the Dao Hall is Xianxia, a formidable force of his generation, far surpassing the strength of the second. Could that individual be from the Dao Hall, the Sword Palace, the Ink Pavilion, the Pill Tower, or perhaps the scion of an ancient lineage? In the realm of humanity, there exists a spectrum of strength among families, such as the Nalan clan, steeped in 3,000 years of heritage, or the Chu clan, boasting a legacy of 3,000 to 4,000 years, with even older families that have passed down their teachings through the ages. The Xuan family, in fact, belongs to this ancient lineage. This time, Xianxia has truly encountered a worthy adversary. With a wave of his hand, a figure emerged. The Lord of the human realm instructed, "You go and spread the word. The contest of the Dao is about to commence. Activate the 9-fold battle stage." Meanwhile, Xian and AI had left the main hall, walking a considerable distance away. AI exclaimed in astonishment, "You are truly remarkable." Xian glanced at her, despite having sustained injuries and coughing up blood from several blows. He found himself not gravely harmed, merely superficial wounds. The blood, though abundant, was a trivial matter. He could endure it, even if it meant having to chew on a lion's share. As for the 5th level, over the years, only Xianxia had managed to enter through his own merit, thus etching his past reflection there. Xuan remarked, "You actually shattered his past reflection. After all these years, you're the first to do so." She continued, "In this contest of the Tao, securing a spot in the top 20 is assured, and you might even have a chance to break into the top 10. She looked at Xian. "You from the Central Continent are truly impressive." However, Xian was not as elated. Although the reflection was formidable, he felt that it had yet to pose a genuine threat to his life. It was not a matter of life and death just yet. "What realm is the first person in now?" Xuan inquired. Xuan responded, "Do not dwell on it. Though you have shattered the reflection, it does not represent the current Xianxia. Achieving the top 20 is already commendable. Striving for the top 10 would be remarkable. As for first place, it is but a fanciful dream." Xian chose not to elaborate further. Xuan produced a purple sachet and said, "Here, this is for you. If you teach me the 10 stars fall technique, I will owe you a favor." Xian regarded the purple sachet, and Xuan explained, "This is a fragrance crafted by my grandfather. It can invigorate the spirit. It may not be the finest of items, but it is still quite beneficial." With that, she promptly handed it to Xian. As they conversed, they arrived outside the ink pavilion, with Xian fixated on the sachet. Sensing its aroma truly had the capacity to awaken the spirit, making it a valuable companion for tranquil contemplation and understanding of the Tao. At that moment, Xianxia and others also emerged, and upon seeing Xian, Xuan, and the sachet, Xianxia's expression darkened. Nanhu cradled his head and quietly approached Xuan, whispering, "Brother, didn't we agree not to be so public about this?" Xuan, however, responded with nonchalance, "Do not misunderstand. This is Miss Xuan, a new friend I met at Maga." Nanhu lowered his head and retorted, "You have already given her a token of your affection. I cannot believe your feeble excuses." Xuan glanced at the fragrant pouch. Just then, Xianxia approached, observing Xuan and then Xuan, remarking, "While I acknowledge this, could you please not rush things? It is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding." Xuan assured her. Xianxia inquired, "Is it just her?" Xuan replied, "Only her, no. There is not a single one." As his words hung in the air, 7 women approached from a distance, the same group he had encountered at the Tao Hall. The 7, radiant and graceful, clad in colorful skirts, were spotted from afar when the woman in white exclaimed, "Little handsome, we truly have a destiny." Nanhu stepped aside, facing the wall, while Xuan scoffed, "What a scoundrel." Xuan crossed her arms, wearing a half-smile. Xuan seemed to sense something, smiling silently. Xianxia, however, wore a stern expression. "The 7 fairies? You are indeed impressive." Xuan, feeling awkward, looked at the approaching 7 and asked, "Ladies, what brings you here?" The woman in white replied, "We were sent by the elder to inform the branches that today the 9-fold battle platform opens for observation." Xuan quickly waved goodbye. "You all be busy. Let us play together again sometime." The women in white laughed, and one in a floral skirt added, "Thank you for last time. We truly enjoyed it." Xuan internally exclaimed, "Please don't say such things." After that, the women departed, still laughing. Yet Xianxia regarded Xuan with an inscrutable expression. "It seems your capabilities are indeed formidable." Xuan, feeling flustered, remained silent. At that moment, their jade tokens chimed, and yet Xianxia glanced at Xuan before ascending swiftly towards the main hall. Zuiqiu, Nanhu, and Xuan followed suit. "I will first seek my grandfather, and then I shall proceed to the Tao Hall. Good luck." Xuan said to Xuan, her smile playful. Without a word, Xuan hurried after Xianxia and the others. Soon, they arrived outside the Tao Hall, where the hall master Yin Qingfeng, Thunder God, and Jiang Liuli awaited them, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the group. Jiang Liuli turned to Xianxia and asked, "Which level did you train at?" Xianxia replied, "The 9th level." Zuiqiu, Nanhu, and Xuan nodded in agreement. "We also went to the 9th level." Yin Qingfeng and the others frowned. Zuiqiu remarked, "As for Ma San, I am baffled. Initially, he treated us with disdain, but then his attitude shifted dramatically, allowing us free access above the 6th level, without charge. We even received numerous divine herbs from it. This was quite surprising. Originally, Zuiqiu and the others suspected a conspiracy, yet until the end, Maga's attitude remained exceptionally cordial. "What about you?" Jiang Liuli directed her gaze at Xuan. As Xian was about to speak, Xianxia interjected. He has gone to find the 7 fairies. Xian remained silent. Chapter 69. The 9-tiered battle platform. Zhang Liuli fixed her gaze on Xian, and after a long pause remarked, "No wonder your progress is minimal." Yi Qingshan, Nanhu, and Chulan were all nearing the pinnacle of the Law King realm, while Zhuqiu had reached the 2nd tier of the Divine Gate, albeit with limited advancement. Given Zhuqiu's innate talent, his combat prowess was far beyond that. The only one lagging behind was Xian, who was still at the 4th tier of the Law realm. Xian contemplated a rebuttal, but recalled Zhang Liuli's words. Reasoning with a woman was tantamount to courting disaster. "My apologies," he conceded, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Both Zhang and Yi, his masters, scoffed before turning to walk towards the main hall. Xian and his companions followed suit. Yan Xingfeng spoke up. "Regardless of MOG's intentions, you have reaped the benefits. We shall descend to the 9-tiered battle platform, where the Dao competition will take place in a few days." The group quickened their pace, as elders and disciples from various states also rushed towards the depths of the venue. Eventually, they arrived in an expansive square, at the forefront of which loomed a colossal staircase. Each tier resembled a grand plaza, culminating in a total of 9 tiers ascending from the ground. The Thunder God declared, "The rules of the competition are straightforward. The higher you stand on the staircase, the better your ranking." Zhuqiu inquired, "Shall we start from the 1st tier?" The Thunder God shook his head. "We are not yet qualified to ascend the staircase." The crowd reacted with surprise. The Hall Master explained, "In recent years, only the previous competition allowed us to challenge the staircase, but we were obstructed by those from Blue State. This time the same applies." As the Hall Master's words echoed, a group clad in blue robes approached. "Blue State," the leading man proclaimed. "Once again, you from Central State are unqualified to ascend the platform." After speaking, they cast disdainful glances at Xian and his companions before turning to leave. "What should we do about them?" the Hall Master asked, his expression darkening. The group remained silent, but Nanhu remarked, "Indeed, the leader has likely reached the 2nd tier of the Divine Gate, but I can easily defeat him." Zhuqiu, Chulan, and Yi Qingshan echoed, "Easily defeat." The Hall Master nodded, then turned his attention to Xian, who was already gazing at the pinnacle of the staircase. "Is it the topmost tier where the top 10 reside?" The Hall Master shook his head. "No. The pinnacle of the battle platform is reserved for a single individual, the Chief of the Hall. The highest tier of the staircase accommodates only one, exclusive to the Chief. Do not overthink. Our goal this time is to break into the top 100. Achieving this will make you benefactors of Central State." The Hall Master looked at them intently. "All right, spend the next few days comprehending the Dao beneath this battle platform. Familiarize yourselves with this place. We shall commence battle in 3 days." Yi Qingshan and the others nodded. At that moment, a chilling gaze fell upon them, causing Hall Master Yan Xingfeng, the Thunder God, and Zhang Liuli to tense up. The source was an elderly man accompanied by several individuals, all of whom regarded Xian and his companions with cold disdain. The elder paused momentarily and commanded, "Eliminate that boy." The old man before them was none other than Chu Mu. He had encountered him upon entering the city, coinciding with the moment when Xian crushed Chu Feng of the Chu family. A few disciples exchanged disdainful glances, the leading man regarding Xian as if he were a mere corpse, dismissing him with a thought, "Just a trivial figure from the Central Plains? One hand could crush him." Chu Long whispered, "Chu Long is formidable. Exercise caution. Remember, eliminate him." As the members of the Chu family retreated, a second group approached. This was the Nalan family. Among them was the head of the Nalan clan, Nalan Hao, who cast a gaze filled with overwhelming hatred towards Xian. "For the death of Nalan, you had nearly cost him his position within the main clan. The way you killed my brother, I shall repay you in kind." From the Nalan family, a diminutive man and a strikingly beautiful woman stepped forward. The woman, Nalan Fenghua, was Nalan Yu's elder sister, her demeanor icy. The small man was Nalan Shanhai, the very one who had nearly been crushed by Xian on the 6th floor. Unaware of the specifics, he looked down upon the weakened Xian with scorn. "I genuinely fail to understand how one so weak as you could dare provoke the Nalan family." "You will come to understand," Xian replied with a faint smile. Nalan Shanhai fixated on Xian, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in the smile, the gaze, and the voice. But it was fleeting. He smirked and followed the others from the Nalan family away. Disciples from various regions gathered in this place, occupying a section of the plaza. Some had already settled into a meditative posture, commencing their final preparations. Only 3 days remained. These days must not be squandered. Be cautious. Yin Qingfeng's expression turned grave. With these powerful families watching, this round would prove far more challenging than anticipated. Ji Xian and the others nodded. Then each sat down to meditate for their final push. In Ji Xian's hand was a fragrant pouch, from which a soothing aroma emanated, capable of bringing tranquility and facilitating enlightenment. An invaluable gift from AI Yuer. Utilizing this, he cleared his mind of distractions, and a profound technique began to unfold within his consciousness. The 10 stars falling. This second-grade secret art was on par with the Qilan arm and could be seamlessly integrated for enhanced efficacy. The fusion of divine abilities would amplify their power, as demonstrated when the Sword of Heaven's severance merged with the earth-shattering strike, transcending its original form. Immersed in this pursuit, he comprehended the essence of this grand technique within a day and even ventured to the 3rd floor to practice it in earnest. Confronting the 9-headed golden lion, thunderous roars resonated throughout the 3rd floor as Ji Xian raised his fist, unleashing 10 colossal beams of fist light, akin to 10 stars crashing down. These strikes were accompanied by the mighty roar of a Qilan, with the techniques of the Qilan arm synergizing with the essence of the 10 stars falling, creating the 10 stars Qilan technique. Moreover, amidst the battle, he continuously absorbed vitality, blood essence, cultivation, spirit, and even the deeper mysteries of the sound wave secret art. Lion's roar. 2 days later, he had reached a point where he could contend evenly with the 9-headed lion, standing shoulder to shoulder with it. By the 3rd day, he was already capable of easily suppressing the 9-headed lion. A tremendous surge of combat power. On this fateful morning, the resounding drum of the Tao temple reverberated, its mighty echoes awakening all from slumber. The grand competition had commenced. Yin Qingfeng clenched his fist, and Thunder God was equally exhilarated. Jiang Liuli remarked, "As per our usual protocol, safeguarding our lives takes precedence, while rankings follow. Let us advance." The group nodded in agreement, ready to proceed. But Yin Qingfeng interjected, "Remember, battles are also dictated by time. As you ascend the combat stage, take brief respite after each round. Do not rush incessantly upward. Continuous fighting will deplete anyone's stamina. You may rest in between." With a serious gaze, he fixed his eyes on Ji Xian and the others. "The future of Zhongzhou hinges upon your shoulders. I am grateful to you all." With that, he clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply. Thunder God followed suit, expressing hope. The 5 of them represented the final beacon of hope. Ji Xian and his companions clenched their fists resolutely. This battle held immense significance. They could only triumph, never falter. Onward. Chapter 70. The battle commences. Boom, boom, boom. With the tolling of the bell, all disciples surged forward, propelled by an overwhelming aura, directly ascending the combat stage. At the pinnacle stood a figure clad in azure robes, proudly commanding the scene. The chief of the Tao Temple, the earthly Tao child, Xuan Xianxia. He claimed the foremost position. On the 2nd tier, 10 individuals stood, the top 10 of the main hall, yet they scarcely cast a glance towards the figure above. It was daunting. The chief of the Tao Temple was unparalleled in strength. Upon surveying the area, he departed swiftly, leaving the first battle stage vacant. But still, no one dared to step forth. That place belonged solely to him, and only he could occupy it. The battle commenced. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted, with the elders of the main hall making their presence known, their voices booming throughout the venue. More individuals surged forward. Simultaneously, within the Zhongzhou Tao Temple, Xianxia, accompanied by several elders and disciples, sat before a white jade stone wall, which shimmered like rippling water, reflecting the scene of the competition. Instantly, Xianxia and the others wore solemn expressions. This battle held colossal implications. In the southern province, Lin Xuan had been sleepless for 3 days and nights. Initially, southern province lacked qualification, but with Ji Xian's presence in Zhongzhou, an extraordinary talent, alongside the equally remarkable Yi Qingshan, their participation had granted southern province this honor. Before the white jade stone wall, Lin Xuan, along with the elder of southern province and various disciples, sat with a mix of worry and fervor in their gazes. Yi Sihai had also arrived, equally excited as he observed. "Senior brother Ji, senior sister Yi, they're over there," cried a disciple, spotting Ji Xian and the others. They strode onto the grand plaza, their battle spirit soaring. "Young one, you must excel," Lin Xuan exclaimed, fiercely clenching his fist, already sweating with anticipation before the battle had even begun. Such exhilaration, Indeed, for the people of Southern Province to reach this point was a momentous honor. They had arrived. As Xian and his companions ascended the Grand Plaza, they strode purposefully towards the battle stage ahead, while fierce clashes erupted around them. In the midst of their advance, 5 figures emerged before them, those from the Blue State. The leader of the Blue State disciples, a practitioner of the second realm of the Divine Gate, regarded Xian and his group with a smirk, remarking, "In the previous tournament, my Blue State annihilated all of your Central State. This time, it shall be no different." However, no sooner had his words left his lips than the sound of an explosive shockwave erupted. South Tiger was the first to charge forward, raising his fist to deliver a tremendous blow. The Blue State man chuckled, but as South Tiger's fist descended, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock and horror. In an instant, he summoned all his spiritual power, but it was too late. South Tiger's fist shattered through his defenses, splattering blood and pulverizing flesh. One punch, and it was over. The disciples of the Blue State were momentarily paralyzed with fear, yet it was fleeting. South Tiger moved like lightning, unleashing a flurry of punches. In mere breaths, the Blue State was obliterated. The leaders and elders of the Blue State stood in stunned disbelief, utterly shocked by the overwhelming strength of the Central State disciples. Their expressions turned fierce, yet they dared not make a move. The Blue State was completely annihilated. Continue. Yin Xingfeng and the others were invigorated, sensing a glimmer of true hope, but soon their tension returned. "You all go ahead," Xian urged Zuiqiu and the others. Ahead, several figures approached. Nalan Shanhai and Nalan Fenghua of the Nalan family, along with the tall figure of Chu Long and a man clad in black. The 4 stood in their way. Just as Xian was about to speak, Yi Qingshan drew her sword and struck out decisively. Battle. Sao Te Taigo, Zhu Lan, and Zuiqiu did not hesitate. Their auras erupted as they charged into the fray, united in their assault. Xian grinned, "Then let us fight." With a flash, he vanished, reappearing before Nalan Shanhai. The latter smirked, "You have quite the audacity." Without further ado, Xian advanced, unleashing his aura with thunderous force. "You fled that day. Today, you shall perish." Nalan Shanhai's smile faltered, recognition dawning in his eyes. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "It's you. How can it be you? The one who swept through the 6th floor." Panic surged within him, extinguishing his fighting spirit. He turned to flee, but in that instant, Xian flashed again, appearing before him with blinding speed. One punch, a simple yet devastating strike. Nalan Shanhai's eyes widened in terror as he was engulfed in the radiant force of the blow, subsequently exploding in a cloud of crimson mist. Yet this was not the end. Without even glancing back, Xian pivoted and reappeared before Nalan Fenghua, delivering yet another punch. The woman quivered in shock, and soon, anguished cries filled the air as her form disintegrated under the overwhelming force. The onslaught was effortlessly ruthless. How could he be so formidable? Below, the members of the Nalan family all turned pale, and Nalan Hao, the patriarch of the Central State Nalan clan, was utterly dumbfounded. Crushing. One punch for each. It should be noted that Nalan Shanhai and Nalan Fenghua were both ranked among the top 100. How could they be slain so effortlessly? It was simply inconceivable. Nalan Hao, what is happening? Did you not say he was no more than comparable to the Divine Gate? The elder of the main clan coldly interrogated. Nalan Hao was completely bewildered, far exceeding his expectations. With a sudden, forceful palm strike, Nalan Hao was instantly shattered. A mere branch clan leader was of no concern to the main clan. Any elder could easily handle him. Nalan Hao's erroneous information had cost the main clan 2 exceptional talents, resulting in a significant impact. How could this be? Not only them, but the Chu family was also taken aback, as Yi Qingxian pierced through the throat of Chu Long with a single sword strike. Nanhu and Chu Lan restrained the man in black, swiftly causing him to explode. Zuiqiu swept in to rescue a disciple. The 5 advanced in a massacre. The grand square trembled with shock. Many retreated hastily. These individuals were invincible. This generation of Central State was comprised entirely of the top 100. Excellent. Yin Xingfeng and others' eyes lit up. This scene astonished them greatly. These youngsters had concealed their true prowess well. The top 100. All of them in the top 100. Ha ha! Central State has risen. Central State has risen. Yin Xingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, far surpassing expectations. Wonderful, wonderful. The likes of Xianxia and others rose in jubilation. Did you see that? That lad Xian is quite handsome. Lin Shushan from Southern State excitedly slapped his thigh, and countless disciples followed suit in cheers. Yi Sihai also looked on with a hint of amusement. This little fellow has taught himself well. Ji Xian and his companions advanced with overwhelming momentum, directly stepping onto the first combat platform, causing the expressions of those present to drastically change as they retreated in haste. Nailin Fenghua and Nailin, you could sweep this place without effort. The first combat platform, the pinnacle of combat strength, the top 90? Who dares to fight? On the second tier, Ji Xian and his companions ascended, sweeping through with thunderous might, and then they reached the third tier. Simultaneously, the chubby boy arrived, having traversed through countless bloodshed, directly stepping onto the third tier. You all did quite well. The plump Bai Xiaofan smiled. Ji Xian also glanced over. You did well too. The chubby boy chuckled. When we battle, do show some mercy. Ji Xian replied with a smile. I'll keep an eye on you. They did not engage in direct combat, but instead ascended to the fourth tier, where the battleground was already occupied by the top 60. Xuan is surprise. On the fourth tier, Yi Qingxian, Nanhu, Zhuoqiu, and Chulan were still able to maintain their initiative. As the battle reached its climax, only 10 individuals remained. In the realm of Zhongzhou, 5 individuals stood alongside a stout figure from the wasteland, while the remaining 4 observed with utmost vigilance. At that moment, a towering man spoke. I am not your match, nor is this 6th level your domain. However, having ventured this far today, we shall not cease our conflict. Ji Xian glanced at Chu Lan and the others, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He turned to the stout man, who smiled and replied, Very well. Let us battle again tomorrow. The group descended from the battle platform, each returning to their respective camps. At this juncture, Yin Changfeng was overwhelmed with excitement, perspiration streaming down his face. Children, we have made it to the top 60. You have brought me immense joy. All 5 have entered the top 60. After 300 years, no one from Zhongzhou has breached the top 100. Yet now, 5 of you have achieved it. A glorious redemption. Chapter 71, Sword Palace. Rest and recuperate. We shall fight again tomorrow, or perhaps refrain from further conflict. At this stage, we have accomplished enough. Yin Changfeng looked at the 5. Continuing to battle will pit us against formidable opponents, and the true elites of the Nailin and Chu families are above us. The top 40, the top 30, even the top 20, all house members of these 2 prominent families. Securing a place in the top 60 is a tremendous triumph. Zhongzhou has truly made a remarkable statement. Let's fight, Zhuoqiu declared. I feel we can still push forward. Yi Qingshan, Nanhu, and Chu Lan echoed this sentiment. Chu Lan gazed at the 6th level of the staircase, exclaiming, I shall fight. I seek vengeance. Yin Qingfeng remained silent for a moment before cautioning, Be careful. Ji Xian remarked, The opponents above are exceedingly strong. We must first train and seize every moment in the main hall's training ground. The others looked on, and Yin Qingfeng added, Our treatment will indeed change, but for now, the main hall will not offer leniency. Ji Xian smiled, producing a white jade token, causing Yin Qingfeng to pause in astonishment, followed by a wave of shock, the token of Mo San. Yi Qingshan and the others also turned to him, finally comprehending why Mo San's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Was it due to Ji Xian? Have you become a kept man? Yi Qingshan inquired, recalling the name Ai Yuer. Just as Ji Xian was about to respond, a woman in a red dress approached, none other than Ai Yuer herself, who smiled at Ji Xian. You were quite impressive before. Yi Qingshan looked at Ji Xian once more, when suddenly, Yin Qingfeng was struck with surprise. You are Ai Yuer, granddaughter of Master Ai Song? Ai Yuer smiled, addressing Yin Qingfeng. Indeed, Lord Yin. Yin Qingfeng then turned to Ji Xian, pausing briefly before communicating telepathically. Well, you have certainly chosen your path wisely. A 4th-tier alchemist. Ji Xian looked at the Lord and responded through thought. Lord, my appetite is quite hearty. I am not one to rely on others. Yin Qingfeng chuckled, about to speak when he suddenly stared at Ji Xian in astonishment. You can transmit thoughts? This is far more challenging than fishing. This young lad has progressed remarkably fast. You may rest for a day. During that time, we shall train in the land of creation, Ai Yuer instructed. Follow me. Yi Qingshan contemplated for a moment before being the first to follow Ai Yuer, with Chu Lan, Nanhu, and Zhuoqiu trailing behind. It was indeed advantageous to utilize the main hall's training grounds. Ji Xian turned to the Lord and asked, What Shao Jin? The master of the hall remarked. The rock has succumbed to slumber, preparing for another evolution. I have placed it in a secure location, so rest assured. Ji Xian nodded, following AI Yuer and the others. On a mountain peak, several individuals were seated, all gazing towards the combat platform, at the center of which stood a man in a moon-white robe. Indeed, this generation has birthed an extraordinary talent from the wild state. That little chubby boy could very well break into the top 10. The man in the moon-white robe smiled, reflecting on how the wild state had not seen a challenger in a century. Yet this time, an exceptional figure had emerged. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated, master?" asked several elders and middle-aged men and women beside him, their expressions tinged with astonishment. "The top 10 has never been accessed by any branch. It's quite promising." The master chuckled. "That little chubby boy is quite remarkable. He is likely a rare boundless body." "A boundless golden body?" An elder gasped in disbelief. "It is indeed a boundless body," the master reiterated. The elder's eyes widened in shock. "The boundless golden body is a variant of the boundless body, a physique that is exceedingly rare and extraordinarily formidable. Few in a mortal realm can rival such a constitution. And that little chubby boy is not merely a boundless golden body, but a boundless entity. This is akin to the relationship between the Great Hall and its various branches. The boundless body encompasses the boundless golden body, the boundless divine body, the Tao body, and so forth. Its most notable characteristic is its boundlessness, allowing it to consume vast quantities and rapidly absorb and refine what it ingests. Boundlessness signifies the infinite and the limitless. Moreover, the central state is also impressive." The master smiled again, prompting an elder to nod in agreement. "For 300 years, no one from the central state has entered the top 100. Yet this generation has all surged into the top 60. After this battle, the resources of the central state will multiply tenfold." The master grinned. "Those individuals are unparalleled swordsmen, and they are extraordinary. There is also a great solar divine body, that girl from the Chu family. However, her divine body has upgraded, awakening her hidden potential. Additionally, there is a barbarian emperor and a successor of the Haotian hammer." The elders were once again astounded. "So, does this mean the great fortune of the central state has revived?" The master nodded. "Thus, this generation can expect to receive resources at least 30-fold. "And what of that other individual?" someone inquired. The master squinted his eyes. "This person remains inscrutable to me." "What?" The elders gasped in shock. The master, one of the most supreme beings in the mortal realm, could not see through this individual. That youth possesses a weak realm. Yet his combat prowess surpasses that of the sword body and the barbarian emperor, and there exists an aura of mist surrounding him. The master of the hall chuckled, saying, "This little fellow may possess some secret treasure, or perhaps has inherited something formidable. However, I sense he could enter the top 20. He must be the child of fortune from the southern state." An elder remarked, "This is indeed favorable. This generation's chief Xuan has already garnered attention from the higher realms and will surely be recruited. Before that, he will lead the charge at the beacon platform, with a chance of claiming first place. In the next generation, these young talents can strive for greatness, ensuring the continuation of our Great Hall's legacy." The Lord narrowed his eyes as he contemplated the beacon tower, a harbinger of the impending great war among mortals. Each formidable faction would dispatch their most exceptional prodigies, and even beings from the higher realms would descend. To seize the first position, the rewards are immense. Xianxia possesses the qualifications to vie for it. Yet, on that day, the stellar hall trembled, and the drums of destiny reverberated, filling his heart with a profound heaviness. A true adversary has emerged. Meanwhile, AI Yuer led Xian and others deeper into the realm. "Miss Yi, as a sword cultivator, you should head to the Sword Valley for your cultivation. The sword intent there is particularly potent." Xianxia expressed her gratitude with a bright gaze. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a valley, within which countless swords were embedded, and at the center stood a colossal stone sword, exuding a magnificent sword intent. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when Jiang Liuli had taken her to cultivate, they had ventured to a place rich in sword intent, yet this location was unmatched. She cast a glance at Xian. "Encouraging, focus on your cultivation." The implication was profound. Subsequently, they entered the Sword Valley. Xuan remarked, "I will head to the Spirit Pavilion. It greatly benefits my sun god body." AI Yuer nodded, her influence evident as the elder guarding the place did not obstruct him, granting him passage. Zuoqiu and Nanhu followed Xian, continuing deeper with AI Yuer. "You three are all on a domineering path. I suggest we explore Thunder Mountain. The realm of reverberating Tao, or perhaps the divine platform would be preferable." Zuoqiu, wielding a violet colossal hammer, renowned as the inheritor of the Haotian hammer, fought with an explosive vigor. Though his vitality did not match that of Nan Hu and Ji Xian, it was still robust, and he had cultivated a formidable presence. Zhuo Qiu playfully regarded Ji Xian. "Thank you for your generous support." Ji Xian replied with a smile. "You, the stunning Zhuo, have become even more radiant." Zhuo Qiu was momentarily speechless. "Just wait." Ji Xian then comfortably turned his attention to Nan Hu, who stated, "Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow." As they proceeded, a sudden roar echoed, prompting AI wearer to look up in shock, exclaiming, "It's the Sword Palace." That was the Sword Palace's chief, Xianxia, Ji Haoyue, the heir of an ancient clan. A massive black sword soared through the air, atop which stood several figures, with a man in a moon-white robe leading them. This man was none other than the current Xianxia. Behind him, Ji Xian and the others recognized some familiar faces, including Xuan, who had previously visited the Central Continent's Great Dao Hall, and the contemporary chief, a woman in a black dress who had intercepted their ship in the Central Continent. As they gazed, the colossal sword gleamed and descended directly towards them. Jian Wuxuan exclaimed, "It's him." The black-dressed woman cast a cold glance at Ji Xian. The moon-white robed Xianxia regarded Ji Xian with a smile, and once more, a thunderous sound erupted as a man in a green robe stepped onto the air. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Brother Xuan, your realm has deepened remarkably. In this edition of the Beacon Tower, you possess the potential for the first position." Shun Sanxing maintained an unperturbed demeanor, replying, "Brother Ji, your swordsmanship has become increasingly formidable. The sword cultivator is indeed powerful. It is difficult to determine who would claim the title of the best between him and Ji Haoyue." The two exchanged calm glances, and Shun Sanxing inquired, "Brother Ji, what brings you here?" Ji Haoyue smiled. "My sister has encountered some grievances in Zhongzhou, so I came here to take a look." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Ji Xian, and the woman in the black dress also looked at him. Shun Sanxing hesitated for a moment before casually saying, "Apologize." Ji Xian replied, "There is no reason to do so." Shun Sanxing was taken aback, and then frowned at Ji Xian, seemingly surprised by his abrupt refusal. As the chief of the Dao Palace and the sole true disciple of the human realm's palace master, he was the heir of the ancient and prestigious Shun family. His status, strength, and talent commanded respect, even from the deputy palace leaders. In the ears of the disciples, his words were regarded as gospel, even if he was the second in command of the Dao Palace. No one had ever rejected him, nor dared to do so. After a pause, he looked at Ji Xian and said, "I am saving you." "Thank you." Ji Xian replied nonchalantly. "However, an apology is out of the question. In the competition among disciples, the Sword Palace is inferior to us, hence their downfall." The members of the Sword Palace cast cold glances, and Ji Haoyue smiled. "You have guts." He then turned to Shun Sanxing, "Brother Shun, let us converse." Shun Sanxing gazed at Ji Xian, his tone growing solemn. "I said apologize." Ji Xian looked at him, somewhat astonished, and queried, "As the chief of the Dao Palace, you want the Dao Palace to apologize to the Sword Palace, or is this within the Dao Palace itself? What are you thinking?" Shun Sanxing's gaze was indifferent, and Ji Xian suddenly understood. He looked at Shun Sanxing and said, "It seems you merely look down upon us in Zhongzhou. You disregard us, so whether right or wrong, we must apologize. However, this time, you shall come to know Zhongzhou." With that, he smiled at Shun Sanxing and departed, with Nan Hu and the others quickly following suit. Shun Sanxing frowned, but soon his expression grew calm. He looked at Ji Haoyue and said, "I truly should not have acted this way. This is a contest of hearts. Brother Ji, let them resolve their own matters." Ji Haoyue glanced at the black-dressed woman and the others behind him, saying, "You all can resolve it, but not within the Dao Palace." The others nodded in agreement, and thus, the matter became manageable.